everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Magician in Type Moon, Chapter 1-50 Magician in Type Moon Author Tao Jin. This is a story about a magician. There are no strongmen and no weaknesses in this world. All that exists is a battle between concepts to fight against each other by calculating order. Magic itself is not omnipotent. It is based on the principle of equivalent exchange. Only what can be accomplished. But the original essence of magic lies in challenging the impossible. Fate/0. Kara no Kyokai. Case Files XFGO Chapter 1 Prologue. I think I understand everything. July 7, 1983, is my 7th birthday. My father took me back to our ancestral home in Fuyuki, where I met my grandfather and uncle for the first time. My father said we came back here so that my grandfather could help me get medical treatment. It turns out my grandfather was a doctor. On July 8, 1983, my uncle came to see me early in the morning. He said he would take me to have a good time in Fuyuki. He was in a really good mood today, but the way he looked at me was a bit strange. I asked him why. Was it because my illness couldn't be cured? He didn't speak, but just looked at me with an even stranger look, both relieved and guilty. By the way, his name is Korea, Matu Korea. And my name is Matu Ike. My father passed away on July 12, 1983. He left alone, without me. I was unhappy. But I can understand him. After all, he has a lot of businesses to manage at home, while I have to stay here for treatment. Of course, once I recover, I'll definitely make my father make it up to me. I've decided he'll treat me to a supersized sundae as compensation. On July 15, 1983, 3 days had passed since my father passed away, and I hadn't seen my grandfather for 8 days. I heard that he was preparing for my upcoming treatment. But my eyes just hurt a little. Do I really need to prepare for this long? On July 16, 1983, Uncle Korea brought me to this park again. He wasn't really there to take me out to play, he just wanted to chat with that woman named Aoi. But that woman is about to get married. On July 18, 1983, Yenyi left. He hugged me for a long time before he left, and his eyes still looked so strange. I guess it's because of the woman who's getting married. On July 20, 1983, Grandpa said that it could begin the next day. Although Grandpa's appearance is rather rough, he still loves me. Looking forward to my supergiant Sunday. July 28, 1983, Bugs. Bugs everywhere. An endless swarm of bugs. August 27, 1983, it hurts so much. It really hurts. A bug crawled into my eye. That old guy said I got along very well with the insects, and that I was able to stay energetic for a month during the initial adaptation phase. I'd rather die than do that. Father, where are you? Why did you leave me here? March 4, 1984, almost half a year had passed since I first stepped into the insect room. I heard from the old man that the initial adaptation phase of the magic circuit modification is over, and in a week, I will step into the true realm of magic belonging to the Meta family. How ridiculous. Is the so-called demonic realm just about playing with insects? Come to think of it, I've been crawling on by bugs for half a year now, and it seems like I missed a New Year's celebration. I wonder how my parents spent it this year. However, we'll be entering a new phase next week, and the old man told me to prepare myself mentally in advance. What other methods could he possibly use besides insects? Insects are nothing. After what I've experienced over the past 6 months, what do I have to be afraid of? May 17, 1984, you bastard. You bastard. It's unbearable. How dare he? How dare he do this? Insects tearing through my skin, burrowing into my body. All sorts of insects envelop me. What does that old man want? Is he going to kill me? On September 11, 1984, Korea returned. Of course he would return. The woman he loved most was getting married in a few years. As his childhood sweetheart, he might even become her chief officiant, the officiant at a Japanese Shinto wedding. November 12, 1984. The old man was in a terrible mood today. Although he already had a lifeless face, with dead skin and wrinkles piled up, making him look like he had one foot in a coffin, I still knew he felt like he'd eaten shit. Because the bugs were biting him harder today, and he was venting. Good heavens, this mummy actually has emotions. I need to figure out what's making him unhappy so I can annoy him later. On March 30, 1985, the old man told me that starting tomorrow, I would need to systematically learn magic and attend the elementary school entrance ceremony. July 31, 1985, summer vacation arrived. After a semester, I hadn't made any friends. After all, they were talking about the Kamen Rider storylines that their families had recorded for them after they got home from school. Should I talk to them about which type of crest bug bite hurts the most? Fortunately, school is easy, so I don't have to worry about getting bitten by bugs. Why does school end so early? I really want to stay at school a little longer. On February 11, 1986, Tokiomi Tosaka, the head of the Tosaka family, held his wedding banquet. His new wife was named Aoi Zenju, now known as Aoi Tosaka. She was also Kariya Meta's childhood friend. It's quite strange that the Tosaka and Meta families, both long-established and prestigious magic families, would both take a liking to the same woman. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't see Meta Kariya as the chief officiant at the wedding. He was away on a business trip at the time, and that was all he could do. On March 15, 1986, I had barely mastered the 3 categories of magic: alchemy, divination, and curses. I couldn't even get past the basics of healing magic. Only my progress in spirit summoning magic was rapidly improving. The old man was somewhat dissatisfied with this, but he didn't show it immediately, believing that I would soon suffer the consequences. On March 16, 1986, I quickly experienced the hardship. The time I spent in the insect room was doubled, and the insects were more aggressive than before. I could clearly feel my body being torn apart and repaired. Apart from the pain, there seemed to be nothing else. Fortunately, I still have my own head. On September 9, 1986, my talent in spirit possession magic became rapidly apparent, which can now be considered a gift. At the same time, I started learning insect magic. On January 13, 1987, Old Bug informed me that the Bug Room project would enter the next stage the next day, with the goal of unlocking my magic eye. He would never talk to me about his purpose before. As for the magic eyes, the old bug judged that I possessed a pair of gem-grade magic eyes, the function of which is to analyze knowledge and decipher magic. The demon eye is divided into 5 levels: azure jade, crimson jade, gold, gemstone, and rainbow. Actually, I didn't have any natural talent as a magician. It's just that my magic eye was slightly activated when I was 6 years old. The magic eye is a special type of magic circuit, opened up other blocked magic circuits in my body when activated. My father used this to sell me for a good price, gaining some of the real power that a family head possesses. Uncle Kariya also gained the opportunity to choose his own life through this. Of course, all of this was told to me by the old bug, and I can easily imagine his purpose in telling me all this. By the way, I now call him Old Bug. I feel that old guy and old thing are no longer enough to describe him. On February 3, 1987, the Tosaka family's child was born. My uncle, Mata Kariya, was pacing back and forth in the park. He probably felt that he should be waiting outside the delivery room instead of in the park. On April 7, 1987, I discovered an unusual use of spirit possession in my home library, to possess one's past life and learn past techniques. What was I like in my past life? On April 16, 1987, Old Bug said that he had figured out the direction of the magic circuits in my magic eye, and tomorrow would be the day to open the magic eye. Then they dripped something like a liquid into my eyes and told me to close them until I opened my magic eye tomorrow. At first, I was very confused as to when he started targeting my eyes. Until I remembered the first time I entered the insect room. On April 17, 1987, I skillfully entered the insect room. Even with my eyes closed, I could easily walk down the stairs without bumping into anything. The swarm seemed more silent than ever before. The arthropods, which were usually the noisiest, seemed to have vanished, and even the worms' wriggling sounds were only heard sporadically. But I still stepped into the insect pool. The insects went mad. The brief moment of calm was just an illusion, a false impression, a suppression before the storm, a restraint before the indulgence of desires. They were like saints preparing to enjoy communion, the tranquil atmosphere merely for the sake of ritual, and now they couldn't wait any longer. And I am Holy Communion. On April 24, 1987, I only stayed in the insect room for 1 day. I was in a coma for the remaining 6 days. My magic I was successfully activated. I had an indescribable feeling. It seemed that I could see everything more clearly, but my eyesight did not improve. On May 5, 1987, my younger brother was born. His name is Matushinji. I don't really like him because I feel he's a substitute, and he doesn't have any magical talent. As for the Tosaka family's child, he doesn't seem to be in good health, and Uncle Korea sent him a lot of tonics. On June 17, 1987, with the help of the magic eye, the progress of the 3 categories of magic alchemy, divination, and curses was rapidly advancing. The previously obscure knowledge became as simple and clear as a third-rate detective novel, and the identity of the criminal could be identified with just a glance. Magic tricks. They're a piece of cake. I need to learn something more advanced, so I'll start with that magic trick. With my talent in the spirit summoning system, and these deconstruction magic eyes, I'll gladly accept the magic trick from my previous life of spirit summoning. August 13, 1987. What the hell is this thing? It's such a thick book, full of useless long-winded articles. The only useful part about this magic trick is a few sentences, which still contain ritual content. In a closed and dark room, draw a magic circle according to the ritual diagram using a mixture of mercury, pure water, sulfur, and magic gem powder. Place magic candles at the 7 nodes of the magic circle, but do not light them. Then lie down in the center of the magic circle. Place a piece of amethyst on your forehead, a piece of red tourmaline on your chest, and a piece of blue chalcedony in your mouth. Wait for the candle to ignite spontaneously. Whether the candle ignites spontaneously is the symbol of the success of this spiritual communication. I understand the principles, but this ritual diagram is the most basic application of spirit possession magic. The materials chosen, mercury and magic gemstone powder, are to better link the magic, while sulfur and pure water are used to control the evaporation and toxicity of mercury. The 7 candles are simply to correspond to the 7 chakras of the human body. Amethyst amplifies the spirit, red tourmaline strengthens the body, and blue chalcedony enhances spiritual communication. Is it really possible to summon one's past life just like that? Are you sure you're not possessed by some wandering ghost? That old ghost was alright. He didn't take over your body, but instead taught you a couple of moves, and you're already treating him like your past life. September 1, 1987. All that's missing from the materials are red tourmaline and blue chalcedony. I asked Uncle Yenya to bring some back when he came back. I wonder if he still remembers. If all goes well, I can start trying that magic trick tomorrow. Although there is some risk involved, what do I have to be afraid of? I accidentally used up all the magic while making a magic candle, and now I have a terrible headache. Are there bugs crawling inside? On September 3, 1987, the ritual was successful. I was not possessed by any wandering ghosts, but my memory was very vague. I only vaguely remembered that in my previous life I said 2 words, fate and 0. Damn it, this ritual has drained my magic again. There must be a worm in my brain, that damn worm. Magician in type. 3401 words. On September 24, 1987, old bug went out. Since the last ceremony, he had been looking at me strangely, but he didn't say anything. He just asked me to speed up my learning of magic. On November 3, 1987, a second spirit possession ritual was performed. This time, the preparations were more thorough, but nothing of value was obtained. In my past life, I was neither a warrior nor a magician. I was just an ordinary person, a useless person. He is quite handsome, but apart from being handsome, he has no other redeeming qualities. On December 20, 1987, the old bug returned and said he would completely open up the magic circuits in my body today. This is really good news. January 3, 1988. Today is the day to remove the bandages. I've been in the insect room for 3 whole days. Although I usually spend time in the insect room, during those 3 days, the insects were as frenzied as if they had taken aphrodisiacs. But it doesn't matter, this body has gotten used to it. The magic power within my body is much more abundant, several times higher than before. However, there are also negative effects, namely, my head hurts more. I feel pain whenever I use magic power. Perhaps more and more worms are crawling into my brain. Who knows? No, the old bug definitely knows. On March 2, 1988, the Tosaka family's second child was born. It was said that because the first child was in poor health, and it was feared that she would be unable to inherit the Tosaka family's magic, she was born. She was named Tosaka Sakura. By the way, the first child was named Tosaka Rin. It must be said that Korea's attention to the Tosaka family has reached the level of intelligence infiltration into an enemy country in espionage. On March 20, 1988, I made a request to the old bug to get the bug out of my brain. He glanced at me, then pretended to use magic to probe my body. You don't have any bugs in your head, Chi. Have you been staying in the workshop for too long, and had your brain bitten by bugs? These were his exact words to me. After saying that, he left with a sinister smile. He said there were no bugs in my brain, who knows? But the magic of those old bugs is truly disgusting, with a fishy stench and a sour smell. On April 3, 1988, the seventh spirit seance was performed. Although he was just an ordinary person in his previous life, his life had a captivating magic for me, so fragrant and so delicious. I was captivated by his memories, and even the depletion of my magic, which interrupted the ritual, couldn't wake me. I didn't want to wake up. Until intense pain started at the top of the neck and spread throughout the brain. I was woken up by the pain. On July 15, 1988, Old Bug gave me a book and told me to finish reading it within 3 days. The book was called Heaven's Feel, and the author was Michiru Zorgen. On July 18, 1988, the book described a ritual magic called the Holy Grail War. According to mysticism, a power exists outside this world, at the pinnacle of dimensionalism. That is precisely what all magicians yearn for: the root of calamity, the beginning of all things, the origin of all things, and also their end. It records everything in the world, and is the throne of the great God who created all things. 200 years ago, the magicians of the Einsburn, Michiru, and Tosaka families attempted to recreate the miracle of the Holy Grail. In order to summon the Cave of All Power, the magicians of the 3 families contributed their family's secret techniques, and finally created an object called the Holy Grail. However, the Holy Grail can only grant one person's wish, so cooperation instantly turns into a bloodbath. From then on, every 60 years, the Holy Grail will descend upon the original place of summoning, Fuyuki, thus beginning a new round of battles. The Holy Grail selects 7 mages qualified to possess it, and distributes a portion of its vast magical power to each of these 7 masters, enabling them to summon heroic spirits known as servants from the Boundary Recording Belt. They were also given 3 command seals that allowed them to command servants, so that these 7 magicians could decide who the true master of the Holy Grail would be in a life-or-death duel. There are 7 classes of heroic spirits: saber, lancer, archer, rider, caster, berserker, and assassin. However, it may be possible to use spirit summoning magic to predetermine the class of the summoned heroic spirit, or to summon a class that is not among these 7. Because this war was not a conventional war, its duration was much shorter. Therefore, saber, lancer, and archer are undoubtedly the best choices in this magic competition, both in terms of performance and other aspects. Magicians who have the ability to determine their class in advance will have a better chance of winning than other magicians. In short, this is the general outline of the book. In addition, there is a lot of knowledge and common knowledge about magic, as well as explanations of the Ainsburn and Tosaka families. The appearance of the words Fuyuki and Tosaka made me instantly realize where this ritual magic was being held, the connection between the Mato and Machiri families, and why the old bug was giving me this book now. Judging by the timeline, a new Holy Grail war is indeed about to begin. No way, you want me to fight in the Holy Grail war. On July 27, 1988, the old insect master had me start learning some of his best insect controlling techniques. From him, I learned that Makiri and Mato were originally one family. They came to Fuyuki in order to obtain the Holy Grail. After repeated failures, they changed their surname to Mato after settling in Fuyuki in order to better integrate into this country. On August 21, 1988, the 13th spirit possession ritual was performed. Although the memories of the past life were mesmerizing, there were still some discordant aspects. First of all, there are the electrical appliances he uses. As a magic-based family, the Meta family may not be very sensitive to modern technology, but they are certainly not completely ignorant of it. The electronic devices used in my previous life were clearly superior to those in any part of present-day Japan. Since my previous life was Chinese, I even asked Yenyi to search for relevant information and discovered that Northwest other place in the world had ever had that type of electronic product. Was he really my past life? On August 23, 1988, the 14th spirit possession ritual was performed. The sense of incongruity discovered from the perspective of modern technology gave me a new motivation to explore my memories of my past life, rather than repeatedly savoring the scenes of his happy life. This excavation did not yield anything that would improve my current situation or allow me to escape this insect hive. Instead, I obtained some subtle information. The past life is not the past life but the future life. The date seen in the blurry fragments indicates that the latest he existed was December 25, 2019. He seemed to be around 20 years old at that point in time. If he really is a reincarnation, does that mean I will die before 2000? But I want to live. On November 17, 1988, I didn't pay much attention to insect control. It's obvious who the insects from the Meta family truly obey. Although I didn't care much, I showed talent comparable to spirit summoning in my study of insect control. Could it be that being bitten by insects for a long time can develop a talent? In terms of necromancy, the book Heaven's Feel was particularly helpful to me. That Machiri Zorjan was simply a genius. He had unique insights into necromancy, and his research on the boundary record tape was astonishing. No wonder he was the magician who created the Holy Grail. Compared to the old insect, who has such a wonderful spirit summoning technique, but instead plays with insects, it's really. On December 30, 1988, the 18th spirit séance was performed. This time, the exploration of the memories of the afterlife did not go smoothly, and only a small number of memory scenes were captured. However, a greater discovery was made. This discovery made me doubt the image of an ordinary person in the afterlife. Because I found the words Holy Grail and Grand in this study, perhaps because I share the same origin as him, I easily understood the meaning of these words. Based on our exploration of his past memories, it's not hard to conclude that he was just an ordinary person with a simple and happy life. The numerous spirit possession rituals he held were simply to experience a touch of warmth in life. Recalling his first spirit possession, he only received the words fate and 0. What secret does he hold? Perhaps this is the key to my escape from the Meta family and my survival. December 31, 1988. Today is the day before the new year. My father and mother took my younger brother back to the main house in Fuyuki. Uncle Korea also rushed back from out of town. But the old insect went out, apparently to manage other sacred sites in Japan. Could it be that he couldn't accept the New Year's atmosphere? Yes, watching my parents and uncles discuss how to spend the new year, I felt a strange unease, but it wasn't hatred. It was just that seeing them so happy together made me feel a distance between us. On January 7, 1989, I prepared for the 19th séance. To prolong the ceremony, I prepared several times more materials than before. Old Bug probably knew what I was doing, but instead of stopping me, he seemed to subtly support me in carrying out the séance. This is evident from the fact that the warehouse has never been short of the magical materials I need. On January 10, 1989, something went wrong during the spirit séance. A flood of memories rushed into my mind, as if someone had pried open my skull with a crowbar and poured a bucket of lava into it. Over the past few days, I've even started to lose track of who I am. This memory fragment even includes a scene from his younger days, where he was spat on, then grabbed a mop and threw it from the college building to the school gate, where he famously shot an enemy in the head. If I hadn't found any clues about the Holy Grail, I might have examined it repeatedly, but now I am Percival, why would I waste time on such things? Look what I found. The Holy Grail is actually an item in a future game. Has the starter trio been eliminated in the future? The Holy Grail, which has been impossible to obtain for hundreds of years, is actually an item in a game. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind this. The person who made this game might be one of the lucky ones who obtained the Holy Grail. Now, all we need to do is find him. January 11, 1989. Yes, I am Yuchi. No, that's not right, I'm not Yuchi, then who am I? I am Metachi, yes, I am Metachi, right? My head hurts so much, damn bugs, stop crawling around in my brain. On January 17, 1989, Old Bug returned. When he saw me, his expression was strange. Suddenly, a bug fell from his sleeve and crawled frantically toward me. I ignored it and let the bug climb onto my body. Feeling the unknown insects crawling on my body, I couldn't help but show disgust, because the fluids they secreted during their crawling soiled my freshly changed clothes. Eventually, the unknown insect crawled to my mouth. I opened my mouth slightly, and it eagerly burrowed in. I could feel it enter my esophagus and finally dissolve in my stomach. At the same time, I clearly felt that my mind was much clearer. Chi, did you get bitten by the bugs and ruin your brain while playing with them? That book on spirit summoning rituals should have said not to overuse it, right? Do you even know who you are anymore? The old bug stared straight at me and asked me sarcastically. Of course I can tell who I am, and weren't all the materials specially prepared in the warehouse by you? As for the insects, there was clearly a better way to make me an insect master, but you just threw me into the insect room. Isn't that your own unique hobby? Now you're not going to say you're worried about my life, Grandpa. The old worm chuckled twice upon hearing this and said, Chi, I didn't expect your insect control skills to improve so quickly. And what you just said was a spoiled complaint that I shouldn't have thrown you into the insect chamber. Chi, I know what you want. Get the Holy Grail for me, and I'll let you go. How about it? Isn't that a good deal? If I could get the Holy Grail, why wouldn't I just wish for you all to disappear completely? I countered. Old Bug laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, his body trembling with laughter. Chi, if you can do it, then go ahead and do it. After saying these words, he went back upstairs on his own. So, what you want is the Holy Grail, you old bug. On February 14, 1989, the old bug began to teach me how to fight with magic, but he only gave me verbal instructions, and never personally demonstrated his attack methods. Was he afraid that I would find out his attack methods? Or was it that he no longer had the ability to fight? On March 7, 1989, I tried several more regular spirit seances, but I didn't get any useful information. They were all just snippets of daily life. Just as the devil was preventing Percival from finding the Holy Grail, something unclear was also hindering me. It seems that to obtain more information, a higher-level ceremony is needed, as well as the insect that the old insect made me eat that day. On March 11, 1989, Old Bug directly gave me 5 soul worms. I had never seen this species in the worm house before. It seems that it was a new product that Old Bug brought back from his trip. Did he know in advance that I would have this problem? Or does the Old Bug himself have this problem? If he also held that spirit possession ceremony, then it makes sense. No, if it were caused by this ritual, the soul worms wouldn't have appeared so recently, and the worm houses would have been started much earlier. On March 13, 1989, a second high-level spirit possession ceremony was held, and the following information was obtained. The Old Bug is Machiri Zaljan. How many years has he actually lived? Second, the saber in the Fourth Holy Grail War is the legendary King Arthur. Third, there is also the Fifth Holy Grail War, and the time interval between it and the Fourth Holy Grail War is not far. Let's set aside some useless information. What surprised me the most was that the Old Bug was actually Machiri Zaljan, who had lived for at least 200 years. No wonder he had a rotten and foul smell. Does the appearance of this newly appearing soul worm indicate that there's something wrong with his soul, perhaps due to living too long? Is that why he wants the Holy Grail to save his life? So why did he initially create the Holy Grail? It couldn't have been for immortality, but he's lived for so long without it. On July 14, 1989, 5 high-level seances were performed, yielding more information about the Fourth and Fifth Holy Grail Wars, as well as some information about other magical realms in this world. However, the soul worm alone was no longer enough to stabilize my mental state, so I had to ask the old worm for help again. But he didn't give me a suitable solution, he just told me to suspend the ritual. How ridiculous. This is my chance to grasp the thread of fate, how can I give it up so easily? On June 3, 1990, I received some information about the Holy Grail War from the Old Bug. The head of the Tosaka family had taken in a new disciple from the Holy Church named Kyrie Koto Mine. He was not only an exchange student who transferred from the Holy Church to the Mages Association, but he had also acted as an agent of the Holy Church before. For magicians, the agents are not easy to deal with. The agents are a department of the Holy Church specifically targeting heretics like magicians, they are purely combat personnel. On the eve of the Holy Grail War, he took in such a disciple, one can imagine his intentions. My information about Kyrie Koto Mine is that he seems to be a survivor of the Fourth Holy Grail War, meaning he will not only participate in the Holy Grail War but will also survive. So what about me? Will I die in this Holy Grail War? On July 17, 1991, the 11th high-level spirit summoning ceremony had been held. With each exploration, the amount of information about the demonic realm obtained was getting less and less, as if someone was maliciously blocking something. The game I knew about during my first high-level seance was nowhere to be seen. The biggest gain from these few seances was that I learned that the memories of the Fourth Holy Grail War in future times actually came from a picture book. Such brutal battles have been turned into something for entertainment. I wonder what the Old Bug would think if he knew. In addition, I also have a general idea of the information about the 4 masters and 5 servants who participated in this battle besides myself. On March 7, 1992, my skills in the field of magic became more proficient. In terms of familiars and spirit summoning, I was no less skilled than experienced magicians and even surpassed them. Because I learned during a seance that one of my masters used firearms and enchanted bullets, and his nickname was Magician Killer, I recently started taking lessons on firearms and modern warfare. To this end, I also asked my father to customize a revolver engraved with magic inscriptions at a magic workshop in the United States. I call it Little Helper. As for enchanted bullets, I am researching how to make crest bugs into crest bug bullets, and also adding the meta family's magic characteristic, water, into them. On August 21, 1992, the 27th high-level seance took place. The soul worm, having been consumed too many times in a short period, had already lost much of its effect. Just as I was about to lose myself in that memory during the final exploration, or rather, just as I was about to be lost in that memory, a severe headache accompanied by tinnitus pulled me back to reality. The familiar pain instantly made me realize who I am, so I sincerely thank the worm in my brain, if it even exists. In the past few months, I have performed 16 spirit seances because I discovered that in the Holy Grail War of the Future memories, I did not exist, nor did Matoik exist. During the 19th high-level spirit seance, I received a piece of information. The person from the Mata family who participated in the 4th Holy Grail War was actually my uncle Korea, the man who betrayed the demonic path, the man who gained freedom before me, the man who deserted. Magician in type 2640 words, I saw his image in the picture. His hair had turned completely white, and his body was covered with tangled, raised scars. His skin without scars had lost all color and turned into a deathly ashen gray, like a ghost from the underworld. The magic flowed through his veins like poison, causing them to swell up like tiny, bluish-black cracks, and his body even began to crumble. This version of Korea is unfamiliar to many, but it's not hard to imagine how he became like this. Only by forcibly expanding his magic circuits with crest worms, being ravaged by them for a whole year, and being forcibly transformed into a usable mage, could he transform into that ghost-like appearance. All of this was actually his own will. Why did he become like this? Why would he pay such a price to participate in the Holy Grail War? What about me? Why wasn't I involved in this Holy Grail War? Was it because I died prematurely? I have a feeling the answer lies in the next seance. On November 11, 1992, I prepared for the 11th high-level spirit summoning ceremony. No, it should be called an extra high-level spirit summoning ceremony. This ceremony will take place tomorrow when my magic power is at its peak. The magic gems were selected from the finest items purchased by the Edfelt family, and the highest-grade magic candles were made from whale oil, which is extracted from the blubber of whales that are naturally imbued with magic. These candles even have the property of burning forever. An extraordinary ceremony inevitably comes with extremely high risks. I might lose my life here tomorrow, but since things have come to this, I believe I can continue to live. On November 12, 1992, during the 28th high-level spirit summoning ceremony, I used a solution made of mercury, pure water, and magic gemstones to trace the ritual pattern of the previous life spirit summoning on the ground step by step. Furthermore, based on what I had learned, I designed 3 auxiliary magic circles to stabilize the flow of magic power and protect my spirit. After completing the main and auxiliary magic circles, 7 magical whale oil candles were placed in the 7 corresponding chakras. Then, the person lay in the middle of the magic circle, placed an amethyst on their forehead, a red tourmaline on their chest, and a blue chalcedony in their mouth, waiting for the candles to burn spontaneously. Thud 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 thud. 7 candles are lit in sequence, starting from the root chakra, then the sacral chakra, the solar plexus chakra, the heart chakra, the throat chakra, the third eye chakra, and finally the crown chakra. The pale blue candlelight flickered incessantly above the candle, while colorless mist rose from the magic circle beneath them, whose main material was mercury. The amethyst on my forehead emitted a dazzling purple light from its center, enveloping the room. The red tourmaline on my chest transformed into something resembling blood vessels, wrapping around my body. The blue chalcedony in my mouth, however, remained much more subdued. Many jumbled memories suddenly appeared in my mind, intertwined with my original memories, and even partially squeezed out the position of the memories of Matuchi as Yuchi. When my magic is still sufficient, I can remove the portion of the memory that remains. But not now because I still need to read and filter out the useful parts of the memory. Yuchi's memories are very strange, like those of someone with Alzheimer's disease. They are disordered, as if a person's life has been edited and pieced together using a montage technique. Watching his memories is more like watching a movie, a first-person perspective movie. But my magic is limited, and I don't have time to appreciate content unrelated to the demonic path. First time owning a pet skipped, first time falling in love skipped, arguing with my stepfather skipped, birthday skipped, New Year skipped, pet died skipped, grandpa passed away skipped. Skipped. The Holy Grail, as a special item, allows heroic spirits to break through their level cap and reach higher levels. The visual novel Fate/0, written by Gen Urabuchi, is now available online. The second part of the game Fate/Grand Order will be released. King Arthur smashing the Holy Grail was so cool. Doctor. I can't live without you. Type Moon World, Lord Elmeloy 2 Case Files. A movie is made up of countless different shots. In just 2 hours, a person's magnificent life can be pieced together. The same is true now. Fragments of memory and information can be pieced together to form a bloody reality. Perhaps this world is fake. Or perhaps Matucci's life is fake too. But so what? The suffering we endured was real, and so was our determination to achieve a happy life. We even survived the insect hive, so what else is there to fear? So that's great, I think I understand everything now. Chapter 2 Mata Residence 1 year ago, Fuyuki City, Miyama Town, Mata family residence. In the pitch-black room, a figure was groping his way to his feet, seemingly struggling. Like a clown performing in a circus, he strains with all his might to find a point of balance, but always misses it. Yet, the clown in the performance never gives up. He gathers his strength, his muscles tense, ready to unleash his power in one fell swoop. Sizzle bang. The door, which had been tightly closed, was suddenly flung open with a bang. The metal door frame scraped against the wooden floor, making a hissing sound. The hanging lamps in the hallway illuminated the room, which had been pitch black. The sudden appearance of light and the noise of the door scraping against the floor were like adding insult to injury for our clown. Before the figure could coordinate its limbs and stand up properly, it plopped down on the floor again. Chi, I think I've already told you to temporarily stop that spirit summoning ritual, right? Standing at the intersection of the room and the corridor, coldly uttering these words with an expression of disgust, was a short, elderly man. He was none other than Zoken Mato, the patriarch of the Mata family. Although his hairless bald head and limbs had aged and shriveled like a mummy, his eyes, hidden deep in his sunken eye sockets, still shone brightly. He was a monster whose appearance and aura were different from ordinary people. Because of the old man's unusual position, the light source and he himself created a strong backlighting effect, casting a terrifying shadow over him. Didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering the house, Grandpa? However, the figure inside the room paid no attention to the old man's questioning. He simply rubbed his eyes, gave a casual reply, and then got up from the ground, preparing to walk past the old man and leave the room. The moment he stepped into the corridor, the old man slammed his cane into the floor. A piercing insect chirp rang out, and the figure called Chi fell heavily to the ground as if electrocuted. The old man who did all this then transformed into countless insects and disappeared into the corridor. Damn that old bug, is he really that petty? Matu Ike, who had gotten up from the ground once again, staggered through the corridor toward the washroom. He was going to clean off the residue left on his body after the séance he had performed the night before. Upon opening the bathroom door, one is greeted by a marble floor with ornate patterns. Above this is a set of carved wooden dressing table and sink with gold and silver filigree work, and above that is a wall-mounted mirror with a metal openwork frame. The image reflected in the mirror was of a young man with dark blue curly hair, pale skin, and a slightly gloomy expression, who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. On his forehead were some purple crystalline particles, and his body was covered with dark red threads that resembled blood vessels, spreading from his chest to his entire body. Matucci glanced at the mirror twice, then spat out a piece of blue chalcedony that had faded more than halfway, turned on the copper faucet, washed it clean, and put it in the left pocket of his jacket. Then he bent down, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it on his face repeatedly to thoroughly wash away the crystal particles on his forehead. He reached out and unbuttoned his shirt, rummaging inside. Suddenly, the movement stopped, as if it had found a certain spot. He used a few fingers to curl and pry out a dark red crystalline solid, but the dark red threads connecting the solid were still firmly wrapped around Matucci's body. These seemingly delicate threads are actually quite tough, they cannot be broken with normal force. Strengthening. A spell representing reinforcement was spat out from Matu Ike's mouth. Magic circuits appeared on her right hand and forearm, which were still gripping the red solid. She exerted a little force in her right arm, and then pulled hard. The remaining roots of the red tourmaline were ripped off one by one, but because they were wrapped too tightly, they left bloody marks on Metoike's body, and blood slowly dripped from the wounds. At the wound, countless tiny, translucent white worms had appeared, slowly wriggling around. They secreted an unknown liquid, repairing the wounds. Before long, Metuchi was as if she had never been injured at all. Even the blood that dripped onto the ground and onto clothing disappeared completely after these worms wriggled around. After finishing their work, the worms burrowed into Metuchi's clothes and quickly disappeared from sight. After finishing all this, Metoike looked at himself in the mirror, scratched his messy hair, turned around, and threw the ruined red tourmaline into the toilet. He then left the washroom, preparing to head to the Meta family's magic workshop, also known as the insect room, which was despised by everyone. Not long after, Metapond arrived at the insect house that had been developed below the Meta family residence. As a bug user, Metuchi carefully selected and cultivated 3 types of bugs as her main familiars. The first was the white, translucent worm that had just repaired Metuchi's wounds, which he called Demon Spirit. These worms were cultivated by Metoike using his own flesh, blood, magic, and spirit body, based on the water attribute possessed by generations of magicians in his family, and the magical properties exerted by the water attribute. Demon spirits have 2 forms. One is a worm, which is used for healing, absorbing and storing magic power, and is equivalent to a mobile health pack or mana pack. Each demon spirit worm can transfer magic power to each other within a certain distance. Some mutated individuals can even be used to purify curses. Another type is the fly, whose function is reconnaissance and parasitism. Each individual of the fly is also equipped with sonic magic, which is emitted by vibrating its wings, and it has a high degree of mobility. Secondly, there was the winged blade insect given to him by Zokan Mato. It was a giant beetle with a shiny black shell and feather-like wings. It was a ferocious carnivorous insect, and its sharp fangs could crush even the bones of a giant crocodile. However, it could not escape the fact that large insects are naturally weak against fire. Thirdly, the fireball ant is cultivated from bullet ants, red fire ants, and fire-type magical materials. It has dual attack characteristics of explosion and splash, and is also characterized by high temperature resistance and high defense. Among the 3 types of insect familiars, some mutated individuals sometimes appear. Metoike keeps a few of these mutated individuals as gene sets for cultivating insect swarms, while the rest are all used to create special enchanted bullets. In the insect house, each of the 3 insect groups occupies an insect nest, and Metuchi's purpose in coming here is to replenish the insects he has consumed, and to check for the appearance of any mutated species. The nests of the demon spirit insects are soaked in a special magical solution, and the nests are filled with countless insect corpses, which provide them with nutrients. After inspecting the demon spirit insect nest, Metuchi discovered 7 mutated individuals. They were immediately collected, with the intention of crafting 4 of them into enchanted bullets. The suppression bullet can absorb the enemy's magic power upon hitting them. When the enemy is using magic, you can actively increase the absorption power to interfere with their spell casting. It can even actively shoot at friendly units to replenish their mana, and remove mana-related interference such as curses. After replenishing the consumed magic insects, Metoike walked towards the nest of the winged blade insects. The normal form of the winged beetle is a wriggling insect the size of a fat rat. When fighting, it sheds a layer of its skin to reveal a shiny black carapace and wings. The winged beetle that sheds its skin will die within 12 hours. This is the tragedy of insect familiars. Although they have a short breeding cycle and reproduce quickly, their lifespan has always been a problem that they cannot overcome. The difficulty in recovering combat strength in time after a major battle is a serious problem that all insect masters must face, so they try their best to avoid one battle after another. However, for magicians who possess certain special queen insects, they can use local resources to rapidly multiply and reproduce queen insects after a battle or even during a battle, thereby achieving the effect of mass production to replenish their immediate combat power. The demon spirit insect and the fireball and have such special queen insects. There are 2 types of magicians. One is a magician who studies and uses magic, the other is a magic user, who simply uses magic as a tool. The insect user mentioned earlier mostly refers to a magic user. However, insects spawned in this way have shorter lifespans. Furthermore, if the mother insect as a valuable asset of the insect user is damaged in the ever-changing battle, even if the opponent is defeated and some of the magic crests are taken away, the loss may still be greater for one's own side. As Matucci approached the nest of the winged blade insects, preparing to check for any mutated individuals, several winged blade insects molted and emerged from below the swarm, rushing towards Matucci at high speed from different directions. Strengthening. As the incantation representing enhancement was uttered, Matucci's legs were quickly covered with magical runes. He then bent his knees and jumped backward, creating distance between himself and the attacking winged blade insects. After reaching a safe distance, more than a dozen fireball ants flew out from Matucci's body and crashed directly into the attacking winged blade insects. Before the two even made contact, Matucci gave the fireball ants the command to self-destruct. The synergistic explosion caused by the self-destruction of more than a dozen fire ants pulverized the three leading winged beetles, while the formic acid splashed out by the fire ants melted away the winged beetles that followed. Upon seeing this, Matucci immediately activated his perception of the insect hive and discovered that his connection with the hive's interior had not been severed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at the winged blade insect, now reduced to ashes, and sensed no fluctuations of his own magic power on it. This meant that the attacker must have Magician in type 3028 words. Suddenly, the entire insect chamber stirred, and swarms of winged blade insects molted from other nests and attacked the location of Mata Pond. Having just been attacked, Matucci was prepared. With a wave of his hand, the winged blade insects from his own hive molted and emerged, engaging in a fierce battle with the attacking winged blade insects, staging a scene of fratricide, even though the insects did not know what blood was. The winged blade insects belonging to Matucci first formed a net-like protective shield around Matucci. After ensuring the safety of the insect users, they began to surround and separate the attacking winged blade insects in groups, dividing the entire battlefield into dozens of small combat zones. Seeing this, Matucci didn't hesitate and took out a special outfit he had customized from the famous American magic workshop Pollock Haldane, Little Helper, with a total magazine capacity of 9 rounds. In addition, this gun has the characteristics of fast reloading, enhanced shooting, aiming assistance, and bullet selection, making it the best helper to complement the magician's attack methods, hence the name, Little Helper. Phosphorus Bomb. After selecting the bullets to use, I aimed briefly at the swarms of insects locked in combat and fired. As for friendly fire, that was a minor matter. When the insect wielder is inside the hive, the insects are merely expendable resources. Of course, the enemy probably thinks the same way now. Several enchanted bullets made from fire-attribute magical materials shot out, and the moment they came into contact with the swarm of insects, they burst into flames at a temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius, burning the still chaotic swarm of insects into piles of ashes. As for why they didn't use the fireball ants, which had just performed brilliantly, it was simply because they had confirmed who the other side of this battle was. Zoken Matu, the true owner of this insect hive, after confirming his continued connection with the hive following the initial attack, determined that the old insect did not plan the attack with the intention of killing him. If fire ants are used, the insects that have been corroded by the formic acid of the fire ants will become waste that cannot be reused. Even insects that have been burned to ashes by a large fire are more practical as feed than insect bodies that have been soaked in formic acid. Clap, clap, clap. In a dark corner on the upper level of the insect house, Zoken Meta clapped his hands, revealing half of his body. Since all the light sources in the insect house were on the lower level, they were still a sinister green light. A layer of fluorescent green light shone on Zoken Meta's body, which, combined with his monstrous face and withered, mummy-like limbs, made him look truly terrifying. Matucci looked in the direction from which the sound came, narrowed his eyes, and thought to himself, this old bug always appears in places that perfectly fit the composition of horror movies. It's so unintentional. I already look like a monster, yet I deliberately act like one. No wonder I'm not likable. Zoken Meta doesn't possess the ability to read minds or the mystic eyes that grant future vision, so he's unaware that Ike Metu is internally ranting about him. However, seeing that Ike hasn't responded, he decides to speak first. Chi, it seems that my years of combat training have not been wasted. Your perception of danger, sensitivity to the battle situation, and judgment have all improved significantly compared to your first battle. This gives me a little bit of confidence in who will win the Holy Grail this time. Faced with Zoken Meta's sarcastic words, Ike Metu couldn't help but think of the time when Zoken Meta told him that he was going to start combat magic training. Just after he finished speaking, a blood mosquito rushed towards him and launched a sneak attack. Because it was right after a day of magic training, and the old bug had taken advantage of a linguistic loophole to make him believe that the combat magic training would begin the next day, he hadn't taken many precautions. He only realized what was happening when the blood mosquito got close, and in the end, he frantically dealt with it. Grandpa, if you don't have confidence in me, you can go yourself. With your hundreds of years of cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult for you to win the Holy Grail once using your most skilled insect control technique, right? Could it be that you're too old to control insects anymore if you're not near your own insect hive? Matucci retorted to the old insect. Heh heh, what a sharp-tongued brat. It seems you know quite a bit about me. Zoken Metu did not react much to the offense from Ike Metu. For someone who had lived for hundreds of years, these things were no longer worth arguing about. The punishment for Matucci at noon was simply because Matucci had not followed his instructions and had carried out a spirit summoning ritual without authorization, and that the ritual was even above the prescribed standards. Matuike looked at Matazoken and saw that he didn't do anything about Matazoken's sarcasm, and was instead somewhat disappointed. Because he didn't want someone who might become his enemy in the future to be a monster without emotional fluctuations. A person lacking emotions would have many weaknesses, he continued to provoke. So you came all this way to the insect room to ambush me just to spout this nonsense, Grandpa? Looks like you're really getting senile. Zoken Meta seemed to see through Matuike's thoughts and chuckled, saying, Chi, don't try to play these childish tricks on me. You should know that they won't work on me. Matuike played with his little helper in his hand, pondering whether he should just shoot Matazoken and show him what childish tricks were. After thinking it over, he realized that this behavior was a bit foolish, so he put the little helper into the gun holster, preparing to do something even more foolish to annoy the old bug. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and said in a slightly tearful voice, Grandpa, can't you just let me go? I'm your own grandson. I'm proof of your bloodline. I'm also the last heir to the Meta family, no, the Makiri family, in the art of magic. Do you really want me to go and die, Grandpa? Grandpa, please let me go, okay, Grandpa. Zoken Meta remained silent for a moment after hearing these two sentences, as if analyzing the truth of the words. His already withered bald head was covered with multiple layers of skin folds due to his frown, making him look like he was missing the human side and evolving in the direction of a monster. Stop your idiotic behavior and stop making that stupid face in front of me. Zoken Meta walked towards Meta Pond. Strangely, all that could be heard was the sound of his cane hitting the ground, while his clogs seemed to make no friction at all. Matuike looked at the old bug approaching him, knowing he had disgusted him, so he withdrew his heartbroken expression and returned to a poker face. So, what brings you here? Matuike asked. The old insect looked at Matucci without speaking, but walked past him to the edge of the giant insect's nest steps, watched quietly for a while, and then replied, The Holy Grail War is just 1 year away. Chapter 3 Relics and Tests. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. Artifacts. You want me to choose the artifacts myself? Have you lost your mind, Grandpa? Matuike looked at Matazoken, who was leaning on a cane, with some surprise. It was hard to imagine that he would say something like letting her choose any relic at will. Choosing a relic is an indispensable part of the Holy Grail War, serving as a kind of anchor for servants, since the summoning of servants is essentially a random lottery. By preparing artifacts in advance when summoning servants, the summoned servant will inevitably be a servant closely related to that artifact, which is equivalent to limiting the prize pool to a certain range. Of course, it is possible to summon a servant without using a relic, but such a summoning depends entirely on luck. If you are unlucky, the summoned servant may not even be as good as the master. However, this also has its advantages. If you don't use artifacts to summon, the servants you summon will have the best compatibility with your master. One of the factors that influences a servant's strength is the popularity of their backstory. Relics left behind in history are already precious antiques, and the value of items left behind by world-renowned heroes is self-evident. Not to mention those relics that have survived the test of time and are still available today. Even if they cannot be compared with conceptual weapons, they are still among the rare magical artifacts that magicians can use. Treasures of this caliber are extremely valuable, both in terms of their universal worth and their mystical significance. Of course, since the Meta family supports your participation in this Holy Grail war, this level of support is definitely achievable. Zokan Meto looked at the large insect nest at his feet, and made no reaction to Meto Ike's rudeness, simply saying indifferently. Meto Ike remained silent, simply watching Meta Zokan's retreating figure. It's strange, really strange. When did this strange feeling start? In fact, Meto Ike herself couldn't explain the strangeness of the old insect, but there was always some unusual feeling. However, even if there is something wrong with Meta Zokan, it is not something that Meto Ike can ponder at this stage. After all, he does need Meta Zokan's support to achieve some of his goals. After a moment's thought, Meto Ike walked up to Meta Zokan and told him what he needed, a relic that could point to the caster class. Caster, huh? That's arguably the weakest of the 7 classes. Ike, are you planning to abandon this Holy Grail war and start preparing for the Holy Grail war 60 years from now? Zokan Meto looked somewhat displeased. He paused for a moment, then said, I can't wait that long, can I? Or do you intend to drag this out until I die? Caster was indeed at a disadvantage most of the time in the Holy Grail war. First of all, the 3 knights represented by Saber all had high magic resistance, and magic below B rank was difficult to cause substantial damage to them. Furthermore, the caster class bonus, territory creation, is difficult to maximize within the limited time of the Holy Grail war. Moreover, once territory creation is completed, unless it is used as a floating city type of territory, it is difficult to have high mobility and may even be forced to stay in one place. Finally, caster is usually a heroic spirit who is a magician. For magicians, mystery corresponds to strength, which is contrary to the bonus that comes from legend when a heroic spirit appears in the world. Aside from the monsters of the Age of Gods, who were already considered mysterious, magicians after the Age of Gods rarely enjoyed the dual benefits of high mystery and widespread popularity. In this way, compared with other servants, caster-class servants are in a situation where all enemies have the legendary status buff, while they themselves do not, which is tantamount to cutting off their own arm. However, if the purpose of participating in the Holy Grail war is not to obtain the Holy Grail, the benefits of choosing the caster class far outweigh the cost of the Holy Grail war. First of all, servants who can serve as caster must have superb magical skills and rich magical knowledge and experience. As long as they can learn even a little bit, even a newcomer who has just entered the field of magic can get a good position in the headquarters of the Mages Association, the Clock Tower. If the servant is unwilling to impart their knowledge, things become much easier. A single command seal can force them to hand over all their life's learning. However, one must act first, and the chances of failure are high. This technique is limited to the Holy Grail war, because the first step in summoning a heroic spirit is to communicate with the Valhalla, which stands on the outer edge of the world. Without the aid of the Holy Grail system, this step would be incredibly difficult. Secondly, even if you are able to summon a heroic spirit, you cannot succeed without the binding of a command seal. I have my reasons. Choosing caster is not without its advantages. Ignoring Zokan's displeasure, Meto Ike stated calmly, besides, if you can find the relics that point to those famous magicians, the ownership of the Holy Grail can be determined directly. So whether you can get the Holy Grail depends on you, Grandpa. Passing the buck to me. Ike, do you think I can't guess what you want? It's nothing more than getting the knowledge from the ancient magician that can get rid of the Meta family. Zoken Meta turned around and looked directly at Ekmetu, saying calmly, "Is it really okay to just hand over the Holy Grail like this?" "I have my reasons, Grandpa." While answering, Metoek pondered the strategy for the Holy Grail war. As for the Holy Grail, he had already learned during the previous seance that it had been corrupted. If it's a pure Holy Grail, then whether it's given to the old bug or used by oneself, it might be able to end the current situation. After Matoik finished speaking, he looked at Matazoken, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart again. The old insect had been too gentle lately, which was too strange. Recalling the cold and cruel face when he was thrown into the insect hive, when he was 7 years old, and then talking to him now, the old insect's change seems to be a progressive process, but when exactly did it begin? As the saying goes, a dying man's words are often kind. Perhaps the old bug is dying soon, which is why it's changing like this. But given the old bug's methods of prolonging its life, shouldn't it become more frenzied the sooner it dies? Could it just be the calm before the storm? It seems we'll have to investigate the old bug's whereabouts next. Chi, I hope you can keep your word. I will also help you find a suitable relic, but now, I need to test whether you are qualified to participate in the battle. If you fail, I will take your skin and use it to obtain the Holy Grail. Before Zoken Metu could finish speaking, he plummeted into the giant insect nest below. His body instantly transformed into dozens of crest insects, mingling with the insects inside the nest. At that moment, tens of thousands of insects chirped together, resonating with the unfinished second half of Matazoken's sentence to create a piercing sound wave. Matuike, swept by the sound waves, instantly felt dizzy, her ears filled with a buzzing sound, as if a powerful force had suddenly struck, making it unbearable. The once quiet insect room suddenly became restless, with the chirping of various insects rising and falling, as if the calm before a storm had been completely shattered. An unease and tension permeated the air like a tide, making people feel an ominous atmosphere enveloping the entire room. As soon as Matucci came to his senses, he immediately tried to contact the 3 insect nests that belonged to him in the insect room, but the connection was cut off, as if an invisible wall had completely separated him from the insect nests. That old bug is serious. Aura concealed. Concealed form seal broken. Faced with this situation, Matuike did not hesitate to conceal himself and quickly retreated to the vicinity of his insect nest, unleashing all his magical power to break through Matazoken's blockade of the nest. In this relatively safe area, he began to rethink his next course of action. When I broke the seal on the insect hive, some magic leaked out, and the old insect should have already detected my location. If I stay here, the number of insects is far from enough. I can only hold out for a little over half an hour at most. While pondering a countermeasure, Matuike was extracting magic power from the demonic worms to replenish his own magic. It's not wise to stay here any longer, Matucci thought. He cut his wrist and fed his blood to the insects in the nest, ordering the insects that had drunk his blood to stay in the deepest part of the nest and simulate his magical fluctuations. He then cast a layer of aura concealment and concealment of form on himself, while simultaneously collecting 1/3 of the insects in the nest, as well as some of the queen insect. He left half of the remaining insects in the nest, while the other half went out to attack. The insects that took the initiative soon encountered the vanguard from Zoken Metue group of winged blade insects. The swarm of insects gathered from all around the insect house like a tsunami, but they seemed not to notice the meta pond in the corner. These terrifying worms, as fat as rats, began to slowly twist their bodies and convulse in pain, as if in spasms, when they spotted each other. Straight cracks split open on their backs, and the winged beetles struggled to squeeze out, revealing their steel-like, shiny black carapaces and wings. These were not creatures that could arise in nature, rather, they resembled steel monsters forged in a machine factory. Magician in type 3007 words one after another, the shelled monsters that had molted from disgusting worms spread their wings, which were still covered with some unknown slime, but they were already impatient. The insect's wings vibrated rapidly, emitting a noisy hissing sound, and its huge, sharp mandibles emitted a high-pitched chirping sound. This was the signal to start a war. The two swarms of insects quickly clashed, their attack methods extremely simple: ramming and biting. Like warriors on an ancient battlefield, they engaged in a desperate struggle using the most primitive and savage methods, creating a bloody and horrifying scene. Meanwhile, the Zerg swarm at the center of the battlefield could no longer distinguish between friend and foe. They were tearing at anything that could move around in the vicinity, as if they had gone into a frenzy. Countless broken insect limbs fell out of it, and even the head of a winged insect rolled to Metuchi's feet. This chaotic battle had lost all reason and purpose. Just like the Battle of Verdun in Europe, or the Battle of Xiangji Temple in China, this place has become something like a meat grinder, or even a millstone, crushing everything involved. In this brutal battle, everything becomes meaningless, only death and destruction remain. This won't do, we'll lose sooner or later. Matoike thought to himself, then contacted the Fireball Ants hive and dispatched a group of Fireball Ants into the battle zone. The decision Metuchi made instantly was that they couldn't allow their own winged blade insects to retreat before sending Fireball Ants into the center to self-destruct. He knew that the old insect was a stronger insect master than himself. If the winged blade insects were no longer able to restrain him, this batch of Fireball Ants might be quickly countered by the enemy before they could even self-destruct, causing a serious reversal of the battle situation. Immediately, Matoike gave the Fireball Ants the order to fly directly into the battlefield and self-destruct. Fire ants flew into the battlefield, like crimson arrows, swiftly piercing through the swarm's lines. Upon reaching their target, they emitted a low buzzing sound before unleashing their self-destructive energy. A massive burst of flame erupted, releasing formic acid in the explosion, which sprayed in all directions, engulfing everything around it. The moment the fire ants flew into the battlefield, Zoken Meta noticed something was wrong. He quickly ordered the insects to keep their distance, but due to the interference of the winged blade insects on Matoike's side, only a portion of them escaped the fire and self-destruct range. Most of the winged beetles could not escape the power of the explosion. They were hit by formic acid, their carapaces were rapidly corroded, and their bodies were blown to pieces in the violent explosion. The splattered fragments flew through the air, and the entire battlefield instantly turned into a chaotic and panicked sea of acid and fire. Upon seeing this, Metuchi quickly dispatched a second batch of Fireball Ants and winged blade insects to reinforce the battlefield, attempting to repeat his previous tactics. Furthermore, a large number of demonic worms were dispatched to the battlefield to search for wrecked limbs and extract the remaining life force and magic power. After the demonic worms brought the magic power and life force back to their nests, a new round of insect breeding was triggered. Although the battlefield was temporarily covered by formic acid, thanks to Metuchi's special training, the demon worm had acquired the ability to survive briefly in the formic acid of the fireball. Zoken Mata's second wave of insects surged forth once more, and the winged blade insects were once again engaged in fierce fighting, while the Fireball Ants followed closely behind, joining the chaos of the battlefield. The scene that just happened is about to repeat itself, with fire ants crowding into the center of the battlefield from all directions. However, the expected explosion did not occur, only a handful of 20 or 30 fire ants successfully self-destructed. Matoike's gaze sharpened as she carefully observed the battlefield. It was a spiderweb. The battlefield was already covered in a dense network of spider webs, the transparent, colorless threads intertwining in the dim light. Only when the fire ants self-destruct can the outline of the spider web be reflected by the faint firelight, like a faint glow. This spider web is not very strong, and winged beetles can easily break through it. However, it has watertight properties, so it can easily recover even if it is broken. It seems these spiderwebs are primarily used to block the activities of intelligence-gathering familiars, creating a situation where heaven and earth are completely cut off. However, using them to block the fire ants at this time is also quite appropriate. After a moment's thought, Metuchi had the fireball ants attach themselves directly to the winged blade insects and go into battle together. This would increase the losses of his own swarm, but it was the best solution at the moment. Thus, the battle in front of the insect hive had devolved into a war of attrition fought with sheer numbers. Although Matoike's insect swarm was far outnumbered by Metazoken, the limited space in the insect chambers had led to a stalemate between the two sides. Meanwhile, Metuike, who was standing outside the main battlefield of the insect swarm, was not idle either. He assigned more demons to be scattered in various locations of the insect nest in order to gather intelligence on Metazokan's side. Damn old bug, wasn't he already incapacitated? Even if he's in his magic workshop, manipulating so many familiars, won't he just die instantly? Using the spies in the swarm chambers, Metuike meticulously analyzed the current battle situation, and was secretly alarmed by Metazokan's actions. The entire insect chamber was now covered with spiderwebs that had appeared on the main battlefield. All the demon spirit flies sent by Metuchi had been captured, with only a few escaping the net, able to keep an eye on the situation inside the insect chamber for Metuchi. The demonic worms that were sent out, because they moved slowly by crawling along the ground and walls, still had a large number of survivors. However, the worms were far less mobile than the demonic flies, and the visual information they could provide was also much less. Currently known information about the insect chamber: first of all, the insect chamber is filled with insect webs woven by water attribute spiders. Although I don't understand the structure of these webs, they must be able to transmit some information. After all, what use are these spiders if they don't even know what kind of prey they've entangled? Apart from the largest insect nest located at the deepest part of the insect chamber, all the insects in all other insect nests have disappeared. However, according to the information transmitted back by the demon worm, some of these insects have gathered at the main battlefield, while others are searching for something in the various passages of the insect chamber. Based on the estimation of the insect swarm size, some insects have also gone into hiding. The purpose of the hidden insects is currently unclear. But the insect swarm used for searching should be targeting me. Although my magic and blood were used to simulate my existence in that insect hive, such tricks are still hard to fool a seasoned magician who has lived for hundreds of years. But judging from the number of swarms the old bug deployed on the front lines, he probably still couldn't be sure whether I stayed there. The old bug has already laid his trap, so how can I break free? A test before the Holy Grail War. Is it to test how long I can withstand his attacks? Or to test whether I can escape alive? That's not necessarily the case. In the end, this is the old bug's magic workshop, and I'm the one who came here. Looks like I still have to go to the great insect nest. Chapter 4: Fierce Battle. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. Before setting off, Metuike first checked his own magical power status, and the branching status of the Meta family's magic crest. Then, after checking the number of magical artifacts and familiars he still had on him, and confirming that everything was in order, he carefully moved along the stairs inside the insect room. The demonic worms sent out by Metuike found him a relatively safe route, and Metuike slowly followed this route. During this process, he completely closed his own magic circuits and carefully observed every place he passed. This route seemed to avoid all the swarms of insects sent by Zokan Metu to find him. Only the dense spider webs along the way posed a slight obstacle, but it wasn't impossible to get through. Metuike finally managed to find his way to the deepest part of the Meta family's magic workshop, which was also the largest insect nest where Metazokan kept his familiars. Looking at the pool of wriggling crest worms, Metuike took a deep breath. He was quite familiar with this place. During the 9 years I spent in Fuyuki, at least half of my time was spent at Meta Pond, and those unpleasant memories are still vivid in my mind. Upon arriving at the insect nest, Metuike looked around and found that things were not much different from usual. The only difference was that the number of aggressive insect familiars had decreased significantly. It was very likely that they had been sent by Metazokan to the battlefield above, or used to search for Metuike's whereabouts within the insect chamber. Without using magical perception, it's difficult to detect the abnormality of the insect nest with the naked eye. But once magical perception is used, Zokan Metu will be able to detect its location, seemingly trapping them in a vicious cycle. Zokan Metu's swarm of insects can be simply divided into 3 parts: the vanguard, the middle army, and the large insect nest. The vanguard is responsible for fighting the enemy on the main battlefield, while the Central Army is responsible for intercepting any enemy forces that slip out and gathering information on the location of Matucci, as well as quickly replenishing the Zerg swarm on the main battlefield when the vanguard suffers heavy losses. The large Zerg hive is responsible for a stable supply of Zerg to the front lines. This layered defensive strategy put Matu Ike in a rather passive position. Matazokan was able to almost suffocate him simply by manipulating the rhythm of his familiar's attacks. Hesitation will only lead to chaos. Fighting on the front lines is doomed to failure, and simply hiding will only provide temporary safety. Zokan Meta's insect swarm's carpet search will soon uncover them. So the only chance of winning lies here, but... Without hesitation, Matoike pulled out his little helper, selected a phosphorus fireball, and fired 9 shots into the giant insect nest. At the same time, he ordered the fireball, ants he was carrying to immediately enter the nest and self-destruct. The scene that Matucci had hoped for did not happen. As soon as the fireball ants entered the insect nest, the insects inside immediately became agitated and adopted a defensive posture. The fireball ants that stepped into the swarm were like lambs to the slaughter, losing contact with Matucci. Although the 9-shot phosphorus fireballs caused some damage to the insect swarm inside the nest, the effect was far from what Matucci had expected. Before the phosphorescent flames exploded among the swarm, the insects inside the hive quickly secreted a mysterious liquid that effectively shielded them from most of the fire damage, so that only the outermost group of insects in the hive had to pay the price. "You've finally arrived, Ike. I thought you'd be hiding there like a coward forever." Zokan Mata's voice rang out from inside the insect nest, accompanied by the piercing chirping of insects. So Zokan Mata really is here. Experienced magicians are unlikely to make such a mistake. This seemingly obvious opportunity now appears to be nothing more than bait to lure me out. So you really were here. It seems the so-called safe passage my insects found was a trap you deliberately set, Grandpa. Matucci looked at the insects that were coalescing into a human shape in the insect nest and said, while also reloading ammunition into his little helper that had run out of bullets. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted, Chi? Didn't you want me to be here right now?" Zokan Matu, whose face was not yet fully formed, answered Matu Ike's question, as one after another, crest insects crawled from their nest onto the humanoid form he was condensing. "Indeed, it is just as I wished," Matu Ike replied. Zokan Mata's appearance was exactly what Matu Ike had hoped for. He had never pinned his hopes on destroying the giant insect's nest to achieve victory, because that was almost an impossible task. For him, who was trapped in the workshop of a rival magician, winning a one-on-one opportunity to fight the opponent was already the greatest victory. "Phew, the insects that Matazokan sent out to find me should arrive here soon, and the insects trying to get here from the front lines will be held back by my insects, so they shouldn't arrive too quickly. I must finish this quickly. The old insect probably isn't in great shape either, so there's still a chance of winning." One phosphorescent bomb after another was fired from the little helper, and shot towards Zokan Matu, who was still taking shape. In an instant, the unknown flying insects in the insect nest were used as shields in front of Zokan Matu, turning into clumps of ashes that fell into the insect nest. After Matazokan completed his physical transformation, he immediately displayed his seasoned ability to respond. Countless black-armored, steel-winged insects molted and launched a coordinated attack on Matu Ike's location. Matu Ike responded quickly, his personal familiar the fireball ant began to self-destruct one after another, causing a series of explosions that created plumes of smoke and dust between the two of them. Strengthening this enhancement is still focused on the legs, starting from the circuit nodes at the ankles and extending all the way to the root of the thighs, with corresponding magic runes surrounding them, which greatly improves Matu Ike's jumping ability and speed. What Matu Ike desperately needs is mobility. He needs to quickly approach Matazokan in order to attack his main body, which is the key to victory. However, Zokan Mata seemed to have seen through Ike Mata's intentions, and gathered around him one after another cluster of unknown crustacean familiars, forming 3 layers of protection. Clearly, he himself was aware of his own weaknesses. Matu Ike remained unconcerned, simply waving his hand. At that moment, a massive swarm of winged blade insects surged out from behind him, launching a fierce attack on Metazoken's insect swarm like a black cloud. It turned out that before Metoike even reached the giant insect's nest, he had secretly summoned a batch of winged blade insects to follow him. I would shave. As Metoike spat out a spell, blood mist began to seep from the bodies of his winged blade insects. The high-frequency vibrating wing membranes, like engines running at maximum power, erupted with a roaring sound, and they swept towards each other like a blood-red storm. Melee combat between insect familiars is often the bloodiest and most brutal. They lack intelligence, but they absolutely obey and execute the commands of their insect familiars without question. One after another, winged beetles charged into the battlefield, flying at high speed, their hard carapaces sparking as they collided. If other types of familiars collided in such a conflict, they might lose consciousness briefly, but the insects wouldn't care. They only knew to rejoin the battle, using their sharp mandibles to pierce the enemy's head, swallow the magical insect brain, and then throw themselves into the next battle without stopping. The two sides' winged insects clashed again, but this time the battle was completely different, almost a one-sided rout. The scales of victory were gradually tipping in Metuchi's favor. Seeing that Zoken remained unmoved by the situation, only repeatedly mobilizing familiars from the insect nest to form a defensive line, Metoike became more and more certain of his guess. Zoken had lost the ability to cast spells. Or rather, aside from the magic he used to sustain his life, all he could use were these insects that didn't require additional spells. Seeing that the situation had become slightly deadlocked, Metoike began to think about how to get closer to the location of Metazoken's main body. Using magic to change the terrain. As the Meta family's magic workshop, dozens of barrier-type magics are used here for reinforcement. This is why Metoike didn't initially have the idea of using magic to blast open an exit and escape directly. Even if she could, it would take too long. It seems that to open a path through Metazoken's defenses, Metoike will need to use magic in conjunction with the winged blade insects to tear open a gap. In terms of magic consumption, the magic insects can alleviate it, which allows him to unleash magic more freely, which is undoubtedly his greatest advantage. Having made up his mind, Metoike continued to infuse the winged blade insects with the berserk effect, while clumps of demonic worms fell from his clothes, searching for materials to absorb magic power for him. Suddenly, a thick shadow fell on Metoike's face. He sensed something strange behind him, and turned around to find a strange insect with 6 scythe-like forelimbs behind him. Magician in type 2648 words. In an instant, the 6 scythe-like forelimbs slashed down toward his head. With a ripping sound, Metoike didn't have time to react before his head and 2 arms were swiftly severed, and his body was cut into 4 pieces from top to bottom, as smoothly as scissors cutting through paper. Strangely, not a single drop of blood splattered from Metoike's corpse. Instead, it gradually disintegrated, transforming into clumps of demonic worms. It turned out that this was merely a false clone. The true Metoike's whereabouts remained unknown. Seeing this, Zoken narrowed his eyes, certain that the Metapon that had arrived here at the beginning was the real one. So when did this corpse begin to be replaced by clones? Although he was certain that Metoike wouldn't die easily at the hands of this side demon, he didn't expect to avoid the attack in this way. Zoken didn't seem overly concerned about the current situation. Instead, he urgently summoned the insects scattered throughout the insect house. He knew that when the insects formed a circle around him, the battle would be decided. At this moment, Metoike was intently observing the scythe demon, who had just killed him. This is a chimera composed of genes from multiple insect species. Metuchi had never seen this new species in the insect house before. It seems that it's a new variant that the old insect breeders have been cultivating recently. Metoike observed the entire process of the scythe demon attacking the demon worm's clone without missing a single detail. It possesses at least 3 solidified characteristics: aura concealment, body concealment, and sharpness. Observing the old bug's direction again, judging from the traces of magic flow, there were at least 2 more scythe demons beside him. This is indeed a bit tricky, Metoike muttered to himself, while simultaneously mobilizing his fire ants for a new offensive, hoping to force out the scythe demons beside Metazoken. Although Zokenmato had erected 3 or more layers of protection around himself, the berserk-winged blade insects were still able to tear open a brief opening. This was enough time for the fireball ants to fly in. After 7 or 8 fire ants broke through, they did not explode immediately. Instead, they continued to break through towards Meta Zoken's position from various directions. These fire ants were given a magic spell that allowed them to share a sense of perception. Suddenly, the fireball ants seemed to encounter some kind of obstacle in their advance. Without hesitation, Matoike ordered the fireball ants to self-destruct, even though the magic of shared perception had not yet been interrupted. After the fire ants self-destruct, a dazzling burst of flame erupted, instantly incinerating the surrounding swarm of insects into ashes. Within the flames, 3 enormous scythe demons appeared, emanating a powerful surge of magical energy. Despite being affected by the fire and self-destruction, Matucci calmly observed the scene before him, knowing that these scythe demons were the culprits hindering the fire and's progress. Despite the flames having burned away the surrounding swarm of insects, the scythe demon, despite being partially scorched by the flames and corroded by the formic acid from the fireballs, still steadfastly guarded Zokenmata's side. This was a golden opportunity. With the defenses further weakened, Matoike did not hesitate. Radiant Cannon. He decided to take a more radical approach. Matoike unleashed powerful magic, and a magic circle appeared in front of him. Dozens of magic bullets poured out from it like a torrential rain, each strike containing magic with the power to kill. This falls into the category of grand magic, representing the most powerful offensive magic that Matoike can unleash. To activate this magic, a simple magic circle and a 10 count are required, which means a magic incantation containing more than 10 words is needed. Because grand magic tricks possess immense power, they require incantation time. Even magicians who have been granted the highest honors by the clock tower need a full minute to prepare this magic trick. However, Matoike, who possesses the mystic eyes of deconstruction, has become so proficient in this magic that he can prepare in advance and release it when needed. The scythe demon sensed the threat immediately and retaliated, attempting to cleave the incoming magic bullets with its scythe. Unfortunately, its physical strength was insufficient to support it in performing such a feat. As the scythe demon tried to block the magic bullet, Zokenmata realized the seriousness of the threat, and began to mobilize the surrounding swarm of insects, attempting to build a more robust defense. Matoike stared intently at the trajectory of the magic bullets. As one magic bullet after another rained down on the scythe demon that was blocking Metazoken's path, clouds of blood mist rose and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, according to the perception of magic, Zokenmata's aura remained in a good state. So what Matoike needed to do at this moment was to increase the output power of magic. As the incantation continued, the light of the magic circle became more and more dazzling, and the magic bullets drew flashing trajectories in the air, like a starry night sky. Suddenly, a thick shadow fell on Matoike's face again. It was the scythe demon that had appeared first. After its failed ambush of Matoike, it had once again slipped into the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity. For it, this was the perfect moment. But how could Matoike, who had witnessed the scythe demon assassinate his clone, be unprepared? He immediately sensed the danger in the shadows and swiftly dodged the scythe demon's attack. Then, Matoike drew his little helper, selected the spirit suppression bullet, and fired 3 shots into the head of the scythe demon. The magical organs of insect familiars are generally located in the brain, which is also where the familiar and the insect familiar establish a connection. The characteristics of the spirit suppression bullet can interfere with the connection of magical power. As the scythe demon fell, Matoike felt a sharp pain in his head. His magic power was nearly exhausted. Although he had been constantly draining the magic power from the demon worm, due to last night's spirit summoning ritual and today's series of battles, his magic power had been fluctuating between depletion and recovery. Now all that's left is to deal with Zokenmata. The defensive line of scythe demons protecting Zokenmata has been destroyed by the powerful magic attack, leaving only shards scattered on the ground. His swarm is still gathering and cannot form new defenses in an instant. All I have left are 1 phosphorus fire bomb, 1 spirit suppression bomb, and the enhanced magic runes on my legs. If I were to extract my own life force and convert it into magic power, it would only be enough for one enhanced spell in a short time, and there's still the magic worms that just dispersed. But the opportunity to win has already appeared at this moment. This is my only chance. Gathering his strength, he tensed his leg muscles and leaped. There were no more insects between Metapond and Metazoken, only the remaining fragments of arthropods remained. If I could just get to him, even a fist wrapped only in magic would be enough to utterly destroy the old bug. In this struggle, both sides may have forgotten that this was just a test. Perhaps some still remember, but no one cares anymore. They would never hold back as long as they had a chance to truly defeat their opponent. As for whether they might accidentally kill their opponent, both of them were top-tier insect users, and they were well aware of each other's survival abilities. Just as Metoike was about to deliver the decisive punch to Metazoken, he suddenly froze. It was a spider web. A spider web that even winged blade insects could easily break through, yet it had Metoike bound in place. Ike, you didn't expect that, did you? This spider silk has two forms. Metazoken said sarcastically, then scattered into a pile of insects to escape from the spot. Captivating barrier. A binding barrier rose inside the insect chamber. This binding barrier was made up of demonic worms. Metoike had ordered the demonic worms to build it inside the insect chamber long ago, and it was only now that it was used to keep Metazoken in place. Strengthening the power from the enhanced magic allowed Metoike to break free from the wire-like spiderweb. He raised his little helper, selected the phosphorus fireball, and fired it at Metazoken. Chapter 5: A Chance Encounter. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. Metoike stretched out in the bath, recalling his battle with Metazoken in the insect room. Although the entire battle lasted no more than 7 minutes, it gave Metoike a new understanding of battles between magicians. Battles between magicians are actually an information war. Especially in the final moments, recalling those scenes, when the phosphorescent bomb flew toward Zoken Meto, it was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. In an instant, the insect hive was filled with raging flames and ear-piercing explosions. However, as the flames gradually subsided, Zoken Meta's figure was not completely destroyed. He stood there, his clothes charred black, but his eyes gleamed with an unfathomable light. The army that Metazoken had been roaming around the mushy room finally arrived at the battlefield, and blocked the phosphorescent fireball that could decide the outcome for Metazoken. Metoike immediately tried to fire a second shot, this time choosing the spirit suppression bullet, which was the real fatal blow. Since the old insect's body had already transformed into a magical creature teeming with crest insects, the spirit suppression bullet's obstruction of magical energy flow was the most lethal thing for the old insect. Suddenly, Metoike lost control of his limbs and fell to the ground. Zoken Meta once again used the hidden door he set up on Metoike. This is the eternal, strong claim of the major sect to the minor sect in the world of magic. Bang, the shot was finally fired. Metoike's body was not under his own control at this moment, but was controlled by the demonic worm inside his body. Zoken Meta's body, struck by the spirit suppression bullet, disintegrated into countless insects. The insects tried to reassemble, and in the process, every time a clump of insects merged into the main body, another clump of insects fell off, emitting strange murmurs similar to insect chirps before slowly dying. Metoike shook his head, water droplets splashing from his hair, as if trying to shake off the pain in his mind. Although each use of magic would cause a slight headache, the excruciating pain from the depletion of magic was something he could never get used to. It felt like a worm was writhing and crawling inside him. Perhaps the secret door that Zoken Meta left on Ike Meta was in his mind. He stood up heavily from the bath, feeling dizzy. He had been soaking in the temperature-controlled water for a while, trying to relax and relieve the stress and fatigue from the previous battle, but it seemed he had been there for too long. Metoike staggered to the mirror, looked at her slightly pale face, patted her cheeks, and tried to pull herself out of her abnormal state. He casually picked up a dry towel, carefully wiped the water droplets off his body, then got dressed and walked to the bathroom door. Although Metoike could use magic to more easily dry the water droplets on his body, he didn't like doing so. Another reason was that using magic caused him a slight headache. Although he had become accustomed to this level of pain, being able to endure suffering is not something to be celebrated. The bathroom's brass doorknob was slightly rusty, making a soft scraping sound. Matoike gently opened the door and stepped out of the bathroom, feeling the wooden floor beneath his feet. Sunlight streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, bathing everything in soft light and shadow. For Matoike, this quiet moment was his favorite, free from any disturbance, only tranquility and peace. He walked to the window at the end of the corridor, stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The fatigue seemed to gradually dissipate, replaced by a sense of peace and refreshment. Phew, I'm a little hungry. Matoike felt the movement in his stomach. The series of battles just now had depleted his stamina, and now he urgently needed to replenish it. Then let's go eat that. Matoike quickly made the decision, turned around, and walked up the stairs towards the outside. Stepping out of the villa, one is greeted by a lush and verdant courtyard, with the fragrance of flowers and grass carried on the breeze. Who would have thought that beneath this beautiful scenery lies a filthy insect house? Without much thought, Matoike headed straight for her destination, which was the border between Shinto and Fukuyama-cho, near the Mean River. A Chinese restaurant recently opened in that area, specializing in the famous Sichuan dish Mapo tofu. This restaurant was discovered by Matoike when he was setting up his familiars for surveillance. He was hungry at the time, and walked into the restaurant in a daze. He listened to the restaurant owner's recommendation, and ordered a spicy version of Mapo tofu. What was served to him was bright red like the echo of passion, spicy like the rhythm of life. The tofu and fermented black beans were coated in a strange chili oil, steaming hot. Although it emitted a mouth-watering aroma, the chili oil, which seemed to have been stolen from a cauldron of purgatory, made people hesitate. For a fleeting moment, Matoike even considered using magic to sneak away. But in the end, he was swayed by the shopkeeper's eager gaze, closed his eyes, scooped out a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. This spoonful was like the first shot fired in Lexington, violently awakening a tongue that should have been dead, and the surge of delicious electrical signals short-circuited the ancient circuits. Even though most of humanity in this world has long lost its faith, food still exists. Lord, is this the answer? Matoike thought to himself. This is a dish that coexists with the soul, but it deviates from the human body. On that day, the pale, melancholic, literary young man with blue curly hair became a quirky character with sausage lips. Finally arriving at this breathtaking place, I pushed open the door, and a crisp doorbell rang out, followed by a warm welcome from inside. Is it Mr.? Is it the same old 3 dishes again? The shopkeeper recognized him as soon as he entered Metapond. After all, he was one of the rarest repeat customers. Yes, extra large spicy Mapo tofu, extra large rice, and supersized sundae. Ike by Matu answered, glancing around the shop. There was only one table with customers and business was still so sluggish. After all, not everyone can appreciate this level of deliciousness. The usually solitary Matoike surprisingly did not choose to sit in a secluded spot, but instead sat opposite the only customer in the shop. Even in the middle of summer, this guest was still wearing a long black robe that covered his entire body, with a cross-shaped necklace hanging on his chest. In the secular world, this kind of attire is generally referred to as priest. Hello, Matoike. Magician in type 2693 words. After sitting down, Matoike smiled and greeted the priest. The priest seemed somewhat surprised. Judging from his subtle expression, he should know of Matoike, but he was somewhat surprised that Matoike took the initiative to talk to him. Hello, Kyrie Koto mine. The priest was not surprised for long before giving his name in response to Matoike's greeting. The priest was rather sullen and did not bring up any topics after responding. Koto mine Kyrie. Matoike certainly knew that he was Koto mine Kyrie, as the Meta family had been collecting information about him since 3 years ago. A religious fanatic ascetic, a battle-hardened agent, a department of the Holy Church, specializing in the extermination of heretics. To obtain the title of agent means to be a first-rate killer. However, the information that Matoike obtained from the spirit summoning magic was that this was a person who participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War and survived. His survival process seemed to be less than honorable, filled with bloodshed and betrayal. This differs from the information gathered by the Mata family. Those who survived that war must have something different about them, and they just happened to meet here. Matoike, with the idea of gathering information, had the exchange of greetings just now. Hey, Kirai Koto mine, I know you. You were born in 1967 and started going on pilgrimages to holy sites with your father when you were young. You graduated from Stulgnatius Theological Seminary in Manresa in 1981, skipping 2 grades. You're a real genius. Matoike recited Kirai Koto mine's information as if listing dishes, and said it in a slightly exaggerated tone. However, Kirai Koto mine, sitting opposite him, did not show much change in expression. He was not even as surprised as Matoike's greeting, as if this information was not his own experience. Seeing that Kirai Koto mine remained unmoved, Akmeto did not restrain herself, but instead became even more audacious. If you had continued as you were back then, becoming a cardinal wouldn't have been a problem, right? Why did you join the Church of Christ? Was it because of your father's influence? You even served as an agent for a while. You're not a religious fanatic, are you? When faced with Matoike's question, Kirai Koto mine remained unresponsive, like a silent ascetic practicing Zen meditation. Then why did you come to participate in the Holy Grail War? Seeing that Kirai Koto mine remained silent, Matoike directly asked the core question. How do you know? Upon hearing this, Kirai Koto mine finally reacted and asked Akmeto. He realized he had misspoke as soon as he said that, but it wasn't a big deal for him. Since the day of breaking up with his mentor Tokiomi Tosaka is approaching, and as the heir of the Meta family, it wouldn't be difficult for him to draw such a conclusion by simply paying a little attention to the Tosaka family's movements and considering the recent dates. You haven't answered my question yet, Father-san. Matoike seemed not to hear Koto mine Kirai's question, and continued to press on relentlessly. His slightly affected smile actually suited his face better than his usual expression. Kirai Koto mine looked at the smiling young man before him. Akmeto, the heir of the Meta family, one of the 3 great families, a miracle that suddenly appeared during the decline of the Meta family's magic, a genius born with the mystic eyes. He must have been the same type of person as his father and teacher, who early on defined the meaning of their birth and life, and held these as guiding principles they firmly believed in. They never felt lost, and they never stopped moving forward. No matter what situation they face in life, their will can move in a fixed direction and act with a clear policy. From a magical point of view, they have found their own origin. For Kirai's father, this origin was a devout faith in God. For Tokiomi Tosaka, it was the pride of being a nobleman, a self-awareness that was different from that of commoners, possessed only by those who bore privileges and responsibilities. Judging from his current words and actions, the young man before us is naturally exercising the privilege of genius, arrogance. These kinds of people are completely incompatible with Kirai Koto mine. People who can only see the ideal in front of them cannot understand the confusion and pain of having no ideal. Chili didn't want to answer the young man's question. It wasn't that the young man's frivolous words had offended him, nor was he ashamed or angry because he had let something slip. Rather, he knew the principle of it's better to avoid trouble, and he regretted entering this Chinese restaurant. When did you receive your command seals and become a master, father? It couldn't have been before you joined the Tosaka family, could it? That's really early. You weren't even in Fuyuki back then, were you? I'm a direct descendant of the Meta family, and I hadn't even received my command seals yet. How could the Holy Grail have chosen you so early, father? Seeing that Kirai Koto mine was unwilling to speak, Matoike asked several questions in a grumbling tone. Meeting Kirai Koto mine was accidental, and probing too much might backfire. Based on our brief interaction, this tall and strong man in front of me seems like an ascetic, but I also sense that his heart is quite empty. It's a complete contradiction. Why did the Holy Grail choose me? Kirai Koto mine had asked his teacher, Tokiomi Tosaka, about this 2 years ago, but the teacher only gave a vague answer and did not clarify Kiriai's doubts. Today, this person brought up that question again, and memories that should have died resurfaced. Kiriai suddenly felt an urge to ask, This is extra spicy mapo tofu for both of you, along with rice. Chi, here's your supersized sundae. Please enjoy. Before Chili could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the restaurant staff who delivered the food. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Meto Ike had already started eating. This man was actually pouring rice directly into the large bowl containing mapo tofu, and then spooning his special mapo tofu rice into his mouth one spoonful after another. This was something even Kiriai wouldn't dare to do. This Chinese restaurant was recently discovered by Kiriai Kodomine. Its unique spicy and stimulating flavor briefly brought this man, who had been considered a corpse, back to life. He ate this dish with a bite of tofu followed by a bite of rice, letting the rice soothe the pain caused by the spiciness. The way the man in front of him ate aroused Kiriai's long-dormant competitive spirit. He also poured rice into the large bowl containing mapo tofu, made it into a mixed rice dish, and ate it spoonful by spoonful. No, this man named Meto Ike is cheating. He also has a super cream sundae. While eating mapo tofu rice, this man is also using his chili fighting treasure. A short while later, Meto Ike finished eating. He looked at Kodomine Kiriai, whose face was completely red, and felt something was off, as if his earlier assessment of Kiriai's inner emptiness was just an illusion. After finishing his meal, Meto Ike left without delay, paying the bill as he had important business to attend to. The real business is to deploy new familiars to monitor the city of Fuyuki. 1/5 of the demon worms used for surveillance have died, so now it's time to replenish them. The biggest drawback of insect-type familiars is their limited lifespan, but their survival ability and environmental adaptability are still quite strong. Arriving at the banks of the Mean River, one finds that Japanese rivers typically form V-shaped valleys, and the Mean River is no exception. Matucci walked down into the valley, took off his shoes and socks, and threw them on the bank. He rolled up his trouser legs to avoid getting them wet, and then walked into the river step by step until the water reached his calves before stopping. Standing on the shallows, clumps of demonic worms fell from Matucci's clothes and drifted downstream with the river. The Miwa River runs through Fuyuki City and connects to various waterways throughout the city, including the underground sewage system. This means that the demonic worms drifting from upstream can follow the river and infiltrate every corner of Fuyuki. In this way, Metapon's monitoring network can truly cover the entire Fuyuki, making it omnipresent. Meanwhile, at the Chinese restaurant, after finishing his meal, Kiriai got up to leave. During his conversation with the man named Meto Ike, he didn't show any interest in the man, but the man's final question caused Kiriai a long-lost sense of distress. Why did the Holy Grail choose me? This question, which had been buried deep in his heart for 2 years, once again occupied his mind. Although the Holy Grail of Fuyuki was excluded from the relics of the Holy Sun by the Church early on, Kiriai always had a feeling that the stigmata on the back of his hand might be a revelation from God to the lost sheep. Kiriai Kodomine stopped thinking about it and walked straight out the door, preparing to go to the Tosaka residence to report to Tokiomi Tosaka on the latest progress of his magic and to await the next task assignment. He had barely stepped out of the Chinese restaurant when Kiriai Kodomine sensed a familiar fluctuation of magical energy. He immediately headed in that direction to investigate. It was Mata Pond. The moon was standing in the river, and Kiriai was watching intently as clumps of magical creatures fell from Mata Pond. When these creatures came into contact with the water, the magical energy they carried vanished without a trace. Knowing I'm nearby, they still act so boldly, displaying an attitude of complete confidence. With this thought in mind, Kiriai Kodomine slowly walked towards the riverbank where Mata Pond was located. The moment Kiriai Kodomine approached, Akmeta knew it, but he didn't stop what he was doing. Instead, he smiled at Kiriai and asked, "Father, is there anything else?" It was as if what he was doing at that moment was no big deal. "What are you doing?" Chapter 6 Younger brother, please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. Kirai Kotomine approached to inquire simply because Meto-Ike's actions were too puzzling, standing in the middle of the river and throwing clumps of unidentified magical substances into the water. It looks like poisoning to anyone else. If Meto-Ike really did such a heinous crime, Kirai Kotomine, whether as a priest or as Tokiomi Tosaka's senior disciple, would have an obligation to stop it from happening. You're casting out a familiar, Kirai. May I call you Kirai? It feels a bit strange to keep calling you Father-san, like I'm confessing and atoning for my sins. Meto-Ike answered calmly without stopping what he was doing, as if he didn't know that Kotomine Kirai had come to question him. Kirai Kotomine did not react to Ike Mata's words but silently observed the familiar that fell into the water from Ike Mata's body. It was a white, semi-transparent maggot-like familiar, and its function could not be determined from its appearance. Suddenly, Kirai Kotomine sensed a killing intent, a skill he had honed on the battlefield as an agent. However, this killing intent did not come from the person in front of him. There was a third party watching them. Ah, Kirai, you don't think I'm doing anything like poisoning, do you? These are just familiars used to monitor the city. After all, that thing is coming soon, and if we don't set up some spies, it wouldn't be good if some strange magician sneaked in, would it? As Meto-Ike spoke, he drew out his little helper and suddenly fired a shot into the sky. Kirai Kotomine coldly watched Meto-Ike's actions. Just now, when he drew his gun, Kirai almost used Bajiquan to smash it into his head. Not long after, a crow fell from the sky. It was a familiar, and it was bound with unknown electronic components. It crashed to the ground and shattered. You knew someone was watching this place all along. Kirai Kotomine asked Meto-Ike, looking at the bat crow that had fallen to the ground. After Meto-Ike fired the shot, the sudden killing intent also vanished. Connecting this with the familiar and Meto-Ike's words, Kirai suspected that this was a premeditated trap to find the magician who had sneaked into Fuyuki. No, it was just a coincidence that I discovered it. Meto did know that someone was watching this place. Just as he entered the river to release the demon worms, he noticed the crow circling in the sky. The reason it wasn't shot down immediately was simply because Meto-Ike wanted everyone to know that he could monitor the city. It was a warning and a deterrent. I will report this matter to the head of the Tosaka family. The matter referred to here is not only the infiltration of a wild magician, but also the fact that Kirai cast a familiar into Kawachi. As the owners of the Fuyuki vein, the Tosaka family will not tolerate any magician poisoning the waters of Fuyuki. Even the Meta family, one of the 3 founding families, could easily break ties with them before the Holy Grail War if they dared to do so. Kiritsugu Amiya pulled the mystic severance from the pursuing insect. This dagger is a manifestation of severance and union, and is the origin of the mystic code of the person named Kiritsugu Amiya. The magician who was just monitoring Miyawaki was none other than Kiritsugu Amiya. He arrived in Fuyuki 3 days ago to scout out the location for the Holy Grail War a year later. The discovery of Meta Pond was purely coincidental. It just so happened that it was my turn to survey the area near Miwa River today, and then I sensed that undisguised magical fluctuation. The murderous intent just now also came from Amiya Kiritsugu. After all, Meto-Ike's actions were indeed too much like an evil magician trying to achieve certain goals by poisoning the water. Although he eventually learned that the magician was deploying a familiar for surveillance, Kiritsugu Amiya still couldn't trust the magician's words. He needed to verify them personally. Put away the Walter WA-200 that was mounted on the rooftop. This is a sniper rifle whose excessive weight makes its practicality questionable, but it is surprisingly useful for Kiritsugu Amiya, the magician killer. After preparing his equipment, Kiritsugu Amiya quickly headed downstream of the Miyuki River. He planned to capture 1 or 2 of the familiars released by Matucci in order to confirm their function and understand Matucci's true intentions. Ah, you've arrived, Kirai. The man sitting at the desk put away his pen and paper and stood up to greet the visitor. This was the host's respect for the guest, and it was also a courtesy ingrained in the man's bones. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kirai Kotomine reported to Tokiomi Tosaka on recent events, including his chance encounter with Meto Ike and the discovery of the magician who had secretly infiltrated Fuyuki. Well, I know what that Meto kid is doing. He started setting up familiars all over Fuyuki a few years ago. But I don't think it will be effective. Managing so many familiars that are so widely distributed and sharing their senses with them is basically impossible. Upon hearing this, Kirai Kotomine immediately informed Tokiomi Tosaka about Meto Ike's discovery of the magician smuggling into Fuyuki before him, as well as his own speculations about it. You mean, the familiars he deployed might just be used to detect the appearance of magical fluctuations? If that's the case, it's indeed possible to successfully establish a comprehensive monitoring network targeting magicians. Magician in type 20 for 38 words. Kirai then explained his judgment to Tokiomi Tosaka, believing that Meto Ike's undisguised actions were intended as a form of deterrence. Intimidation. Hastily displaying one's strength only exposes one's inner weakness. As expected, one is just a calf who has just stepped into the demonic path. Tokiomi Tosaka seemed completely unconcerned about the matter. In his view, the Meto family was already old and frail. Even if a seed of demonic cultivation had appeared, how powerful could it be in just 10 years? However, considering the need for a comprehensive strategy, and observing that Kirai Kotomine took this matter quite seriously, Tokiomi decided to put Kirai in charge of handling it. Kirai Kotomine could tell that Tokiomi Tosaka didn't seem to care much about this and appeared to have something on his mind, so he asked, "Is something wrong? Even you noticed my hesitation?" "That's quite an ugly sight," Tokiomi Tosaka said with a wry smile in response to Kirai Kotomine's question. "Chili, you are aware of my daughter's situation, aren't you?" Tokiomi Tosaka had two daughters, one named Rin, and the other named Sakura. Tokiomi Tosaka's view on the inheritance of magic has always been to respect the choices of future generations. He recognizes the value of individual freedom, just like his parents, who chose to walk the path of magic themselves. However, fate had other plans. The eldest daughter, Rin, possessed the all-around talent of the 5 elements of average 1, with 40 main magic circuits and 30 auxiliary magic circuits. The younger daughter possesses the rare talent of imaginary number, and her magic circuits are the same as her sister's, with a total of 70 circuits. Such exceptional talent inevitably leads both of them into the vortex of magic, but the blessing of the Tosaka family's magic crest can only be bestowed upon one of them. How incredibly unfair. Although Tokiomi Tosaka is a magician, he is also a father who deeply loves his child, a situation that has always tormented him. Have you figured out a solution? Kirai Kotomine knew that Tokiomi Tosaka was at a point of indecision, and needed an outsider to give him a push, so he took on that role. Yes, I plan to give either Rin or Sakura away for adoption to a distant relative in Northern Europe, the Edelfelt family. Tokiomi Tosaka turned his gaze to Kirai Kotomine, hoping he could offer some advice. The Holy Grail War is just 1 year away. You can send your wife and the others to Edelfelt in advance, under the pretext of protecting your family, so they can get used to the environment there. It's not too late to decide after the Holy Grail War is over. After a moment's thought, Kirai Kotomine offered a fairly reasonable suggestion. That's really the only way. Thank goodness for you, Kirai. After hearing the advice, Tokiomi Tosaka greatly praised Kirai Kotomine, as if the advice had truly solved a major problem for him. But Kirai Kotomine knew that Tokiomi Tosaka had already made his decision, he just needed someone to push him along so that he could feel better. Then I shall take my leave. Kirai Kotomine could tell that Tokiomi Tosaka had other personal matters to attend to, so he took his leave first. After Kirai Kotomine left, Tokiomi Tosaka took out paper and pen and continued writing the letter he intended to send to Edelfelt. A few months later, it was the end of March of the following year, with only 7 months left until the Holy Grail War. What are you doing? Meto Ike, who had just come out of the insect room and was about to return to his bedroom, found that the door, which had been tightly closed, was open a crack. He then pushed open the door and discovered the blue-haired brat with kelp hair Shinji Meto playing with his magic book in the room. This kid is Meto Ike's younger brother, but for some reason, Matoike doesn't like this brother. Although he wasn't disgusted yet, it didn't mean that Matoike could tolerate this brat rummaging through magic books in his room. He grabbed the kid by the collar and threw him out of the room. This is so annoying. Why does Japan even have a spring break? Elementary school students should be in school 365 days a year. Matoike thought to himself inexplicably after closing the door. Just then, a voice called out, "Brother, brother," from outside the door. Matoike casually set up a barrier in the room to block out the sound. He then walked to the desk and picked up the magic book that the seaweed-headed imp had been flipping through, Miracle Drugs, Exploration and Application from Ancient Times to the Present. That brat. He clearly has no talent for the demonic path, yet he still relentlessly pursues it. It's like a dog chasing a car, even if it catches up, it won't know what to do next. After putting the book back on the shelf, he pulled out a magic notebook he had written himself. In that notebook, Matoike recorded his insights, experimental results, and thoughts on magic theory over the years. Taking a pen from the drawer, Matucci began to record the different tendencies and feasible experimental data of insect cultivation in the insect room today. Time passed slowly, and the soundproof barrier that had just been set up gradually dissipated because Matucci had only injected magic power once, resulting in insufficient magic power. The moment the barrier shattered, Matoike looked towards the entrance with some confusion. That brat usually could spend an entire afternoon there, so why today? Recalling the title of the book that Matushinji had secretly read, damn it, that brat probably went and secretly made the medicine himself. With this in mind, Matoike quickly activated the familiars monitoring the Mata family, and eventually found Matushinji lying unconscious on the ground in a secret room. There was a pile of potion-making materials scattered around him, and he was holding an unknown potion with only half a bottle left in his hand. How dare this brat use himself as an experiment? He poured a bottle of magic potion, which he had made in the past when practicing, into Matushinji's mouth, and then stood aside waiting for the brat to wake up. Somewhat bored while waiting, Matoike picked up the potion that Matushinji had secretly concocted, squinted at it, and judging from the color, consistency, and the remaining materials on the ground, it should be a magic power testing potion. I poured some of the potion from the bottle onto my hand and sniffed it. It had a faint sulfurous smell, which was correct. Then dip your hand in a little and put it in your mouth. Matoike's magic circuits began to emit a faint blue light, and all signs indicated that the magic power detection potion had been successfully made. However, the reason why Shinji Mata fainted was that the inventor had added the leaves of the fairy flower to the potion formula. If the potent medicinal properties were not neutralized by magic, the person who accidentally ingested it would instinctively convert their life force into magic to neutralize the medicinal power. Who knows what the inventor was thinking? Maybe he just hated muggles. Turning to look at Matushinji, who was still unconscious, he couldn't understand the behavior of his younger brother, who was related to him by blood. What's wrong with being a muggle and living a normal life? Why insist on stepping into the cursed realm of demonic cultivation? You could be enjoying the life of a wealthy young master. Of course, Matoike understands that when a person doesn't have to worry about life, he will fantasize about becoming special, becoming a unique person. That's probably what being a magician means to this kid. However, Matoike absolutely disagreed, asking why he had to be so greedy. This kind of life is already what countless people dream of, so why would someone risk venturing into a completely unfamiliar territory? Just because of a little bit of vanity. Get up, stop pretending to be unconscious. Matoike kicked Matushinji, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. Not long after the potion was poured down his throat, the brat woke up, which could be heard from the frequency of his breathing. I'm sorry. Matushinji stammered as he hurriedly got up from the ground. Matoike did not scold him, but simply told him to go back to his room. Matoike knew that no matter how much he tried to stop this brat or scold him, he would not give up his pursuit of the demonic path. Because those who possess the blood of a magician are all obsessive, this is the origin, and no one is an exception. Go back to your room. I will talk to father about this. Matoike kept his eyes fixed on the brat until he rolled back to his room. He then entered the secret chamber and sealed the door. He was preparing to perform the séance once again. Take out the materials used for the ritual from a hidden compartment in the secret room. Mercury, gemstone powder, pure water, and sulfur were mixed together and used to inscribe the rituals used for spirit possession on the floor. The speed is much faster than before. Perhaps this is a case of practice makes perfect. After the ritual was completed, the 7 candles were placed in their corresponding positions, and the 3 gems corresponding to the heart, spirit, and body were taken out and placed into the ritual. Soon, Matoike was immersed in the illusory memories of her past life. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the secret room, a mystic code that Matoike mistook for some kind of magical material was now shimmering with magical light, which meant that someone was watching the live broadcast. From the fragments of memories of her past life, Matoike picks up the useful parts, but at the same time, she doesn't miss anything interesting. Shinji Mato has the bad habit of being self-centered and looking down on others. He values discipline but doesn't follow it himself and hates injustice but ignores it when it concerns him. The gap between his ideals and reality will cause his personality to become distorted. Is that really the case? This is the consequence of forcibly pursuing what you can't have. Ryunosuke Uryu, Caster's master in the Fourth Holy Grail War, a serial killer who murdered 42 people before the Holy Grail War. Does he have powerful counter-surveillance abilities? Isn't he a magician? A born evil one? The location where the heroic spirit was summoned is in the home of the victim in Fuyuki. Damn it, I can't tell what the victim looks like from the picture. Gilda Rice, a Caster-class servant, possesses the Noble Phantasm, the Book of the Vanished Castle, a rank A+ anti-army Noble Phantasm. It's a grimoire that provides its wielder with a vast amount of magical energy, containing forbidden knowledge about ancient evil gods. Shinji Mato, upon returning to his bedroom, discovered that the magical costume his father had bought for him was still in the secret room he had just been in. This bead-like contraption is actually used to record images. Coincidentally, this magical costume is divided into 2 parts, one for capturing images and the other for playing them back. However, having been sent back to his bedroom, Shinji Mato didn't dare to go out rashly, so he turned on another part of the playback function. What is brother doing? Is it some kind of magic ritual? From the image displayed by the formal attire, Shinji Mato saw Matoike lying in a magic circle, with 7 flickering candles beside her, and a large amount of colorless mist rising from the magic circle beneath her. Shinji, who had an extreme fascination with magic, was captivated. The scene perfectly matched his imagination of magic. A strange idea popped into his mind. Is my brother's talent for magic due to this ritual? He has always been against me getting involved in magic, which is why he wanted to drive me away. If I also complete this ritual, does it mean that I can also possess the power of magic? Perhaps in the future, he will truly shine with the brilliance of magic. Chapter 7, Traces of Matazokan. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. The daily life of a magician is often misunderstood as being full of wonder and mystery, but in reality, their days may be just as ordinary as those of a researcher in a laboratory. They also need to constantly practice and experiment, hone their skills, and explore new possibilities. In magic training, they may need to spend a lot of time studying classic magic tricks from history, or trying to create entirely new magic effects, or simplifying the complicated steps of a certain magic trick. The only difference lies in their ultimate goals. One aims to benefit the masses, while the other gradually moves closer to the root of evil. This is a subtle but important distinction. Although the methods are similar, the difference in the ultimate goal will determine the direction and outcome of the action. As usual, Matucci first trained her magical abilities in the insect room for a period of time, and then observed the breeding of the new familiar species, making records of the individual differences of each one, keeping the optimized individuals and eliminating the degraded ones. After finishing the work in the insect room, it was time for the even more tedious study session, where we took out the most trendy, astronomical magic topic from the clock tower. Matoike quickly glanced at the report, then snapped his fingers with his right hand. In an instant, the the report in his left hand turned to ashes. Damn it, has the clock tower still not figured out the theory from 200 years ago? Modernists believe that the foundation of celestial magic should be laid out according to the rules of the heliocentric theory. Traditionalists believe that this form abandons the belief in magic and violates traditional aesthetics. However, it seems that the traditional school of magic still has the upper hand over the modern school, since the Animusphia family, which represents tradition, still firmly holds the throne of the clock tower's celestial monarch. Magician in type. 1876 words. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen old Bug. He hasn't shown his face in front of me since the last test. The only thing I know is that he recently inspected the Meta family's ancestral shrine in Japan. Recalling when the soul-suppressing bullet hit him, the inscribed worms died and fell from his body, emitting strange mutterings. Coupled with the soul worms he gave me before, could it be that his soul has also encountered a problem? Looks like we need to pay more attention to the old Bug. Outside the window, wind and snow raged, and the outer side of the crystal-polished window pane was covered with a thick layer of frost. It was an extremely cold night that froze the forest and the earth. A castle built on frozen soil stands amidst the cold wind. This place is the edge of the sky and the corner of the sea, the location of a city called Einsburn. Ancient magicians quietly continued their lineage, residing in this remote, uninhabited ancient city deep in the mountains. Inside the castle, a room is warmed by the fireplace. The room is decorated in a medieval Nordic style, using soft furs and expensive ebony as its main materials. Kiritsugu, when will this snow stop? A barefoot, white-haired girl stood by the window, her bright, lively eyes fixed on the outside, as if trying to stop the blizzard with her gaze. The man called Kiritsugu was reclining in a bearskin chaise lounge, looking at a document with unreadable content. Upon hearing his daughter's words, he said gently, "The snow will stop when that window stops freezing." Upon hearing her father's response, the girl hopped up behind him, wrapped her snow-white arms around his neck, and said sweetly, "No, no, Kiritsugu, quickly help me think of a way to stop the snow so that our walnut sprout search competition can be decided." The father, who was being held, felt his child's head almost reach over his shoulder and into his chest. So he freed his right hand, patted the child's head, and said with a smile, "Ilya, warm the window with your hands so it won't freeze and the snow will stop, then we can continue the walnut sprout competition. Ilya will be the hero then." Upon hearing her father's suggestion, Ilya skipped and hopped toward the icy windowsill, and placed her little hand on the glass. "Ouch, it's so cold," she muttered under her breath after being suddenly chilled. After a while, "Kiritsugu, you big liar." At this moment, Ilya angrily shouted at her father, who was leaning back in his chair, her lips pouting and her red cheeks puffed out, looking just like a squirrel with its mouth full of nuts. Hearing his daughter's call, Kiritsugu put down the documents in his hand, got up and walked towards Ilya, who was angry. He knelt down, covered Ilya's small hands, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Ilya?" "Kiritsugu is a big liar. He can't even warm a window with his bare hands. I'm not playing with you anymore." Ilya huffed and turned her head to the side, but her little hand did not slip from Kiritsugu's grasp. He was the father who was actively trying to amuse his daughter, but in the end, he would be overwhelmed with worry trying to appease her. "Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry, I apologize." Upon receiving his daughter's ultimatum, Kiritsugu immediately conceded, and offered a sincere apology. "I can't forgive Kiritsugu so easily just by apologizing." Ilya's bright eyes darted around as she came up with a good idea. "Then what should Daddy do to gain the princess's forgiveness?" When Kiritsugu saw his youngest daughter's appearance, he knew that the mischievous girl had come up with some naughty idea again, but since it was ultimately his own fault, he asked her affectionately, "I want Kiritsugu to go and warm up the window, then Ilya will forgive you." This was Ilya's clever plan, using their own methods against them. Upon hearing these words, Kiritsugu realized that he had fallen into the trap he himself had set. But Kiritsugu didn't resort to dishonest tactics this time. He had a better plan to overcome this predicament. "Ugh, it's so cold. Kiritsugu Amiya pressed his hands against the window, deliberately making a face, as if he were freezing, despite being a magician killer, who had survived all kinds of harsh environments. Upon seeing this, Ilya immediately pulled Kiritsugu's hands off and breathed hot air onto them. "Humph, I'll forgive you this time, but if there's a next time, Ilya will never play with you again." At that moment, the door to the room opened from the outside, and a woman with a beauty reminiscent of precious gemstones walked in. She has long, silver hair like a waterfall, and her delicate skin makes her look more like a doll than a normal human. Her crimson eyes reflect a happy glow. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Ilya skipped and hopped over, jumping directly into the woman's arms. He muttered to himself, accusing the woman of his father's sins. Okay, Mom will teach Kiritsugu a lesson in a bit." The woman picked up Ilya and gently patted her back. "Then there's no need. Kiritsugu has already admitted his mistake, mother." When Ilya heard her mother about to reprimand her father, she immediately spoke up for him. The contrast between her words and actions was somewhat amusing. Okay, it's getting late. Ilya, go to sleep. Mom and Kiritsugu have things to do." As she spoke, the woman handed her daughter to the nanny behind her, asking her to take her daughter back to her room to sleep. The woman closed the door only after the nanny and her daughter had disappeared from sight. "Irisville, what's wrong?" Seeing his wife's behavior, Kiritsugu Amiya knew that she had something important to say, so he went to her side. "A guest just arrived and is currently talking with the master in his room upstairs," Irisville replied to her husband with a worried expression. Seeing his wife's expression, Kiritsugu knew that the visitor who had braved the blizzard might disrupt their plans, so he asked her. "Who braved the blizzard to visit you, sir? May I know?" Kiritsugu stepped forward, embraced Irisville, and whispered. After a moment's hesitation, although she didn't reveal to Kiritsugu that it was a request from the Patriarchator von Einsborn, her heart still leaned towards the man before her. "It's Michiru Zorgen from Fuyuki." Upon hearing this name, Kiritsugu Amiya fell silent. He couldn't understand why, with only 5 months until the Holy Grail War, he would meet with someone who was about to become his enemy. And why hide this from him, someone who was going to fight for Einsborn? "Kiritsugu." Irisville looked at her husband with a slightly worried expression. "It's all right, Alice. Perhaps the master has his own reasons," Kiritsugu Amiya comforted his wife. He knew that this was not what she wanted to see. But given the current situation, the most important thing now is to find out exactly what kind of secrets are kept from him, an outsider. Stealing information from the realm of magic is essentially impossible. Let's not even talk about how many barriers were actually set up inside Einsborn's castle. The old man is a man who has lived for 2 centuries. Even if he can successfully eavesdrop using magic, he will most likely be discovered. Fortunately, Kiritsugu Amiya had lived in this castle for at least 8 years, so how could he not have done something to it? Soon, Kiritsugu Amiya pulled a briefcase from the corner of the room. Inside was a set of sophisticated modern instruments. This is a receiver from a wireless eavesdropping device, specifically designed to connect to a microphone placed inside the castle. For traditional magicians, the products of modern technology are usually unacceptable. Disapproval equates to a lack of understanding, and a lack of understanding means vulnerability. Wearing headphones, Kiritsugu Amiya carefully adjusted the receiver, listening intently to the faint signal. He gradually adjusted the frequency and gained to ensure the received sound was clearly discernible. "Zitsizi. Is the head of the Michiru family only contacting us at such a sensitive time for this reason? Yobs, we have known each other for 150 years. I know you have a way to communicate with him. I only have one request." Silence. "Then trade something. Don't you magicians love this kind of exchange of benefits the most?" "Yobs, what do you want?" "What do I want? Ha, what do I want? I only want the Heaven's Cup. It's only been 200 years and you, as the creator of the Holy Grail, have already fallen so low that you've even forgotten your original desire." Silence. Yobs, how much do you know? Cough cough, how much do you know about his affairs? You probably only remember completion now, don't you? I will not participate in this Holy Grail war. The participants on Machiri's side have their own ideas. Since you're so insincere, there's nothing to talk about. Silence. Yobs, I'm dying. You're about to die? Don't you still have those underhanded ways to prolong your life? If you really want to die, then set your funeral date in advance and I'll come and catch up with you then. That should be 10 years from now. Because of something peculiar, I witnessed my own death. I've come to you this time to confirm some things. Silence. 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 Come with me. Tap tap. Tap tap. Tap tap, sound of footsteps. Kiritsugu Amiya took off his headphones, leaned back in his chair, and subconsciously touched his shirt pocket, only to find it empty. He then remembered that he had quit smoking 8 years ago. Seeing Kiritsugu Amiya's actions, Irisville, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, slowly walked over, gently hugged him from behind, and asked, Kiritsugu, is something bad happening? Feeling Irisville's body warmth, Kiritsugu Amiya took Irisville's hand that was wrapped around his face, gently placed it on his cheek, and said softly, It's nothing, Alice. It's just that I didn't quite understand what the master and the others were saying. Nothing bad will affect our plans. Hearing Kiritsugu Amiya's words, Irisville felt slightly relieved, but she also realized that the information she had just overheard had still affected him. She knew he needed some private space to think things through, so she said, That's good. I'm a little sleepy too, so I'll go and rest with Ilya. Don't worry, Kiritsugu, no matter what you do, the Einsburn family will always be your strong support, and Ilya and I will definitely support you too. Looking at his wife who was fleeing in disarray, Kiritsugu Amiya shook his head and chuckled. Yes, he had been happily married for 8 years now, with only one regret remaining. As long as we can obtain the Holy Grail, as long as we can redeem this world. But is it really worth exchanging your own happiness for a chance to save the world? Kiritsugu himself didn't know. Magician in Type 2184 words. There are 5 months left until the Holy Grail War. London, England. Clock Tower. You wish to contact the former Grand Marshal of the Magic Path. Forgive my bluntness, but your magician rank registration in the Clock Tower is merely that of a junior official, which is not enough for you to have the opportunity to contact that great one. Hannah Ryrie looked at the short old man in front of her. His hairless bald head and limbs were old and atrophied like a mummy. His eyes, which were hidden deep in his sunken eye sockets, were cloudy. He was a strange old man whose appearance and aura were about to die. But in the Magic Association, there are many such elderly people, none of whom are particularly noteworthy. Are you sure you mean that the person known as the Archmage, the Jewel Zelridge, the Kaleidoscope, and the second magician has granted you the authority to communicate with him? Please register your name so I can contact the association to confirm for you. Machiri's origin. Okay, please wait here for a moment. Hannah No Ryrie stepped out of the reception room, adjusted her half-rimmed glasses, and slightly rolled up the long sleeves of her kimono. She couldn't help but rub her forehead. After all, she had just joined the Legal and Political Science Department, and was assigned to do such a tricky task, which was somewhat frustrating. This kind of trivial matter of contacting a magician is not normally handled by the Department of Law and Politics, but what can we do when the old man inside wants to contact the former Grand Marshal of the Magic Path? Who would have thought that the monarch of the Department of Law and Politics, Bartholomew Lorelia, would happen to be the current generation's Grand Marshal of the Magic Path? Any matter involving the previous Grand Marshal of the Demonic Path must be confirmed by the current Grand Marshal of the Demonic Path before it can be approved. And the old man who came was a magician of the highest rank. However, since the person requesting communication was a big shot like the second magician, the association initially thought it was just an April Fool's joke, and dismissed the matter to the newcomer. But the token the old man finally revealed turned the farce into a reality that had to be faced. Given the current situation, Ryrie Hannah had no choice but to report it to the association's higher-ups. After a while, the door to the reception room was opened. "Hello, I am Gold Mujik from the Legal and Political Department. The association has decided that I will take over this matter." The newcomer was a middle-aged man with slick-back blonde hair. He had a thick, bushy nose with a tuft of blonde mustache and a huge beer belly. His attire consisted of a white, fitted German-style aristocratic suit with gold trim, making him look like a comical pig with its legs tied. "Machiri Zorjan, we are ready to report your request to the monarch, but for some reason, we need you to provide some proof. Is it convenient for you here?" Gold had originally planned to scare away the old man who had come to cause trouble, in a rather aggressive manner. Although the old man in front of me had been a member of the plant family at the clock tower for 200 years, the surname, Zorjan, had not been active at the clock tower for 200 years. Zokan Matu's original name was Machiri Zordny. After moving to Japan due to the Holy Grail War, he changed his original name to his current surname, and his original surname to his current first name. This means that the old man is not a popular figure. Even with the Gemstone Elder's token, it's better to avoid trouble if you can easily get rid of him. But as soon as Gold entered, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The old man's single glance sent chills down his spine. So the positions were completely reversed in the ensuing conversation, and Gold could only try to find another way to fool the old man. However, Zokan Matu, who was prepared, tossed out a 200-year-old document from his pocket. He had already thoroughly exploited this form of bureaucracy back then. Gold picked up the document and began to read it. As he read, he felt the air become somewhat stuffy, and he unconsciously took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Chapter 8: The Magician's Black Market. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. Gold looked at the documents in his hand and muttered to himself. He obtained the qualification of the ceremonial position in the 16th century, and he was a friend of that von Hohenheim Paracelsus. Hey, that's the magician who created the Philosopher's Stone. He's been out of the power center of the clock tower for 200 years, so why does he still have such a long history? Gold glanced at the documents in his hand, and then furtively looked at the old man sitting opposite him, unsure of what to do next. Is there something wrong with my documents? Don't they have the association's mark that can be verified using magic? Seeing that Gold was hesitant to speak, Zokan Matu was slightly dissatisfied, so he asked the question first. No, it's just that the old gentleman's file was so impressive that I was a little mesmerized by it. Although Gold also came from a magic dynasty, he was somewhat flustered in the face of an event of this magnitude. Fortunately, someone came to the rescue. The arrival of Hannah No Ryrie broke the awkward atmosphere. She walked over to Gold and whispered, "The token has been confirmed as genuine by Lord Bartholomew, but the association wants to resolve this matter without contacting him as much as possible. If that's not possible, they need to know his purpose. Furthermore, this Machiri Zordny is one of the creators of the Fuyuki Grand Grail, and the organizer of the magic competition in which Elmeloy was mainly involved, so this matter can be less strict." Zokan Matu glanced at the two whispering figures, feeling slightly helpless. The surname, Zorjan, had indeed withdrawn from the center of power at the clock tower, and no longer had the ability to directly interfere in the association's internal affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through this channel, and would have had to face two immature kids, waiting for them to decide his demands. "Machiri Zaljan, what difficulties have you encountered that have led you to seek help?" Gold decided to take a roundabout approach, subtly probing to understand the old man's purpose. Zorgren's answer was straightforward, leaving Gold somewhat dumbfounded. "Oh, is that so, sir? As you know, Lord Gemstone Elder is extremely busy. Even if we try to contact him now, it might take several days to establish a connection with him. You come from the Mages Association, and as you know, there's basically nothing the association can't solve. So, if you're in trouble, even without going through Lord Jewel Mage, we might be able to help you." Hannah No Ryrie tried to ease the tension, but the old man seemed unmoved. "Unnecessary. The old man in front of me was completely unyielding, just like a stubborn old man in an ordinary family, and this one was even more of a stubborn old man who was 200 or 300 years old. Machiri Zorjan, we need to at least understand your needs before we can help you solve your problem. Gold tried to persuade the old man to reveal more information, but the old man just kept repeating, no and no need. My request is simply to have a dialogue with the gemstone elder. Zorjan's resolute attitude left Gold and Hannah no Ryrie feeling helpless. The two exchanged a glance, realizing that things might have reached that point. Then it's time to pass the buck to higher-ups. Even junior staff members have their own way of dealing with things. If something is difficult, just don't touch it. If it's something they can't decide, then they shouldn't get too involved. Machiri Zorn, we understand your request. However, contacting that person will take some time. Please stay nearby for a while, and we will notify you as soon as we make contact. Gold and Hannah no Ryrie weren't sure if the association's higher-ups would try to contact Gemstone Elder, but their current focus was on keeping the old man in front of them calm. What happened next was irrelevant to them. The token I gave contains the magic of the jewel spirit. The association should only need to use it to establish a connection with the jewel spirit in an instant, right? Zokan Mata saw through their thoughts and retorted. Fine, 3 days it is. I hope you can give me an explanation in 3 days. Looking at the two people in front of him, Zokan Mata understood that they did not have the right to decide this matter. But he knew the association was unlikely to handle the matter too harshly, since it wasn't in their best interest. Or perhaps being able to contact Gemstone Elder could just meet the needs of another group of people. After saying that, Zokan Mata got up and left the reception room. After watching Zokan Mata leave, both Hannah no Hisa and Gold breathed a sigh of relief, as if some burden had finally been lifted from their shoulders. It's hard to imagine that the woman known as the Snake of the Law and Politics Department would ever cause her such headaches. The Clock Tower's education system is biased towards the professional system of universal universities. Weber Fairvet, who had just finished class at the El Meloy classroom, where the famous prodigy Kenneth El Meloy Archibald of the Clock Tower was enrolled, walked alone in the corridor outside the classroom. Why are you all alone? As a genius who accumulated knowledge through semi-self-study in a remote town, and was eventually recruited by the Clock Tower, the headquarters of the magic association that governs magicians worldwide, he must be arrogant. Of course, this is just a joke. The reality is, the Fairvet family's magician lineage has only continued for 3 generations. Among the scholarship students studying at the Clock Tower, many are scions of prominent families with lineages spanning 6 generations or more. In terms of the density of magic markings inherited over generations, and the number of magic circuits developed with each generation, Waver is indeed slightly inferior to the descendants of those orthodox magician families. The reality is quite cruel. The mainstream faction of the Clock Tower consists of a group of privileged students who are arrogant because of their long family lineage, and their sycophantic followers who surround them all day long. They also determined the values of the Magic Association, and even most of the instructors were no exception. These instructors focused most of their attention and expectations on students from prestigious families, refusing to teach magic to researchers like Weber who came from humble backgrounds, and even refusing to let them read magic books. Weber was unwilling to follow the crowd, so he naturally distanced himself from the mainstream. During this period of study, his dissatisfaction grew, forcing Weber to take action. In order to impeach the conservative system of the Mages Association, Weber wrote a paper entitled On the Path of Magic in the New Century. He spent 3 years conceiving this paper, and 1 year writing it, and he even wrote it down in class. He explored his arguments again and again, reflecting deeply and developing a well-thought-out and logically sound argument. Just now, this masterpiece was finally finished. But when he finished writing it, he found that everyone around him had already left. It turned out that get out of class had ended 3 hours ago. But Weber's spirits were soaring. He had already chosen his reviewer, Kenneth, the lecturer from the class. As a child prodigy, he must understand the value of this paper, right? With this in mind, and recalling that Kenneth had never discriminated against students from poor families like him, he thought about it. He was actually quite pleased with himself at that moment, like a novice author who, just as he was about to publish his book, was already convinced that his work would be a blockbuster, and would bring a major earthquake to the mundane literary world. Lost in his fantasy, Weber's steps became lighter and faster than ever before, and he even let out strange, inexplicable laughs from time to time. Weber fell straight to the ground, bumping into a strange-looking bald old man. Before he could even get up from the ground, Weber began apologizing, all the while wondering, why did he fall down when he's just a frail old man? Magician in type. 2022 words. The old man didn't speak, he just looked at him quietly. Weber felt a little embarrassed by the stare and quickly got up from the ground, gathering the papers scattered on the floor. After hurriedly picking up the paper, Weber apologized again, and then tried to leave as quickly as possible. "Wait a minute, kid, you left your stuff behind." Hearing the words behind him, Weber turned around and found that the old man was actually reading his unpublished debut work. Weber's face immediately turned bright red. "This is something I haven't submitted yet. What if this person leaks it beforehand? My life is over. Why did I miss a few pages?" Weber, consumed by regret and shame, became somewhat irrational and conceived a bold idea. Just snatch the stuff back and run away. In his attempt to retrieve the paper and escape, he seemed to forget that he was in a clock tower, and that he was the one who had just fallen. Although Weber lacked natural talent, he was still very good at execution. Without further ado, Weber assumed a charging stance, preparing to ram the old man again, and then steal the items in the chaos. With a deeper understanding of spells and a more skillful use of magic, one can make up for the innate gaps. Upon hearing his paper read aloud by the old man in front of him, Weber, who was still charging forward, immediately became like a deflated pufferfish, frozen in place. "Kid, are you saying that even magicians with very few generations of inherited skills can become top-notch?" "Of course. As long as you become familiar with the use of various spells and their principles, and understand the cause and effect relationships, even a magician with poor talent can eventually become a first-rate one." Upon hearing the old man's question, Weber seemed to forget what he wanted to do and immediately started arguing with the old man. Indeed, training is also essential for magicians. The old man seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became somewhat strange. "Sir, you agree with my theory. By the way, my name is Weber Velvet." Weber was pleased to see that the old man before him agreed with his theories. Moreover, the old man who remained at the clock tower at this time might be a high-ranking member of the association. "Yes, I am Machiri Zorjan," the old man introduced himself. "There doesn't seem to be a family called Zorjan in the clock tower," Weber wondered. "Machiri Zordny, do you know anyone on the review committee? Could you help me take this paper to the review committee?" Weber asked tentatively. "Young man, you're too cunning. Although I'm willing to help you with this, the Zorjan family hasn't been active at the clock tower for 200 years. The old man shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Weber felt somewhat embarrassed when he realized that his thoughts had been seen through. "Furthermore, I don't recommend that you submit this paper. A paper alone can't change anything," Zokanmeto added, pouring cold water on Weber's expectations. Hearing that the old man in front of him didn't think highly of him, Weber just felt that the old man was underestimating him. He believed that with his talent, his paper would surely be a success once it was seen by a discerning senior member of the association. "Young man, do you know the location of the nearby magic black market? If you do and are willing to take me there, I can give you some benefits." The old man suddenly changed the subject, seemingly with ulterior motives. When Weber heard the old man mention the magic black market, his heart skipped a beat. Although he wasn't unfamiliar with this field, as a student of the clock tower, he hadn't delved into it in depth. The magic black market. Weber frowned. "I know the location, but I've never been there. Just knowing the location is enough. If you find the magic materials you want there and the price is right, I can give them to you." Zokanmeto nudged Weber with his cane, signaling him to lead the way, as if he wasn't afraid Weber would refuse him. Weber hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow the old man. On their way to the black market, Weber and Zokenmeta talked about their views on magic, ranging from astronomy to mineralogy, from spirit possession to botany. Weber was passionate about studying magic, and although his understanding was relatively superficial, the areas he explored were exceptionally wide-ranging. He shared his understanding of different fields, including but not limited to mineralogy, botany, astrophysics, and necromancy. Zokenmeta responded to Weber's questions with his rich experience and profound knowledge, as well as his practical experience and insights in these fields. If an unsuspecting third party were present, they might mistakenly believe that Weber and Zokenmeta are grandfather and grandson. Before long, the two arrived at the Magician's Black Market, located on the outskirts of London. This black market is hidden in a dark corner of the suburbs, without any signs or signs, and only those in the know can find the entrance. The buildings lining the street seemed designed to conceal this secret market, and the people coming and going all kept a low profile, and were alert, clearly taking the black market's security very seriously. Upon entering the black market, Weber was immediately drawn to the dazzling array of magical items. All sorts of magic materials, magic costumes, and ancient books filled the stalls. Through the faintly glowing magic crystals, the light reflected a modeled scene, which was the world of the wild magician. "Go pick out the material you want, as long as the price is right," Zokenmeta said to Weber, who was overwhelmed by the choices. Weber scanned the surrounding stalls, slowly walking past each one, carefully observing each exhibit, pondering what kind of magical materials he needed. After some searching, Weber finally found a magical artifact that appealed to him. It was an ancient magical amulet, which the stall owner said possessed powerful defensive capabilities and could ward off curses. "This looks good," Weber said softly to Zokenmeta. Zokenmeta glanced at it and saw that it was a talisman engraved with runes. Its power was decent, but it was only a one-time use item. "This amulet is all right," Zokenmeta commented casually, "but it's only a disposable item." "Are you sure you want it?" "It's fine." Weber scratched his head. "This one will do. I happen to be interested in rune magic." After purchasing the items, Weber thanked Zokenmeta and prepared to leave. On the eve of his departure, he asked, somewhat puzzled, "This is our first meeting, and it's just a simple request. I'm a little confused as to why you're being so generous." "This is just an investment, and I have full confidence in your future success," Zokenmeta said with a low laugh. Weber, feeling vindicated, left the black market with great joy. Zokenmeta watched his retreating figure, gently shook his head, and began to carefully observe the so-called Magician's Black Market. "It seems like there's been a lot more material being produced by Warcraft lately." "Yes, they used to be a rare commodity. Those who hoarded the goods are probably going to go bankrupt. You underestimate them too much. I heard they're buying up materials on a large scale. With their financial resources, these materials will become scarce again in no time." "That's true. Even if a batch of materials suddenly appears, the things produced by magical beasts will always be rare and precious." "Sir, what do you think of these goods?" "The prices are quite reasonable right now, they'll skyrocket if you wait any longer." Zokenmeta declined all offers and listened quietly to the conversations of the merchants around him, a hint of worry creeping onto his face. Warcraft materials are flooding in, it seems things are really heading in that direction. A silver-white magic doll slowly emerged from the depths of the black market. It had a slender, smooth body, two eyes that were like two gems that shimmered with blue light, and silver hair on its head that was as soft as silk and swayed gently. It walks on the road with a tall and elegant figure, each step light and precise. The originally noisy black market gradually quieted down as it approached, and everyone tacitly made way for it. Zokenmeta stared at the doll walking towards him, judging from its structure and materials that it should be a combat-type doll. The unanimous reaction of the people in the surrounding black market further convinced him that this puppet was the enforcer of this black market. The doll stopped in front of Zokenmeta, its eyes flashing with a blue light. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Marchizaljan?" Chapter 9, Intelligence. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. Yes, I am Michiru Zorjan. Zokanmeto maintained a polite tone, while observing the silver-white magic doll in front of him with a slightly wary look. The doll nodded slightly, the blue light in her eyes gradually fading, revealing a calm expression. I'm here to meet you. You had a reservation at our auction. Please follow me. Her tone was calm and firm, and she gestured without hesitation for Zokanmeto to follow. Guided by the doll, Zokanmeto followed her through the crowded black market, and arrived at a relatively secluded corner. There was only one high wall there, and on one side of the wall, there was a hidden door, concealed in the shadow of the wall. The location of this door is almost imperceptible to the naked eye, as if shrouded in some kind of magical power, making its existence overlooked by ordinary people. If it weren't for the puppet's guidance, it would probably be hard to notice. The doll gestured for Zokanmeto to follow her inside, and Zokanmeto did not hesitate, following closely behind and crossing the boundary of the high wall. After entering the hidden door, they arrived at a separate room. The doll took out a cloak and a mask from the shelf in the room. The cloak and mask fit surprisingly well, suggesting that this information had already been revealed when they first encountered the doll. The cloak was a simple, unremarkable garment made of dark black fabric. However, upon closer inspection, some hidden runes can be found engraved on it, which seem to be magic runes used to block magical fluctuations. The presence of these runes makes the wearer more discreet during black market auctions, effectively concealing their identity. The mask was also entirely black, likely made of black velvet, and was also engraved with runes. It has a one-piece construction with no straps or brackets for securing it. Instead, it has a concave structure at the mouth, seemingly designed so that people can bite it to prevent the mask from falling off. Zokanmeto had seen similar designs at balls in the 16th and 17th centuries, and the Moretta masks used by women at that time also had similar features. However, compared to that mask, this one places greater emphasis on privacy, completely covering the entire face except for the eyes, leaving no gaps. After the doll saw Zokanmeto change his clothes, it handed him a quill pen and a piece of cardboard. Zokanmeto took the quill pen and the cardboard, feeling quite puzzled. He gently moved the cardboard, feeling its texture, and gradually realized that this was not ordinary paper. To dispel Zokanmeto's doubts, the doll offered the following explanation: this formal attire is specially designed to protect the guest's identity information. After you write down who you want to communicate with, any subsequent writing will appear directly on their paper. If you want to end the communication, you can make the words disappear by gently brushing them with the feather on your pen. Magician in type. 2190 words. After hearing the doll's explanation, Zokanmeto's doubts were somewhat dispelled, and he nodded in understanding. Then, he put away the quill pen and the cardboard, tucked them into his pocket, and prepared to follow the doll to the auction. The doll led Zokanmeto through the partitioned room to the entrance of the auction. The atmosphere here is completely different from the hustle and bustle outside the black market. A solemn and dignified aura washes over you. Tall stone pillars lined both sides, covered with ancient runes, radiating a mysterious light. Zokanmeto glanced around and realized that the auction house was shrouded in numerous barriers. These barriers are not limited to the physical level. There are also many hidden magical barriers that prevent outsiders from probing and spying. After entering the venue, the doll led Zokanmeto to a seat. The venue was fairly spacious, but there were only a dozen or so seats. The seating arrangement is circular, reminiscent of the legendary Knights of the Round Table. Each seat is placed around the round table, forming a complete circle. This layout ensures that every participant is seated on an equal footing, without distinction of rank, thus highlighting the principles of fairness and equality in the auction. At the center of the round table was a special instrument, which seemed to be a ceremonial garment used to create magical illusions, and was presumably a tool for displaying the auction items. After everyone was seated, the entire venue was completely silent due to the masks. Compared to a typical auction venue, this place seemed more like a gathering place for cultists. The underground auctions in the magic world tend to avoid direct commentary. This is not only due to the mystery and secrecy, but also because of the need to respect the privacy of sellers or buyers. Although sometimes trash may be bought, it is part of the principle of this trading method to consider it as reaping what you sow. Even auctions in the world of magic vary greatly. It's just that under the guise of an auction, there are casual transactions involving leftover items from rituals, as well as transactions involving the buying and selling of body parts of fantasy species that have long disappeared from modern times. For the highest level auctions, the Mystic Eye Collection train, which trades mystic eyes, is quite famous. Zoken Meta sat on one side of the aisle in the hall. His seat was the seventh seat. Before long, the first item to be auctioned appeared in the center of the round table, a batch of dragon's fangs. While the dragon fangs produced by wyverns are not materials for mythical beasts, they are still considered among the best materials for monsters. But isn't this number a bit too much? There are a full 20 sets. To get so many dragon teeth, you would need to kill at least 10 wyverns. After the auction items were displayed, a piece of text appeared in the center of the round table. What was peculiar was that no matter which direction you looked at it from, the text always faced you. I need a Hydra larva, or a support-type magical artifact. If I don't have any, I can consider selling my items for 500 mana. The appearance of this text caught the attention of the auctioneers present. Some began to consider whether they could fulfill the request, while others watched silently, seemingly waiting for a better opportunity. However, Zoken Meta was pondering a different problem at that moment. The number of magical beasts of the dragon race appearing in the present world is already small, but now there is a large amount of such material. The currency used for transactions was mana, a crystal formed from the compressed magic drawn from the Great Source. Since the end of the Age of Gods, it has always been a sought-after item. Does this situation mean that the boundaries between the inner and outer worlds and the present world are gradually becoming blurred? The intelligence just obtained from the black market, monsters are appearing in large numbers in the present world, further confirms Zoken Meta's current thoughts. In this tranquil auction hall, the only sound was the quill pen gently gliding across parchment, each stroke representing keen interest and competition for the items up for auction. In the end, the 14th bidder successfully acquired the item. However, the price he offered remains a mystery. No one knows exactly how much he bid. However, this item did not interest Zoken Meta. He knew that what he needed was in this auction, and all he had to do now was wait patiently and extract the information he needed from these items. In such an environment, he has enough time to observe, wait, and decide on his next move. Therefore, he sat quietly in his seat, attentively waiting for the next item to appear, and for the opportunity he needed to come. As time went on, dozens of items appeared, and were auctioned off, and the auction was drawing to a close. Zoken Meta sat in his seat, his gaze fixed on the center of the round table, waiting for the item he needed to be auctioned. He has now determined that something must have gone wrong on the other side of the world, causing a large number of magical beasts and mythical beasts to frequently appear in the present world. Zoken Meta remained calm, showing no panic despite the fact that the item he desired had not yet appeared. He knew perfectly well that the item was undoubtedly in the hands of the auction house's owner. At the end of the auction, when the item finally appears, Zoken Meta will be ready to act, and he will make sure he gets everything he needs, no matter the cost. It was a strand of golden wool that shone like gold, soft and smooth, emitting a faint golden glow. Its delicate fibers seemed to be woven from gold, and its texture was luxurious and opulent. The owner's requirement was a collectible of equal value or a piece of mana of equivalent worth. Golden wool is a top-tier treasure, used not only as a high-grade material in occult rituals but also as a magical artifact. Its appearance became the focus of the entire auction, attracting the attention of everyone present. The sound of pens and paper scraping against each other was constant, but no one took the piece. The auction was drawing to a close, and the fate of the golden fleece seemed to remain uncertain. The auctioneers present were probably weighing the pros and cons. After all, the value of this wool was self-evident, but for them, either they could not provide the corresponding transaction terms, or they had doubts about its practicality. However, Zoken Meta was determined to win the bid, especially since he could easily discern the auction house's owner's preferences by examining its layout and decorations. The other party is also pursuing a relic, but the purpose behind their pursuit of the relic is no longer within Zokanmata's consideration. All he had to do was prepare everything Matucci needed, since it was thanks to this grandson that he was able to witness those scenes. Since Matuik chose this himself, everything will be done according to Matuik's preferences. This Holy Grail war is not yet his time to participate, and whether his current actions constitute aiding the enemy is no longer his concern. His battlefield lies in the future. Having made up his mind, Zokanmeta picked up his quill pen and wrote his response on a piece of parchment. I am willing to exchange the undamaged lake for the golden fleece. As for the terms of the transaction, we can discuss them after the auction. The auction was drawing to a close, all the items had been displayed, and Zokanmeta's response had been relayed to the auctioneer. After everyone had left, Zokanmeta was led to another room by a doll maid. This room was more private than the auction hall, with mysterious runes hanging on the walls, emanating a faint magical aura. An antique table was placed in the center of the room, covered with soft silk, which made it look particularly solemn. The doll maid gestured for Zokanmeta to sit down, then stepped aside and waited quietly. Sitting opposite Zokanmeta was a man with silver hair. His eyes were deep and firm, as if they could see through all the troubles and confusion. The man made no attempt to conceal his identity. He was none other than Marisbury Animusphia, the monarch of the clock tower's astronomical department. Upon seeing Maris, Zokanmeta also removed his mask without hesitation and placed it aside. At this moment, another doll entered the room and placed the vessel containing the golden fleece between the two. Hello, I am the head of the Meta family from Fuyuki. Upon hearing this, Zokanmeta knew that the man before him had a very clear and accurate grasp of the information regarding the Holy Grail War. Hello, Monarch Animusphia of the Celestial Science Department. As I stated in the auction just now, the golden fleece can be exchanged for the indestructible lake. Yes, exchanging the golden fleece for the undamaged lake is a pretty good deal. I've also prepared 3,000 mana for the difference. As he spoke, Marisbury beckoned a doll and placed 3,000 mana on the table. Seeing this, Zokanmeta also drew out the indestructible lake light from his body and handed it to the doll beside him. The way the Meta family head stores things is really, well, peculiar. Well, something this big is inconvenient to carry around, so I embedded it into my body, Zokanmeta replied as he put away the golden fleece and mana from the table. The transaction was completed smoothly without any unexpected problems. Is the Meta family planning to use the golden fleece to summon the servants who will be participating in this battle? Lord Animusphia, are you also planning to participate in this Holy Grail war? It seems there's still one spot left in the clock tower. Zokanmeta didn't answer but instead asked. However, the monarch of Animusphia shook his head and explained with a smile, No, I have no intention of participating in this Holy Grail war. My interests lie in other areas, and the Holy Grail is not my priority. Why is the monarch so interested in the Holy Grail war? Zokanmeta tried to extract more information. Zokanmeta's question caused Lord Animusphia to pause slightly. He pondered for a moment, then gently explained, My interest in the Holy Grail war lies not in the struggle for the Holy Grail itself, but in the fact that the way the Greater Grail operates overlaps with my current research direction. Zokanmeta did not continue to ask questions, as rashly interfering with someone else's path of demonic cultivation could easily provoke unnecessary hostility. I recently heard that someone wants to contact Lord Gemstone Elder. I presume that person is you. Seeing that Zokanmeta didn't want to continue the previous topic, Animusphia shifted the focus elsewhere, her words tinged with arrogance. It's just some private matter from 200 years ago, Zokanmeta replied casually. Although it was just a simple statement, it was easy to hear the retaliation against Animusphia's recent impolite behavior. Of course, appropriate silence can better promote cooperation, which applies to both parties. After the two of them avoided the topic and discussed their views on the boundary recording tape and the outside world for a while, Zokanmeta felt that the time was right and bid farewell to Animusphia. Talking with you has solved many of my problems. If you would like, I would like to invite you to join our research. Anna Musfia stood up and looked at Zokan Mato, who was about to leave, and extended an invitation to him. No, thank you. I don't have long to live, and I need to make arrangements for my affairs after I'm gone. Mata Zokan politely declined the request from the monarch before him. All right then, but I have a feeling we'll meet again someday. Anna Musfia said this with a strange glint in her eyes. Zokan Mata remained silent for a moment, then said, Yes, we will meet again someday. On the third day, the day the clock tower was to give its answer, Zokan Mata arrived at the clock tower ahead of schedule. On his way to the clock tower, he happened to meet Weber Fairweather. Weber Fairweather seemed to be in a hurry, but when he saw Zokan Mata, he stopped and showed a hint of surprise. Since that day they met, he went back and looked up information about Machiri's origin, and discovered that he had been active in the clock tower in the 16th century, but seemed to have disappeared for the past 200 years. Zorjan, you're here too? He asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Magician in type 1994 words, Yes, I haven't finished my business at the clock tower yet. As for you, have you submitted your thesis to the review committee? Zokan Mata replied casually. No, it's still being polished. I plan to submit it in 2 months. Weber scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, after all, he had been full of confidence just a few days ago. As the two talked, the clock tower gradually came into view. As soon as the two stepped into the clock tower, a group of magicians surrounded them. The leader was a woman who was about 1.6 meters tall, with a flaxen ponytail, and eyes that matched her hair color. She wore a holy robe made of mithril, and held a magical costume resembling a riding whip. Vampire, is this the one you want to see, Jewel Elder? The newcomer asked bluntly, blocking Zokan Mata's path. Lord Bartholomew, I haven't fallen into the clutches of the dead apostle yet, Zokan Mata said with a wry smile as he looked at the person who had come before him. But what difference is there between you and a vampire now? Zorjan, you've fallen to this state in just 200 years, the woman continued sarcastically. Zokan Mata remained silent, while Weber had already fled in terror. What exactly do you want to see Jewel Elder about? Seeing that Zokan Mata did not answer, the woman continued with the previous question. I'll have to wait until I communicate with the Jewel Elder to find out, Zokan Mata said, avoiding the question. The association has lost contact with Gemstone Elder. Otherwise, why do you think I'd be here talking to you? Chapter 10, Zokan Mata's Gift. You've probably noticed the large number of Warcraft appearing in reality lately, haven't you? Zokan Mata changed the subject, moving on to something else that seemed unimportant. You mean to say that the disappearance of the Gemstone Elder is related to this? Zokan Mata nodded and said, the disappearance of Jewel Elder may be a clue to this situation. We need to find him. You came to see Jewel Elder just because of this? Bartholomew continued to ask, his sharp eyes fixed on Mata Zokan. That's all. Zokan Mata was unwilling to elaborate, and left the conversation there. Mata Ike's left hand, which was holding the insect, suddenly trembled, as if it had sensed something. Has it finally arrived? He murmured to himself. A burning pain appeared on the back of my left hand, and red lines gradually appeared. The lines intertwined on his skin to form a strange pattern resembling the Holy Grail. The 3 sacred marks, like mysterious imprints, were deeply engraved on his skin, as if telling a story of destiny. Is this my command seal? He murmured to himself, his fingers gently touching the patterns, feeling the heat and power emanating from them. All that's missing is the sacred relic. Mata Ike couldn't help but think of Mata Zokan. Mata Ike learned from intelligence from the Japanese aviation system that Mata Zokan had gone to Germany, then to England, and finally to Iceland within 2 months. Judging by the time, he should have already returned to Fuyuki. So where is he now? Mata Ike begins contacting the familiar hiding at Fuyuki Airport, and learns that Mata Zokan has gone to Ryuji Temple. Why would Ryuji Temple, one of the 3 major sites of the Greater Grail's descent, be going there? Could it be that he also discovered something wrong with the Greater Grail? With this question in mind, he decided to go to Ryudo Temple in person to find out why Metazoken was there. Ryudo Temple is located on Mount Enzo in Fuyuki, and beneath it lies the largest of Fuyuki's four major spiritual veins, where the Greater Grail system was established. As night fell, Ryodong Temple was enveloped in tranquility. Moonlight filters through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows that make the ancient buildings appear desolate and mysterious. In the quiet of the night, Madoike quietly arrived at Ryudo Temple and cast spells on herself that granted her the ability to conceal her presence and hide her form. Stepping into the courtyard of the Matuchi Pond, all around was quiet, with only the sound of the breeze rustling through the leaves echoing in the night. As you walk step by step along the stone path to the Medicine Buddha Hall of Ryodong Temple, the Medicine Buddha Hall, which should be brightly lit by candles, is now shrouded in darkness. Only the moonlight shone on the palace roof, casting eerie silhouettes. Carefully pushing open the door of the Yakushido Hall, Madoike entered a tranquil sanctuary. Bathed in moonlight, the Yakushido Hall appeared even more secluded. His gaze wandered throughout the hall, and he noticed that the candles in front of the Buddha statue had long since burned out, but no monks had replaced them. With a sudden thought, Matuchi sent out all the demonic worms on his body, instructing them to search for traces of living people. With the arrival of the demonic worms, Madoike had become fully aware of the situation within Ryudo Temple, but he had not found Metazoken. The lecture hall, abbot's quarters, Dharma hall, and pagoda were all empty, and all the monks of Ryudo Temple were fast asleep in their burlesques. Faced with this situation, Madoike's doubts deepened. He knew there was only one place left to search: the great hollow beneath Ryodong Temple, the Dragon Cave. The rock surface of this cave was engraved with enormous magic circles. The Holy Grail system, the true core of the Holy Grail War, was established here. As Madoike pondered whether to dive down, Metazoken's voice suddenly rang out, "Ike, come out." Before anyone knew it, Zoken Meta had appeared in the center of the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Yakushido Hall, where Meta Pond was located. Seeing that Zoken Meta had seen through his disguise, Madoike cancelled the magic he was using and revealed his true form. "How did you find out about me?" Madoike asked, somewhat puzzled. "Ike, you don't really think I haven't left anything on you for sensing, do you?" Zoken Meta's voice was calm and firm, carrying a hint of warning. "So what are you doing here? What do you want to do at the place where the Greater Grail descended?" Madoike asked directly. "What I want to do is none of your business. Your main concern right now is to deal with the upcoming Holy Grail War, not to inquire about my affairs." Zoken Meta declined to answer the question, seemingly not intending to reveal much. "This is one of the places where the Holy Grail descended. As a member of the Meta family, I have an obligation to know that you have come here to do some shady things, Grandpa." Ignoring Zoken's words, Madoike continued to press for answers. At the same time, Madoike moved closer and closer to Metazoken, since this was not an insect room, and Metazoken had no way to fight back. He's now openly trying to intimidate Zoken Meta. Madoike quickened his pace, relentlessly closing in on Metazoken, displaying a clear threat to him. However, Zoken Meta was not swayed by Meta's actions. Instead, he shook his head slightly, a hint of disapproval in his eyes. Then, his figure flickered, transformed into a swarm of insects, and disappeared from the spot. An eerie atmosphere lingered in the air, and Madoike fell into a brief silence. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence, "Chi, remember to come back soon, I brought you a gift." Watching Metazoken transform into an insect and flee, Madoike let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat helpless. He turned and walked toward the location of the Kuri at Ryodong Temple. At Ryudoji Temple, the sleeping monks have become the new focus of attention at Meta Pond. If the slumbering spell cast on them is not lifted in time, it may take several days for them to wake up on their own. He then decided to lift the monks' slumber to prevent the unusual situation at Ryodong Temple from being leaked. Therefore, he decided to personally take charge of the final cleanup work for Metazoken. Using his magical skills, he touched their foreheads one by one, slowly dispelling the dormant magical energy from their bodies. As each monk's drowsiness was broken, they gradually regained consciousness. Some were confused upon waking, while others were puzzled by their state. After some effort, the unusual situation at Ryodong Temple was resolved. Matucci glanced around the temple, and after confirming that everything was safe, he slowly left the ancient temple. Matoike returned to the Mata family home, pondering the events of the day and the gift that Matazokan had mentioned. Matoike arrived at his study, the place he usually used to think about problems and study magic. He sat down at his desk, looked around, and saw a faint aroma of incense filling the room. Various ancient books were displayed on the bookshelves, and everything seemed so familiar. But there are also things that are different from usual. The solid wood desk is engraved with a magical mark that emits a faint glow. This magical mark must have been left by Zokan Mato. He reached out and gently touched the mark, pondering the information it contained. Matoike decided to immerse herself in her own magic in order to better understand the information within. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to infuse his magic into the magic imprint. As magic was infused, the magic mark vibrated slightly, and its light became even brighter. Matoike sensed a peculiar power surging within the magic mark, as if a mysterious connection was being established. As magic was poured in, Matoike discovered that it was a rune used for sealing. Zokan Mato must have sealed something inside this desk, perhaps the gift he mentioned. Matoike had seen these sealing runes in the magic book at home. He only needed to inject magic power according to the arrangement of the runes to break the seal. As his magic power flowed in continuously, the magic imprint began to undergo subtle changes. The previously static runes began to flicker, emitting a dazzling light. A vessel filled with golden sheepskin appeared before him. Chapter 11 Premature Summoning. There are 3 months left until the Holy Grail War begins. Matucci took a deep breath. They stood in the insect pod, looking around at the dark, deep-sea-like world. The stench of decay and sour, watery vapor filled the air, making them feel uneasy. Are you sure you want to summon a servant now? Matazokan stood to the side, confirming with Matoike once again, showing a hint of doubt. Chi, who was at the center of the ceremony, nodded in response, his gaze firm and resolute. Summoning servants before the Greater Grail is completely full is not a good idea. Zokan Mata seemed to disagree, his tone revealing his concern about the potential risks. I don't intend to summon a class like the 3 Knights. Even if the Holy Grail isn't full, it's enough for me to summon Caster. Matoike remained non-committal about this, displaying confidence and determination, seemingly unconcerned about insufficient mana. Insufficient magic power might summon a defective one, Zokan Mata reminded Ike Matu again, trying to make him think twice before acting. However, Matoike did not hesitate, knowing his own abilities and decisiveness. With a gentle wave of his hand, he began to activate the magic circle at the center of the ritual, preparing to summon the servant. Be full, be full, be full, be full, be full. Magician in type 1635 words. The cycle repeats itself, and then 5 times. However, the moment of abundance is also the moment of decay. Based on the elements of silver and iron, and on the foundation of stone, and the Grand Duke of Contracts use an iron wall to block the descending winds and seal the 4 gates. From the crown, the 3-way path to the kingdom continues endlessly. While chanting loudly, Matucci summoned the magical worms into the ritual. The worms burst open, and their magical fluids flowed along the array diagram in the ritual, outlining the shape of a magic circle, and finally flowing towards the golden wool in the center of the magic circle. As a familiar nurtured by Matoike using her blood, she now serves as a living sacrifice to strengthen the bond between the summoner and the summoned. Announcement: you have given yourself to me, and I have entrusted my destiny to your scepter. Those who wish to follow the reliance of the Holy Grail, and abide by this will and reason, respond to me. Matoike felt magic coursing through his body, and his magic circuits writhing within him, unleashing a chilling cold and pain. He gritted his teeth, and continued chanting the incantation. I hereby swear an oath. I am the one who has achieved perfect goodness throughout the ages. I am the person who spreads all the evil in the world. Matuike's vision grew increasingly dim. The demonic worms residing within Matuike's body are each chanting independently to support his magic. Matuike's heart had broken free from his own will, and was now being driven by other forces, causing it to beat violently. The magical energy absorbed from the atmosphere is ravaging Matuike's body, and his body has now forgotten the functions of a human. It was transformed into a component used to achieve this miracle, becoming a circuit connecting the heroic spirit and matter. Her body groaned in agony as the magic overwhelmed her, but Matuike ignored the pain, and continued to concentrate on chanting the incantation. But your eyes will surely be blinded by betrayal. You are now trapped in the red lotus of revenge. However, I will become the chains that bind you. Anger will imprison the depths of your heart. But I will become a mask to fool you. Matuike mixed forbidden elements into the summoning incantation. These 4 incantations will give the summoned servant the aptitude of the Avenger class, but will not summon directly as an Avenger. Under certain circumstances, it can achieve the effect of class conversion. Generally speaking, a servant's basic abilities are closely related to the mage's qualities. Therefore, it is necessary to utilize the servant's class to enhance their overall stats. The Matu family's method is to change the summoning incantation to determine the servant's class beforehand. Normally, when a heroic spirit becomes a servant, its class is determined by its attributes, and cannot be changed arbitrarily. However, there are 2 exceptions, which can be decided by the summoner before summoning. One type is assassin. This is because the heroic spirits who qualify as assassin are specifically members of an assassin group known as Hassan Sabah. Another type of class requires all servants to undergo certain special conditions to qualify as berserkers. Matuike learned from the previous spirit seance that there was another class called Avenger. Both the Berserker and Avenger classes can be achieved through special means. After studying the Matu family's incantations, this new 4-line incantation was finally derived. In terms of choosing people, he also had special considerations. As a witch associated with the Golden Fleece, betrayal and revenge permeated her life. Finally, by using a magic circle composed of his own flesh and blood magic power, he could integrate Metapond as part of his spirit origin during the construction of his spirit origin, thus becoming the lock for class transformation. Revolving around your 3 great spiritual pronouncements, the wheel of self-restraint descends. The guardian of Libra, as he finished reciting the prayer, the magical energy flowing into Matuike's body accelerated to its limit. A fierce wind and lightning raged, and chaotic magic flowed throughout the workshop. Even Zokan Matu, who was watching from the sidelines, was unable to open his eyes due to the strong wind pressure. Amidst the wind pressure, the summoned patterns shone brilliantly. The passage in the magic circle finally connected to the outside of the world, which is Valhalla. Instead of stopping the supply of magic circuits, Matuike turned the power up to the maximum, supplying all the magic power into the mystic eyes. Standing to the side, Zokan Matu saw that Ike Matu had activated his mystic eyes and couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are you doing?" Matuike's brain was working at lightning speed, deconstructing the operation of the mystic eyes at full power, and blood was even seeping from the corner of her eyes. The spirit foundation was finally completed, and a figure enveloped in dense magic power emerged from the depths of the blinding, surging sea of light. The magician's pleading reached their ears. A legendary phantom that came from the other side to this place, appearing with fierce winds and lightning. Although they are human, they have reached a transcendent state, possessing superhuman strength and rising to the level of elves. They come from the throne of restraint, a place that gathers all those whose figures have been etched in history. Finally, in the dimly lit insect nest, a question uttered in a contradictory voice, both clear and alluring, echoed through the Matu family's workshop. "Answer me, are you my master? You seem to have made quite a few changes to the summoning prayers and ritual procedures." Zokan Matu, sitting on a leather sofa with his cane, asked Ike Matu, who was gazing out the window. 10 years of studying magic has finally paid off, Matuike replied idly, his eyes fixed on the woman outside. Zokan Matu smiled upon hearing this, seemingly already used to Matuike's rude behavior. So what exactly were you looking at with those demonic eyes at the end? This was a question that Zoken Metu couldn't shake off. He was now extremely sensitive to anything related to the inside or outside of the world. When summoning servants at Meta Pond, he clearly understood the purpose of both the prayers and the rituals. Only in the final step, what was Matuik looking at with his deconstruction-enhancing magic eyes, remained unclear to him. They're just looking at the composition of the spirit origin. What did you think? Chapter 12. The Scarlet Dream. Wine and meat adorned the table, and rows of candlesticks shone brightly. Where am I? Matuik looked towards the high platform where the main seat was located. Seated there was a figure dressed as a king, clad in a long, gleaming golden robe. A crown, studded with dazzling jewels, adorned his head. He brandished a scepter with lightning speed. Perhaps that was a king. Two young girls, presumably his daughters, stood beside him, and he seemed proud and victorious about it. He stared at me and my companion with terrifying eyes. Companion. I subconsciously turned my head to look at my side. They were a group of heroes. I seemed to instinctively realize it. My companions, clad in gleaming armor like immortals, stood tall, as if proclaiming their own nobility. Suddenly, the king on the high platform shouted at us, issuing a terrible threat and saying loudly, "Tell me who you are, what brought you here, and where you came from. What makes you want to cross the land of Kokis? Aren't you afraid of my power, or of the people of Kalkis? They submit to my scepter, master the art of combat, and are even unaffected by the spear of Ares." A barrage of questions left my companions and me speechless with astonishment. But suddenly someone roared back at the king on the high platform, "We did not come as bandits, nor did we wander from a foreign land for the benefits of life. In fact, my uncle Peleus, son of Poseidon, imposed his own task on me. So we can't go back to Iolcus unless we take the Golden Fleece. My beloved companions are not despicable either. Some are children of God, some are children of heroes, neither good at fighting nor wanting to fight. But we hope to be your guest, because that would be better." I was somewhat surprised, wondering who could say something so cowardly yet ruthless. I turned my head, only to see silence. It seemed as if the words had not come from our side. Meanwhile, the king on the high platform was plotting with his ministers. They seemed excited and had come up with a terrible scheme to deal with us heroes. "If you are truly determined to fight the belligerent Kalkis and destroy his army, then the prize will undoubtedly be yours. You can take the wool back to your homeland. But if your formation is defeated in this battle, then your prize will be your death and the destruction of your ship. However, if you are willing to submit to me, then choose the best among you and the one most deserving of the throne, and I will test him with my trials. If he completes these tasks, he will take the Golden Fleece." As soon as I finished speaking, my vision began to darken, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself on a ship with my companions. They were having a heated discussion about how to get the golden wool from Kokith. Someone suggested we should kill that arrogant king, abduct his daughter, and plunder his treasury. Magician in type 1795 words. This proposal was immediately rejected because the bravest, most valiant, and most warlike among us was not on the ship at that moment. The regret of losing Hercules hangs over us. Without him, we have no hope of defeating the invincible Kalkis and the reckless Ares. At this moment, someone asked me, "Great son of Ethan, do you have any good ideas?" I strained my throat but couldn't utter a single word. Suddenly, a golden light fell from the sky, and a woman dressed in gorgeous and noble clothes slowly condensed from golden light particles. She looked at me, and I looked at her, but I couldn't see her face clearly. When she appeared, the people around her bowed slightly to show their respect. "Great goddess Hera, we have no solution to the current situation." Hera looked around and finally fixed her gaze on me. "You go and conquer the princess of Kalkis, and I will have Aphrodite, the mother of love, help you." After she finished speaking, she placed her hand on my forehead, and I was plunged into darkness once again. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a meadow, and my companions were imitating the bleating of lambs over and over again. These cries seemed to be enticing something. Before long, a beautiful girl wearing a long robe of white and blue, with unusually pointed ears, a high ponytail, and blue eyes and hair, came following the sound of the lamb. A magical arrow, a mixture of illusion and reality, shot down from the sky, aiming straight for the girl's heart. The girl seemed to sense something and wanted to run away, but the will of the gods could not be disobeyed. Cupid's arrow pierced the girl's heart, and she collapsed onto the haystack. Suddenly, my body moved uncontrollably toward the girl who had fainted on the haystack. The moment he approached the girl, she woke up, her eyes blazing with an incomprehensible love and allure. "Hello, I am Medea, Princess of Colchis. And you are?" Before the words were even finished, I greedily kissed her. It only now did I realize that I was in a dream, and at this moment I was just a possessed spirit, powerless to make any changes. I learned from the Princess of Colchis that King Eats would test them with 3 trials. The first task was to plow 4 acres of land from among the fire-breathing cattle. Then they used the dragon's teeth to grow an army, and finally passed through them without a scratch. Finally, we will obtain the golden wool hanging on the oak tree through the protection of the evil dragon. Medea prepared items for me to pass each of the 3 trials. Fire-resistant potions, gems that attract armies, and potions that soothe dragons. With Medea's help, I successfully passed the test and won the golden fleece. Abhiltus, I will not go back with you. I have already met my love. Sister, this is father's order. You must return to Colchis with the golden fleece. Your actions are a shameless betrayal, which is abhorrent to the gods. I looked at Abhirtus, who was chasing after me, and quickly exchanged a glance with Medea, who was confronting him. I drew my sword and stabbed Abhirtus from behind. Medea did not grieve for her brother, instead, she dismembered him and threw the pieces into the turbulent river mouth, where they flowed with the current to the sea. As I looked at Medea's movements, I felt a sense of fear and disgust. After a series of trials, we finally passed them, and I and Medea got married and lived together. Evil deeds cannot bring good results, so King Eats dispatched a powerful fleet, the Colchians, the Alavians, the Charondais, and the Salamis. They are searching for us so that they may bring Medea back to her esteemed father, Eats, to be punished for the murder of her brother. Medea trembled with fear that eroded her noble countenance, lest King Phaesia reluctantly send her back to her home. Looking at her like that, and the fleet that was pursuing her, I seemed to have a different thought. Finally, we returned to Iorkos, which is my country, and will also be my country. But things don't always go as planned. My uncle did not pass the throne to me as agreed. Medea, for my sake, lied to the princesses of the kingdom of Iorkos, claiming that she could help their father regain his youth. She killed an old sheep and threw it into a magic pot to cook, and a lively little sheep jumped out of the pot. Seeing this, the princesses were convinced of Medea's magic and persuaded the old king Peleus to bathe in Medea's great magic cauldron so that he could regain his youth. Thus, the princesses, unaware of the plot, cooperated with Medea to kill their father, Peleus. As a result, Peleus was scalded to death in the magic cauldron, and then left the throne to me. All of this was with my tacit approval. But fate had other plans. Such evil deeds seemed to have angered the Greek people, and I and Medea were driven to Corinth. The king of Corinth wanted to marry his daughter to me, and I had to choose between Medea and the princess of Corinth. Reflecting on the past few hundred years of exile, I grew tired of that life and told Medea about my decision. Out of consideration for our past relationship, I agreed to give her a sum of gold coins so that she could have a place to settle down in another country. But that wicked woman soaked her robes in poison, killed the king and princess of Corinth, and in revenge against me, killed my 2 children, leaving me childless, and finally rode away on a dragon. Is this the life of the witch named Medea? It's filled with betrayal and revenge. But what I'm about to do is no different from betrayal. Chapter 13, Teachings from a Magician of the Age of Gods. In the dark and damp insect house, the dim light barely illuminated everything, casting deep shadows. The insect chamber was filled with a damp atmosphere, and the walls were covered with thick vines that seemed to be swallowing the entire space. Several insects crawled in the shadows, making soft sounds, like a breeze rustling through the leaves in the forest. Matoike stood at the edge of the insect nest, holding a water spider familiar in her hand. This familiar was obtained from Zokan Mato. Matoike had developed a strong interest in such trinkets long ago. Just as he was pondering how to make good use of this water spider familiar. Yes, the sound of high heels hitting the ground came from behind Matoike. Matoike knew who it was just by hearing the footsteps, and turned around with slight surprise, saying, "Why did you agree to come here? You almost tore this place down yesterday, Castor. How was I supposed to know this was your magic workshop? What magician would leave their workshop in such a mess? Dirty, smelly, and noisy, these are the main selling points of the Meta family's insect house. Those who enter this area for the first time may even mistakenly believe that they have entered some kind of worm hell." Castor, who was new to the area, also experienced all of this. When she was summoned to the mortal world last night, she stood in the ritual, her feet surrounded by exploding, dead demonic worms. I almost mistook it for Beelzebub's domain, and almost used high-speed divine word to chant 2 high-level spells, blowing the inside of the insect chamber upside down. Fortunately, Matoike reacted quickly and immediately used a command spell to stop Castor's attack, successfully stabilizing his emotions. Who would have thought that the infamous, ruthless witch princess from the epic would be afraid of insects? Matoike made a helpless expression, and threw the water spider he was playing with into the large insect nest below. But then he used the silk spun by the water spider to pull it back, as if demonstrating his control over the little gadget. Looking at the master's affected expression, the way he deliberately teased the insects, and the provocative words, I realized that Castor just wanted to shove 2 blazing bursts into his master's mouth to shut him up, and get him to talk properly. But those who have done wrong must ultimately bear all this suffering. Who told her to cause her master to lose a command seal that could decide the key battle situation so soon after she arrived in the mortal world? Seeing the somewhat silent servant before him, Matoike had no choice but to straighten his attitude, put away the little toy in his hand, and face Castor with an attitude of preparing to listen to his teachings. Master, during the summoning process yesterday, you seemed to have tampered with the summoning ritual, didn't you? Castor ripped off the black hood of his onesie, revealing long, glazed blue hair. Her lake blue eyes narrowed slightly, and she stared intently at Matoike with a serious expression. When Castor was first summoned yesterday, she immediately sensed something was wrong with her body. This feeling surged into her heart the moment she appeared in the world, almost making her want to take action. Matoike moved his body slightly. Although Castor in front of him did not seem to show any malice, and even though he still held 2 command seals in his hand, he still felt a little guilty. After all, it's quite rare for a master to be confronted by a servant the day after summoning them. As expected of a magician renowned even in the age of gods, how could he detect his own abnormality after the ritual was already completed? Castor wasn't going to be easily fooled by Matoike's praise, so she continued to press for answers. So what exactly did Master do? His dishonesty in the Holy Grail War may be the root cause of his defeat. Nothing was done, just your job class was adjusted, giving you the possibility of changing job classes. Matoike's answer was somewhat nonchalant, as if he didn't think the adjustment was a big deal. Is there anything else, Castor? Then why bother? Castor was determined to get to the bottom of this today. She had a vague feeling that if things weren't clear up today, the consequences might not be good. Faced with Castor's relentless questioning, Matoike silently considered the situation before him. Magician in type. 1998 words. Castor is only sensitive to this because of his past experiences, so it's enough to just comfort him appropriately. Having made up his mind, Matoike explained, this all started with why I chose the Castor class servant in the first place. First, it's to learn more magic. As a relatively inexperienced magician, if I can receive instruction from a heroic spirit-level magician in advance, even if I don't win the Holy Grail in the end, my future will still be bright. This is a consideration for one's own future. Secondly, it is to deal with the Holy Grail War. The Castor class has always been a weak position in the Holy Grail War. So if we can switch classes at critical moments and get the stat boosts from other classes, our chances of winning should be greater. This is strategic thinking, and these are the truths. Matoike explained his considerations while moving around Castor. As he walked behind Castor, he finished speaking. Looking at Castor, who was still deep in thought, Matoike added another sentence. Then, Your Highness Princess of Kokis, may I now address you as teacher? Castor slowly turned her head to look at her master, who bowed slightly to her in a show of respect. She couldn't remember how long ago it had been since she felt so deceived by sweet words. The magic foundation of the Age of Gods is not the same as the magic foundation of the modern era. Even if you learn most of my knowledge, you will not be able to use it. When faced with her master, Castor's first reaction was to refuse, but after thinking for a moment, her words were not so firm, as if she had thought of something. But there are also things that can be used in modern times, aren't there, Professor Medea? Seeing that Castor's reaction was not resolute, Matoike realized that he had already succeeded halfway, so he intensified his offensive against Castor. So what kind of knowledge do you want to learn? Poisoning, potions, or magic? Castor succumbed to Matoike's advances and comforted herself, thinking that the master-disciple relationship was ultimately more reassuring than the master-servant relationship, since all she really wanted was peace of mind. Of course, that's all. With such great knowledge laid out before us, how could we not be greedy? How much can you learn in just 3 months? Castor wasn't very satisfied with the new student's comment. If his master was a donkey, then he could only. The voice just fell. Castor saw a surge of magical energy erupt from the master's eyes, radiating a magical glow. Is it the mystic eye? Castor asked. Yes, deconstruction eye, gem grade, can be used to deconstruct magic. Matoike raised her head, looked into Castor's eyes, and answered. Is the only function of a gem grade mystic eye to deconstruct magic? Castor was somewhat puzzled. If a second-tier mystic eye only had the function of deconstruction magic, then it was far too weak. This is the only effect we've discovered so far. Matoike smiled somewhat awkwardly. So what do you want to learn now? You have to eat the cake one bite at a time. Castor still refused to cram all his magical knowledge into Matoike's mind at once. Then let's learn the techniques of high-speed divine words and the magic time control first. Chapter 14, Strategic Decision-Making, the Technique of High-Speed Divine Word. Well, let me be frank, you can't learn that. Castor bluntly sentenced Matoike to death. If it's a skill, there shouldn't be any reason why I can't learn it. Matoike was somewhat puzzled, especially since he had already revealed his mystic eyes. First of all, you should understand the principles of spell incantation. Castor flicked his index finger and drew several syllables in the air, representing the spell he was about to chant. For example, the Gandry shooting is a magic trick that can be achieved with just one engineering operation, simply like this. A gander, enhanced by the magician of the Age of Gods, grazed past Matoike's ear and struck an insect crawling on the wall. I know that. A project magic trick refers to a project that only requires a snap of the fingers or teeth to make a sound or similar action, usually taking less than a second. Matoike touched his ear and continued, the activation of my mystic eye is also a project magic technique. It is the shortest incantation, which can activate magic in an instant. Yes, runes can also be considered a kind of engineering magic. Castor withdrew his finger and continued writing in the air. Then there is a section, which lasts about 1 second. For example, the magic bullet is a magic trick that is a section. This time, Castor didn't give a practical demonstration, he just talked about it. Each section can be placed side by side, which is what ordinary people call a great magic trick. Matucci nodded and replied, different chanting sections correspond to different levels of magic tricks, with more sections required for more complex tricks. At the same time, longer chanting can also enhance the effect of the magic trick. As for magic like the fixed time control, it requires more than 10 bars of chanting to activate, which has reached the level of instant contract. As soon as Castor finished speaking, He began chanting the incantation for time control, which took about 10 seconds to complete even without the blessing of high-speed divine word. She appeared behind Matoike with ghostly speed, placed her fingers on his shoulder, and continued. And the function of high-speed divine words is to compress the chanting time of a great magic spell into the speed of an engineering project. But the key to the high-speed divine word is not the high speed, but the divine word itself. Matoike raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What do you mean? Yes, divine words as the language of the gods can only be used after establishing a sufficient connection with the gods. This is more like a concrete manifestation of the gods' authority and power. Unlike runes, which are a manifestation of natural power, the gods created divine words and defined the scope under which they belong. This is the gods' struggle for authority. High-speed incantations utilize the different powers represented by incantations to compress a chant into a single word in order to mobilize magic. Upon hearing this, Matoike frowned, rested his chin on his hand, and thought for a moment before saying, "Could I use other, more concise language to explain the incantation?" It's possible and it's not. First of all, modern magic should be considered a kind of magic that circulates within the body. The essence of chanting is to mobilize the magic power in the magic circuit to stimulate the magic base plate in different ways. Therefore, the act of chanting is more like a kind of suggestion, magic to oneself. So even if you use other languages to interpret the spell, the amount of work done by the magic in your body remains the same. In modern terms, it's like a boss assigning work. Whether the boss uses Japanese or Chinese, as long as you understand it, the amount of work is the same. As Castor spoke, he continued to move in front of Matoike, running his hand from Matoike's shoulder to his wrist, stopping at the location on Matoike's body where the Mata family branch mark was engraved. However, there are always exceptions. As the most precious treasure of a magician's family, the magic inscribed on it can be released without the holder needing to train. It can be released simply by mobilizing something like an engineering. This is because the magic mark acts as part of the base plate. Matoike looked down at her wrist and said, "Therefore you need to cut and combine the steps of your usual grand magic tricks and specialize them into your magic imprint, or into your flesh and blood. When your magic flows to the base plate, it undergoes a specialized inscription or flesh and blood, stimulating several sections in an instant. This is the principle behind high-speed chanting. In this way, a grand magic trick that is 4 or 5 sections can be compressed into one project, and a magic trick that is more than 10 sections can be compressed into 2 sections or even 1 section." Castor paused after saying this, seemingly realizing that his hand was still on Matoike's wrist, so he withdrew his hand, turned around, leaving Matoike with his back, and continued. "As for the fixed time control you want to learn, even though it is very difficult, with your magic eye open, watch me demonstrate it a few times, and then I will use suggestion to let your body try it a few times on its own. You should be able to learn it within 3 months without any problems." After listening to Castor's explanation, Matoike relaxed his furrowed brow. After all, having a direction to strive for is better than doing useless work. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling his confident demeanor just moments before, and felt a pang of urge to dig his toes through the insect nest. With a soft exhale, Matoike looked at Castor, who had turned away, and suddenly realized that it was time to get down to business. So he walked over and patted Castor on the shoulder. Before his hand could even strike, Castor seemed to sense something and immediately turned around and took a step back to dodge. "Sorry, I'm not comfortable with physical contact." "It's okay, I understand." Matoike awkwardly withdrew her hand and continued, "What are your thoughts on the upcoming Holy Grail War?" Matoike needs to know Castor's strategy and ideas regarding the Holy Grail War in order to refine her own strategy. Upon hearing Matoike suddenly mention the Holy Grail War, Castor, who had just been lost in thought, immediately returned to reality and began to ponder. As we are all mages, we don't seem to have the ability to engage in close combat. So I think we should focus on harassment first, and then slowly enter the fray after figuring out the strength of the other servants. Castor looked at Matoike, who was also a magician, and after a moment's thought, continued, "Moreover, the most important issue at present is the selection of the production location for the magic workshop, and this location is not a very good one for the magic workshop. Right now, choosing the location for the caster magic workshop is indeed the most important thing, since Medea, who responds to the summon with the caster class, has an A-rank territory construction ability. As Caster spoke, he looked around the insect house, covered his nose with his hand, and seemed to only now begin to smell the stench, revealing his displeasure. Chapter 15, Exploring Ryodong Temple. So, Caster, where do you think is the best place to build the workshop? Matoike asked, looking at Caster who was covering his nose. The best place to build a workshop. Caster pondered for a moment, his lake blue eyes glazing over. I believe that the location of the workshop should take several factors into account. First, it must be a place with abundant magic, preferably built on a spiritual vein. Caster lowered his hand from his nose after hearing that there was no need to set up a workshop at the Meta family's residence. If we follow these restrictions, then there are only 4 places: the Tosaka family residence, the Holy Church, the new Metropolitan Building, and Ryuda Temple. Matoike used magic to draw a rough map of Fuyuki's location in the air with her hand, and explained it to Caster. Magician in type 2007 words. First of all, the Tosaka family mansion and the Holy Church are not options at the moment. That leaves Shinto and Ryuduji Temple. Both locations have relatively high foot traffic, but the new Metropolitan Plaza has more foot traffic than Ryudongsa Temple. However, Ryudongsa Temple has permanent residents. Matoike lowered her hand and looked at Caster, seeking her opinion. The two are very different. One is located on a mountain, and the other is located in the center of the city. So it is clear which one to choose as the base. Caster looked at the map that Metapond had drawn in the air, thought for a moment, and then made his choice. But since we've chosen to avoid combat in the early stages, these 4 locations are all under surveillance and are important monitoring points. Matoike's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Caster's budding idea. And what about you? What are your preferred features? Caster gazed calmly at Matoike, indicating that he was also fully willing to follow his master's opinions. However, in principle, the strategic planning for the Holy Grail War should indeed be done by the master, which is the only role the master can play in this battle. Masters who can tear apart heroic spirits are all accidents within accidents. I still prefer Ryuduji Temple on MT. After all, as the location of the Greater Grail, it has a considerable advantage there, but... Seeing Matoike's hesitant expression, Caster knew he wanted to overturn the strategic approach she desired. But what is it? Please explain directly. I hope that as soon as we occupy Ryudoji Temple, we will proactively leak the news. According to Matoike's idea, he still advocates taking a more benevolent route, demonstrating his own strength, deterring others, and then achieving his own goals. After all, he had already started doing that before. You mean to expose yourself directly? To pin yourself to the battlefield and wait for the other master's attack? Caster thinks Matoike's move was a bit crazy, deliberately revealing his location. Isn't that just making him a target on the battlefield? No, quite the opposite. I think if you fully open your magic workshop within these 3 months, it will be perfectly capable of withstanding some conventional attacks. As long as we stop the first wave of attacks, they'll have to think carefully about how much they'd have to sacrifice to take us down if they want to try again next time. Looking at Matoike talking eloquently, Caster seemed to understand his thoughts. Do you want to turn Ryuduji Temple into a tortoise shell? Then when the enemy master attacks, even if they can take us down, it will take them a long time. At that time, they will also have to consider other masters and servants. That's it. Caster immediately retorted, what if other masters form an alliance to attack? We can also find our own allies. Matoike gave his answer, which was indeed unexpected by Caster, since in her eyes, allies are the least trustworthy party. Then let's act immediately. It was the height of summer, and the sun hung high in the sky, making everything bright and scorching. As the shadows of the ancient trees fall onto the ground, the mountain gate of Ludong Temple appears both ancient and solemn. Jian Tongqi crossed the mountain gate and entered the courtyard. Sunlight fell to the ground, and under the scorching heat, the scene in sight appeared distorted, as if seen through a layer of autumn water. During the journey from the foot of Mount Enzo to Ryudoji Temple, Matuike used suggestive magic to make the visiting pilgrims leave. My gaze swept across the highest point of the temple, the top of the stupa, where Castor, in his spiritual state, stood. Continuing deeper into the monastery, I cast a suggestive spell on every monk I encountered along the way, since I would be living here for another 3 months. This location is all right, but the range of my base can only frame the entire temple, not cover the whole mountain. A cluster of shimmering points of light drifted down from the sky, gradually coalescing into a human shape. But those around them seemed oblivious to this strange sight. That's enough. Covering the entire Mount Enzo is unrealistic to begin with. Even if we succeed, it would be bad if other masters mistakenly thought we were going to tamper with the Greater Grail, and we became the target of everyone's criticism. Matuike narrowed his eyes and commanded the insects he had brought from the Meta family's insect house to envelop the entire Ryudoji temple. The insects spread through the air like black ripples, quickly enveloping every corner of Ryudong Temple. The next step is to settle the insect queen, since the consumption of insects is also a concern, and we need to have the ability to replenish them in a timely manner. If I remember correctly, there should be a lake in the backyard of Ryudong Temple, which should be a relatively stable place to house insect nests underwater. After a while, he finally arrived at the lake area. After observing the surrounding environment for a bit, he sent the demonic worm he was carrying to wrap around the mother worm and go deep into the lake to build a nest. Hopefully, there's enough food here for them. Matuike thought to himself. Castor, are you already on your end? Matuike asked in his mind. The words have not yet been fully transmitted through the channels established by the magic. A massive surge of magical energy erupted from the center of Ryudo Temple, and a colossal tree of spiritual light bloomed in the sky, stealing 3/10 of the world's brilliance even under the blazing sun. The deafening roar, accompanied by the release of magic, made the surrounding air seem to tremble. This magical energy spread from the center to every corner of Ryudoji Temple, even shaking down the flying insects of Matuchi. How ostentatious, Castor! Matuike shook his head as he felt the magical barrier forming until he was enveloped within it. Although it was his own decision that led Castor to take such action. However, this situation is still too exaggerated. It's beyond what magicians would notice. The church is probably already dealing with the aftermath. Chapter 16, Conversation. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. The Tosaka family residence stands atop a hill in Fukuyamacho, Fuyuki City. Tokiomi Tosaka's workshop is located in the basement of the mansion, and it is a fairly standard type of workshop for magicians. On the solid wood table under the bright candlelight is a drawing device with a structure quite similar to the Y-levitation pendulum of Blake's invention. This device is slightly different from ordinary scientific and physical props. The weight suspended on the pendulum is a magical gem made by the Tosaka family. Ink will drip down the string attached to the pendulum, thus soaking the magical gem. Tokiomi gave another gem with the same magical pattern as this magic gem to his spy. The staff member who was thousands of miles away and was stealing information for the Tosaka family only needed to embed the gem into the front of the pen shaft to write. The main stone located in the Tosaka family will resonate with it magically, and the ink dripping from it will accurately depict the words on the paper scroll below the device. This is the pride unique to Tokiomi, a legitimate magician. One of his bottom lines is to avoid any connection between his magic and the machinery of the secular world. Now that he possessed the secret method for long-distance communication, Tokiomi Tosaka thought that he no longer needed to deal with the machines in the mundane world. Kirai, who had just entered Tokiomi workshop, stared at the device for a few seconds. No matter how many times I see it, I still find this thing very eerie. Kirai walked to Tokiomi's side and looked at him, and couldn't help but speak out his inner thoughts. Ah, Kirai, you've arrived. Do you prefer modern equipment like fax machines? Kirai Kotomine nodded honestly. But this device doesn't require electricity, won't malfunction, and you don't even have to worry about information leaks. It's an excellent product that appeared hundreds of years ago, surpassing the technology of the ordinary world. However, in Kiriai's view, compared to a product like a fax machine that can be widely adopted, this prop that belongs exclusively to magicians is much less necessary. But Tokiomi was, after all, a traditional magician who upheld aristocratic values. Old-fashioned and outdated ideas were what they truly pursued. Kiri, has that matter been resolved? Tokiomi Tosaka had just returned from Europe. When he sent his wife and daughter to Edelfelt, although his family did not suffer any obvious humiliation, he himself felt quite aggrieved. He was scolded severely by his aunt. But today, having just returned to Fuyuki, another incident has occurred that clearly violates the rules of the Magicians' Association, revealing the mystery to Muggles. Recalling the moment he was about to disembark, he was astonished to see a giant magic tree appear in the sky, as if an ancient legend had leaped out of his imagination. This scene almost made him think he had traveled back to Fuyuki in the Age of Gods. A tremendous surge of magic rushed towards him, and he almost stumbled and fell off the airplane escalator as he walked up it. The Holy Church has already resolved the issue, and they've publicly stated that they were testing a new type of fireworks. When the incident occurred, the experienced Kodo Mine Risashi immediately used the means reserved within the government to quickly suppress the incident. He then instructed members of the church to use suggestion to change the witnesses' perceptions. Ultimately, he characterized the incident as a test firing of a new type of fireworks. Faced with such a sudden incident, Kodo Mine Risei's skillful methods and solutions make it easy to imagine how common such things are in Fuyuki. After listening to Kiriai Kodomine's report on the aftermath of the incident, Tokiomi Tosaka couldn't help but rub his forehead, let out a long sigh, and then said, "Who did this? There shouldn't be any outside magicians doing this, right?" According to the investigation, it was done by Meto Ike, the master of the Mata family. It seems that the servant was setting up his workshop. Now Ryudu Temple is completely covered by the barrier. Upon hearing the name spoken by Kiriai Kodomine, Tokiomi Tosaka suddenly caught his breath. He had originally planned to deal directly with the magician who caused this incident, but he never expected that the culprit would be a participant in this Holy Grail war. Then the Tosaka family will really have to clean up their mess. Building a base. It seems the Meta family's servant must be Castor. Since last night, when Kiriai Kodomine reported to Tokiomi Tosaka, who was far away in Finland, the news he received from the Church of Christ was that the first heroic spirit had appeared in the world, and judging from the location of the magical energy fluctuations, it was the Meta family that took this step first. Tokiomi Tosaka immediately booked a flight from Finland to Fuyuki. The long-haul flight, lasting 13 hours, made the already anxious Tokiomi feel dizzy. We must teach this newcomer to the demonic path a lesson. He's forgotten the first ironclad rule of the demonic family, so blatantly displaying his mystery to Muggles. Garden Hidden Mountain. The Great Holy Grail is located in the large hollow beneath Ryodongji Temple. While Castor was still making adjustments to the magic workshop at Ryuduji Temple, Matuike quietly sneaked in alone. However, this cannot be considered a secret operation, because Castor can also sense her master's actions by controlling the battlefield. Magician in Type 2015 words. Walking alone in the cave, a cool breeze occasionally blew through the dim cave, and water droplets slowly dripped from the stone pillars above, falling onto Matuchi's neck, as if giving a friendly greeting to the newcomer. Wiping the water droplets from her neck, Matuchi carefully observed the situation inside the cave. Under the modification of the three starter families, this originally naturally formed underground cave has taken on a wondrous atmosphere. The layout is intricate and complex, resembling a maze. The scenery inside the cave is also varied. Some places are dimly lit and difficult to see, while others are radiant under the magical vision. This must be the effect of a maze, a facility specially built to prevent people from accidentally entering. All around, under the magical vision, countless magical runes were wrapped around the rock. Matuike raised her hand and fired a magic bullet with her little helper. The rock engraved with magic patterns shattered, but the magic patterns attached to it suddenly twisted and surged from the scattered rock fragments toward the ground before disappearing into the ground. Soon the array pattern nodes were restored, and the shattered rock began to slowly grow back. It seems to have restorative properties. No wonder it has remained unchanged for so long, after so many Holy Grail wars. The Matto family's ancient records contain a map of this underground dragon cave, but upon entering, it was discovered that the scene was exactly the same as described in the ancient records, which led to the test just now. From his observations, Matucci realized that he had no way to trigger the strangeness of this place, so he had to resort to the most foolish method. So, is anyone there? Chapter 17, The Deal. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Echoes came from the depths of the dragon cave. Due to the special structure of the large cavern, the echoes lasted for a long time before gradually subsiding. Realizing the foolishness of his actions, Matto couldn't help but hold his forehead. Fortunately, no one saw it, he thought to himself. However, his current problem is how to communicate with the consciousness hidden within the Holy Grail. It was clearly the creature that lured me here, but now it's not showing itself, just standing by and watching me make a fool of myself. Recalling the moment when Castor deployed the barrier earlier today, Matto sensed a magical disturbance emanating from the earth. He shook his head, preparing to shout again. Perhaps his previous call had simply gone unheard. He gave a wry smile, thinking to himself with a touch of self-deprecation, so what if I'm a bit stupid? It's not like I've never been stupid before. Just as Matto was about to shout again, his actions were suddenly interrupted because a golden spiritual light suddenly appeared in front of him. A bright light suddenly flashed in the dim cave, attracting Matto-Ike's attention. Emerging from the light was a person with long silver hair, as radiant as moonlight, flowing smoothly over their shoulders. She wore a white robe used for ceremonies, adorned with gold thread patterns, and a priest's hat inlaid with gold thread patterns on her head, with a pair of vermilion shawls draped over her shoulders. A faint smile graced her frail face, and her red pupils appeared slightly unfocused, stirring a sense of unease within one. She is none other than Justessa Rislich von Einsborn, known as the Winter Saintess. She was an accident for Einsborn, and also the greatest accident of all. Stop shouting, I'm awake. Hearing that voice as warm as winter, Matto snapped out of her daze. What brings you here? Matto-Ike's voice softened as she faced this person, even though she knew that the person opposite her might already be filled with something else. Didn't you come looking for me? The Winter Saintess retorted. Neither of them wanted to reveal their needs before the other, since in negotiations, the advantage of being second often comes first. The situation was at a stalemate, but Matto-Ike didn't care. After all, there was still plenty of time. He walked forward step by step until he passed the Winter Saintess before stopping. Behind the Winter Saintess lies the core of the Greater Grail, a desolate wasteland covered in lava. The magic patterns on the exposed magma rock are the result of the expansion and proliferation of the magic circuits of the Winter Saintess beside him. What was Zokenmeta's purpose in coming here last time? The firelight from the lava pool cast ripples of light on Zokenmeta's face. This has nothing to do with you right now. The gentle voice rejected the question with such decisiveness. You must intend to cooperate with me, and this issue can be considered part of the leverage. Matto-Ike turned to look at the Winter Saintess. He had already played his own bargaining chip, but it was for her, in order to ensure a good start to this cooperation. I've already said, this has nothing to do with you right now, and besides, I also have a responsibility to keep this secret. The Winter Saintess also turned to face Matto-Ike, the firelight making her appear even more frail. If it's not related to the present, then it must be related to the future. Can you reveal some clues that don't involve secrets? Matto-Ike was still unwilling to give up. Although she received the good news that Matto-Zoken would not be involved in the current incident, she still wanted to know more. Reminiscing, the situation of the Holy Grail, and information from outside the world. Seeing that Matto-Ike was about to persist in her pursuit, the Winter Saintess selectively revealed some clues. How could you possibly know what's happening outside the world? Matto-Ike was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the Winter Saintess was already nailed here, and did not have the corresponding ability to know about the situation outside the world. Every time a heroic spirit is summoned during the Holy Grail War, there is a brief connection to the boundary recording belt, which allows us to observe some things, the Winter Saintess explained. So what did you observe? Matu Ike pressed. This involves the secret aspect. The Winter Saintess's voice remained gentle. But after saying that, she closed her lips tightly and stopped replying, and the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Are you really the Winter Saintess Justice Ralsei von Einsburn? Matu Ike decided to expose the other party's disguise, since talking to someone who looked like the Winter Saintess was torture for him. Furthermore, revealing the other party's true colors is beneficial for subsequent transactions. It not only exposes the other party's intentions but also increases one's own leverage, which is entirely advantageous. What are you doubting? I am of course Justessa Rislich von Einsburn. Who else could be here? The Winter Saintess put on an innocent expression and even coughed twice, but her shadow revealed the changes in her heart. Stop pretending, Engramenyu. How long are you going to keep disgusting me with that image? Seeing Engramenyu strike that pose, Matu Ike wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling both the rising temperature in his heart and being troubled by his attitude. Upon hearing Matu Ike utter that name, the Winter Saintess realized she could no longer pretend. Illuminated by the firelight emanating from the lava below, his shadow began to swell and twist, eventually taking on the form of a ferocious beast. The shadow in the form of the ferocious beast eventually detached from the wall it was attached to, thus achieving a three-dimensional form. Immediately afterwards, the shadow of the beast swelled even more, eventually bursting open into a black torrent that enveloped Matucci and Angela Mainu. Matu Ike narrowed his eyes, not feeling any real harm, and understood that the other party's actions were just a slight intimidation. Soon the black mist dissipated, and the Winter Saintess before them had transformed into something else entirely. This was a guy covered in strange red and black tattoos, with a dark red rag wrapped around his head and waist, and black bandages wrapped around his forearms and calves. He looked to be about the same age as Matu Ike. Is this your original appearance? Matu Ike asked the guy. No, it's just an image I randomly picked from the boundary record tape, and then added some of my favorite style, Engramenyu replied with a grin, like a cynical scoundrel. So what do you need me to do? Faced with Angelo Manuel's demeanor, Matu Ike finally reverted to his cold demeanor. Speaking softly was not his style. Chapter 18, Contract. No, shouldn't the basis of cooperation be understanding each other's background? You just revealed my identity, so you must know me to some extent. Engramenyu directly rejected Matu Ike's question, instead steer the conversation elsewhere, as if he were deliberately looking for someone to chat with. Perhaps he had been trapped in this place for 60 years, and the lonely and mundane life had become somewhat depressing. But I don't seem to understand why you accepted the invitation in the first place. It makes me feel like I'm at a disadvantage, doesn't it? Why did I come here? My reason. Matu Ike closed her eyes and fell into thought. Although her short-term goal was clear, her long-term expectations still seemed somewhat uncertain. It should just be that natural, everyday routine silence. Silence. Ha 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 ha, is this just your normal daily routine? You came all this way for this. You came all this way to find me, the most evil person in the world. The person in front of me suddenly burst into laughter, his body trembling, and the red scarf on his head fluttering in the air as he shook his head. He seemed to have heard something extremely pleasant. After being poured into the Holy Grail, I saw many tragic wishes in the records. Some prayed for wealth, some for power, some wanted to save the world, and some wanted to destroy the world. And you actually made a deal with a devil like me just for something like that? Are you serious? Engramenyu's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared intently at the men before him, as if he would tear out his heart and lungs and grind his bones to dust right there, and now if he couldn't give him a satisfactory answer. Matu Ike remained silent, simply watching Angela Mainu with an indifferent expression that conveyed his thoughts, as if the threat before him did not exist. Silence. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Despite being inside a volcano, the air felt as if it were about to freeze. Engramenu's terrifying shadow expanded once more, spreading from the cave walls to the ceiling, even reaching above Matucci's head. The threat was self-evident. Silence. Eye contact. Engramenu suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist and rushed towards Matucci. Matucci jumped backward, creating distance between them. Before entering, he had already applied a layer of enhancement magic to his legs. The spot where he was standing suddenly exploded. When Engramenu revealed his true form, he had already buried 3 fire ants under his feet to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As the smoke and dust cleared, Engramenu disappeared, which was to be expected. He still had his last trump card, Castor. He had previously instructed Castor to keep an eye on his situation. But he had strictly ordered Castor not to act without his summons. Because during his previous spirit summoning, he obtained information that his opponent had a special ability to corrupt heroic spirits, which could be considered a special attack on heroic spirits. Furthermore, what remained here was merely a clone composed of demonic worms. Matucci's true form was still observing the situation from the sidelines. Magician in type 1869 words. Suddenly, a complex, mixed voice rang out in the air, "Found you." Perhaps because it was inside a volcano, the speed of sound increased dramatically due to the temperature, and the hollow echoes made it sound like a demonic sound, as if it wanted to pry open a person's brain. The sound had barely reached them when Matucci was about to summon Castor to defend against the enemy. At that moment, a hand suddenly landed on Matucci's shoulder, pinning down his right hand, and said, "Don't rush, actually I quite like your idea. Go ahead and tell me your wish." Matucci looked at Angela Mannequin, who appeared beside him, and realized that the other party already knew that the body he had just seen was not his true form. And now they haven't attacked him, instead, they want to propose a deal. The two were like gamblers at a poker table, testing each other with bet, call, check, raise, and bluff. Never go all in before the outcome is decided. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat easily, and the final outcome would depend on who could control the situation or end the contest in a draw. Come, come, I am the bearer of the evils of the world, I am the ironist of all good, state your demands, and I will take my interests. Engramenu spoke with a manic rage, his shrill laughter escaping his lips as he grabbed locked Matucci's arm. Matucci didn't struggle, nor did he show any expression, seemingly unafraid of the situation before him. After a moment's thought, he said, "You should have the ability to resurrect others, even if their bodies turn to ash. You can do that, right? He, you really know a lot about me, huh? Are you not afraid of me now because you know I'm not good at fighting? Can you tell me where you got that information from?" Engramenu tightened his grip on Matucci's arm, but if outsiders were present, they might mistake them for brothers embracing and swearing a blood oath. Faced with this question, Matucci answered without hesitation, "I just saw it in the family's records of the previous Holy Grail Wars, so it's nothing special." "Oh, really? I don't remember having that ability when I participated in the Third Holy Grail War." "Well, never mind, are you trying to resurrect someone?" "I don't have that ability." "Let's find someone else." Engramenu was not angry when he heard Matucci's rather perfunctory answer. Instead, he kept urging Matucci to state his needs. "I just want a chance to be resurrected for myself." "Well, that's not a problem. Now you'll have to hear my requirements." After seeing Angela Manuel readily agree, Matucci nodded as well. "I want you to take me to experience that taken for granted daily life. How about that? I haven't made things difficult for you, have I?" Matucci glanced at Angela Manu, somewhat surprised, but it seemed reasonable, so he agreed. "Then it's settled. Under the watchful eye of the Wheel of Fortune, and witnessed by the one who holds the scales, before this greater grail, the contract is established." The red and black tattoo on Engramenu's arm spread to Matucci's body, and eventually disappeared beneath the skin. "Then let's set the contract term at 10 years. By the way, as an audience member, I also need you to put on an interesting Holy Grail show for me. Is that too much to ask? 10 years. Matoike paused for a moment upon hearing this timeframe, then turned to stare at Angela Mainu, trying to discern something from his expression. Then it's settled. Within 10 years, I want you to take me out to enjoy that normal, everyday life, otherwise your resurrection will be null and void. Angela Mainu seemed oblivious to Matoike's gaze and continued speaking to himself. Matoike, who was staring at him, couldn't see anything at all. His body then disintegrated into a clump of insects and disappeared. Is this also a clone? Oh well, the contract involves spirits, so it's fine. Angela Mainu scratched his head, then looked toward the lava pool where the Greater Grail was buried. The matter is settled and nothing major went wrong. Chapter 19, Masters from all sides, please add to your favorites. Please recommend. 285:42:56, Countdown to the Holy Grail War. Weber Velvet, how could my student harbor such delusions? A bloodline that has only been passed down for 3 generations is considered an infant in the Magicians Association. One's birth largely determines one's merits and demerits. The mockery of his classmates and the sarcastic remarks of his mentor, Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, still lingered in Weber's mind. Ugh, how dare they look down on me? How dare they look down on me? Why judge a magician's potential solely based on his lineage? Why should the credibility of academic theories be determined solely by seniority? This is really unreasonable. Your tendency to overthink is not suitable for studying in the clock tower, Mister. He would never forget the condescending attitude and the pitying tone that Kenneth used when he said those words. In his 19 years of life, he had never suffered such a humiliation. Perhaps we should have listened to Mr. Zorjan and not submitted this paper. If Kenneth was talented enough to be a lecturer at the clock tower, he should have understood the significance of his paper as well as Mr. Zorjan did. No, Kenneth was jealous precisely because he understood, right? He only committed that evil act because his paper would jeopardize his position. Weber Velvet thought that, from his perspective, the Magic Association was rotten to the core. As Weber was venting his anger in the hallway, he bumped into a mailman from the finance department. Pain. Weber's foot kicked straight into the delivery cart, and he instantly curled up and squatted on the ground. Feel sorry? Ah, it's nothing. Weber, who was somewhat concerned about his image, endured the pain and responded, after all, it was still too embarrassing to kick himself into a curled-up position. You're a student in the spirit summoning department, right? Why aren't you in class? Professor Archibald asked me to do something for him, that's why I'm in such a hurry. To avoid his angry and embarrassed appearance spreading, Weber had no choice but to tell an outrageous lie. But to his surprise, the deliverman happened to have some mail to give to Kenneth, so he asked him to help deliver it. Looking at the address in the email, I recalled the recent rumors about Kenneth Dash. In order to add a brilliant final touch to his splendid experience, he decided to participate in a magic competition called the Holy Grail War that took place in the Far East. 1620 for Tosaka family residents. The magic stone pendulum is beginning to resonate with the secondary stone in London, on the other side of the world. The handwriting of the Tosaka family spy is reproduced in a random and peculiar movement. Sensing the magical fluctuations, Tokiomi looked at the magic props that were in operation. Pick up the paper with the bottom already fully written on, ignoring the ink that wasn't completely dry, and begin to read what's on it. This is a report from the clock tower. 2 months ago, the head of the Mata family went to the clock tower, which eventually led to the intervention of the current magic marshal. However, the matter seems to be unrelated to the Holy Grail War. The level of secrecy is too high. Is it only now that we've obtained this information? Going to the clock tower at this point in time, and even making contact with the Grand Marshal of the Demonic Path, is it really unrelated to the Holy Grail War? Kirai asked with some doubt after hearing Tokiomi's account. Probably not. The report says it's because of another matter, but the level of secrecy is too high to investigate. Compared to this matter, the level of secrecy surrounding the Holy Grail War is slightly lower. Tokiomi Tosaka was somewhat amused and exasperated by Kirai's question, but he still offered an explanation. Also, the new relic of prodigy Lord Elmeloy has arrived. It seems to have been provided by Animusphia, who is also from a monarchical family. This confirms his participation. Yes, he should be our strongest opponent in this Holy Grail war. That makes 5 of U.S. masters whose identities have been confirmed. Kirai Kotomine stepped forward, took the report from Tokiomi, and said, "At this point, there are still 2 empty seats left, which really makes one suspicious. It's nothing, it's just that there aren't any suitable candidates to receive the command seals yet. Once the promised moment arrives, whether it's the Black Cat or the White Cat, the Holy Grail will ultimately choose 7 people. These people are basically just filling in the numbers, they're just some nobody. Don't worry about them too much." This optimistic mindset is very much in line with Tokiomi Tosaka's style. Kirai Kotomine has been a disciple of Tokiomi for 3 years. His master is exceptionally thorough in his preparations for things, but when it comes to actually doing them, he always subconsciously overlooks some small details. "Kirai, where's Assassin? I sent him to gather intelligence on Ryudoji Temple." Tokiomi Tosaka stroked his beard and said, "That kid from the Meta family. Any progress on his end?" A powerful barrier enveloped the entire Ryudo Temple, preventing Assassin from getting close to investigate. However, during a brief lull, he did see quite a few skull-like monsters. Kirai Kotomine put down his report and reported the situation at Matapan to Tokiomi Tosaka, continuing, "According to my father, only Caster and Assassin are currently alive." Kotomine Ryugi was assigned to the Fuyuki Church as the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, and brought with him a mystic code called the Spirit Plate, which can display the attributes of the servants summoned by the Holy Grail. In other words, apart from the master's identity needing to be actively reported, as long as the heroic spirit appears in the world, the Tosaka family can always keep track of the number of people and their class. "Oh right, the relic I prepared finally arrived this morning. The heroic spirit summoned by this item will definitely be the best in the entire arena. At that time, I'm afraid no one will be our match." Kirai recently noticed something amiss with the Tosaka family's financial transactions. It was a massive sum of money, enough to produce a top-tier science fiction epic. Tokiomi was quite pleased with Kirai's reaction, and confidently smiled, saying, "Let's hold the summoning ceremony tonight. Kirai, please join us. I also hope your father will do me the honor. I hope to share this joy with everyone." The sound of ink dripping onto the paper rang out again, and the gem pendant resumed its work. Seeing that Tokiomi Tosaka remained unmoved, Kirai Kotomine took the initiative to ask, "Magician in type 1749 words, it's just another investigation, which seems to involve the masters of the Einsburn family. A family isolated from the world, gathering intelligence on them is extremely difficult," but Tokiomi's indifferent attitude puzzled him, so he picked up the intelligence report and began to read it. The Einsburn family, specializing in alchemy, suffered repeated defeats in previous Holy Grail wars due to their inability to resort to force. Therefore, 9 years ago, they recruited a wild magus as their son-in-law. Kirai looked at the report in front of him. A magician? No wonder Tokiomi looked down on him so much. After all, this was the kind of person his mentor hated the most, and he was also a magician killer. He had stepped on Tokiomi's double sore spot. "I think I've heard of this person before, he seems to be quite a dangerous individual." "Is that so?" After all, as a magician assassin, and using the least magician-like methods to kill magicians, he is the most despicable of all. Choosing this person as master, it seems that the Einsburn family has finally fallen. Is this the least magician-like method? Kirai Kotomine continued to read the report and discovered that this person was using a combination of modern weapons and magic, attacking a magician with a method that magicians understand least. Recalling the familiar that was shot down by Matoik a year ago, which seemed to be using the same combination, Kirai became somewhat interested in him. "Can I take this report back with me?" "Since you're so interested in it, Kirai, I hope you can study its contents carefully for me." I still need to prepare for tonight's summoning ritual. As the head of the Tosaka family, Tokiomi was always able to take everyone's feelings into account in the art of language, and he could maintain his elegance even when faced with things he despised. Chapter 20, The Eve of the Holy Grail Part 1. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. 32, 35, 47. This ancient city, which has been locked up by ice and snow for many years, has finally seen some rare sunny weather. Kiritsugu, are you not satisfied with the master's gift? Irisville, who was standing beside Kiritsugu Amiya, noticed that he seemed a little down. No, how could I be dissatisfied? The Lord has indeed provided a relic that is stronger than what other masters can possess. I am simply considering the information from other masters. Is there some formidable figure who can cause even the Einsburn's specially selected powerful allies trouble? Sensing Kiritsugu Amiya's hesitation, Irisville asked with great interest. Now there are 4 masters whose identities are known. First is the head of the Tosaka family, a troublesome figure who belongs to the fire attribute and is skilled in gem magic. During Irisville's basic education, she knew of this person. As for Einsburn's assessment of the Tosaka family, every generation has produced excellent magicians who can participate in the Holy Grail War. They are an extremely lucky family. There's also the foreign magician, the first-level lecturer of the Clock Tower, the monarch of the Minerals Department, Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald. I know him quite well. He has both wind and water attributes and is a troublesome character who is proficient in spirit summoning, alchemy. And then there's the magus from the Mata family. Seeing that Kiritsugu Amiya had fallen silent when talking about this person, Irisville leaned closer, gently patted his back and asked. Is there anything special about this person? No, he's just a magician who's only been practicing magic for 10 years. Kiritsugu Amiya recounted to Irisville in detail what had happened a year ago when he infiltrated Fuyuki, and expressed his concerns. He must have noticed me beforehand, and with the way he monitors the entire Fuyuki region, he probably won't be discovered without using magic, but for someone like me who's an assassin, that kind of person, it's the most troublesome. Furthermore, as a bug user, Matu Ike's decapitation operation by Amiya Kiritsugu undoubtedly requires breaking through one defense after another to meet Matu Ike herself. Among the 4, Matu Ike is undoubtedly the least compatible with Kiritsugu. Recalling the reconnaissance of Fuyuki a year ago, Kiritsugu Amiya realized that his location had been precisely pinpointed the moment he sent out his familiar, and he couldn't help but facepalm. Finally. What's wrong, Kiritsugu? It's nothing. The last one is just a nobody. He came from the church and became an apprentice of the head of the Tosaka family, but he broke with the Tosaka family a little over a month ago because of the appearance of command seals. However, I suspect that this was just a play they put on. Kiryai Kotomine, the last time Kiritsugu Amiya saw him was during that incident a year ago. The man's indifferent demeanor, and his immediate action of questioning Matu Ike made him seem like someone born to serve a god. But judging from the information about this man, he was undoubtedly restraining something. Kiritsugu's years of experience fighting on the battlefield told him that Kiryai Kotomine was definitely the most dangerous man in this Holy Grail war. But Kiritsugu didn't tell Irisville any of this, as he didn't want her to worry too much. Meanwhile, Irisville, who was watching Kiritsugu Amiya with his brows furrowed, also noticed something amiss, and memorized the names Matu Ike and Kotomine Kiryai. Well, you forgot our Einsburn's trump card, the man who wants to save the world. Alice hugged Kiritsugu from behind and whispered in his ear, Kiritsugu, we will win. The Holy Grail will surely choose you. 1827, 31 Fuyuki City. Suburban residential area. Weber, who was lying on the bed in a strange position wrapped in a blanket and wriggling around, would reach out his hand towards the room light every few seconds, and then let out a snickering laugh. She is from Fuyuki City, carries a sacred relic, is a magician, and has a strong desire. The Holy Grail certainly wouldn't overlook such a talent. Last night, a man named Waver Velvet successfully obtained proof of becoming a Master 3 command seals appeared on the back of his hand. Weber took out a relic from the iron box, a tattered red cloth, and rubbed it against his face repeatedly. It's decided, I'll summon my own heroic spirit tonight, hee. I jumped off the bed, but because of the blanket, I stumbled and fell back onto the bed. Hey, it hurts. After rubbing his bottom, Weber began to think about what to prepare. Right, let's catch those wretched roosters first. After all, those roosters kept him from sleeping in every morning. 12:13, 37 London, England. Clock Tower. Kenneth, are you sure you want to summon a heroic spirit in this place? Sola, this is the result of my spirit summoning divination. Only by performing the heroic spirit summoning ritual in this place can we make the most of that relic. Looking at the large number of protective personnel and staff around her, and the men before her who had already made his decision, but wouldn't allow her to change it in the slightest, he wasn't like this before, ever since he came into contact with the monarch of the Celestial Department. Although the area was surrounded by numerous protective barriers, Sola couldn't help but feel terrified. Sola, don't worry, I will succeed. I am the monarch of the clock tower. Seeing his wife so frightened, Kenneth still tried to comfort her, but he was never one to use such tender words in the past. Sola couldn't help but say, it's just a magic competition organized in a small town. Is it really worth making such a big fuss about? Of course it's worth it. The firm and resolute answer leaves no room for doubt. But we're already close to the fairy realm, and lately the appearances of mythical beasts have been happening more and more frequently. I'm afraid. Kenneth, however, seemed not to hear him, and continued to direct the staff in managing the situation on site. Sora's eyes grew increasingly worried. After all, this is the great tomb of Aburn, and they have now reached the depths of the heart of the ancient dragon on the penultimate level. Due to the recent uprising of monsters and mythical beasts, the monarch of the Law and Politics Department has ordered that association members not to step into the third level, but Kenneth, as a monarch as well, has the power to overstep his bounds. Lord Kenneth, a group of magical beasts seems to be heading this way. Wait patiently. We are inside the barrier. These beasts cannot see us unless they have the ability to see through them. But you must be prepared for the monsters to attack at any time. After Kenneth finished directing the staff, he walked to the ritual platform where the relics were placed, ready to begin the summoning. Chapter 21, The Eve of the Holy Grail. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Announcement. The 10th group will take over, and the 9th group will withdraw to resupply. We must hold out until Kenneth completes his summons. When Kenneth began summoning heroic spirits, Sola took over the command position. As the daughter of the Lord of the Spirit Summoning Department, she possessed a certain level of combat skills. Wave after wave of monsters crashed against the edge of the barrier. Meanwhile, the magicians inside the barrier fired light projectiles outwards, keeping the monsters outside the barrier. The magicians of the El Meloy family poured a mercury-like liquid onto the ground. This was the mystic code Moon Spirit Essence liquid, created by Kenneth when he was 22 years old, but which he had recently modified. Although it was only a few days, there were tremendous changes, truly deserving of the title of prodigy. Upon contact with the ground, the Moon Spirit Essence began to boil, condensing into humanoid figures that then surged into the battlefield, initiating a new round of slaughter against the monsters. The entire battlefield has reached a state of balance, and the magicians of the clock tower only need to contribute magic power and spellcasting materials to keep the attacking monsters out of the barrier. Sola, the current battlefield commander, breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his gaze to Kenneth, who was still summoning. Magician in Type 1358 words under the transformation by the magicians of the clock tower, the ancient dragon heart became a special place dedicated to rituals and spirit possession. However, Kenneth's talent enabled him to fuse the ritual of summoning heroic spirits with the original mystical power of the ancient dragon's heart, thus achieving the best summoning effect. If this succeeds, it might even be recorded in the clock tower's highest level teaching materials. It's fair to say that Kenneth is somewhat wasted on being the ruler of the spirit summoning department. Sola noticed Kenneth's recent change. He was much more dedicated to the Holy Grail war than before, which almost made her wonder if he was possessed by a ghost. However, Kenneth's current appearance seems to attract Sola even more, giving her a feeling of excitement she has never experienced before. Suddenly, the aura disc used to monitor magical energy fluctuations sounded an alarm, indicating that there were unusually high levels of magical energy fluctuations. It's a mythical zone. The cheerful atmosphere within the barrier suddenly froze. The power of the mythical beasts was unpredictable, an existence that modern magicians could hardly surpass in terms of martial prowess. Some magician families even regard taming mythical beasts as their lifelong ambition. Although the association has the ability to hunt down mythical beasts, it only does so after conducting reconnaissance and testing, and formulating a detailed and comprehensive plan before actually carrying out the operation. Even so, the list of magicians receiving compensation always appeared in each report. Even now, despite being prepared to deal with the mythical beasts, it still makes people tremble with fear. Increase magic output, activate the third stage of the barrier, and deploy full defense mode. Sola quickly made a judgment, stopped the magician's bombardment of the monster, and ordered everyone to switch to defensive mode. The puppet formed from the moon spirit essence liquid quickly condensed into a ball, expanding into a sphere that enveloped the barrier. Kenneth, you must succeed. The entire barrier began to shake, and the mythical beast began to attack. The moon spirit essence liquid, which everyone had high hopes for, did not last long. The spherical cover was smashed open by the approaching phantom beast, just like a hard-boiled egg that had been cracked open. Then it was peeled off piece by claws. The appearance of the mythical beast was then revealed. It was a giant silver wolf. When it peeled off the first eggshell, it found a second layer inside, seemingly angry because it couldn't get that egg. It opened its enormous mouth, gathering powerful magic from it, and aimed it at the people inside the barrier. This was a moment that would determine everyone's lives. Whether the barrier could withstand the onslaught of the mythical beasts remained to be seen. A magical light cannon, as bright as day, erupted from the silver wolf's mouth, blasting through the last line of defense. That's the sound of the barrier shattering. What is that sound? Sola had no idea that she was simply closing her eyes and awaiting death. This was an accident caused by the stubbornness of the minerals department's monarch. That familiar touch. Sorwi opened her tightly closed eyes and found that Kenneth, who had just been performing the ritual, was now standing in front of her, and had put his arm around her. It's all right, Sola, it's all over. Upon hearing this, Sola looked outside the shattered barrier, where the once arrogant silver wolf was now a corpse. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out. I am Lancer, summoned here. Are you my master? 12:11:24 This is the most magnificent part of the entire castle. The beauty of height and grandeur is fully displayed here. This place is not a place to praise God, but a place to perform rituals of magic. The stained glass windows used for decoration did not depict portraits of saints, but rather the history of Einsburn's long quest for the Holy Grail. This family seems to have equated themselves with Jesus. Holding shamanic rituals in such a place evokes a sense of blasphemy. Kiritsugu Amiya thought to himself. Upon ascending the altar, one finds a long cabinet made of black sandalwood. When its lid is lifted, a piece of gold with enamel decoration in blue glaze is revealed. If one were to carry it as an ornament and pair it with a crown or scepter, one would likely be mistaken for a dignified and noble king. The engraving in the center is in the long-lost fairy script, which is enough to prove that this scabbard is not a work of art made by humans. Feeling the magical glow on the scabbard, this must be the reason why this treasure has remained intact for 1,500 years. Slowly remove it and place it in the center of the prepared magic circle. Under Irisveel's watchful gaze, the incantation began to be recited. Announcement. 11:47:39. The Tosaka family residence. Tokiomi Tosaka chanted loudly as he drew a magic circle. The material used in the painting was not the blood of a living sacrifice, but gemstones dissolved into liquid. For this day, Tokiomi had accumulated many gems imbued with magical power, and today he poured all the efforts of his life into this ceremony. The priest and his son were watching the ceremony beside him. Kiriai's gaze remained fixed on the altar where the sacred relics were placed. It is said to be a fossilized snake skin left behind after the world's first snake shed its skin. Thinking of the heroic spirits that this relic would summon, Kiriai couldn't help but feel a long-lost sense of fear. 11:43, 44 Fuyuki Suburban Park. Weber Velvet is sending all those crowing roosters that defy his senses to their deaths. Then, while chanting incantations, he carefully dripped chicken blood onto the ground to draw a magic circle pattern. This is the moment to test my worth as a magician. One mistake and I will die. But Weber was not afraid at all. For him, there were things that were more important than life itself. We won, Kiriai. This battle was definitely our victory. Ah, damn it, how could this happen? Respond to me, are you the one who called me? Chapter 22 The Murderer. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. The Holy Grail War has now fully commenced. An unfamiliar ceiling. Since I had just woken up, I didn't really want to get out of bed, so I could only stare at the ceiling I was seeing for the first time, and count the number of chandeliers embedded in it. As I regained some clarity, I felt a sharp pain in my head, somewhat like a hangover but not quite. I rolled over slightly, enjoying the enveloping feeling of the soft mattress, and reached out to grab the blanket but couldn't find it. Did I not cover myself with a blanket while sleeping last night? That's not a good habit, I scolded myself inwardly. I rubbed my eyes, and what came into view was a large bed, the white sheets like an unspoiled canvas. Speaking of canvases, I think I'm an artist, and my favorite color is red. So, as an artist, it's quite reasonable for me to have such a soft bed, and such a luxurious chandelier. My stomach started growling. I guess I'm a little hungry. I looked at the pendulum clock hanging opposite me, and realized it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ugh, damn it, I haven't done my work yet. I was both annoyed and surprised. How could someone as artistic as me blurt out profanities? I ran my fingers through my messy hair, and got ready to get out of bed. Just then, a broadcast came from outside. Beep, citizens of Fuyuki, please take precautions. According to police investigations, a suspected serial killer has recently infiltrated Fuyuki City. If you spot any suspicious individuals, please contact the police immediately. Magician in type 1941 words. The sudden broadcast startled me. A serial killer. It's terrifying that such a thing could exist in this peaceful era. Forget it, I'd better get out of bed and find something to eat first. Even if there really is a murderer, it's impossible for him to be so unlucky as to fall on my head. I fell down. The whole floor was slippery for some reason. I wasn't paying attention when I got out of bed and slipped and fell to the ground. That's strange, why are my hands all sticky? I scratched at the floor and raised my hand to see what had caused me to fall. Ah, it's red paint. My favorite color. I must have drunk too much last night, and accidentally knocked over the paint box. The taste is a bit strange. I put my hand to my lips and licked it slightly with my tongue. It tasted rusty, not the pine oil smell of normal paint. Strange, what is this? I got up from the floor and looked toward the bedroom door. The paint was flowing in through the crack in the door. Stand firm, walk forward and open the door. A corpse lay across the doorway. Looking outside, there were 2, 3, 4. Countless other corpses, scattered haphazardly. It's a lie, right? It's a lie. How could a serial killer really be here? On a street in Fuyuki at night, a man is inserting coins into a vending machine, then bending down to take out a can of lemon-flavored vitamin C drink from the dispenser. That man is me. My name is Ryunosuke Yuryu, I am 22 years old, I am a murderer, my hobby is doing cool things, and I hate gory horror movies. He drank a beverage he had just bought with spare change he found at the victim's home, and flipped through ancient books he had found in his house. This ancient book is my only pleasure right now, because I am currently experiencing a serious state of lack of enthusiasm, which is causing me great distress. Including the family of 7 I just encountered, I have now devoured more than 30 victims. But after so many killings, all sorts of torture and interrogation methods have been used up, and they've gradually lost their novelty. So I decided to return to my hometown to spend my later years in peace. My sister, whom I hadn't seen for 5 years, looked completely different, but she still stayed in our old home waiting for me to come back. Meeting my silent sister didn't move me at all. I was somewhat disappointed, but among the mountain of garbage piled up in the warehouse, I found an ancient book that was about to rot. That is, the one I have in my hand right now. This thin, thread-bound book is riddled with wormholes. It is not a printed product but a private journal. The book contains absurd and nonsensical ramblings about sorcery and other such things. Moreover, the book is filled with descriptions of Satan, angels, and the like, which seem to be Western magic. The content also describes sacrificing living people to demons in another world in order to summon shikigami or similar entities. Although it seems to be just a fictional novel meant to be taken as a joke. But just finding an ancient magic book in the old family warehouse is cool enough. So I came to Fuyuki City, which the book calls the Land of Spirit Veins, as the main location for my activities. Although I don't know what special significance Fuyuki has, I will try my best to recreate the contents of ancient books in order to create a sense of ritual and a terrifying atmosphere, and to depict the methods of killing. The crime just now was the third one that had occurred in Fuyuki. Compared to the first one, which was exciting and fun with a sense of ritual, the subsequent ones became more and more mundane. But I'm still prepared to do it a fourth time. Thinking about the next steps. Hasn't this been a bit too reckless lately? I've never killed more than twice in the same place before. Forget it, I won't come to Fuyuki City again after this. I've already experienced enough. Today's target is a family of 4. They were chosen simply because of the number 4. In the ancient country next door, the number 4 seems to have a different connection with death. The fourth crime, involving a family of 4. He skillfully scaled the walls of the sleeping family of 4, and before the wife could even realize her husband had stopped breathing, slit her throat with a single stroke. Only one of the 2 children was kept, since even the priest liked him, and the devil might have the same taste. They tied the little boy up and taped his mouth shut to prevent unrelated righteous people from attracting attention. Then let's begin the ceremony. Fill it, fill it, fill it, fill it. Repeat 4 times each time. Wait, is it 5 times? Alas, only by abandoning, at the moment of fullness. Is this the right thing to do? While humming a song, no, a spell, he used a brush to draw blood patterns on the living room floor. I still prefer to be more spontaneous. Hey kid, do you really believe there are demons in this world? I tilted my head and asked the trembling child. Oh, how pitiful. The little devil's mouth was sealed shut, so he couldn't answer and just cowered in fear. Those newspapers called me a devil, it's hilarious. There are 60 billion people in the world, and I've killed less than a fingernail's worth of people. A single shell could kill far more people than I've killed in my entire life. By the way, does Type Moon have nuclear weapons? I think someone on a forum said they didn't 7 or 8 years ago. Actually, it's okay to call me a demon, I don't mind. But if a demon really exists, he would be angry if someone else took his name. I pressed my face close to the little devil's and looked at his expression. I became even more excited and kept talking. I'm summoning a demon right now, you brat. Devil really comes, wouldn't it seem very rude of me not to treat him well? It's like a host inviting guests to their home. If they don't prepare fruit platters, snacks, and tea, others will think they are not hospitable and will never come again. So kid, if Mr. Devil comes, please give him a good welcome. If that's not enough, I can come and make up the difference, okay? What's that smell? I twitched my nose and smelled a pungent, unpleasant odor. I looked at the little devil and realized he had peed. Oh damn it, what if Mr. Devil sees this? Who serves rotten fruit to guests? Well, I guess I'll just have to make do for now. If all else fails, I'll just be the one to kill Mr. Hey, it hurts. I quickly looked at the back of my hand, but but there was no warning, just like when I accidentally touched the sulfuric acid that was used to play tricks on people before. What is this? I looked at the tattoo growing on my hand, the kind that trendy guys in magazines would get. It's kind of cool, but not that cool. Is the wind picking up? How could the wind be picking up in a room? I looked behind me. A powerful airflow swept through the living room, and the magic circle drawn with blood began to glow. Could it be? Could it be? Kid, look. Devil is really here. This is truly super cool. Chapter 23, The Seventh Servant. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Are you late? Matu Ike, who could smell the blood from the doorway, rushed over immediately upon sensing the magical fluctuations. But at this moment, there is no smell of living people in this house. However, the demon flies scouting nearby did not see any living beings emerge from the house. Was it the power of the newly summoned heroic spirit? Let's send the magic fly into the house to scout things out first. After a transformation, the demonic worms that fell from Matucci's body emerged as fly-like familiars with transparent wings, which flew into the house in front of them. After a short while, it was determined that there was no danger in the house, only corpses. So Matu Ike used magic to unlock the door, and went into the room to observe. As soon as the door was opened, a corpse came into view. He stepped over the corpse and walked deeper into the room. There are 4 corpses in total. What do you think, Castor? The air nearby vibrated slightly, and a sentence was uttered. It must have been a wild magician who killed the homeowner, and then used a blood sacrifice to summon the last heroic spirit. Yes, that's what I think too. It seems that after the church announced yesterday that there was only one master left, some people started to get anxious and wanted to quickly grab that last spot. As for the identity of the last master, Matuik did not obtain much information about him from the spirit summoning ritual. All I know is that his name is Ryanosuk Uryu, and the true name of the heroic spirit he summoned should be Gillis de Rice, and some other fragmented information. If he had known what Ryanosuk Uryu looked like beforehand, he would have quickly realized that the person who had collapsed at the entrance of the house was the last master he was now longing for. Aside from bloodstains and a puddle of urine, there were no other clues in the room, so Metu Ike began examining the body. He soon noticed the difference. The 3 people in the room had died from dagger wounds, while the corpse in the entryway, wearing a floral shirt and with orange hair, had died from a gunshot wound. Hey, Castor, looks like we've found a clue. Matucci told Castor about her discovery. Castor, I will go and perform the spirit communication for the people in the room. You will be responsible for communicating with the corpse in the entrance hall. Matuik certainly has the ability to summon the spirits of everyone in the entire house using a spirit summoning technique. But since there is Shindai Majitsu by our side, the more important person should obviously be given to someone with greater ability. Soul, return. Matuik cast a summoning spell on the corpse in the room and synchronized with the soul at the summoning point to facilitate receiving its memories before death. Although Matuik was very familiar with this magic trick, he had never had any practice material in the Meta family, so this could be considered his first time. Matuik first received the memories of the eldest daughter of this family, because judging from the time of her death, she died the latest and should have recorded the most information. As soon as Matuik touched the shimmering spirit, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and images began to appear before his eyes. Unlike a seance, this is more like watching something on TV, except the camera used to film the performance is the eyes of the deceased. Magician in type 1760 for words, I should be standing at the door of my parents' room looking into the room. The man in the entryway has climbed in from somewhere and plunged a dagger into my father's heart. My mother suddenly woke up. Before she could scream, the murderer slit her throat, turned his head to look at me at the door, which is where I am now, and silently said something like run away. But I seemed to freeze there out of fear, and the murderer followed my mother's gaze and found me at the door. He walked towards me step by step, saying things that were hard to understand. Just as he was about to get close, I suddenly realized what was happening, but it was too late to run away. Little Chun, run. I said, and then my body went out of control, and I fell to the ground. I must be dead. I hope Xiaochun can escape. God, please bless that child. The memories brought by the psychic summoning made him feel slightly unwell, and Matoike felt dizzy. To relieve the discomfort, he pinched the space between his eyebrows. At that moment Castor, who had also finished her summoning, walked in and, seeing Matoike's actions, asked. The first time? Yes, this is my first time, but I've done similar magic rituals before, and this time it feels completely different. Yes, different magic tricks work in different ways, and therefore have different effects on the human body. Matoike hummed in agreement and began to tell Castor everything he had seen. I can confirm that the one who died in the entrance hall was the last master. Castor tossed an ancient book from his hand and continued. He used the ritual on it to try to summon a demon, but accidentally connected with the Holy Grail, and became the last master. Matoike flipped through the ancient book, quickly finished reading it, then used magic to create flames that burned it completely. He then looked at Castor and said, "This does indeed record rituals related to the Holy Grail. It seems to be something left behind by the previous master. In addition to these, there are some rather bloody magic spells, but they are of little use. Collect the ashes left after the books have been completely burned, since they have been imbued with magic, and can be used as materials for some small magic tricks." How did this guy die there? Castor's expression was somewhat strange, but he continued, he was betrayed by his own heroic spirit. Betrayed. This is a sensitive word for Castor. After summoning his servant, this guy put the last surviving child in front of the servant, saying things like offering this to you, sacrifice, and don't be disgusted by the child wetting his pants, and then. Matoike had already imagined the scene of a righteous hero killing the villain, but he still wanted to keep asking, because the feeling of being told a story by someone else was quite different from what he imagined. Then the servant tore the child's rope with his hand, and let him go. Stop, stop, stop. You're not going to say that the kid rushed into the entrance hall, and was torn to pieces and eaten by the tentacle monster, are you? Matoike subconsciously thought of these things. He seemed to have seen them somewhere before. Were they fragments of Yuchi's memories? But he only had a vague impression. What are you talking about? That servant did release the child safely, and then the master looked at the servant in disbelief, tried to chase after him, and was finally stabbed to death. Killed by a servant like that? It seems they don't know about command seals. That child also escaped. Upon hearing this, Matoike turned to look at the corpse of the eldest daughter, remained silent for a moment, but seemed to suddenly realize something. Wait a minute, after that child leaves, he'll probably call the police, right? Just then, the sound of police cars suddenly came from outside. The door was suddenly opened. We are police officers. Don't move. Put your hands on your heads and squat down. Chapter 24 The Curious City Textbook. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Before the police broke down the door, Castor entered a spiritual state, and Matoike cast a suggestion spell on himself so that the police would not notice him. What a joke. With the help of magic, how could one possibly become the first escaped master and captured heroic spirit in human history? As the police entered the room and began to inspect the interior, after confirming that there were no living beings inside, they used a communication device to have a female police officer waiting outside bring a child inside. As soon as the child entered the house, he pointed at the corpse in the entryway and shouted excitedly, "It was him, he killed Dad, Mom, and my sister." After saying that, she broke down in tears and wailed. That must be the kid who escaped, right? It's a miracle he survived. Well, in that case, there's no need for us to stay here. Servants without a master basically can't survive. Unless it's Archer or Castor, who might have a chance to survive. Now that I've already taken one of those classes, we don't need to worry about this anymore. Castor's words were somewhat cold, and she seemed eager to leave. Matoike glanced at her and felt that this woman was indeed a bit contradictory. If you can't stand it, you can wait outside first. I still have some things to confirm. Castor did not answer. Her unwavering stance spoke volumes about her stubbornness. At the entrance, the policewoman seemed afraid that the child would see the tragic state of his relative, so she prepared to take him back to the car. Matoike directly amplified the effects of the suggestive magic, causing all ordinary people to fall into a brief mental stagnation. He walked past the corpse to the child and asked, "Little one, who saved you in the end?" He was a foreign knight uncle who walked out of a magic circle. The child answered mechanically and deliberately, clearly deeply influenced by the magic. A knight. What weapon did he use to kill this person? Matoike pointed at the body of Yuryu Ryanosuk and asked, although it was already possible to tell from the wounds, but to be on the safe side, she still had to ask the person involved. It was a long spear, and he killed this man with one thrust. A long gun. Oh, one last question. How did you manage to find the police station and report the crime all by yourself? The uncle accompanied me there. Although he disappeared into the air, I knew he was right beside me. Upon hearing this, Matoike immediately looked at Castor and said to her, "The remaining servant should still be nearby. Go find him." Understood. After saying that, Castor flew outside and used a magic trick to detect objects. Meanwhile, Matoike took on the task of cleaning up the mess. He used suggestive magic to change the image of the foreign knight in the child's mind into the image of this neighbor. After changing the information for everyone present, he sneaked into the neighbor's house and changed their perceptions as well, since he wanted to do things thoroughly. Looking back now, I realize how hard the church must have worked. After doing all this, Matoike began to mobilize the familiars used for surveillance in the vicinity and started to investigate the area. Castor, have you found any trace of him? He was supposed to be hiding in the nearby park, but by the time I got there, he had already run away. Do you know which direction they escaped from? I'm heading south along the river channel right now. Upon receiving the news, Matucci immediately rushed in that direction, mobilizing the demon flies along the river to begin the search. The search went relatively smoothly, or perhaps the servant did not deliberately hide. Castor was already in position near that servant, and now they were just waiting for Matoike to arrive. Matoike walked through the dark and damp underground sewers, each step splashing water, until finally he saw the servant. The servant was dressed in silver-white iron armor, tall with broad shoulders, and had deep-set eyes. His medium-length black hair added a touch of melancholy to his demeanor. His face looked somewhat weathered, and his furrowed brows seemed to tell a story of troubles. He leaned against the wall beside the underground river, completely unconcerned about the filth on the wall, holding in his hands a strange book made of human skin, imbued with a tainted magic. "You've arrived." It was a question, but it sounded more like a statement. "Yes, hello, my name is Matoike, and I am Castor's master." A concise self-introduction is the first step to starting a friendly exchange. "Berserker, Gillis de Rice and your friend. Why aren't you showing up?" He didn't even lift his head while speaking, continuing to quietly flip through the book in his hands. Upon hearing this, Castor first consulted Matoike and, after receiving his master's permission, revealed himself. She didn't reveal her real name, only her class. "Gentlemen, do as you please, kill me or torture me." Gillis de Rice seemed to have given up the will to survive, and had no intention of fighting back. "Did you lead us here to save that child? Neither of you seem to be bloodthirsty people." Upon hearing about the child, Jill's expression finally showed some emotion. "I never expected that the famous Bluebeard would care about a child's life. That's just my future self, it doesn't mean I would commit such a crime now." He finally raised his head, the book in his hand transforming into spirit particles, and looked at Matoike with clear eyes. "Then where did that magical book that allowed you to remain in the mortal world come from? If Bluebeard hadn't gone mad yet, he wouldn't have possessed such a treasure." Matoike kept pressing Gil, trying to assess the situation and decide whether to eliminate him or subdue him. After all, a servant who can maintain his existence in the real world on his own is unpredictable, which is a dangerous factor. Magician in type 1816 words found it. Gillis de Rice's words were quite astonishing. Even in official history, this Luoyan city manual was not something you could just pick up on the roadside. Seeing the two men's strong skepticism, Gillis de Rice explained, "It was indeed found, or rather, it was someone's belongings which I kept for myself." But your attitude just now seemed to suggest that you wouldn't mind dying without obtaining the Holy Grail, so why don't you commit suicide? Matucci couldn't verify the truth of Gillis de Rice's words, so he had no choice but to continue trying to figure out his purpose. Life and death are not something I can decide for myself. Ever since I picked up this book, it has been influencing my mind and driving me gradually insane. The magic that keeps me alive is supplied by it. Under the coercion of the consciousness in this book, I cannot take my own life. Gillis de Rice spoke more and more, his speech became faster and faster, his pupils gradually dilated, his rationality seemed to be gradually decreasing, and his madness was gradually rising. At this moment, he finally resembled a bit of the berserker. "Throw the book over here, and let me see." Without hesitation, Gillis de Rice threw the book between the three men. Matu Ike turned to Castor and gestured. Castor first covered the book with a barrier, and then applied several layers of protective magic to himself before picking up the strange book. "There is indeed a consciousness within this book, but I have sealed it away for now. This book has taken over the role of the master, or rather, this book is his master. The first order given to him is to survive in the present world and survive until 10 years later." After saying this, Castor looked at Matu Ike. She knew everything about the transaction in the Dragon Cave last time, but she had never asked about it. Now, the 10-year timeframe has appeared once again. Matu Ike was also stunned at this moment. All he knew was that a new Holy Grail war might begin in 10 years. The two fell into a silent silence. Chapter 25, Mutual Testing. "Kiri, what's going on now?" Tokiomi is contacting Kirii Kotomine, who is at the scene of the murder, via a dual communicator. When the church discovered the birth of the new servant, Kirii Kotomine rushed to the scene to find out what was going on. It seems that Berserker's master was killed by his own servant. After hearing Kirii's report, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the gem communicator. "Mentor, please make a decision. Kirii, find Berserker and take him out. You must do this before any other masters form a new contract with him." The fact that Berserker lost his master immediately after being summoned is very advantageous to the Tosaka family. With each fewer opponent, the chances of his alliance with Kirii will increase. As for why they didn't subdue them for their own use, firstly, the fact that a familiar killed its master is an unforgivable act for a magician. Furthermore, to subdue someone, one must offer a great reward. After the Holy Grails which summoned Gilgamesh, how could it possibly be used to deceive others? Finally, there's the issue of his own lack of magical power. Tokiomi Tosaka is a genius who works hard, but his inherent talent isn't particularly outstanding. Having acquired a luxurious, super-powerful faucet like Gilgamesh's is already constantly draining his magical energy. "You mean you don't want to listen to this book? You don't want to be turned into a monster by it? How about we renegotiate the contract?" After hearing Gillis de Rice's request, Matu Ike extended an invitation to him. "Not so good." The words suddenly came from outside the waterway, followed by a sharp dagger that was plunged straight into the barrier that Castor had set up in advance. The magic dispelling properties attached to the short sword caused half of the blade to sink into the barrier. "Black keys. Someone from the church." Matu Ike turned his head and saw 3 more black keys being thrown, completely shattering the barrier. "Kiri, it's been a long time. Why do we have to fight as soon as we meet?" Upon seeing the person in front of him, Matu Ike did not immediately retaliate. Instead, he exchanged pleasantries with the other party. However, he was not idle either. As the black keys burst forth, he began to mobilize his insects. "I'm only here to deal with the Berserker. If you step aside, I'll spare your lives for now." As soon as Kirii Kotomine uttered his chilling declaration, 3 more black keys shot out from the air. Kirai Kotomine's heroic spirit has not yet appeared, so Castor dared not make any rash moves, only symbolically throwing a few magic bullets forward. 4 or 5 magic bullets, each with a different trajectory, hurtled towards Kirai Kotomine. As the demonic bullet hurtled closer, Kirai Kotomine produced 3 black keys in each of his hands. Faced with the incoming magic missile, he simulated its flight trajectory in advance, threw the black key in his hand, and detonated it in midair. The shockwave from the explosion collided with the walls of the underground sewer, creating a loud, echoing sound. Castor, you cover me, I'll deal with him. Watch out for the heroic spirits hiding in the shadows, it looks like it's an assassin. Before he finished speaking, Matoike raised his little helper and fired a phosphorus fireball at Kotomine Kirai. Seeing the bullets hurtling towards him, Kirai Kotomine didn't hesitate and made a move to dodge. But if it's a normal bullet, then his method of dodging is the correct choice. The phosphorus firebomb exploded the moment it approached Kirai. Although the scorching flames did not directly burn Kirai's body, they did coat him. It wasn't over yet, another phosphorus firebomb was fired, but this time Kirai didn't dodge like before. Instead, he took off his priest's robe. They imbued it with magic and used it as a shield. The uniforms assigned to the agents by the Holy Church are specially made, and have a high resistance to some magical attacks. After Kirai's magical enhancement, it was barely able to withstand the magical bullets fired from Matoike's gun-themed mystic code. Holding the priest's suit, Kirai leaped towards the Metapond. He knew he had a greater advantage in close combat, and if he were to remain engaged in long-range combat, he would be nothing more than a sitting duck. Matoike did not back down when he saw this situation. He raised his little helper and fired several shots. At the same time, 7 or 8 fire ants flew out of his body and shot towards the leaping Kotomine Kirai along with the bullets. A series of explosions rang out in the air, and clusters of blazing white flames repeatedly ignited and extinguished. The flames flickered in the cave, and waves of intense heat washed over you. Kirai Kotomine used the shockwave to adjust his posture in midair, and lunged towards Metapond. Castor, seeing the situation was dire, prepared to intervene. "Miss Magician, didn't you hear your master say to pay close attention to me?" A cold voice rang out. Kirai Kotomine's heroic spirit has finally appeared. He was wrapped in a black cloak, and his face was covered by a skull mask. His deep eyes gleamed with a cold light through the gaps in the mask. Most striking was his strange, thick right hand, which, wrapped in bandages, seemed to seal away something terrifying. At that moment, that right hand was reaching for Castor's heart. Castor's speed increased several times over. She had prepared the time control spell before Assassin attacked. She flew upwards quickly, but Hassan's right hand, like a long snake, relentlessly pursued her. Castor quickly created 2 clones, using high-speed divine words to summon a huge magic circle, from which several beams of light shot out. When the light hits the ground, it cuts a long crack, as if the ground had been ravaged by a laser cutter. When Assassin realized he couldn't reach Castor with his right hand, he immediately withdrew it. The magical beam of light sliced the wall into fragments and dust, obscuring everyone's vision. A tall, slender black figure rolled on the ground, emerging faintly from the hazy dust. Assassin was clearly still alive. The ground beside him was deeply cut into geometric cracks, like a complex masterpiece. He quickly rolled over, then leaped into the air, nimbly dodging the laser-cutting net composed of numerous rays of light. Every dodge was incredibly precise, as if he were dancing with death. Is this woman's magic inexhaustible? Well, it's time to end it. Assassin muttered to himself before disappearing into the darkness. His mission was simply to hold off Castor. A direct confrontation was too much of a stretch for Assassin. His real strategy was to launch a sneak attack when the opportunity presented itself. Meanwhile, below their battlefield, Kirai Kotomine was rapidly approaching Metapond. Matoike seemed completely unprepared, leaving the door wide open, as if she hadn't even realized what was happening. Seizing the opportunity, Kirai Kotomine threw a jab punch with his right hand, which was holding the black key, aiming for Meto Ike's chest with lightning speed. Chapter 26 Origins. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Kirai Kotomine, gripping the Black Key's fist, easily pierced through Ike Mato's chest. After noticing the master battle below, Assassin, who was fighting Castor, withdrew from the fight with Castor ahead of time. By the time Castor noticed what was happening below, it was too late to rescue them. Perhaps this hard-won second life will be lost here. Only those who have died yearn for life more. As soon as Kirai Kotomine inserted the Black Key into Ike Mato's heart, he sensed something was wrong. The sensation was very strange. Although he hadn't been on the battlefield for 3 years, Kirai would never forget the feeling of it piercing his heart. Whenever Kirai recalled that feeling, he felt it was a blasphemy, and therefore he tempered himself with inhuman suffering. The human heart is a strong muscle. When you insert a knife into it, you will feel a strong feedback sensation, which is the feedback from the strong heart muscle. The Black Key's magic-based blade is incredibly sharp. Originally a conceptual weapon developed to deal with evil beings like the dead apostles, it can now easily cut through human flesh. But the sensation before my eyes was like a cake knife, piercing straight into the center of a cheesecake. This isn't right. Kirai frowned, trying to quickly pull back the Black Key. Magician in type 1735 words. But the body, which had just been as soft as a cake, was now as stiff as cement. Just as Kirai was about to let go and leave, Meto Ike's body suddenly disintegrated, revealing its true form, a swarm of insects. The fire ant hid beneath the skin of the clone made by the demon worm, waiting for the moment when Kirai Kotomine got close. Chili retreated abruptly, but it was too late. Fireball ants swarmed toward Kirai, and despite his quick reaction, several had already attached themselves to his arm. He immediately wrapped the priest's uniform tightly around his arms, and then jumped into the underground river in an attempt to mitigate the damage from the explosion and the formic acid. The icy water instantly enveloped him. The river's current washed over the fire ants, greatly weakening the explosive force, but a dull pain still lingered. Looking at Castor floating in midair, Kirai Kotomine couldn't help but realize that he seemed to have underestimated that man from the Meta family. From the very beginning, he was being plotted against, and even Castor's attempt to rescue him was just an act. As the underground river flowed away, Kirai Kotomine fell silent. The icy river water washed over his body, but his mind was filled with more reflection on being tricked. Perhaps it was the coldness of the river, perhaps it was the shame and indignation of being mocked, or perhaps it was the interest he had developed in that man that made his thoughts become increasingly calm and sharp. Seeing Kirai Kotomine and Assassin escape, Castor's eyes flashed with resentment, and he was about to give chase. However, the swarm of insects beside her quickly reformed into Meto Ike's figure and reached out to stop her. After all, the most important thing right now is Berserker. Meto Ike turned to the servant who had remained silent since the start of that battle and asked, "Have you thought it through, Mr. Gillis de Rice? I just want to be free. I don't necessarily need to depend on you." Gillis de Rice is now in a state of great inner conflict. On one hand, he doesn't want to be corrupted into that despicable state, but on the other hand, he is compelled by the curse to continue living a miserable life. Having never possessed any magical abilities, he was utterly powerless to resist the bindings of command seals, let alone the fact that he was now deeply bound to that person's skin book. Gillis de Rice's gaze fell into the distance, as if through the mists of time, he saw the despicable form that had once twisted him. That image, a monster despised by the world and recorded in history as infamous. All that ill-fated connection began when he picked up that book called The Book of the Snail Annihilation City. That book corrupted his soul, eroded his reason, and ultimately led him into an endless abyss. "I've already seen how he twisted himself," he whispered, his voice filled with undisguised sorrow. "He is despised by everyone, and I even personally fought against him with the saint. And now, I'm going to become like that too." Had she fought alongside the saintess? Meto Ike instinctively felt something was off. Historically, Gillis de Rice only gradually transformed into that despicable villain after the death of the saint. You said you fought alongside the Holy Maiden. Matoike frowned and asked him, this doesn't match historical records. Didn't you only fall into depravity after her death? Matoike objected to Gilles de Rice's answer, saying it was too different from normal history. Even the most obscure historical accounts couldn't possibly get the time of the Saintess's death wrong, could they? She is a spirit, the spirit of Joan of Arc, Gilles de Rice explained slowly. On the third day after she was burned at the stake, she became a spirit to continue protecting us. Matoike frowned, silently weighing the veracity of the information in his mind. It sounds quite bizarre that Joan of Arc became a heroic spirit after her death in reality, but in the world of magic, it is not entirely impossible. I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Matoike frowned and muttered to himself, as if recalling some scattered fragments. Suddenly, he abruptly raised his head, looked directly at Gilles de Rice and said, wait a minute, you said you attacked your twisted self. Yes, he suddenly appeared just when peace was about to be restored and started a new war with dragons and fire. Although he called himself Bluebeard, I knew that was me in the future. Gilles de Rice appeared to be caught up in painful memories, his face slightly distorted. When France was once again engulfed in war, it was Joan of Arc who saved us once again. But we let her down, becoming a casualty of peace. Is that really okay? Seeing Berserker's wild aura gradually leaking out, seemingly about to enter a Berserker state, Matoike interrupted his thoughts. Was Joan of Arc the only heroine to descend to Earth? Or were there others who accompanied you in saving France? There were also several other heroic spirits, and a man who called himself Master. That man seemed to claim to be from Chaldea. Gilles de Rice's words shocked Matoike. Are you kidding me? The man summoned as a berserker is actually from a singularity. Memories locked in the mind resurface one by one, and knowledge of the singularity returns. As Matoike pondered, he inwardly berated himself. Why hadn't he figured out this man's true origin sooner? There were already so many strange things about him that he couldn't possibly list them all. He began to re-examine the man in front of him. The story of finding the Snail Annihilation City textbook now seems plausible. It was not copied from the Boundary record tape, nor is it a true heroic spirit in history. Instead, after the singularity was repaired, despite not wanting to become the most detestable thing, he couldn't resist the tide of history, and picked up the evil book called the Book of the Annihilation City. Singularities are simply nodes of possibility, minor changes are harmless, whether they are found or given by someone else. It's enough that the existence of Gilles de Rice will be corrupted into Bluebeard. Chapter 27 Effect. This is a point of constraint, a juncture that a man named Gilles de Rice is destined to pass through in his life. This is a destiny already etched in our minds, history has already written its inscription. Perhaps being drawn to the Holy Grail is also because of a desire to defy one's own destiny. Or was it the temptation of an evil god? If it were Joan of Arc, what would she have done? How did she encourage her comrades to achieve victory in an impossible battle? But none of that matters, no matter what this world becomes, whether it becomes a singularity or a lost belt. But none of this mattered to Matoike. His goal was simple, to have more leverage in his hands. I understand your situation now. Matoike paused, looking directly at Gilles de Rice. You want liberation, and I no longer wish to be controlled by fate. Perhaps we can help each other achieve our goals. A flicker of hesitation crossed Gilles de Rice's eyes, and he whispered, liberation. Can you help me break free from the curse of that book? Can you make me stop being Bluebeard? Matoike slowly shook his head and said, I can't guarantee I can help you break free from the curse of the evil book, nor can I change your fate of becoming Bluebeard. Perhaps all I can do for you is a decent way to die. I just want to fight for the present. Mr. Matoike extended his hand in front of Gilles de Rice. Gilles de Rice fell silent upon hearing the man's words, yet also felt a surge of amusement. When recruiting people, instead of showing them a grand future plan, or using profit sharing as an incentive, they only want to rely on sincerity. But I am no longer a naive young person, who can be easily inspired by words. He had seen too much hypocrisy and betrayal, and experienced too much glory and depravity. Although he had only been a Marshal of France for 3 years, he was already accustomed to the corrupt practices among the nobility. Even Joan of Arc died in the same way. Joan of Arc? I don't know, Jill. Even if I'm destined to lose, I'll probably fight to the end. Looking at the outstretched hand of the man in front of him, Gilles de Rice remained silent for a moment before finally shaking it. He didn't know what the future held, whether it would lead to depravity or death. Just like when you faced that person's invitation back then, give it another try. Then the contract is established. Matto Ike said in a low voice. The magic's brilliance illuminated the entire underground river, highlighting the two people's tightly clasped hands. Ryodong Temple. In the Zen room. Matto Ike is eating self-heating food she bought from a convenience store. She's exhausted after today's battle. He chewed his warm food while pondering his next plan. The room was quiet, save for the sounds of his chewing and the occasional clinking of cutlery. This ancient temple, once a place of tranquility, has now become a resting place after battle. Neither of the two servants nor their master are the type who are good at housework. Or rather, only a minority of servants possess the EX level of housework expertise. Castor held the Snail Annihilation City text in his hand, studying it carefully, as if there was something interesting in it. As she flipped through the pages, she muttered to herself thoughtfully. Master, I should be able to sever the connection between this book and Berserker with my noble phantasm. She said it casually, as if stating something perfectly ordinary. Matto Ike stopped eating with her chopsticks and looked up at Castor. His expression revealed a mixture of helplessness and confusion, as if silently questioning, "Why didn't you say so sooner? You made me so embarrassed just now." Magician in type 1830 words. Berserker's attention was also drawn by the words, and his gaze was fixed on Castor, his expression complex. Matto Ike met his gaze, their eyes revealing the same expectation. Castor sensed their gazes, but she didn't rush into action. Instead, she leisurely continued to peruse the Snail Annihilation City text, as if confirming certain details. Although it can be removed, I don't think it's necessary. Although the two were puzzled, they trusted Castor's words and waited for her to continue. What I mean is that even if he cuts off his connection with this book, Mr. Gill will still be corrupted by the demon's ravings, Castor continued. When two questions arose at the same time, Castor decided to answer Berserker, who was also a servant, first. As for the master, he would let him wait. That's because when you were summoned, the contamination had already been incorporated into your body as part of your spirit origin. The Berserker class is a perfect example. You've gone completely mad. Yes, so he had already gone mad all along. Gilles de Des gave a bitter smile and stopped looking at Castor. Seeing the increasingly dejected look on Berserker's face, Medea did not stop, but continued, "After being sealed by me, your madness will not continue to accumulate, but will remain at the current level. So rather than severing your connection, it's better to keep it together. This book is a pretty good source of magic. This will appropriately reduce the master's mana burden, allowing him to play some additional roles besides supplying mana." Faced with Castor's explanation, Berserker's expression became even more complicated. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating his situation. After a while, his eyes gradually hardened. He understood his situation and accepted reality. As for your question, Master, this book records a demon god from outside, and the one who cast the command spell on Berserker should also be from that demon god. But this book seems to have been modified a lot, with a lot of additional information about the mythical species dragons. Why would he possess knowledge of dragons? Did he come from the singularity of the 100 Years' War of the evil dragons? Matto Ike pondered for a moment, nodded and asked, "Does this book still retain its function as a noble phantasm?" "There are still some, but a lot of knowledge about demon gods has been overwritten. It seems that someone is deliberately reducing the demon god's interference in the mortal world," Castor replied. After they finished speaking, the two looked at Berserker, seemingly seeking his opinion. Before I found this book, its original owner commanded an army of sea monsters and wyverns, as well as a legendary evil dragon named Fafnir. And now, in addition to drawing magic from this book, I can also summon a little sea monster and a two-legged wyvern. Having learned the function of Berserker's noble phantasm, Matoike looked at Castor and asked her, could we use this artifact to create an army? Castor lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, it should be feasible. Chapter 28 Confession. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. As the discussion ended, silence fell between the three of them once again. Only the faint sound of breathing and the occasional rustling of wind remained in the room. In fact, they were not good at communicating with each other, and each carried varying degrees of aloofness and silence. After finishing the self-heating food, Matucci carefully recalled the discussion they had just had. He had a general understanding of the power of the Snail Annihilation Castle text. As a noble phantasm, this book possesses a powerful magical core, capable of ignoring the caster's own magical power and automatically unleashing grand magic or ritualistic spells. It can also be used to communicate with ancient evil gods and command monsters from the sea. As a magic core, it is already an extremely useful tool. The parts of the book that have been overwritten with knowledge of dragons might allow Castor's unusable noble phantasm, the Golden Fleece, to play a role. However, this part is something Castor has to research on himself. After thinking about all this, Matucci finished eating the self-heating food in his hand, put the remaining wrappers, disposable plates, and utensils into a sealed garbage bag, and threw them all into the trash can. He turned to Castor and Berserker, ready to discuss the enemies they had encountered that day. What are your thoughts on the master-servant pair we met today? Matoike asked. Castor raised his head, put down the Snail Annihilation City text in his hand, and recalled the clash that could hardly be called a battle earlier that day. Although the heroic spirit assassin did not go all out, it can be seen from the battle just now that he is skilled in assassination and sneak attacks, but that's all. She said calmly, his ability in direct combat is much weaker than that of a normal servant. As his master, you should be able to see some of his stats, right? Matoike nodded. After becoming a master, the Holy Grail grants masters an ability similar to a discerning eye, allowing them to understand some of the basic abilities of the opponent's servants before battle, thus enabling them to better decide on their strategy. He recalled the data he had seen and added, indeed, Assassin's strength and endurance are not outstanding, but his agility and luck are relatively high. This heroic spirit mainly relies on stealth and surprise attacks. These are all ordinary abilities, but as an assassin, his presence concealment is at an A+ level. As long as his presence is completely concealed, it is almost impossible for him to be detected. Castor nodded in agreement and then said, his right hand, his noble phantasm must reside in his right hand. Before today, Matoike had always thought that the heroic spirit summoned by Kodomine Kirii was Hassan of the 100 Faces, but she never expected that he would summon Hassan of the Cursed Arm to replace the 100 Faces in the original process. Compared to Cursed Arm, 100 Faces is more focused on intelligence gathering. When facing servants whose noble phantasms are not particularly outstanding, it may be able to win by ganging up on them. The Cursed Arm is more suited to assassination, as evidenced by the noble phantasm delusional heart sound stored on its right hand. By reflecting the murdered object in the mirror, a dual existence that can interact with the original body is created. The dual existence possesses the property of resonating with the original. If the dual existence is harmed, the original will also be harmed. Faced with this attack of delusional mental sound, no amount of armor matters. This noble phantasm, capable of directly attacking internal organs, a part of the body no one can train, is practically a terrifying noble phantasm worthy of an assassin. That noble phantasm should be a curse-type item. As long as your magical resistance is high enough, you should be immune to it. And since it's a curse, Castor, your noble phantasm should be able to break it, right? Judging from today's battle, that thing should also have a range limitation. To deal with it, we just need to use long-range magic bombardment. After thinking for a moment, Matoike revealed some of the information he knew. Then, that priest Kirii Kodomine's fighting style is very direct and fierce, and he is good at close combat. If we can suppress him from a distance, he shouldn't pose a threat to us. After the three discussed and reviewed today's battle, their strategy for the next battle became clearer: firepower suppression. As night fell, a brief period of tranquility returned to Ryodong Temple. Berserker went to inspect the approach to Ryodongji Temple, which is the weakest link in the temple's protective barrier, as it was originally conceived as a gate. Matoike sat under the eaves of the corridor, looking up at the moon with a thoughtful expression in his eyes. It was unclear what he was thinking. At that moment, Castor came out of the room behind him, and gently sat down beside him. The moonlight shone on the two of them, and the night breeze brought a touch of coolness. "You must have something to tell me, Master." Castor broke the silence first, his voice low and calm. Matoike looked at the servant sitting next to her with some confusion. "Ever since that so-called deal was struck in the Great Hollow, I've sensed that you seem to want to say something to me, haven't I?" Castor raised his right hand, admiring himself in the moonlight, and spoke. "You're very perceptive, Castor." Matoike was surprised that his servant would ask this question, and couldn't help but smile wryly. "So what is it? In the time we've spent together, I don't think you're an indecisive person at all." Castor lowered his hand, brought his face close to Matoike's head, and whispered in his ear, "You can tell me quietly, and no one else will know." After saying that, he casually set up a soundproof barrier around the two of them to ensure that nothing else could overhear their conversation. "Castor, do you remember the guy covered in black and red tattoos?" "Of course I remember, isn't he the one you made the deal with?" Matoike sat up straight, looked at Castor with an indescribable expression, and said, "He is a heroic spirit summoned during the last Holy Grail War, named All Evil of this world. Through that war, after he was destroyed, the Holy Grail was corrupted." Hearing this, Medea seemed somewhat disappointed and dissatisfied with Matoike's words, and said to her, "Is that all?" "Yes, a corrupted Holy Grail cannot fulfill wishes smoothly. Your wish to return to your homeland may not be achieved by obtaining the Holy Grail." After listening, Medea turned her head back, no longer facing Metapond, but instead lowered her head to play with the foxtail grass she had picked from the ground. "Is that all?" The voice was so soft that Matoike could barely hear it, so she asked Castor what she had just said. "What is your reason for joining this battle?" At first they were just coerced, but later they participated half-heartedly. Now they probably want to use this Holy Grail war to get a ticket to a normal, everyday life. Is it only natural? Medea nodded, seemingly agreeing with Matoike, but her voice remained low. "I will help you, Master, although..." Silence spread between the two. The atmosphere had reached freezing point. Seemingly sensing something, Matoike suddenly said to Medea, "Castor, I'm sorry, but in my imagined future, I might have to betray you." Betrayal was the word Medea hated most, and it permeated her entire life. Magician in type 2073 words. But it's strange that the master's words sound so emotional. Betrayal. Then isn't this tantamount to conspiring with the victim? A powerful surge of magical energy suddenly erupted in the sky. Chapter 29, Lively. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. The Fuyuki Bridge, which spans the entire Maiwon River, is located not far from the estuary. It is 665 meters long, and is a three-span continuous highway arch bridge. The top of the bridge arch is over 50 meters high. If you were at such a height, and a gentle sea breeze were to blow you, you would surely lose your footing and fall into the river below. If a professional diver panics and fails to adjust their posture in midair, they could be smashed to pieces. On such a high bridge, even the most skilled maintenance worker would never climb up without safety ropes. Weber Velvet is currently without any safety ropes or other equipment, clinging to the steel of the bridge, his hands and feet gripping the cold steel frame tightly. Normally, as rider's master, he always reminds himself to show a majestic and composed demeanor, so as to be worthy of the heroic spirit and the identity of a participant in this Holy Grail war. But at this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. His own life was far more important than any semblance of power or composure. Those empty things can just stay in the far reaches of the heavens, he thought. The wind whistled in his ears, and the vibrations of the bridge traveled through the steel to every joint of his body, making him acutely aware of his fragility and insignificance. Weber's breathing was rapid, and his palms were already soaked with cold sweat, but he dared not relax for a moment. Any small mistake could cause him to plummet from this height. Beneath the bridge, the waters of the Weiyuan River flowed swiftly, as if silently mocking his helplessness and fear at that moment. He clenched his teeth, and tried to calm himself down. I am Waver Velvet, the master of Rider. He silently repeated this sentence in his mind, trying to give himself some courage and strength in this way. Rider, sitting cross-legged next to Weber with his back straight, looked imposing. This contrast made Weber appear even more timid and insignificant, which made him grit his teeth in hatred towards Rider. After all, the current situation was created by Rider. They said that one must stand on high ground to observe the entire battlefield, and that a hero should not fear the power of nature. These words left Waver as the master completely embarrassed. After all, it's normal for a young, inexperienced man to care about his image. Let's hurry, get off here, Weber said to Rider. Being high up by the sea, the icy sea breeze at night made Weber's teeth chatter incessantly. Of course, fear was also at play, but the exact extent of it was unknown. Waver's words were like a gentle breeze to the giant servant beside him. In a contractual relationship, if the master becomes the weaker party, the servant must take the initiative. This is an excellent surveillance position. Even though it's dangerously high up, it's worth the risk. Why not take a good look around this city that's about to become a battlefield? Rider held a bottle of liquor he'd somehow acquired, taking large gulps of it as he looked down at the expansive seaside park stretching from the river mouth to the coast, located under the bridge to the west, while gazing into the distance at the majestic Yuanzhong mountain on the other side of the city. His eyes held a hidden brilliance, the spirit of conquest, the pride of a man. Today, they missed the first battle of heroic spirits. After sensing the magical aura of the servant, Rider summoned his noble phantasm, his Mount Kamui wheel. Anyone who knows the name of this noble phantasm will surely guess the name of this giant hero's spirit, the conqueror, Alexander the Great, His Majesty Iskandar. This is proof that he became the king of Asia. The name of this treasure comes from the most famous scene in the legend of Alexander the Great, the Goldium Knot. He stared at the knot, then suddenly drew his sword, and with a swift stroke, the knot shattered. The chariot bound by ropes became one of the most widely circulated legends about the great emperor, and it is the prototype of this noble phantasm. After rushing to the battlefield on the wheel of divine might, they were disappointed to find that the battle was already over. Unable to find any excitement, this servant, unwilling to remain idle, brought his master to this towering bridge to await the new battle. Of course, bringing the master up here was partly to test his courage, and partly to tease him. After all, days without battle are just too boring, and even a conqueror king can't help but want to have some fun. You were the one who wasted time by insisting on buying those pants. Why should I pay for it now? Waver blamed the current situation entirely on the servant beside him. Waver slowly settled into his seat on the steel frame, and to bolster his courage, he chose to start arguing with his own heroic spirit. Ah boy, are you saying that the fault for not seeing the excitement this time lies with me? The emperor's piercing gaze swept across his master's face, nearly startling Waver, who had just settled into his seat, so much so that he almost fell off. Well, this problem is indeed partly my fault, but as your subject, you should also share the blame for this mistake with me. After listening, Waver Velvet stopped arguing. He knew that no matter what he said, the heroic spirit would shut him down with grand principles. It would be better to remain silent and simply look at the seaside city below, where neon lights shimmer wildly in the night, making it seem like a fairy tale city that never sleeps. Modern technology seems to be able to produce beautiful things too, and this is indeed a great place to enjoy the scenery. Just as Weber was focusing his attention on the city scenery at his feet, the giant follower next to him suddenly stood up. This action startled Weber, who wondered what strange thing the person next to him was up to now. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind broke through between the master and servant. The kinetic energy that swept over him carried Weber off the bridge. Fortunately, the giant follower reacted quickly and grabbed Weber by the back of his neck, as if he were carrying a kitten. Weber, who almost fell, seemed to be stunned and froze completely. Seeing this situation, the giant didn't know what to do. He scratched his head and swung Weber around a couple of times. "Hey kid, wake up." "Oh, what just happened?" A wave of fear washed over Weber as he regained his senses. Not knowing what had happened, he asked the heroic spirit who was still carrying him, who seemed to have gotten used to being carried. "Boy, I told you to wait here, there was bound to be some exciting developments. It seems that all the participants in this Holy Grail war are restless individuals." Weber, who was somewhat confused by what his own heroic spirit said, began to understand what he meant. "You mean, that was a heroic spirit? That was a heroic spirit that just flew by? That powerful magical reaction really was a heroic spirit?" Actually, what scared Weber wasn't the near fall, but something that flashed past them with a gust of wind. In Weber's eyes, it was as if someone was wielding an unstable magical core and attacking him. "Yes, and they completely ignored us. Do they not take us seriously? There are such arrogant people in this competition. It's just too much like what I imagined. The more arrogant and haughty a person is, the more I want to conquer, to ravage, and to trample on their dignity." Having said that, he raised his long sword high, and thunderclouds suddenly appeared out of thin air in the sky where the stars and moon hung high. Amidst the intertwining of lightning, the wheel of divine might appeared. Two enormous divine bulls pulled the chariot, their fur as black as night, their eyes flashing with lightning. Each time they roared, the surrounding air trembled with their power. Arcs of electricity crackled around their bodies, like Thor's chains, shimmering with dazzling light. Such a terrifying monster, now standing before Ryder, was like a docile pet. "Kid, come on up here. If you missed the first round, you can't miss the second one too." Chapter 30, A Shooting Star Soaring Through the Sky. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. The Wheel of Divine Might wielded lightning, racing wildly across the skies above Fuyuki, leaving streaks of light in its wake. They followed behind the mysterious heroic spirits that glided like shooting stars. Ryder and Weber spent the entire afternoon wandering the city in hopes of making contact with the enemy, which was already frustrating as they missed their first battle. Now another opportunity has presented itself. I thought Ryder would attack immediately, but he just followed slowly behind and showed no intention of launching an attack. "Why don't you teach him a lesson? He flew right over your head." Weber quipped, given Ryder's usual personality and way of doing things, shouldn't he be saying something like, "Move the wheel of Kamui over there right now. Then drive your chariot straight and run them over." Ryder, who was pulling the reins, was not angry when he heard Weber's teasing. He just laughed and flicked Weber's forehead with his finger. "Kid, that guy clearly has a specific goal. It looks like he's heading towards that fortress that's already been built." "A fortress? It must be the large barrier near Ryodong Temple." When Weber first arrived in Fuyuki, the place gave him quite a shock. That massive complex barrier was not much inferior to the barrier set up at the main clock tower, and in some aspects it was even stronger. How can such a large magic workshop exist in such a remote area in the Far East? Even the familiars he sent out to scout were killed as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain. This dealt Weber Velvet, who came from the clock tower, his first blow. The honorary title of the clock tower seemed to mean nothing here. Besides, it's no wonder that no one noticed him flying so brazenly straight towards his target. Not only me, but the other servants must also be keeping an eye on him and observing the situation. Furthermore, I suspect that guy deliberately flew over our heads. Perhaps he flew around the entire Fuyuki before going there, just to attract the attention of the other masters and servants, so as to detect everyone's strength in this war. After listening to Ryder's explanation, Weber rubbed his forehead, which had been hit by the finger snap, and nodded. "So, kid, let's just wait and see, and look forward to the show." Weber also thought Ryder's plan was correct, but he never expected that this magnanimous and upright self-proclaimed king would actually resort to such cunning and treacherous tactics. Indeed, as Ryder said, accepting the enemy's provocation and launching a reckless attack without any prior preparation is the most foolish and worst possible strategy. Those affected by such tricks will likely continue to kill each other and become fewer and fewer, even if left unchecked. Although the strength of the servant who took the initiative to provoke was already evident from the fluctuations in his magical energy. However, attacking an already built fortress does not necessarily guarantee a swift victory. Wait until they are both exhausted, then let Ryder defeat them and be the one to reap the benefits. That would not be a bad strategy. Now that this decision has been made, let's see how strong these two sides really are. Weber and Ryder maintained a certain distance, continuing to track the shooting star that streaked across the night sky, heading straight for their target. Magician in Type 1749 words, Master, we have detected that this magic workshop is surrounded by multiple barriers. Only the entrance to the mountain path can be easily breached. Kenneth, who had been waiting at Mount Enzo for some time, had indeed deliberately let his servants tour around Fuyuki before arriving at this place. The purpose was to expose the identities and whereabouts of other heroic spirits and masters. The reason why Metapond was chosen as the primary target is he had actually participated in this Holy Grail war once before. However, that attempt was abandoned halfway through. The process was only halfway through when an agent claiming to be her niece inexplicably arrived in Fuyuki. They also brought a strange organization calling themselves Chaldea to participate in this battle. He even deceived himself, saying that Chaldea was an organization he established after the Holy Grail War. How could that be? How could I possibly waste my talents on something so useless as protecting humanity? Ridiculous. The El Meloy family's plans are not about such things. The guy from the future who called himself El Meloy too even found my love letters in his study. Isn't this just telling yourself that you won't survive this Holy Grail war? I realized this at the time, so I listened to that guy. They obediently sat on the private jet back to London, but ironically, before the plane even left Asia, it was inexplicably hit by a missile, and he and Sola perished in the sea. To die so ridiculously is worse than to die in the Holy Grail War, he thought to himself on his deathbed. But when he woke up again, he was sitting in his study, holding a nonsensical paper from a delusional student. This fellow actually submitted this paper to the aristocratic monarch El Meloy, openly proclaiming this view in such a clock tower. Is he not afraid of death? So on that day, he was filled with resentment towards death, anger at the student's ignorance and arrogance, and displeasure at the theft of his sacred relics. As a lecturer, during his lecture, he bluntly tore away the last fig leaf of his student, Weber Velvet, and belittled everything about Weber as a magician. The next day, he learned that his relics had been stolen again. But he had no intention of pursuing it further. He was ready to give up on the Holy Grail War. If he couldn't win, couldn't he at least avoid it? Over the next few days, he began investigating the Chaldea organization that El Meloy too had mentioned. This is, after all, a great magic trick that allows one to travel from the future to the past, comparable to magic itself. Although no accurate information about the organization, Chaldea, was ultimately found, the fragmented pieces all pointed to the monarch of the celestial department Animusphia. The monarch of the celestial sciences also seemed to have realized that someone was investigating him, and discovered that the person was none other than Kenneth, who was also a monarch. That led to the meeting that Sola had mentioned earlier. The meeting didn't go very far, it was just a discussion about magic. After that, Kenneth concluded that Chaldea was something created by the Animusphia family. But as the day of the Holy Grail War drew closer, a stigmata, a command seal, appeared on the back of Kenneth's hand. A voice from the depths of his being told him that the path to salvation lay within it. Will you die if you participate in the Holy Grail War, or will you die if you don't participate? By this time, news of Kenneth's stolen relic had spread inside the clock tower. It was a foolish act committed by a student who had been insulted by Kenneth in class. The celestial sovereign, who had recently established a friendship with Kenneth, offered to sponsor a relic to help Kenneth reclaim the honor that belonged to the clock tower. Kenneth looked at himself being swept along and couldn't help but chuckle. Having learned of his own destiny, Kenneth began preparing for this seemingly inevitable Holy Grail war. However, when he arrived in Fuyuki, he discovered a major problem. It seems that the original master of the Meto family was not someone named Meto Ike. Chapter 31 The moment the meteor falls, please add to your favorites. Please recommend The Path to the Temple. If we abandon that entrance, can we break through the protective barrier directly, Lancer? Everything was defended, but one weakness was left that was obvious at a glance. It seems suspicious no matter how you look at it. Kenneth made a quick decision, ordering his followers to abandon attacking from weak points, and instead launch a direct assault on the turtle shell. Understood. Please witness my piercing strike, Master. Before the words were finished, a deep blue light gathered in the sky above Ryodong Temple, and the air currents flowed with the operation of magic. That was a torrent called power, which swept up all the surrounding air, creating a vacuum in the sky. The spectators were all impressed. It was an overwhelming force. Tonight, the strongest in this Holy Grail war might just be that azure figure, that proud figure standing atop Ryuduji Temple. At the foot of the nearby mountain, the eyes of both tourists and locals were drawn to that beam of light. Curious onlookers even took out their cameras to record this unusual sight, intending to post it on the internet. At this moment, Kirai Kotomine, who was receiving treatment at the Tosaka residence, was getting restless. In front of him was a round mirror made of crystal, a magic prop passed down from the Tosaka family. It can project images onto the mirror using the eyes of familiars. While the figure standing atop Ryuduji Temple was still making his pilgrimage in Fuyuki, Tokiomi Tosaka dispatched his familiar to try and ascertain the servant's intentions. He also instructed Kirai to send out assassin as well. Kirai was originally supposed to go along to gather intelligence, which was his main job as a member of Tosaka's side. However, today, while chasing Berserker, we happened to run into Matoike's group. He suffered extensive burns to half of his body, and is currently receiving magical treatment at the Tosaka residence. Fortunately, the decision made at the time was correct, and he avoided most of the damage by swimming in the river. After recovering, he was able to continue participating in the war. The scene reflected in the mirror at that moment made both Tokiomi Tosaka and Kirai feel irritated. However, unlike others, Tokiomi Tosaka was annoyed that his opponent this time was someone whose performance was comparable to that of the King of Heroes. Kirai, on the other hand, was troubled about how the church should handle the aftermath of such a battle. Should they perform a suggestive magic trick for the entire Fuyuki community? Teacher. They both called each other by name, clearly troubled by the image reflected in the mirror. Kiri, you go first. I think we should contact my father as soon as possible, and get the people at the Holy Church to start taking action. Otherwise, if things continue to develop, it will be difficult to handle. Yes, I've already communicated with Mr. Risei about this matter, while this guy was still touring Fuyuki. Tokiomi Tosaka truly lived up to his reputation as an experienced magician. In terms of advanced preparation, he was almost the best among all masters. However, in carrying out the operation, things always go wrong, as if they are under some kind of curse. By the way, Kirai, let assassin try to find this heroic spirit's master. Tokiomi Tosaka pointed at the figure in the mirror and gave Kirai the order. Teacher, you mean, we should? Yes, that's right. I'm also a little scared when I'm facing someone like that. Before Kirai could finish his sentence, Tokiomi interrupted him. In Kirai's view, his teacher was a magician who upheld aristocratic values, though he did not deliberately maintain a persona of moral justice. However, the principle of heroic spirit versus heroic spirit, and magician versus magician, should not be violated until the very last moment. But now that the war has just begun, they are already trying to use this method to defeat a powerful enemy. I understand. Kirai said no more, but conveyed the order to the assassin present through his own contract. The summit of Yuenzong Mountain. Ryder and Weber stopped here, chasing after Lancer. This can't be real. This level of intensity is practically cheating. It's not fair, it's not fair. Unlike his anxious master beside him, the servant Iskandar became even more excited, and he gulped down the wine bottle in his hand. Then he casually tossed the empty bottle aside and burst into laughter. Interesting, very interesting. Only such heroic spirits are worthy of my conquest and trampling. Ugh, all you can do is spout nonsense. Even if you used your tank to ram him head-on, we'd be the ones getting crushed. Upon hearing this, Ryder pulled a book from his pocket and smashed it directly on Weber's head. Boy, why do you always like to say things that boost the morale of others? Even if I am at a disadvantage when I fight against him, I am not the only noble phantasm I have, the wheel of divine might. Thinking of his servant's second noble phantasm, Weber felt a little more at ease, but he was still somewhat impatient. Seeing that his master was so impatient, he threw the book he had just used to smash his head in front of Weber. Boy, instead of jumping around here like a flea, why don't you read a book to me? What are you doing? This is the Holy Grail War. The Holy Grail War. Don't you even understand? How can you have no sense of crisis at all? And why did you bring this book to the battlefield? Weber tried to reprimand his servant in a serious manner, so that his servant would understand the importance and urgency of the matter. The Iliad is a book with profound meaning. Even on the battlefield, I sometimes think of passages from it. If I don't read it on the spot, I might not even be able to swing my sword. Hearing his own servant utter such nonsensical words, curiosity still overcame reason. Magician in type. 20 words you mean on the battlefield. Of course, how could you understand the thrill of wielding a sword, drinking wine, and loudly reciting poetry? That's true conquest. Ryder remained expressionless and spoke solemnly, as if his words were the supreme truth on the battlefield, and he didn't find them strange at all. So how are you going to read the book? Of course, I'll have the servants read it aloud. Do you expect me to personally carry the book to the battlefield? As Ryder said this, he winked at Weber from time to time. You bastard, how could this be? Boy, you're still too naive. In my time, servants took care of all our needs, from food and clothing to shelter and transportation. Warriors only needed to focus their energy on the battlefield and on enjoying themselves. What are my little quirks compared to that? Weber gaped and fell silent. He seemed to genuinely believe Iskandar's words, as this kind of thing was indeed similar to the man's style. It's about to begin, kid. Focus your attention and watch closely. Analyze these guys' weaknesses for me. The air began to condense, the wind pressure gradually increased, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Then it was dyed blue by magic, just like the process of coloring a blank. The wind took shape at this moment, and the magic became the dye. Lancer, sing your heart out. A voice, altered by magic, came from the air, seemingly belonging to the master of this heroic spirit who was gathering his strength. Air and magic mixed together and compressed to a single point. Sound and color will be swallowed up by that singularity. Then give me a good round of applause, master. The meteor eventually fell to the ground. Chapter 32 Operation, please add to your favorites. Please recommend. The immense pressure released by the meteor's impact caused visible cracks in the surrounding space, and ethereal magic peeked out from these spatial fissures, eroding the originally stable reality. The magic surged like thick black smoke, rapidly converging at the tip of the spear, causing the temperature to rise sharply, and from this single point, it shattered everything. The tip of the spear emitted a blazing light, like a piece of scorching iron, unleashing unparalleled destructive power. The stubborn barrier cracked rapidly in the face of this terrifying power, like a tortoise shell being baked. The hard earth and dense vegetation were easily crushed by the accompanying magical impact. The scattered fragments flew out like a raging storm. The scene resembled a charter being sent into a shredder, with fragments of the outer barrier flying everywhere, as fragile as glass shattered by a pitch. The immense pressure, known as the impact force, twisted and shattered the mountain while continuing to crash deeper into the barrier, as if hell itself had descended upon the earth. The earth groaned in agony. At that very moment, countless magical arrows resembling starlight suddenly shot out from within the barrier at an astonishing speed. Each arrow of light carried the momentum to destroy everything, and the blazing light intertwined in the night sky to form a curtain of light, as if to illuminate the entire darkness. In an instant, the situation seemed to be completely reversed. Countless magical arrows rained down on the heroic spirit lancer, shrouding him in a shadow of death. However, the servant who existed as a lancer showed no sign of backing down in the face of this deadly crisis. Instead, he increased the release of his own magic power, and his aura became increasingly violent. As the magic-formed arrows approached Lancer, they were shattered by the magical impact of his confrontation with the barrier, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. The turbulence created by the clash of magic alone achieves a defensive effect similar to arrow protection. This method of using offense to achieve defense is undoubtedly a manifestation of both courage and boldness, demonstrating such a subtle grasp of the battle situation. This scene left Matu Ike, who was watching from below, slightly speechless, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. The intensity of the magical clash escalated, the air thick with the scorching heat of the colliding forces, and the cracks in the mountainside widened, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The cold wind whipped up dust and gravel, as if cheering on this fierce battle. Fortunately, Mount Enzo, being the location of the Holy Grail, possessed protective and restorative capabilities that mitigated the impact of the offensives launched by both sides. The air was thick with tension and anxiety. With the barrier not yet completely broken, the battle between the two sides was like an endless melody. The earth seemed to wail with every impact of the battle, yet it was also constantly healing and recovering. Before the two sides clashed, Kiritsugu Amiya and Miyahizo arrived at the foot of Mount Sonozo from their respective lodgings to meet up. As the location of the scenic area and temple, there are not many tall buildings nearby suitable for sniping, which makes their operation more complicated. Kiritsugu Amiya looked around and quickly assessed the terrain. The terrain here was not favorable for them. Considering other hilltops as options, reconnaissance revealed that the best spectator spots had already been occupied by masters and servants named Waver and Iskandar. The towering hilltops not only offer a wide field of vision, but also provide excellent defense and cover for operations. However, they now have to find other options. Fortunately, with Castor's side fully engaged in fighting off Lancer's offensive, the familiars were finally able to put to good use on this sacred land. Meanwhile, Hisayumiya quietly prepared her equipment. This was a beautiful woman with fair skin and a pleasing appearance, but there was no trace of makeup on her face. Her phoenix eyes always revealed a sharp gaze due to her vigilance, which added to her cold and aloof temperament. Countless men who tried to flirt with her would give up after just one glance from her. She looked up at the mountaintop, where the sounds of fierce battle and fluctuations of magic could be faintly heard, and the light flickered, as if the entire night sky was responding to the intensity of the battle. "Mamie, did you bring everything?" Although the two had a mentor-student relationship, their communication was mostly limited to work matters. They never wasted time on small talk and always got straight to the point. Mamie silently spread the prepared weapon box on the ground. The equipment inside had been carefully selected and prepared. One of the suitcases contained a semi-automatic sniper rifle, which was only about 90 centimeters long, making it a rather small rifle. The choice of this rifle was deliberate, aiming to balance concealment and portability. The neatly arranged bullets inside the box are 300 Winchester Magnum rounds, with an effective range of over 1,000 meters, sufficient for long-range precision strike missions. The rifle is equipped with the N/PVS, for night vision scope, also known as the electronic eagle eye. This scope provides a clear view in the dark and is an essential piece of equipment for nighttime operations. The rifle is also equipped with a Spectre IR thermal sight. This thermal sight can detect changes in heat generated by a magician's body when using magic circuits, thus accurately determining the enemy's magic circuit status. While these accessories may not be the most suitable choice in ordinary military combat, they are an extremely effective combination for dealing with magicians. Kiritsugu hastily and roughly assembled these parts together, creating a special firearm that would never appear in ordinary military combat. He meticulously inspected each component to ensure they could function optimally at critical moments. Mamie opened the other briefcase, which contained a set of spare equipment, including more bullets and some necessary repair tools, just in case. Once he was in combat mode, he maintained a cold expression, showing no satisfaction despite having all the necessary equipment. "Where are the things I gave you before?" Upon hearing this, Wumi took out a small knife, cut the bandage around her waist, and carefully took out a sandalwood box from her back. Seeing that Mia had tied the box around his waist, Kiritsugu didn't say anything. He simply took it from her, placed it on the ground, and used his unique magical mark and a special mechanical device to open the clasp and lid of the box. One of them was a 14-inch long pistol with an extremely simple appearance, lacking both a cylinder and a bolt, resembling a late medieval percussion pistol. This gun was modified with magic in order to use magic bullets, specifically in the rifling and firing pin. Furthermore, after seeing the little helper used by Matoike during his previous scouting trip to Fuyuki, he was inspired and asked the Einsburn chieftain to imbue the gun with magical abilities. As a family standing at the pinnacle of alchemy, the Einsburns could certainly modify this gun. However, he always harbored a strong aversion to modern firearms, which made it take Kiritsugu Amiya a great deal of effort to persuade him. Although it simply increased the damage of the gun without any special effects, it was enough for Kiritsugu Amiya. After all, he also has his own magic bullet, the origin bullet. Like his dagger, these bullets were made from bone powder ground from his ribs, and also possessed the ability to cut and join. For a great magician, it is like a natural enemy. Chapter 33, Just You Wait and See, Master. Although it was already winter, the cold weather in Fuyuki was not even as severe as the usual cold in Einsburn. Alicifia von Einsburn was currently wandering aimlessly with Saber on the banks of the Mean River. Compared to the other servants and masters who had already rushed to Mount Enzo to watch the ongoing battle, the two of them were like a knight and princess on a picnic, strolling leisurely on the sand that shimmered white under the moonlight. Beep beep beep. The sudden ringing broke the tranquility of the night. Alice frantically fiddled with the phone in her hand. It was Kiritsugu's phone, which he had prepared for her so that he could contact her in case of an emergency. However, having lived in the Einsburn castle since birth, Alice was not as quick to accept such electronic devices as one might have imagined. It took her almost half a minute to set up the call function alone. "Are you sure we don't need to go over there?" she asked with some concern. "Okay, sure." Her tone gradually calmed down. "Be careful over there too." The call ended before the words were even finished. The call ended abruptly, unusually short, even shorter than a casual conversation about anything in Einsburn. Alice looked at the phone that had already been disconnected, looking somewhat helpless. She brushed her long silver hair behind her ear, turned off her busy signal phone, and put it in her pocket. "Irisville, what's the situation on the battlefield over there?" Saber asked quickly as she saw her acting master put away the phone. "It seems like Lancer is launching a full-scale attack on Redugi Temple's barrier," Alicifia replied, her tone tinged with worry. "A direct assault on that castle. That's hardly a wise choice." Saber frowned, expressing her doubts about this strategy. The powerful magical barrier emanating from Redugi Temple is so captivating that any magician who comes to Fuyuki can't help but glance at it. It has become a landmark building in Fuyuki City. Previously, when Alice and Saber arrived in Fuyuki City from the airport, they drove around the city. Upon seeing Redugi Temple, Saber referred to it as a fortress on the front lines of the knights. Saber quickly ruled out Redugi Temple as a primary objective, even though the barrier had obvious flaws, as entering through it would likely result in an ambush. Magician in Type 1837 words: if one were to forcibly break through the barrier from the outside, even if releasing a noble phantasm opened the passage, it would inevitably consume a large amount of magic power. Even if they managed to break through, once they enter Caster's workshop, with the opponent having the advantage of terrain, their own magic power will have been greatly depleted, making the final outcome even more unpredictable. When will we get there? Saber continued, a hint of urgency in her eyes. Ah, well. Kiritsugu just told us to take a walk here. Alice Fia awkwardly touched her ear and explained embarrassedly. Does Master really distrust me that much? Saber's tone was tinged with disappointment and confusion. No, Kiritsugu said the situation there isn't suitable for you to enter now, Alice quickly explained. Let's get ourselves in a good state first. When the time comes, he will summon you directly with a command spell. Although Kiritsugu Amiya did not explicitly explain the situation over the phone, Alice's explanation at that moment was quite similar to Kiritsugu's own thoughts. Saber felt a little more relaxed after hearing this, but still had some doubts. I understand, but I hope to join the battle as soon as possible. Alice gave a reassuring smile and said, Kiritsugu's strategy has always been cautious. We just need to trust him and be prepared. After saying that, Alice took Saber's hand and led her to continue walking on the beach. Although most of the arrows, like streaks of light, shattered and dissipated into magical specks before even touching Lancer's body, even the most rigorous defenses have loopholes, and some manage to slip through and strike Lancer's body. However, for someone with B-rank magic resistance, these damages were still within her tolerance range, and would not disrupt her offensive rhythm. Lancer felt several arrows pierce her defenses, and a searing pain shot through the areas where she was hit, but she merely frowned slightly and continued her high-intensity offensive. Her magic continued to emanate, possessing the dragon heart. She efficiently converted the magic extracted from her master into power. This burning of energy was far from reaching her limit. As the battle progressed, her fighting spirit soared, and her unrestrained magic surged like a tidal wave. Synchronize. Accelerate synchronization. She whispered, her voice carrying an irrepressible force. With the power of the knight named Lancelot, the tip of her spear shone with an even more intense light, and her power was raised to another level. With a piercing tearing sound, the second layer of protective barrier at Ryudu Temple shattered instantly under this powerful attack. The fragments of the barrier scattered like glass, reflecting scattered rays of light. Her attack was like a storm, unstoppable. However, after the second layer of the barrier disappeared, the final layer of the barrier was revealed, and the previously broken barrier was being rapidly restored under Castor's repair. Her movements were lightning fast, and each attack carried devastating power. What a turtle shell! How come it's so hard to hit? Lancer muttered, though he was dissatisfied, he still swung his spear without slowing down. Each attack carried immense power, attempting to tear apart Castor's defensive barrier. However, the other masters and servants watching from afar were amazed by the intensity of the battle, and the strength displayed by both sides. Whether it was Lancer's fierce offensive or Castor's defense, which resembled a wall of size. Before fully understanding the strength of the other heroic spirits, Lancer and Castor undoubtedly demonstrated their exceptional abilities in this battle. The other masters nearby were also discussing the battle, their attention drawn to the intense fight, while simultaneously reassessing their own strategies. Seeing that he couldn't easily break through this solid defensive barrier, Lancer became slightly anxious and decided to use his noble phantasm to deliver the final blow. Although this is not her final tactic, it is currently the most powerful attack method available in the battle. Master, let me use my noble phantasm. Lancer conveyed her intention to Kenneth through telepathy. Although Kenneth had his reservations, seeing Lancer's unwavering resolve, he understood her intentions. The strategic objective for the day had essentially been achieved, but... As you wish, Lancer. With his master's approval, Lancer was overwhelmed with excitement. What could be better than gaining a kindred spirit in a Holy Grail war? Synchronize. Synchronize, she murmured, and the magic power within her body began to rise rapidly. The spirit origin named Lancelot is rapidly solidifying, and the blessing of the Knights of the Round Table is quickly manifesting in her. The dragon heart began to pulsate violently, its essence and magic power burning and transforming into boundless strength. The torrent of frenzied energy is being compressed to its limit, waiting for a one-time explosion. Everyone present understood what this heroic spirit, who controlled the sky, wanted to do. "Show me your strength, Lancer." Kenneth's voice came from the mountains and fields. "Sometimes words can be a form of power. Just you wait and see, Master." Chapter 34 Shattered. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. In the forests of Yuanzhong Mountain, a ghostly figure darted swiftly among the trees, moving with lightness and agility, each step seemingly carrying the power of the wind, yet without making a sound. Even the air currents that passed by him did not notice his presence, as if he had merged with nature, achieving true snow walking without leaving a trace. With a clear goal and a unified mind and body, every action is filled with precise calculations and calm thinking. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a brief shadow on him before disappearing into the darkness. "Assassin, how's the situation?" A faint sound came from the gem-encrusted communicator hanging in the assassin's ear. Assassin paused slightly, then quickly hid in the shadow of an ancient tree. His ears twitched slightly, receiving his master's command. "We haven't found Lancer's master's hiding place yet, but we have discovered a suspicious person." Assassin's voice remained deep and calm, ready to receive new instructions at any time. "A suspicious person? Is it another master?" The voice on the other end of the communicator was silent for a moment, as if weighing and thinking, before continuing to ask. "It shouldn't be her, as it doesn't match the characteristics of the masters already mentioned in the intelligence." Assassin explained. "Furthermore, she doesn't have any command seals on her hand, but we can't rule out the possibility that she's disguised." He paused to make sure he hadn't missed any important details. His manner of movement and posture were very cautious, as if he had received specialized training. Silence fell again on the other end of the communicator, as they were clearly considering the significance of this unexpected discovery. Then, the command came again. "Specific characteristics. Female, short black hair, 161 centimeters tall, weighing around 50 kilograms, with a sweet tooth." Assassin's eyes were like a ruler, perfectly measuring Hisayumi's precise features. "Has a sweet tooth." A puzzled voice came through the communicator, seemingly not understanding how mere observation could lead to conclusions about the target's preferences. As the woman moved, she stuffed a handful of candy into her mouth. Make her the second target, the first priority is still Lancer's master." The ghostly figure reappeared in the moonlight, roaming freely through the mountains and forests before disappearing into the darkness again. Innocence around the undiscovered immaculate lake scenery. "Accelerate synchro." Lancer's voice was filled with determination and fervor. The dragon heart spun like a turbine, constantly increasing the bitrate of magic. Releasing a noble phantasm requires a large amount of magical energy, which is naturally extracted from Master Kenneth. Due to his prior foresight, he did not want to bring Sola here. Although he was strongly urged to come, Kenneth firmly refused. As the monarch of the clock tower, Kenneth's magical reserves are undoubtedly among the best in this war. However, Lancer's excessively eager desires caused his magic circuits to emit a creaking warning sound. Despite Kenneth's abundant magical power, the rate at which it was being consumed was now taking its toll. However, it would be irresponsible to back down at this point. He has already shown fear once, and this time. Lancer combined his two short guns, concentrating all his strength into one point. Her gaze was sharp and resolute, unwavering. The magic of the dragon heart surged within her. She felt every drop of magic boiling and burning, yearning to unleash its devastating power. Although the barrier on the second floor of Ruduji Temple had already repaired itself during Lancer's energy-charging time, the spear suddenly thrust out, a dazzling light tearing through the night sky, pointing directly at the core of the Ryudu Temple's barrier. The light struck the barrier like thunder, and the shocking power made the entire mountain forest tremble. The barrier cracked rapidly under this irresistible force, like fragile glass being torn into countless fragments. Let's go back to before the barrier shattered. A tense atmosphere permeated the air within Ryudu Temple. All the magicians and heroic spirits present could feel the immense magical power gradually gathering, pressing down on everyone's nerves like the calm before a storm. Castor, standing inside the barrier, kept his eyes fixed on Lancer high in the sky. Her magical energy fluctuations were unusually intense, clearly indicating that she was making final preparations to unleash her noble phantasm. Castor's expression was solemn. Although he was confident in the defensive capabilities of his barrier, Lancer's terrifying power was obviously beyond his usual expectations. "Looks like she's getting serious," Castor muttered to himself as he began chanting an ancient incantation. With her blessing, the barrier's defensive power was enhanced once again, becoming like a solid wall of copper and iron. But that's not enough. No matter how much the defense is reinforced, it is foreseeable that it will be easily breached under the impending, astonishing impact. Perhaps only those legendary defensive treasures that have been famous for a long time can barely withstand this attack. Castor understood that in this situation, mere defense could not guarantee victory. Mato Ike and Castor both understood that the best defense lies in offense. Since defense is destined to be breached, they had to turn the tide through offense. Castor turned to look at his master and found that Mato Ike was also looking at him. "Master," Castor whispered. Mato Ike responded. Although the words were brief, the two instantly understood what the other was thinking and tacitly affirmed each other's actions. Castor took a deep breath and began to draw upon the magic power that had accumulated in the magic pool over the past 3 months. This magic was slowly drawn from the underground spiritual veins, specifically to prepare for the Holy Grail War. "This was originally one of our trump cards, but unexpectedly, we've already used more than half of them on the first day." Magician in Type 2037 words. She gripped the myriad talismans will break the rules tightly in both hands. It was not intended to be used as a treasure, but rather as a ritual implement for incantations, in order to respond to the principles of heaven and earth. She began chanting complex and ancient incantations, and magic surged into her body like a tidal wave. The air was thick with magical energy, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble slightly in the face of this powerful force. The magic circle extended from beneath her feet, linking to other complex magic circles within Ryodong Temple. The pathways have been connected, and the magic has begun to resonate. At this moment, Ryuda Temple has become a unified magical machine, with the magic arrays scattered throughout acting like gears, operating at full power. These magic arrays each have their own function, and magic power is transmitted through these arrays to form a huge, unified system. Meanwhile, Lancer's noble phantasm was ready. At this critical moment, the magic power within Ryuduji Temple operated at its limit like a machine overclocking, and the light flashing in the magic circle became increasingly intense. The second layer of the barrier was repaired and met Lancer's attack. However, even such a strong defense proved vulnerable to this attack. The core of the barrier was pierced, bursting out with dazzling light. The pristine lake light, like a destructive force that annihilates everything, instantly destroyed the barrier completely. But Castor's methods were already prepared. Chapter 35, Heavenly Might. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Destruction by Dark Thunder. Magic gathered at the tip of the sword, which served as a ritual artifact called All Symbols Will Break the Rules, and shimmered with a dazzling light in the darkness. As the airflow stretched by the magic hissed, the magic repeatedly rubbed and squeezed against the air, generating random electrical charges. The accompanying electric current coiled around it like chains, forcibly binding the gathered magic power to Castor's chest. Her incantation was still incomplete. Even with the blessing of high-speed divine words, this complex and massive spell still required time to complete. Her voice echoed in the night sky, each incantation incredibly obscure and difficult to understand, seemingly carrying an irresistible power. The swirling air drew Mato Ike and Castor closer to the unstable magical core. Intense magical energy filled the air, and arcs of electricity leaped around the all-encompassing mantra breaking the rules, like a hungry beast waiting to tear apart any creature that approached. Do not touch. Even the slightest contact will result in complete shredding by the arcs of electricity attached to it. His skin trembled slightly, and his spiritual intuition warned Mato Ike that was something dangerous, get away quickly. But Castor ignored what was in front of her, and continued to chant softly. marked by heavenly wrath, heavenly might engraving. The electric arcs coiling around Castor suddenly expanded, writhing wildly in the courtyard of Ruduji Temple like a giant silver python, the rampaging magic causing intense electromagnetic fluctuations. In that instant, the entire interior and exterior of Ryodong Temple were illuminated by a dazzling light, as if countless bolts of lightning were intertwining in the sky. Kiritsugu Amiya's monitoring equipment at the foot of the mountain suddenly exploded, sending sparks flying everywhere, and his electronic devices instantly lost signal. The familiar used for surveillance also perished on the spot when the electronic eye attached to its body exploded. Kiritsugu cursed under his breath, quickly checking the remaining equipment at hand and re-releasing his familiars. At the same time, electrical appliances throughout Fuyuki City were affected to varying degrees. The television screen suddenly flickered, the radio emitted a piercing static, household appliances inexplicably shut down and restarted, streetlights flickered erratically, and car alarms went off for no reason. Residents stared in astonishment at all of this, completely bewildered as to what was happening. The once clear night sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Thick clouds quickly gathered, obscuring the moonlight, and the entire night suddenly felt oppressive and gloomy. Inside the meteorological agency, employees who were still working overtime were being scolded by their superiors. A series of questions followed, all saying, how could you not even predict the weather properly? This is a major mistake by the meteorological agency, get the weather right now. Faced with their boss's unreasonable demands, the employees working overtime suppressed their anger and explained again and again, this is not something we can control. The weather is indeed sometimes hard to predict. Nevertheless, they were filled with doubt and unease. What on earth is going on? An employee muttered to himself, looking out the office window at the sky. At the same time, above Ryodong Temple, the interplay of magical fluctuations and the power of heaven and earth caused drastic changes in the weather of the entire region. Flashes of electricity weaved through the clouds, accompanied by rumbling thunder, as if an unseen force was controlling everything. At this moment, all the masters and servants realized that something was wrong. It seemed that Lancer's attack would not easily secure victory. Iskandar, situated atop the highest peak of Mount Enzo, seemed puzzled, muttering to himself, how come it smells like Zeus? Ah, what did you say? Waver Velvet asked curiously. After all, the burly servant beside him had never spoken so softly before. But what awaited him was a slap on the head. Kid, keep reciting the poem for me. Don't think about anything else. The battle is only just getting exciting. At that very moment, a blazing bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the forests of Mount Enzo. In an instant, the silvery light was as bright as day, illuminating all the villains hiding in Yuanzong Mountain. The power of lightning raged across the land, turning trees to charcoal, shattering rocks, and leaving deep scorch marks on the ground. The raging fire burned fiercely at the spot where the lightning had struck, the flames soaring into the sky and the heatwave rolling in, as if it would devour the entire mountain forest. The moment the protective barrier on the last level of Ruduji Temple was completely shattered by Lancer's noble phantasm attack, the entire barrier seemed to be torn apart by a tremendous force, emitting a deafening roar. Lancer's spear continued to accelerate, its light still blazing, as if breaking through the barrier hadn't diminished much of the power of the undying lake light. The surrounding air was distorted by the high-density magical fluctuations. The aftershocks of the explosion had not yet completely dissipated, but the power fluctuations on the spear were still rising further. Seeing the meteor hurtling towards him, Castor raised the all-powerful symbols breaking the rules, and thrust it at the magic core that was bound by the electric arc. It seemed she wanted to cancel this seemingly out-of-control magic trick. No, she was severing the shackles, cutting off the magical current that sealed the object. The moment the myriad talismans will break the rules intersected with it, a thick beam of lightning burst forth from the tip of the sword. That was thunder that could destroy everything. It was something that brought ruin. The electrical charge in the courtyard dissipated, and the malfunctioning instruments in Fuyuki City were restored. But all of this is built upon that giant magic light cannon capable of leveling everything. Is it possible to achieve the effect of an anti-city noble phantasm simply through magic? Is this the power of a spell that can be created after giving the magicians of the Age of Gods time to prepare? Seeing the destructive arc of light closing in on him, Lancer did not change his strategy of attacking head-on to dodge it. Instead, it burst into wild laughter, and the dragon heart pulsed even more violently. Synchronize. Synchronize. Overclock. Overclock. Master, what do you think? Throughout this offensive, Kenneth never severed his connection with his servants, and now he was facing the pressure of that celestial light, his magical circuits wailing at him. Lancer, I command you with a single command spell, destroy it. With a second burst of magic and even higher fighting spirit, her dazzling crimson eyes shone with a captivating brilliance. At the same time, dragon roars suddenly emanated from Albion's tomb, prompting the magician guarding the tomb to quickly raise the highest alarm. Lancer's response was, charge. Destroy everything in his way. The spear tip made contact with the light cannon, affecting the entire flow of magic in Japan. The crimson lightning clashed with the dark blue demonic spear. At this moment, it was no longer simply a battle within the Holy Grail War, it was entirely a contest between two heroic spirits, and they seemed unconcerned about the consequences. They only want to compete with each other, to compare their performance, just to see who is better. The beam of light shot straight into the sky, scattering the dense dark clouds, while the accompanying lightning pulled them back together. Rain fell from the deep sky, extinguishing the raging fire in the mountains and forests. Chapter 36 Trap. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. The magical energy impact generated by the contact of the two extremes leveled up the distortion of space itself one by one. The immense energy clashed within the gaps created by their attacks. At the heart of the battle, the surging energy was like a raging storm. Despite being at the heart of this upheaval, Lancer continued to laugh wildly, not out of composure or ease. On the contrary, if she relaxed even slightly, this body, which was created using the Holy Grail ritual and her spiritual origin, would be destroyed. She understood this deeply. But these issues were just minor details to her. Death is nothing but a game. After 14,000 years of silence, what we are doing today is just stretching our muscles. Have fun. Her magic continued to surge forth, and the contest of power seemed to transport her back to the Age of Gods. Although limited by the strength of her spirit origin and unable to act recklessly, she had already thoroughly enjoyed the battle. If Kenneth, as her master, knew what she was thinking, he probably wouldn't have used that command seal to boost her combat power, but rather for evacuation and relocation. After all, this was just a test, and it was far from the time for the final battle. The situation has escalated to this point entirely because of the reckless actions of this heroic spirit. The air inside and outside Ryodong Temple was almost torn apart, and deafening roars rang out continuously. The two forces were locked in a fierce battle, as if the whole world was teetering on the brink of collapse under the fighting of these two heroic spirits. The magic released by the two heroic spirits clashed like two armies fighting each other at the heart of the battlefield, constantly colliding, engulfing, and dissipating. The clash between magic and noble phantasm gradually dissipated around the two of them. However, the electrical charge and wind pressure caused by the magical turbulence remaining in Ryodong Temple are also beyond what the human body can withstand. As the smoke from the battle at Ryodong Temple gradually dissipated, the true forms of the two heroic spirits were revealed. Castor's hood had been blown down, her long, glazed blue hair dancing in the wind. Her lake blue eyes were narrowed as she stared intently at the servant who had broken through the defenses and entered the interior of Ryuduji Temple. Lancer, on the other hand, was floating in midair. She held a spear in her hand, her figure was petite yet dignified, her flowing white hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes were a deep, bright, whitish-white color. She looked down and scanned the Ludong Temple, only to find that Castor was the only one in front of her. I just saw her master nearby, but she managed to slip away during the clash. I was thinking of just taking care of him and finishing the job off happily. Magician in type 1997 words. Lancer complained to her master, since she had already rushed up to Castor's side, and at this distance, it wouldn't be difficult to forcibly remove the master's head. Lancer, since that's the case, let's deal with Castor first. A master without a servant is not a threat. Lancer replied casually, as if victory was assured. In her view, her opponent was just a caster who had been brought up close, posing no threat whatsoever. Anyone would have thought the same way, so Kenneth didn't say anything about it. Lancer accelerated from its standstill and charged toward Castor with lightning speed, casually deflecting an incoming magic bullet along the way. But what followed was even more magic bullets. A grand magic spell was completed in an instant with the blessing of high-speed divine word. A barrage of magic bullets rained down on her. So annoying, they're like mosquitoes. Lancer muttered in dissatisfaction, but his spear kept moving, thrusting, deflecting, and slashing down the incoming magic bullets. Her figure moved like a ghost, constantly closing in on Castor. "Ah, Castor, your master has already fled, why don't you? Do you think you still have a chance of winning?" Lancer's voice was provocative, while trying to disrupt his opponent's mind with words. Psychological warfare is also an important part of the battle, and she hopes to use it to make the opponent reveal a weakness. Castor remained unmoved upon hearing this, a cold smile flashing in her eyes. "Why would I escape?" Her voice was low and calm. "This is my home turf. You're the one who should be running away." Before Castor's voice had even faded, several magical ribbons suddenly shot out from the magic circle beneath her feet, swiftly swarming towards Lancer like snakes. These straps attacked from different directions, intending to completely trap her. Lancer keenly sensed the threat posed by these magical bands. She moved with lightning speed, her spear swirling through the air like a dragon, constantly shattering the incoming bands. However, no matter how hard she fought back, the straps seemed endless. Every time she broke one, a new strap would rush at her from all directions. How annoying! Lancer growled angrily, her attack speed increasing once again. The spear in her hand transformed into streaks of light and shadow as she tried to break free from the bindings at an even faster pace. Whether using the firepower of magic bullets for suppression or the tracking and restraining of chains, the sole purpose is to hold back the enemy in front of them and prevent her from getting close to Jade. Otherwise, if Lancer breaks through the defenses, the situation will be extremely unfavorable for Castor's side. After a series of pursuits and interceptions, she kept dodging and counterattacking, but she could clearly feel that the opponent's attacks were becoming more and more intense and harder to deal with. She knew she had to find a breakthrough as soon as possible, or she would be trapped in this ocean of magic. In an instant, a strap slowly climbed up to Lancer's ankle, and alarm bells rang in her mind. She flew into the sky. But once you're stuck, it's not so easy to get rid of. Thousands upon thousands of straps quickly follow, like monsters ready to devour you, binding Lancer in midair like tentacles. This is Medea's magical combat technique. Even during her journey on the Argo, her magical combat technique was able to bind powerful enemies in place, allowing her to defeat them in coordination with others. A dense barrage of light projectiles flew toward Lancer, who was suspended in midair, as if the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Meanwhile, Iskandar, who was atop the summit of Mount Enzo, also stood up. Even Weber, who was standing nearby, could see Lancer's current disadvantageous situation through Ryder's vision. Ah, can such a brave and skilled hero fall into a trap because of a moment of carelessness? Although this ending is somewhat unpleasant, it also means that one less formidable enemy has emerged to contend with me for the Holy Grail. Alas, even if I were to go and save the day, it wouldn't change anything. Iskandar sighed, seemingly regretting that he had not yet fought against such a valiant hero. Waver, standing to the side, was puzzled. Could it be that Ryder wanted to save this servant who would become an enemy in the future? Wait a minute, something's not right. This is more like it, this is more like it. No wonder you are a hero, I have my eye on. The bottle in his hand was crushed instantly, and his excitement was indescribable. Waver was startled by the Conqueror King's sudden action. Although somewhat displeased, he still used his shared senses with Ryder to observe the battlefield, which seemed to have already been decided. Chapter 37, Stalemate. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Kenneth's hideout was located deep underground in Yuenzong Mountain, in a cavity about 15 meters below the surface. This cavity was not formed naturally, but was carefully excavated using the moon spirit essence liquid. Having learned from his previous experience, Kenneth became more cautious in choosing where to hide. The clock tower's monarch used reverse thinking to hide himself underground like a burrowing spider, a move that was undoubtedly an unexpectedly brilliant idea. Really, I still can't shake this arrogance, Kenneth thought to himself with self-reproach. Although his hiding place was very well hidden, Kenneth did not let his guard down completely. He kept a close eye on the situation on the battlefield, especially Lancer's combat status. At this moment, Kenneth maintained contact with Lancer through synesthesia, and he could sense Lancer's immense power and her intense fighting spirit. Lancer probably doesn't need any extra help either, Kenneth muttered to himself. Inside Ryodong Temple, Lancer, though bound, did not give up despite being in danger. Although she fell into the trap due to her arrogance, she was not discouraged by it. Being bound by ropes does not mean defeat, it is far from time to give up. In fact, Lancer deliberately got hit by the straps, and her escape into the sky was also to create distance and make it easier to build up momentum. The magic bullets and chains hurtling towards her from all directions were already driving her crazy. If it's simply a war of attrition, she's destined to lose within Castor's workshop. Although choosing to escape from the beginning was entirely feasible, she had higher aspirations in mind. What general who has won a decisive victory would allow his men to flee without a fight in the second battle? Lancer pondered to himself. Now that she had fallen into the trap, she decided to use this opportunity to use the jade as bait to draw the enemy's attack to one place, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. She believed that even Castor, in the face of her, would find it difficult to take effective defensive measures while her magic was broken. She quickly focused her mind, and the magic power within her surged rapidly. She wanted to unleash her strongest attack in the shortest amount of time. Although the straps restricted her movements, they did not stop the flow of magic within her. She took a deep breath, preparing for a full-scale counterattack. In harmony, O Lake, etched in my memory. The spirit origins of the Knights of the Round Table were ready in that instant. Magic simulation, circuit guidance, inner filling. This is an attack that is not a noble phantasm, yet it surpasses even a noble phantasm. Castor felt a sense of unease after binding Lancer with the straps. She sensed that the flow of magic in Lancer didn't seem like an attempt to escape, but rather like the gathering of power for a counterattack. However, if she were to break free from the magic's hold at this moment, the consequences could be even more dire. To control. Left with no other choice, she could only continue to increase the amount of magic power she filled, further enhancing the power of the flying magic bullets, while also continuously strengthening the binding ability of the magic belt. Lancer's magical energy continued to rise, the outward release of magic from the dragon heart constantly strengthening her power. Her body temperature gradually increased as her strength grew, and the surrounding air also began to become scorching hot. The straps binding her body, after being reinforced, slowly tightened, seemingly about to dig into her flesh. The accumulated potential energy was completely detonated at this moment, and a dark blue light burst out from under the flesh and blood. The bands on the body surface were gradually melted off, one by one falling off the body. Raindrops fell on her body and instantly evaporated into steam, causing her damp hair to flutter again. A cold gaze flashed across Bai Fei's pupils as she slowly raised the spear in her hand, pointing it directly at Castor's heart. This strike is bound to succeed. The scene seemed to slow down, like a time-lapse in a movie, with the frame moving forward one by one. The rain seemed to slow down, the shimmering droplets freezing in the air, reflecting a ghostly blue light, as Lancer's spear plummeted from the sky with overwhelming force. The magic ribbons were torn apart like thin paper at that moment, scattering into the air. Each magical band disintegrated upon contact with the brilliant spear tip, transforming into countless tiny points of light. As for the magic bullet, each magic bullet seemed to be guided by an invisible force before that shimmering spear tip, deviating from its trajectory, or instantly disintegrating upon contact with Lancer's spear. At that moment, the whole world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the swift and sharp trajectory of the spear as it streaked through the air, carrying an irresistible momentum as it pierced straight toward Castor's heart. It's getting closer, I'll take this first victory. The powerful magic followed the spear like a trail of light, crashing down on Castor, who was still putting up a stubborn resistance. This feels wrong. Is this what it feels like to have a gun pierce your flesh? Even a heroic spirit in a non-spirit state should feel the same as a flesh and blood body, right? I picked up the Castor hanging on the tip of the gun, held it above my head for a closer look, and it seemed there was no difference. Suddenly, the 4 Kamenu stone statues standing in the courtyard lunged at Lancer's location. Meanwhile, many skeletal dragon-toothed soldiers appeared in the temple and surrounded Lancer. Castor's corpse on the spear tip turned into burning ashes, which were soaked by rain and became black mud. TCH got tricked again. He started moving at high speed again, dodged the stone statue's attack, and slashed at the statue with his spear. But instead of severing it as she had expected, the spear became embedded halfway into it. Have you used magic to enhance your abilities? Realizing you can't beat me one-on-one, you're resorting to overwhelming numbers. Because of Lancer's dodge, the 2 statues collided with each other, one of which shattered completely. The remaining 3, though somewhat damaged, still charged at Lancer. Meanwhile, the swarming dragon-toothed soldiers were incredibly annoying. Although each shot could take the life of several skeletons, being entangled with such weak creatures was even more infuriating. He darted and weaved through the battlefield, each swing sending up a large shard of bone. The slightly threatening stone statues were not very flexible, so it was impossible to touch her body. However, this tedious and repetitive brutality did not bring any pleasure, just like how playing a Dynasty Warriors game always becomes boring in the end. If that guy doesn't show up, let's retreat. Magician in typed 1953 words as she thought this, her fighting spirit waned, and even her gun-wielding movements gradually slowed down. Anyone who has been on the battlefield can see that Lancer is full of openings at this moment, which is the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Several magical meteors hurtled from the horizon and struck Lancer, who was still clearing out the minions. Finally. I've finally found you. He cleaved the oncoming meteor in 2 with a backhand shot. Facing the direction where Castor appeared, a ferocious and terrifying expression appeared on his face. His pupils dilated into vertical slits, staring intently at the direction from which the meteor had come. I originally wanted to include a picture of Kagura making a funny face, but the facial expressions in Gintama are a bit too much, so I'll skip it. The madness released from her body swept across the entire battlefield. Chapter 38 You are a dragon, that's fine too, please add to your favorites. Please recommend. What are you going to do? At the summit of Mount Enzo, Iskandar raised his longsword and cleaved a gash in the sky, from which a thunderous roar emerged from nothingness. A massive divine bull galloped in front of the 2, its hooves treading on thunder and lightning. Kid, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come up. It would be a shame not to experience the end of the battle firsthand. Seeing his master dawdling, Ryder waved his hand, put his arm around Waver's waist, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and pulled on the reins with his other hand, galloping towards Raduji Temple. What are you doing, Ryder? The panicked cries echoed through the mountains and forests, and coupled with Weber's comical gesticulation, it could be described as a humorous comedy. Castor stood unharmed on the eaves of the mountain gate, in the direction from which the magic bullet had been fired. Her gaze was cold and her posture upright, making her appear exceptionally aloof in the stormy night. Just as Lancer's spear broke through layers of obstruction and reached her, Castor used the spatial transfer magic, imitated by time control, and high-speed divine word, to forcibly evade the fatal attack. After successfully evading the attack, Castor quickly hid in the shadows, using sorcery to break Lancer's spirit, and instructing his familiars to harass and create chaos, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. As expected, most of those who can become heroic spirits are people with strong wills, Castor muttered to himself. She looked at the attack that had failed and instead revealed her position, a cold smile appearing on her face. Although the attack had not achieved the desired effect, she did not take it to heart. After all, it was just an experiment. Thunder rumbled and rain pounded on the ground, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire Rydong temple. Several arcs of magical light pierced through from Castor's direction. Lancer quickly dodged, and the magical arcs, like blades of light, sliced through the bluestone bricks of Raduji temple, leaving fragments, as if they were about to cut the entire courtyard into pieces. Immediately following was a claw strike from the Kamenu statue, which fell high above Lancer's head with a boom, as if it were about to slam him into the ground. But Lancer was not one to be easily suppressed. Her spear pierced through the stone claws of the Kamenu, its tip flashing with dazzling magic, instantly penetrating the stone claws. As the magic was released, the stone statue's entire right arm turned to dust, and the rubble scattered everywhere. The offensive was far from over. The stone-based Kamenu knew nothing of pain. It was just a right arm. It smashed its head directly at Lancer. Lancer casually extinguished the incoming arc of magic with a single shot, then leaped into the air, nimbly dodging the Kamenu's headbutt attack, and landed on its head. She tensed her right leg and exerted force, filling the space with magic. Her feet had already stomped into the top of the Kamenu's skull, using the stone head of the Kamenu as a stepping stone to transform its attack into potential energy. Then, with a leap, Lancer, like an arrow released from a bow, carried immense force, and met the dazzling magical attack head-on towards Castor's location, his entire body moving through the air like a bolt of lightning towards his target. Seeing this, Castor's eyes flashed with a cold smile. A wand appeared in her hand, shimmering with dazzling light. She quickly chanted a spell, and an even more magnificent magic circle unfolded beneath her feet. But there's no need to pay attention to it or care about it. Frustration gradually transforms into anger, and depression into elation. The magical power of these emotions rises, stimulating the heart, and continuously expanding one's strength. The tip of her spear pierced the airflow, the sound of it cutting through the wind like the roar of the spear in her hand, full of an indomitable and fearless spirit. The azure magic followed her like lightning, propelling her forward and instantly bringing Castor into its attack range. That was the shot, thrusting forward suddenly. The spear, carrying surging magic, pierced straight into Castor's heart. The spearhead cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, as if it would tear apart all obstacles in its path. But the magic circle beneath Castor's feet lit up instantly, freezing both figures in place like statues. Everything within the area covered by the magic circle is affected. It's actually a spatial confinement. Castor can actually do this. Kenneth's words of amazement came from Lancer's heart. He seemed completely unconcerned about the situation of his servants. Use that, Lancer. It's not comfortable to play the conventional way in someone else's home turf. It is good. Lancer replied calmly that she didn't particularly like that posture, but since it was her master's request. The dragon heart began to violently strike his chest, the magic on his body became more concentrated, and his restrained body began to tremble slightly. The armor on his body began to slowly melt, and a layer of black substance began to adhere to the ends of his long white hair. The serrated plates on the feet twisted and deformed, the surging magic began to protest, and the stagnation of space seemed to be no longer firm. Castor seemed to realize something was wrong, and charged straight into Lancer's spear. His abdomen was slashed open by the spear tip, but not a drop of blood flowed. Lancer seemed to be in pain as well, her body curling up as molten iron from her armor flowed down her body. The area around his left eye on his face was marked with black marks, as if he had been burned by flames. The blood vessels connected to the dragon heart began to transmit blue-green magic power throughout the body. In some areas, the skin began to harden, forming a scale-like shell that trembled slightly, as if breathing, absorbing magic into the body, and then expelling it. In each of these cycles, the magical aura emanating from Lancer subtly changed. Although Castor had been pierced through the guts by a spear, he still slowly approached Lancer's main body. She took a few slow, deliberate steps, as if the treasure she had been searching for was right before her. Lancer stared at the scene before him, speechless, his body gradually transforming and contorting. The body is eroding from within, recalling its true self, the self that has shed the name Lancelot. No longer needing to rely on the power of the synchro, this body will abandon the name of Lancelot. The magic power on his body was gradually evaporating, and sharp spikes were tearing through his skin and squeezing outwards, making him look like a monster. The blood dripping from the wound suddenly froze midair as it descended. The spatial confinement was still in effect, but its effectiveness was greatly reduced. Castor finally reached Lancer, cupped her face in his hand, and whispered in her ear, "You're a dragon, that's good." As soon as he finished speaking, Castor's head drooped unnaturally, and he fell silent, like a corpse. However, a sudden surge of high and unstable magical energy appeared on the corpse, with magical noises erupting within its body and cracks beginning to appear on its surface. Light spilled out from the cracks in the shell, and unstable magic rubbed and collided inside the corpse, as if it had reached some kind of critical value. The light suddenly contracted, and the corpse gradually dimmed. Castor's corpse exploded like a bomb, the spatial imprisonment magic circle collapsed directly, and the shockwave generated from the center directly cut the courtyard wall in half, and the attic began to collapse. The resulting debris was pulverized in the subsequent shockwaves. The rain, no longer bound by magic, began to fall to the ground, washing away the smoke left by the explosion. At the epicenter of the explosion, a pair of enormous black dragon wings protected the servant in the center. Chapter 39, The Mad Dragon. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. For Castor, it is a precious memory. Betrayal was the main theme of her life, yet the dragon remained loyal by her side throughout. Unprovoked thoughts surged forth, only to be crushed by Castor's single hand. She turned to look at the center of the explosion, where the smoke and dust gradually dissipated as the rain washed away the debris. There a half-dragon, half-human monster with black wings on its back, feet like a beast, and wielding two guns appeared where Lancer had been. Despite being transformed into a monster, Lancer's original appearance can still be discerned from the human portion. Did we go a little too far? How did we manage to bring out this monster? Castor muttered to himself, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. She casually plucked a few strands of hair and sprinkled them in front of her. Strands of hair danced in the air, hovering around Castor and forming a complex magic circle. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes, clearly showing no fear of the monster before her. Lancer's new form exudes a powerful dragon's aura, its eyes filled with wildness and fury. With a flap of her wings, she vanished from her spot in an instant, transforming into a black shadow as she pounced on Castor. The twin pistols in her hands gleamed with an eerie blue light, carrying the power to destroy everything. A storm of magic and air currents followed closely behind Lancer, whipping up sand and water from the ground. Wherever it passed, it swept through like a hurricane, carving a deep trench in the ground and tearing apart and destroying the surrounding trees and buildings. The remaining Kamenu and dragon-toothed soldiers guarded Castor's front. After Castor raised his hand to signal, everyone rushed forward, fearlessly blocking the charging mad dragon. Lancer's speed seems to have been slowed down. Bone fragments and rubble were shredded by the magical storm and scattered everywhere. The torrent of madness and magic danced wildly under her control, constantly destroying the stones that blocked her way. Dragon, what is your wish? Despite the ever-approaching crisis, Castor even had the leisure to talk to the other party. Even a novice magician, or even a simple ordinary person, would know to take shelter before the storm blows in. What, you want to grant my wish? A clear sound came from the storm, completely out of place with the monster before them. Magician in type 2010 words that frenzied power, the extremely ferocious aura, and the profound magic all indicate that this is no ordinary being, but a ferocious creature capable of roaming among the stars. Of course, it's not impossible. After all, dragons are creatures that deserve to be cherished. Is that so? My wish is go back to your Hall of Heroes. Finally, the obstacles in front of us have been cleared away, and the only target left is the slippery Castor, who is like an eel. The wing membrane stirred the airflow, and the heroic spirit in the field gradually rose up. The wind gave her speed, and the resulting air vibrations echoed in the courtyard. A deep blue light emanated from between her wings, and the surrounding air distorted due to the high-energy magical fluctuations. Raindrops turned into steam around her, forming a fine white mist that seemed to envelop her in a mysterious halo. Lancer's spear traced lightning-like trajectories through the air, aiming directly at Castor's face. "It's now." Castor roared and unleashed a magical beam of light from his body, bombarding Lancer relentlessly. As Lancer charged forward, a powerful thrust suddenly came from the shadows of the courtyard. Lancer hurriedly turned around in midair to block, but it was too late. The momentum of his forward charge could not be offset by pure force, and he could only barely defend his vitals. Mad Dragon was blasted away by the shot, his abdomen was pierced through, and drops of blood and foam flowed out. "Lancer, are you all right?" Kenneth hurriedly healed his servant's wounds while using the Lancer's eyes to observe the assassins who were sneaking up on him. It was a follower carrying a flag spear, the flag wrapped around the spear, obscuring the insignia. His silver-white armor proved that he was not from this era. The third person who suddenly appeared on the battlefield turned out to be a servant, wielding a long spear, but his class was unknown. Meanwhile, Tokiomi Tosaka and Kirai Kotomine, far away in the deep mountain town, exchanged a glance as they looked at the scene reflected in the mirror. As expected, one of the last two servants who were unaware of the situation was recruited by Metoike. Having two servants on one side is probably his greatest source of confidence. Dragons possess the best regenerative abilities even among mythical beasts. Their wounds heal at a rapid pace, but all of this requires drawing magical energy from their master. The series of battles had already taken a toll on Kenneth, and now his magic circuits were creaking loudly. But the enemy wouldn't give them a chance to breathe. Different magical combinations were unleashed from Castor's hands, and the heroic spirits wielding spears followed closely behind, launching their attack. Fortunately, this newly arrived heroic spirit is not a troublesome opponent. Judging from its magical energy fluctuations, it has only barely reached the threshold of heroic spirit status, and is just a weakling. Although we don't yet know what its noble phantasm is, it might be that flag, or something else entirely. But it doesn't matter, no one is stronger than a dragon, whether in terms of power or anything else. Now, a new round of battle has begun. Lancer has set aside some of his arrogance, and is taking his opponent seriously. Although they are ants, they will still take some effort to defeat. Let's go back to the time when Metapon disappeared. After the barrier was breached, Metoike quietly withdrew from the battlefield of the heroic spirits. He was self-aware enough that he didn't have the strength to participate in that kind of battle, and as for the feat of tearing apart heroic spirits, he would leave that to others. Masters will naturally cause trouble for their masters. Getting involved in the battles of heroic spirits will not end well. After retreating to outside Ryudoji Temple, Mituchi directed the insect swarm to search the mountains and forests. This battle will definitely attract a lot of masters to watch, that's for sure. However, Metoike did not want to cause any trouble. He had only one goal, Lancer's master. As for how to investigate, you can tell by looking at the mana consumption. Such an offensive would inevitably consume a large amount of magic power to support one's own heroic spirits. Mituchi wiped the raindrops from her forehead, looked at the raindrops falling from the sky and sighed. The heavy rain not only made the mountain paths muddy, but also washed away the lingering scent and magic of those hiding in the forest, which undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of the search mission. Is this the charm of nature? Mituchi smiled and threw out more insects to begin searching the mountains. After a large-scale search, Weber and Iskandar were found on the mountaintop, compared to what was found at Metapond. Rather, it's more accurate to say that they made no attempt to conceal their movements, brazenly sitting atop the mountain, commenting on the battle within Ryudoji Temple. Then there were two people carrying modern weapons, who looked like they came from some special operations group. Amiya Kiritsugu and Hizomiya. Although they knew that the heroic spirit summoned by Kiritsugu Amiya should be the king of knights, they still wanted to be on the safe side. Sensing their magical fluctuations, which seemed to remain unchanged, he stopped paying attention to them. Even if we launch a surprise attack now, we might succeed, but if a command spell summons a heroic spirit, it will be difficult to clean up the mess. So, where exactly is Lancer's master hiding? We've already dug 3 feet into the ground. Chapter 40, Filthy Things. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Wait a minute, dig 3 feet into the ground. A famous detective once said, when you have eliminated all the impossible cases, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. Mitucci pondered intently. The search of Enzoyama had been conducted countless times, but no clues had been found. The ground, trees, rocks everywhere you can think of has been checked. If he's hiding underground, that would explain why we haven't been able to find him. Thinking of this, Mitucci felt both helpless and relieved. He secretly admired his opponent's caution and wisdom, while also feeling annoyed by his own negligence. He then sent out his insects, ordering them to burrow into the soil, and begin a new round of reconnaissance. The soil in the mountains and forests, softened by the torrential rain, made digging easier, and the insects quickly burrowed into the ground, exploring downwards along the cracks and tunnels in the soil. Mitucci used her magic to sense the insects' movements, carefully observing every subtle change they transmitted back. It was truly a matter of timing, or rather, a matter of human factors, since this rain was also the result of the servants' battle. The clash between spears and flag-bearing spears revealed that this battle was far more than just a close-quarters fight between 2 martial artists. Lancer's spear was swift and precise, each thrust accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, tearing through the air like thunder. However, the opponent was no pushover either. The servant wielding the flag spear was agile, and always managed to parry or evade fatal attacks in time. Whenever Lancer manages to dodge her opponent and prepares to launch a more intense offensive, countless magic projectiles fly in from all directions, forming a dense barrage that hinders her movements. These magic bullets are not only numerous, but also have bizarre trajectories and extremely high speeds. They are as annoying as mosquitoes, yet as dangerous as sharp blades. Each time a magic bullet struck, Lancer was forced to abandon the pursuit, and instead dodge and defend. Despite her superb marksmanship, which deflected most of the magical bullets with a few swings, the magical attacks continued relentlessly, preventing her from fully engaging the enemy before her. And after fighting the heroic spirit wielding the flag spear, Lancer felt a pressure that was completely different from what he had expected. Although the master's observations showed that this servant's stats were far inferior to hers, each clash of metal alone could unleash a torrent of extremely destructive power. Every step he took ravaged the ground, and every swing of his sword created enough wind pressure to cut down ancient trees. Although this was something Lancer could easily do, it was astonishing how the person before her could use such inferior body to reach a level where she could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This puzzled her greatly. Thinking time during battle is extremely valuable, especially in a life-or-death situation. The flag spear thrust forward once more, followed by several arcs of magical energy. These attacks were beyond what could be neutralized simply by relying on anti-magic power. The spectators could no longer see the high-speed exchange of gunfire clearly with their eyesight. They could only see the ravaged buildings and the aftershocks of each collision. This battle was different from the clash of guns and magic just now. It truly showcased the spirit of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. While dealing with the onslaught of the flag spears, Lancer was also wary of the magical arcs shooting in from all directions. Every attack and defense required complete concentration. The slightest carelessness would lead to a passive situation. Her spear moved like a relentless storm, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Furthermore, whenever she tried to locate the source of the magic bullets, the servant wielding the flag spear would always stand in her way, launching a fierce counterattack while brandishing the spear. The battle between the two intensified, with flag spears and long spears clashing and sparks flying. Every clash is a battle of strength and skill, a struggle between life and death. Taking advantage of the moment, when he knocked his opponent away, Lancer observed the enemy in front of him, and noticed that there were magical patterns flashing on the opponent's armor. Is this an enhancement? This is practically cheating. It's 2 against 1, why would they give you a buff? And that flag spear, it's clearly just an ordinary object made of refined iron, so why can it withstand such a high frequency of strikes? Is it because of that flag? The symbols on the flag exude a sacred radiance, not magical power, so is he a follower of the Holy See? Is that flag spear his noble phantasm? Lancer thought to herself, it seems the breakthrough point is still her, but this one in front of me. Looking at Castor casting spells while floating in the air, perhaps we need to take the battlefield to the sky. Having made up his mind, Lancer smashed the pillar of the temple building with a single shot. The collapse of the side hall raised a lot of dust, but due to the rain, it didn't last long. So we need to hurry. She kicked the collapsing beams at Castor high in the air to disrupt her attack rhythm. At the same time, the dragon's blood began to boil, the bones in his body creaked, the spear blocked the sweeping flag spear, and the magic-infused whip leg struck the enemy's abdomen, sending him flying. The wing membrane began to vibrate, and Lancer rose from the smoke and dust, following the broken pillar that was still flying in the sky, shooting towards Castor, who was floating in the sky, like an arrow. At the last moment, Castor barely felt the impact from the spearman, and managed to dodge the deadly spear. But it wasn't over yet. The broken pillar followed closely behind, ready to add a follow-up to the previous attack. Time alter square acceleration proper time control. For time's speed in Castor's eyes, time around her slowed down again, and her own speed rapidly increased to 4 times the original flow rate. Magician in type. 2168 words. Despite her best efforts to dodge the oncoming pillar, Lancer, after failing to land a blow, suddenly appeared on top of the pillar and kicked it with her magically enchanted dragon feet. The broken pillar changed direction again and struck Castor's body directly. The broken pillar crashed down on Castor, creating a deep crater around her. A mouthful of blood spurted from Castor's mouth. This time it was his true form, but it had almost killed the magician's servant after just one attack. The servant wielding the flag spear was still some distance away, and Lancer once again swooped down from the sky, determined to eliminate one of the servants. However, things did not go as the Lancers had hoped. The strands of hair Castor had scattered in the air had turned into tough bands, blocking Lancer's attack route. Lancer suddenly flapped her wings, trying to break free from these restraints, but the hair-like bands were as strong as steel, tightly wrapped around her limbs and wing membranes. Her movements faltered as she sensed the powerful magic emanating from the straps. She frowned slightly. The straps were not merely simple restraints, but seemed to be draining her magic and weakening her power. Castor, the book. The flag spear servant ran toward the heavily wounded magician's servant and shouted loudly. Although Castor had a mana pool to replenish his energy and was healing rapidly, his severely injured body made movement extremely difficult. Finally, he threw the Snail Annihilation City textbook out of his hand. The Grand of the City of Slugs does not exist, therefore the madness of the world is endless illusion. Berserker took the textbook and read out the words he least wanted to face without hesitation. The white flag on the flagpole was stained with a black, muddy color, its sacred glory had fallen and become filthy. From the human face on the book cover, filth spewed out, emitting a foul and pungent odor. The mud instantly covered Berserker's entire body, turning his silver-white armor black. The remaining mud and grime gathered on the ground, twisting and growing continuously until it was finally shaped into the form of a dragon. Chapter 41, The Dance of Dragons and False Dragons. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Feeling the nauseating, filthy magic within his body, a flicker of pain crossed Berserker's face, but it was quickly replaced by fanaticism. His armor became even heavier from being soaked in the black mud, but this did not weaken his power. Instead, it made him even more ferocious. He gripped his flag spear tightly, as if he wanted to unleash all his anger and madness. Riding a two-legged dragon formed from black mud, Berserker's armor and dragon hide assimilated and dissolved together, forming an even more ferocious fusion. His body was tightly connected to the flying dragon, and the flag on the flag spear finally unfurled. The iris pattern embroidered on it turned blackish-purple under the erosion of the black mud, emitting an eerie light. The two-legged dragon formed from black mud took flight and charged towards Lancer, who was bound by strands of hair. The dragon's claws gleamed with a black light in the air, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The hair ribbons tightly bound the spearwoman, as if trying to compress every inch of her muscles to their limit. She felt the tightness of the restraint, but the dragon heart within her continued to beat, and magic surged through her veins. As the dragon drew ever closer, Lancer smirked coldly. "Using the power of a dragon right in front of me." She glared directly at the Black Dragon Knight, but what she expected didn't happen. "It clearly has the scent of a dragon, even if it's so filthy and ominous, it should still be a dragon." Lancer's eyes were filled with confusion and anger. The dragon's wings flapped, creating a powerful gust of air as it charged toward the spearman. She gripped the spear tightly, her magic surging within her, preparing to meet the impending fierce attack. The Black Dragon Knight's eyes gleamed with a cold light, his banner lance raised high, pointing directly at Lancer with destructive power. Just as the dragon's claws were about to strike her, Lancer suddenly unleashed all her magic power, her spear flashing with a cold light as she thrust it straight towards the Dragon Knight. The two collided in midair, creating a tremendous sound. The dragon's claws and the flag spear intertwined with the Lancer's spear, and a fierce battle unfolded in the air. The Dragon Knight's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, black magic permeating the air and forming terrifying arcs of light. Lancer quickly adjusted his stance, using the dragon's momentum to his advantage, and instantly changed direction, his spear flashing with a sharp, cold light as he thrust it straight towards the dragon's abdomen. The dragon let out a shrill roar, black blood gushing from its wound, but it seemed as if countless tiny tentacles were stitching the wound together inside its body. "What is this thing?" Lancer asked, staring at the object before him. However, the Dragon Knight ignored her. His face gradually contorted into a grotesque expression, his pupils contracted sharply, his eyes rolled back, and he appeared almost insane. The armor covered in black mud seemed to writhe incessantly, as if some living creature was writhing beneath his skin, emitting nauseating sounds. A torrent of fury swept across every inch of the battlefield. Berserk mode. It seems he has completely lost his mind. The Dragon Knight's pupils seemed devoid of any humanity, his remaining rationality was completely consumed by the frenzied magic, and his attacks became even more violent, as if he wanted to tear everything in front of him to pieces. Lancer suddenly exerted its strength, leaped into the air, spread its wings, and drew an arc in the air, avoiding the Dragon Knight's fatal blow. She quickly adjusted her direction, aiming at the Dragon Knight's head. The spear in her hand gleamed with a cold, magical light as she thrust it straight towards the Dragon Knight's skull. The attack was blocked, but that was within her expectations. She calmly adjusted her strategy, her claw-like feet stepping onto the dragon's head and hooking its neck. In midair, she swiftly rolled, using her legs to strangle the dragon's head. The dragon riders tried to break free, but Lancer's strength was unmatched. With her immense power, the dragon's head was ripped from its body. Grabbing the dragon's head with both feet, she flew backward, away from the dragon's body. The headless dragon struggled violently in the air for a few seconds, but showed no signs of falling. Black, muddy blood flowed from the severed neck, and dozens of sea monster tentacles emerged from it, chasing after Lancer, who was carrying the dragon's head. Lancer calmly observed the movements of the tentacles while sensing the unusual sensation beneath his feet. She quickly noticed that the dragon head she was holding with her feet was also sprouting tentacles at the same time, which slowly climbed up her legs. Feeling the coldness and disgusting wriggling of the tentacles, she did not hesitate to concentrate her magic on the spear. The magic emanated from the spear, piercing straight into the dragon's head and instantly reducing it to ashes. At the same time, the pursuing tentacles lost their target and began to dart around in the sky, as if searching for a new host. Their ends writhed incessantly, emitting chilling sounds, seemingly unwilling to give up the pursuit of Lancer. Upon seeing this, Lancer quickly retreated, its wings flapping violently to create distance between itself and the tentacles. Her gaze was cold and stern as she watched the bizarre scene before her. The tentacles flew around in the air like headless flies, and she slashed off a few of them just as they were about to touch her. The injured tentacles quickly retracted into the dragon's body and began repairing the severed neck. The headless dragon rider gave up on finding its head and refocused on Lancer. The two spears grazed each other, and the azure and murky magic collided in the air, erupting with a despairing, lava-like light. Each exchange of gunfire sent a cloud of black, muddy lava flying from the headless dragon rider, spraying through the air with a pungent, fishy stench. Each piece of lava that falls to the ground takes away a portion of Lancer's magic, creating a magical version of a vicious cycle of blood for blood and injury for injury. Overall, Lancer still came out ahead. Her spear drew arcs of dark blue light in the air, carrying absolute power and precision, and relentlessly suppressed the headless dragon rider. However, the headless dragon rider seemed completely numb to pain. His attacks did not diminish and even became more ferocious. The two forces crisscrossed each other in the sky, gunfire echoing through the heavens. The sky became their battlefield, each shot unleashing a powerful storm that sent rain and gravel flying from the ground. The aftershocks of the battle reached Ryodong Temple below, where the buildings continued to crumble and collapse amidst the tremors. Castor, having repaired his body below, rejoined the battlefield. The arrival of the magic bullet and the Shuoguang brought the battle to a standstill once again. At this point, the two sides were once again at a stalemate. "Found you," Matu Ike murmured to himself. The insects that had burrowed underground finally found Kenneth hiding among them. He was enveloped in a layer of silvery white, mercury-like liquid, his absolute defense, moon spirit essence liquid. Without needing to probe further, all the fireball ants began to converge and burrow in that direction. As the number of fire ants continued to increase, they gradually surrounded the moon spirit essence liquid, forming a thick encirclement. Matuike commanded the fire ants to launch an attack, and the magic power contained within them began to activate, preparing for a fierce outburst. In an instant, the magic power within the fire ants exploded simultaneously, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave spread outwards and the intense energy impacted the defensive layer of the moon spirit essence liquid. The silvery white liquid began to tremble violently under high temperature and pressure, emitting a piercing metallic friction sound. The continuous explosions of the fire ants were like hellfire, turning the underground into a scorching inferno. The heat waves rolled in, and the rocks were melted by the high temperature, forming molten lava. Chapter 42 The Magic Battle. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. The fire ants surged toward Kenneth's hiding place like a tidal wave, each explosion more violent than the last. The moon spirit essence liquid finally could not withstand the continuous impact, and the outer defense completely collapsed with a loud bang. Silvery white liquid splattered everywhere, exposing Kenneth's figure to the fireball ants' attack range. His face was pale, clearly not expecting Matuike to launch such a frenzied attack. "What's wrong, kid?" On its way to the battlefield of Ryodong Temple, the tanks, which were speeding through the sky and roaring with deafening thunder, stopped in midair after sensing the continuous explosions below. "That's Mr. Kenneth. Is he someone you know, kid?" Seeing Weber's strange expression, Iskandar seemed to be having some difficulty making a choice, unsure whether to continue forward or stop here to watch the magicians battle below. For him, a battle between mages was certainly not as exciting as a battle between heroic spirits from different timelines, but looking at his master's expression. Ryder mumbled something awkwardly, rubbing his temples with his knuckles. The action was a bit amusing, but it didn't detract from his imposing figure at all. Weber looked down nervously, his inner conflict and struggle evident. Although he and Kenneth had a teacher-student relationship, their relationship was not harmonious. However, seeing his teacher in crisis still made Weber feel uneasy. "Well, let's just look around here for now. These two should be the masters of the servants from both sides who are fighting, so they can be considered part of that battle." Seeing his master's hesitation, Iskandar took the initiative to make a decision for him. When the smoke cleared, only a mess remained underground. Kenneth's body was slowly lifted out of the cave by the remaining moon spirit essence. His brows were furrowed and the veins on his forehead were bulging, clearly indicating that he was lacking in magic power. "Excuse me, are you Lancer's master?" The famous prodigy, the Lord of the Clock Tower, Mr. Matuike bent his back slightly, looked down at the ground, put one hand behind his back and the other hand lightly touched his chest, making a gesture of aristocratic subordinate greeting a superior. However, Matuike's face trembled slightly, as if she was suppressing a laugh, and her affected manner completely erased the little respect she had left. Magician in type 2132 words. Kenneth stared coldly at Metu Ike, his voice icy and authoritative, despite his physical weakness. Who are you anyway? Kenneth certainly knew of Metu Ike. He was just wondering why the Meta family's master wasn't that man this time. Among the intelligence he gathered, he first focused on gathering information about a man named Metu Korea. However, it was discovered during the process that this man did not become the master of this Holy Grail war as fate would have it, but instead became an office worker outside of Fuyuki. They completely broke away from the realm of demonic arts and fell into the mortal world. My name is Metu Ike, I am 17 years old, and I am a mushi master. My major is spirit conjuring, and my minors are alchemy, divination, and curses. I am currently choosing a university, and I wonder if the Lord of the Clock Tower would consider me qualified for admission. Upon hearing Kenneth's inquiry, Metu Ike began to seriously promote himself, as if this were not a life-or-death battle, but an entrance interview. They even demonstrated it on the spot, as if to prove that there was no false advertising. Is that so? Then let me be the examiner and test your magnanimity. After speaking, Kenneth flipped up the hem of his robe and slowly walked out of the pit. The moon spirit essence that had dispelled his jellyfish form transformed into steps beneath his feet, lifting him onto the ground. Kenneth shouted loudly, and the mercury staircase immediately transformed into a long, thin ribbon. The next second, the moon spirit essence liquid, like a whip, shot towards Metuchi's location with a whooshing sound. Moreover, before crashing into Meta Pond, the whip formed from the moon spirit marrow was compressed into a thin sheet a few micrometers thick, squeezing out a blade as sharp as a razor. The tall trees and rocks blocking the view of Meta Pond were cut in two like a cake, and crashed to the side with a heavy thud. Mercury is the heaviest liquid at room temperature, and under the high pressure of magic, it generates an enormous amount of potential energy. Moreover, its shape can change at will in an instant, and the sharpness of the transformed weapon even surpasses that of lasers, and is stronger than ultra-high-pressure water jets. Metu Ike did not dodge but transformed into countless fireball ants flying everywhere, like a black whirlwind, rushing straight towards Kenneth's position. Upon noticing Metuchi's attack, the moon spirit essence liquid transformed once more, forming a solid barrier in front of him. The fire ants crashed into the barrier, making crackling sounds and scattering sparks. Kenneth watched the exploding ant colony with a sense of astonishment. Each explosion of these ants released extremely high temperatures and powerful impacts, causing even the barrier of the moon spirit essence liquid to begin to vaporize slightly. Amidst the sparks flying, he rapidly channeled his magic, controlling the thickness and density of the moon spirit essence barrier to minimize the impact. If one is hit by these explosions, even if one's physical body is not damaged, the consumption of magical energy will be extremely large. Lord Elmeloy, do you still have enough magic power? Mocking words echoed from all directions, and the location of Meta Pond could not be determined by the source of the voices alone. Kenneth remained unmoved, simply taking a piece of chocolate from his pocket, popping it into his mouth, and swallowing it whole. He didn't particularly like this kind of dessert. This chocolate was purchased from the plant monarch May Lytle Acherlot, and is an item of even higher quality than the cigars smoked by the future Lord Elmeloy too. Kenneth still remembered that guy's ugly face, and what he was saying. Seeing how bitter and resentful you look, I'll make you a piece of chocolate so that you don't end up in the end without having tasted any sweetness. However, it must be said that as a race descended from witches, the items they produce are indeed powerful in terms of efficacy. This chocolate's function is to catalyze the magic circuit, exponentially increasing the speed at which the body's vital energy is converted into magical power. This places a tremendous burden on the body, but it is a lifesaver for magicians. As their magic gradually returned and the second round of the battle between magicians was about to begin, a pair of sharp eyes were secretly observing them from a corner unseen by anyone. Chapter 43, Shifting the Blame Eastward. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend Miyama Town. The Tosaka family residence. We have discovered that the Meta family's master, Metu Ike, and the master Kenneth sent by the Mages Association are currently engaged in battle. The words of the distant assassin came from the brass horn, reporting what he had seen and heard on Mount Enzo. Upon hearing this, Tokiomi Tosaka activated his reserve reconnaissance familiar and dispatched it to the battleground between the two magicians. He then used the Azoth sword in his hand to draw a line on the surface of the magic mirror. The magical ripples spread with the blade, splitting the scene-monitoring Redugi temple in two. One half of the screen displays the heroic spirits in battle stances, while the other half begins playing an ongoing magical battle. Tokiomi Tosaka calmly observed the scene in the magic mirror, his eyes deep and composed as he pondered a solution. Assassin, continue to monitor their battle and report any important intelligence to me as soon as possible. If we can find an opportunity, we will kill these two directly. Tokiomi Tosaka's words were transmitted to Assassin's ears via the jewel communicator. Although he is not an assassin master, judging from his interactions over the past few days, Tokiomi Tosaka is considered Kirii Kodamine's superior. Kiri, do you have any other suggestions? Upon hearing Tokiomi Tosaka call his name, Kirii paused for a moment before replying. I suggest prioritizing the assassination of the Clock Tower's monarch. As for Matu Ike, it's uncertain whether his true identity is even present, so let's not consider him. After expressing his opinion, Kirii shut his mouth and stared at the contents of the magic mirror, lost in thought. After Kenneth regained his magic, his aura became even more unrestrained. He manipulated the moon spirit essence to transform into various different forms, wielding it wildly in the mountains and forests, clearing away all obstacles in his sight. Weeds, trees, rocks, and insects flying in from all directions were all within his attack range, and were instantly cut and destroyed. The moon spirit essence liquid transformed into a giant mercury whip, which lashed out rapidly, producing a sharp whistling sound as it easily sliced the surrounding trees and rocks in two. Immediately afterwards, the mercury whip split into countless tiny blades, sweeping in all directions in an attempt to force Matucci out of his hiding place. From Kenneth's behavior, it's not hard to deduce his thoughts. Knowing that hiding in the shadows wouldn't delay things for long, Matu Ike began his counterattack. The insects, crawling out from the ground, began to tear apart their shells, giving birth to new forms. Swarms of winged beetles came one after another, fiercely attacking Kenneth's position. HRE, sanction. Track and eliminate. Upon receiving the command, the moon spirit essence spread out like droplets, splashing onto the bodies of nearby insects before burrowing inwards. The insects whose bodies were contaminated by the moon spirit essence were torn apart and burst open like scraps of paper, and the gruesome scene filled the air with a foul stench. Nevertheless, the swarms of insects from Meta Pond continued to pour toward Kenneth, determined to drown him in the sea of insects. Kenneth gave a cold laugh, and the moon spirit essence liquid transformed once more, turning into a solid shield that tightly enveloped him. Every insect that approached was swiftly shattered and dissolved by the tiny tentacles of the moon spirit essence, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. The winged blade insects charged relentlessly toward the solid sphere formed from the moon spirit marrow, their sharp claws leaving only scratches and scattered sparks on the hardened mercury. The seemingly impenetrable defenses were not without their weaknesses. At the outset of the battle, the fire and chain explosions proved highly effective. Mercury is mercury after all. Even after being corrupted, it still has poor resistance to high temperatures. However, to replicate that offensive once again, two conditions must be met. First and foremost is quantity. There must be enough fire ants to create a chain reaction of explosions, and only the cumulative damage can shake the foundation of the moon spirit essence liquid. Secondly, there's the issue of sealing. Explosions underground rely on the characteristics of caves to achieve that scale of bombardment. But now that the battlefield is back on the ground and Kenneth is consciously clearing obstacles, it's really difficult. However, even more anxious than Matu Ike was Amiya Kiritsugu, who rushed over after sensing the fluctuations of the battle. He was now hiding behind an ancient tree not too far from the center of the battlefield, and as Kenneth cleared the battlefield, the time before he was exposed was getting shorter and shorter. But there's not much he can do. He has very few means to harm the two people on the battlefield. After all, this was a sudden battle, and the best option for him was always a pre-planned assassination. However, he still did his job in the vicinity, laying traps and setting explosives, and only after using all the items he carried did he feel a little bit of security. Of course, he also considered using command spells to summon Saber to deal with the two masters, but such an approach might not be accepted by his own servants, so he was unwilling to take action. Although another command seal could be added to force the kill, the likely outcome would only be killing Kenneth, who is still in sight. However, Matu Ike, who is also hiding in the shadows, might have no choice but to let him escape. Trading two command seals for the life of a master is a losing proposition no matter how you look at it. Meanwhile, Matu Ike was still waiting for a good opportunity, waiting for Kenneth to reveal a weakness on his own. Of course, this was almost impossible, with a probability of less than 1 in 100 million. But perhaps this stalemate is a decent result, since our two servants don't need our mana. This battle is just to influence the balance of power that will ultimately decide the outcome. Kenneth's attack drew ever closer, forcing Matu Ike to waste another clone constructed from a demonic worm to lure him away and protect the location of his true body. The location of that clone formed from the demonic worm happened to be near where Kiritsugu Amiya was hiding. Coincidentally? No, before the Holy Grail War even began, he had already used his ability to monitor the entire Fuyuki region to intimidate the participating mages. On his way to find Kenneth, he had already located Kiritsugu Amiya. This is just a ploy to shift the blame elsewhere. On the ancient tree where Kiritsugu Amiya was hiding, the demonic worms slowly condensed into a body. Before their faces were fully formed, they began chanting magic. Using the technique of high-speed chanting, several magic bullets burst out and slammed into Kenneth, who was attacking with all his might and seemed to have neglected his defense. When danger suddenly struck, the moon spirit essence beneath his feet automatically protected him, forming a layer of defense that barely held off the incoming magic attack. Startled by the sudden noise above him, Kiritsugu Amiya muttered to himself. Without time to observe the battlefield, he was about to flee. How come? This action confirmed that someone was hiding there. Chapter 44 Assassination of the King. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Kenneth's Mercury Whip, wielded with immense force, whistled through the air as it fiercely struck Kiritsugu Amiya's hiding place. The ancient tree, so thick that it would take 4 people to encircle it, was snapped in half by this attack and crashed to the ground. Magician in type 2319 words. At this critical moment, Matu Ike's worm clone leaped down from the tree and quickly fired several magic bullets, attracting Kenneth's attention and attempting to create the illusion that he was covering for Amiya Kiritsugu. The magic bullets streaked through the air, heading straight for Kenneth. Although these attacks posed no fatal threat to Kenneth, they were enough to distract him. Kenneth snorted coldly, manipulating the moon spirit essence to form a shield that blocked all the magic bullets, and then sprouted 2 silver whips that slashed at the worm clone and the hiding place of Amiya Kiritsugu. At the same time, Kiritsugu Amiya calmed his breathing, realizing he had been discovered, and tried to use the brief chaos to quietly prepare for his escape. However, Kenneth was not completely fooled. His gaze was fixed on Kiritsugu Amiya, who was preparing to flee. The light was dim, and although it was impossible to tell whether it was Matuchi or not, the mere presence of any creature on this battlefield meant it was an enemy. Trying to escape? Kenneth sneered, manipulating the moon spirit essence to transform once more into countless slender whip-like forms, which swiftly pursued the figure. Kiritsugu Amiya nimbly rolled to dodge, while simultaneously drawing a smoke bomb from his waist and slamming it into the ground. Thick smoke quickly spread, obscuring Kenneth's vision, but this could not stop the moon spirit essence liquid from automatically tracking him. Time Alter Triangle Excel Intrinsic Time Control. 3 times speed. As Kiritsugu shouted the incantation, a torrent of magical energy raged within his body. Just before the 2 silver whips were about to sever Kiritsugu's body, he suddenly ran at an incredible speed, passing between the 2 incoming silver whips. After dodging the attack, he immediately leaped into the bushes. The phrase "fleeting" perfectly describes this situation. No human being could possibly exert such physical prowess. Kenneth was momentarily stunned as he watched Kiritsugu Amiya escape through the smoke. With just one strike, 2 figures appeared. Even if one of them was just a fake, the other should be Mato Ike's real body. But how could their opponent make such a basic mistake? The real body and the fake body were actually hiding in the same place. After a moment's thought, Kenneth smiled slightly. In his view, the fake body he had just destroyed was merely a work hastily created by Mato Ike, and the still unfinished face was the best evidence of that. After deliberately revealing his weakness, Mato Ike didn't hesitate to expose his true location, eager to seize the opportunity. As expected, he was just a newbie who had just stepped into the demonic path, and he was probably at his last gasp. Perhaps Kenneth didn't consider third-party forces from the beginning, since some flaws, even if given a second chance, can't be corrected immediately. Without further thought, Kenneth decided to pursue the shadowy figure. The battle situation was already unpredictable, and further consideration would only lead to missed opportunities. As Kiritsugu Amiya fled, he kept looking back to observe the battle situation behind him. He clearly saw Kenneth chasing after him, and cursed Mato Ike's cunning in his heart. Now Kiritsugu realizes that he must use the trap he has set to stop this formidable opponent. He quickly adjusted his escape route, leading Kenneth into an area full of traps. Kenneth pursued relentlessly, with moon spirit essence flowing around him, ready to strike at any moment. Just as Kenneth was about to enter the trap's range, Kiritsugu Amiya suddenly pressed the detonator. With a loud bang, the explosives hidden in the ground were detonated, and the powerful blast wave shattered the surrounding trees and rocks, sending dust flying everywhere. The shockwave from the explosion spread rapidly in all directions. Kenneth was startled and immediately manipulated the moon spirit essence to form a solid defensive barrier, in an attempt to withstand this deadly attack. As the explosion roared, the ground began to collapse and Kenneth, enveloped in the moon spirit essence liquid, fell into the man-made crater. The ground subsidence and the falling trees together created a semi-enclosed space, burying Kenneth inside. A good opportunity. A ruthless glint flashed in Mato Ike's eyes. He immediately mobilized the long-hidden army of fire ants, which surged into the deep pit. Although the number and firepower of the fireball ants were slightly inferior to the first attack, he still had phosphorus fireballs specially made from mutated fireball ants, which were powerful enough. Unload all the phosphorus bombs from the little helper, and hand them over to the winged beetle beside you to carry. The winged beetle's sharp mandibles and claws can still fire projectiles even when compressed, although the power is not as great as bullets fired directly from the little helper, but it is sufficient in the current situation. As for the enclosed space, let's fill the remaining gaps with the lives of the insects. Fireball ants and winged beetles swarmed into the pit, quickly filling the gaps in the enclosed space. The phosphorescent fireballs, carried by the winged beetles, landed precisely around Kenneth, then exploded violently, sending sparks flying. Inside the deep pit, Kenneth's moon spirit essence, though resilient, began to be gradually affected by the continuous bombardment of fireballs and phosphorus fireballs. On the battlefield, the sounds of fire, explosions, and the scurrying of insects mingled together, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The high temperature and impact caused tiny cracks to appear on the surface of the moon spirit essence liquid. Vaporized mercury gradually spread out, both inside and outside the sphere formed by the moon spirit essence liquid. As a magician with both wind and water attributes, Kenneth would naturally not be poisoned by mercury vapor and die. However, the high temperature carried by mercury vapor cannot be prevented in such an artificial, enclosed environment. His skin began to show burns of varying degrees, and blisters of all sizes swelled up on his skin, which quickly ulcerated after coming into contact with mercury vapor. This torment lasted for more than a minute, and the mercury used in the moon spirit essence liquid was a specially processed substance that further amplified its harm to the body, and also had considerable resistance to magic. It must be said that Kenneth truly deserves the title of child prodigy, but after experiencing his own creativity, he may not be so happy inside. The bombing finally stopped, and the forest returned to an eerie silence, as if nothing had happened. Only the scorched earth and scattered insect corpses on the ground told the story. Kenneth tentatively opened the protective layer of the moon spirit essence liquid, and only after confirming with Mercury that everyone around him had disappeared did he reveal a little of his body. He knew that Matoike was still lurking nearby, but he had already used up most of his magic power and the moon spirit essence he carried, and simply defending would not break the deadlock. But how many bugs does the opponent have left to use? Even though it's a dead end, we still have to fight for a glimmer of hope. The outcome is still uncertain. His body slowly moved out, his clothes were already tattered, and there was hardly a patch of intact skin on his body. Fresh blood seeped from under his skin, making him look like a demon from hell, which was truly frightening. Watching Kenneth emerge from the eggshell, Matoike thought to himself, what a pity. The entire round of bombing and the insects used to fill the gaps had depleted their current combat reserves to an alarming degree. If another wave of insects attacks, we can only use the insects that are still breeding in Ryodongji Lake. If we still can't get rid of Kenneth, the impact on subsequent strategies will be further amplified. The current situation is in line with Matoike's expectations. Thinking about the news from Castor, Lancer actually has a second stage. Does this mean that her noble phantasm can also have a second development? This is really difficult. Raising his little helper, he aimed at Kenneth's head and selected the soul suppression bullet. Ah, this is the only special bullet left. Let this last shot be his farewell. The bullets came from the air, but were deflected by the long whip made of mercury. There were no follow-up attacks. Did they give up? He glanced at the direction the bullets came from, then looked away. His tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and a healing magical glow shone from his body. The voice from the gem communicator reached Assassin's ears. In fact, he didn't need his master to give any orders, he knew that this was the best time. Her back, wide open, was directly exposed in front of him. Chapter 45, Delusional Thoughts. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. High above Mount Enzo, amidst the clouds, Waver Velvet sat atop Rider Iskandar's chariot, staring in disbelief at the battlefield of the magicians below. Below, Kenneth El Meloy Archibald is engaged in a fierce battle with Matoike, each strike as devastating as thunder. The whip formed from the liquid moon spirit sliced through the air with an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, Matoike, relying on an endless swarm of insects and ingenious traps, relentlessly battled Kenneth. Their duel was not merely a contest of strength, but also a game of magical skill and tactics. Is that really the teacher? Weber murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the battlefield below. He put himself in Kenneth's shoes and realized that he might not even last a moment. Especially when the battle was coming to an end, Matoike used the methods of other masters to lure Kenneth into a trap, and when he failed in the end, he decisively retreated. This decisiveness and shrewdness made Waver realize his own shortcomings. The fighting prowess displayed by these two magicians far exceeded his expectations. Is this what the Holy Grail War is really like? Waver felt a chill. He once thought that the Holy Grail War was simply about summoning powerful servants, and then determining the winner through their battles, with mages only needing to focus on the strategic aspects. However, the current situation has completely shattered his understanding. Looking down at Kenneth, who was like a waterfall of blood, Weber felt both awe and fear. Iskander noticed Weber's nervousness, patted Weber on the shoulder, laughed heartily, and said, "Kid, are you scared?" Weber answered directly, much to Iskandar's surprise. Iskandar was stunned. He didn't expect his master to admit it so readily. He thought Waver would refute him out of pride or self-esteem, but all the words he had prepared were useless. "Boy," Iskandar readjusted his tone, his voice becoming gentler. "Fear on the battlefield is normal. A true warrior is not one who is fearless, but one who knows fear yet still moves forward. What you see now is only their bravery, but do not forget that every great warrior is forged from fear." After the retreat of Metapond, the forests of Mount Enzo returned to silence, even the cicadas' chirping had ceased. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and scorched earth, making the traces of the previous battle all the more glaring. The trees in the mountains and forests were cut down and charred, and there were still some fire and remains that had not been completely extinguished on the ground, as well as deep craters and rubble from the bombing. Kenneth was protected in the center by the moon spirit essence liquid. Although he was seriously injured, he was barely able to maintain his consciousness with the help of healing spells. A silvery white liquid surrounded him, making him appear dim and lifeless in the darkness. Kenneth chewed on the remaining chocolate, replenishing his energy and building up his magic power in preparation for any unexpected situations that might arise. It really is sweet. Just how much sugar did that guy grind into it? Kenneth has always been a staunch sugar-free advocate, but now, eating this chocolate with a sugar content that is significantly higher than normal, he didn't show much disgust. Instead, he even savored it. The rain gradually stopped, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. The god who controlled the moon seemed to be somewhat reluctant, and finally cast a ray of light that did not belong to him upon the dark land. As the moonlight was about to illuminate every corner of the mountains and forests, Assassin moved. His figure moved like a ghost in the shadows, silently approaching Kenneth. In the dim moonlight, his black clothes blended into the night, making him almost undetectable. After getting close enough, he did not resort to risky assassination methods, but instead decisively used his noble phantasm. Although heroic spirits have an almost absolute advantage over humans, using noble phantasms against their masters is nothing short of violence against the weak, and a pleasure derived from slaughter. But for the cursed arm, killing is merely a task and an obligation, from which they feel no joy or sorrow, only the need to be loyal to their master's orders. When a noble phantasm can kill in one hit, it should be used without hesitation, giving the opponent no chance to breathe. Zobaniah delusional heart sound. The bandages on his right arm quickly dissolved, revealing a fiery red wrist. The wrist began to twist and proliferate, becoming like a demon's claw. Accompanied by twisted, eerie incantations, his arm shot out like a living thing, heading straight for Kenneth's heart. The sudden burst of magical energy touched Kenneth's fragile nerves, and the moon spirit essence reacted even faster than his body, forming a shield in front of him. Fervor met Sangut's magician in typed 1647 words. After Kenneth whispered the incantation to activate the spell, his body was rapidly pushed backward by a portion of the moon spirit essence liquid. The other part transformed into two mercury dolls to block the killing move from the unknown heroic spirit. This magic trick was inspired by an encounter with the so-called El Meloy II in my previous life, and was subsequently created. As for that person, Assassin's arm easily pierced through the shield formed by the moon spirit essence and the two puppets, heading straight for Kenneth's heart. Damn it, Lancer. Kenneth was about to use a command spell to summon Lancer, but was it too late? At the same time, another person's loud shout came from the sky. Seeing his master's panic, Iskandar didn't need to ask any more questions to know his intentions. He wanted to save the wounded man. She wanted to save the man who had been aggressive towards her in the clock tower, and had even openly insulted her. She wanted to save the man who had provoked her to participate in the Holy Grail War in a fit of anger, and who she hoped to defeat. She also wanted to save the man who was a teacher. This is the spirit a real man should have. A hero should speak loudly. Iskandar, holding the reins of thunder, steered the divine bull from the heavens, each step like a thunderstorm, charging fiercely toward the center of the battlefield, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing in the sky. Even faster than Iskandar was his sword. As a conqueror with the body of a demigod, the human side of him was abundant and full, while his divine side was the manifestation of pure power. The sword, imbued with the power of thunder, was hurled out like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Assassin's swollen, monstrous hand. The sword froze the strange hand in place, and its growth rate began to stop. Kenneth finally had a chance to catch his breath. The second command seal on his hand gradually faded, and magical light gathered behind him. Lancer is responding to the command spell's call. It's almost here. I'm sorry, but may your soul drip with pain like candy. Delusional heartbeat. The stagnant, fiery red wrist suddenly began to swell, the growth stretching out like rubber, touching Kenneth's figure. Chapter 46 Destiny. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. The spear, imbued with azure magic, blasted away the incoming satanic hand from behind Kenneth. Under the release of the spear's magic, the crimson hand instantly dissipated into ethereal fragments in midair. At the same time, Iskandar's chariot flew down from the sky, riding on lightning, and sending assassin flying. The impact of the divine bull's thunderous hooves was comparable to a servant's full-force strike. Caught up. Weber felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this scene, but also a sense of fear upon seeing the injured Kenneth. However, the servants present did not show any joy. Instead, they all remained silent. Sensing something was amiss, Weber looked at everyone with a puzzled expression, wondering why they all looked this way after he had already saved Kenneth. After being hit, Assassin rolled several times on the ground before slowly coming to a stop. He wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth with his left hand and covered his mask, which was about to break. His right arm, which had been transformed into an ethereal block, reformed, and his palm turned upward, revealing a creation shaped like a heart. Assassin crushed the magical heart with a single blow, blood oozing from the gaps in his clenched fist. Immediately afterwards, he put the crushed heart into his mouth and swallowed it. He licked his lips defiantly, and using the distance he had traveled after being hit by the tank, he quickly disappeared into the darkness. Iskandar watched Assassin disappear into the darkness, his brow furrowed, but he made no further move. As an adversary, offering assistance is already the limit. Continuing to pursue such a scoundrel would only be a waste of one's energy. Lancer looked at her master, who was on the verge of death, and felt a pang of guilt. If she had simply unleashed her noble phantasm to end the battle, or given up, perhaps the outcome would have been. Perhaps there is still a chance, it's just that the heart is missing. As long as a heart is replaced, yes, as long as a heart is replaced. As if struck by a sudden thought, Lancer raised his right hand into a claw shape, and thrust it straight toward his own chest. Hey Lancer! Hey, Lancer! Iskandar knew what Lancer was up to as soon as he saw her movements. After thinking it over, he decided to give up trying to stop it. After all, it was someone else's will, and even the King of Conquerors had no right to interfere. Just as the magical hand was about to pierce his chest, Lancer's body suddenly froze, as if bound by an invisible force. Weber's gaze fell upon Lancer's sudden halt in motion, and only then did he notice Kenneth's slowly raised right hand. That's a command seal. On Kenneth's right hand, which he barely raised, the last trace of magical energy appeared. The 3 magnificent stigmata that were once visible now only left faint marks, proving his status as a master. I'm sorry, Lancer, I can't grant your wish. Memories flowed like a gentle stream through the hearts of the master and servant. That was the afternoon after the summoning of the heroic spirits. Kenneth pulled out a love letter he had written to his fiancée, Sola, which was tucked among the books in his study, and ran his fingers over it repeatedly. Lancer sat opposite him, looking at the heroic spirit before him, and Kenneth asked the same question he had asked the heroic spirit Diamond. Why do you seek the Holy Grail? Unlike the previous one which ended without a trace, this time the petite heroic spirit gave a clear answer. I want to go back to the inner world and take a trip. The elf realm is just below. With your abilities, going in shouldn't be too difficult, right? Kenneth pointed to the ground, somewhat puzzled. After summoning this servant, he had no doubt about her abilities, not to mention that the recent loosening of that boundary had been confirmed. Lancer simply shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and said, This is fate, and also responsibility. Kenneth repeated the word softly, lost in thought. Kenneth murmured as he lay in Lancer's arms. Kenneth tilted his head and stared blankly at Weber Velvet beside him. Weber, however, was still lost in his grief, and did not notice. Seeing this, Iskandar patted his master on the back, and pushed him in front of Kenneth. Weber, I never expected you to save me. Kenneth, teacher. I'm sorry. On his deathbed, Kenneth looked at Weber in front of him through blurred vision, feeling that his figure overlapped with someone in his memory, as if he had realized something. With the last of his strength, he grabbed Weber's arm, pulled him close to his face, and stared intently at Weber's features. Wavelis, beware of the monarch of the astronomy department. After saying those words, he seemed to have used up all his strength, and his body began to slowly tilt downwards. Seemingly somewhat unwilling, he kept muttering. What fate? Flight BA-911, a Boeing 707-400 passenger plane. This is a flight from San Francisco, USA to Tokyo, Japan, with a layover in London, UK. Sola, sitting in the first-class cabin, suddenly felt a little palpitations and couldn't help but look out the window at the night view. They were almost in Japan. She had been unhappy about Kenneth's decision to take the female spirit to Japan alone. Even under her insistence, Kenneth still refused the suggestion to take her to the Holy Grail War. In the past, whenever she made a request, no matter how unreasonable it was, as long as she showed a firm stance, Kenneth would always comply with it. But this time it was rejected so decisively. Until that day, when Sola watched Kenneth board the plane bound for Fuyuki, she seemed to sense something. He was going to his death like a man. It was just a magic competition. Why did they act like that? Why didn't they tell me? He was clutching the love letter that Kenneth had never given him. It had been found in his study. Before this, everyone thought that this marriage was just a conflict of interests, and even she herself thought so. Only today did she discover the burning love buried underground. After much deliberation, she decided to face this together with Kenneth and booked today's flight. Kenneth, wait for me. What are you doing? Faced with Lancer's questioning, Weber wiped away his tears, his attitude resolute, and said loudly, "Of course, we must properly collect Kenneth's body to prevent damage to the magic crest. This is our business as magicians. To prevent magicians from dying accidentally, the clock tower has always taught courses on the recovery of magical crests. Although Weber is not proficient at this time, he is still capable enough to preserve the body." Iskandar smiled with satisfaction as he watched his master busily tending to Kenneth's body, then turned to look at Lancer beside him. Although she received Kenneth's final command spell, which allowed her to barely remain in the mortal world, she would dissipate in a few days without the magical support from her master. "Hey, Lancer, how about joining my team? Your master's last command was to have you find a new magician to form a contract with, wasn't it? Magician in Type 1670 for Words Chapter 47, Irreversible, please add to your favorites. Please recommend." Inside Ludong Temple. Matucci looked at the courtyard, now reduced to ruins, and smiled bitterly. Perhaps today he wouldn't even have a place to sleep. Entering the dilapidated hall, and seeing the berserker whose entire armor had been stained black, he fell silent. Although he had prepared some words to liven things up, he couldn't bring himself to say them when he saw the scene before him. Silence filled the air, broken only by the hissing sound of Castor resealing the Snail Annihilation City tome. This tranquil, desolate place exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Gillis de Rice broke the silence. "Master, you're back. Well, how are you guys? How are you feeling?" Matu Ike's voice sounded tired, but he was still concerned about the servant's condition. "That Lancer is really strong. Even with the teachings of the City of Desolation, Castor and I together could hardly suppress her. Just by looking at the dilapidated state of Ryodong Temple, one can imagine what kind of battle took place here. Her master should be dead by now. You solved it. No wonder Lancer was running out of mana towards the end." Castor then turned to look at his master and continued his question. "No, I was only involved with him for a while. After I left, Assassin attacked from the shadows and took his life. Lancer might join Ryder's side." Castor was a little confused, not understanding why this was being brought up, even though she knew that Ryder had arrived at the top of Mount Genzo before the battle began, ready to watch the excitement. Ryder's master and Lancer's master are master and apprentice. No, they should be teacher and student. In the end, he also tried to save Lancer's master, but he was unsuccessful. Therefore, Lancer will most likely join Ryder's side, Matu Ike explained. "Then what's the point of your previous strategy?" Matu Ike's strategy before the Holy Grail War was to ally with Wu against Chao, and Ryder was Matu Ike's intended ally. However, the possibility of Lancer joining Ryder's side makes this strategy difficult to implement. "Yeah, and you, Jill. How are you feeling right now? Upon hearing Matoike's question, the black-armored knight slowly stood up, an aura of blasphemy emanating from him. After using the book, he seemed to have come to understand some of the meaning of what his close friend Francois Plalaty had said to him. I feel fine now, no, maybe even better. Is it better? That's none of your business, Ryder. You're not thinking about revenge, are you? That would be really. Lancer remained silent, his expression serious, as if the servant before him would pierce his heart with his spear if he uttered a single wrong word. Ha ha ha, of course it's wonderful. The story of a heroic spirit willing to avenge its master, after only a few days of master-servant contract, is almost on par with the chapters in Iliad. Lancer was unmoved by the praise from the person in front of him, and simply watched silently as Weber Velvet collected the body. Noticing the gaze behind him, Weber said without turning around. I'll take care of Mr. Kenneth's body. Do whatever you want, Lancer. As she finished speaking, Lancer nodded and transformed into her spirit form, departing now with a new goal. After noticing Lancer's departure, Weber forced a smile and joked with Iskandar behind him. Ryder, I never thought you'd be afraid of someone else's threats. Boy, I spoke from the heart, only you would think I'm afraid. Iskandar sensed something was wrong with his master, so he continued in a softer, gentler voice, cry if you want to. It's only natural for a man to cry. Even I, the king, have cried my heart out in the dead of night. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls. Her teacher, who had just been scolding her on the podium not long ago, was now a corpse lying quietly in front of her. Overwhelmed by unease and guilt, Weber could no longer contain his emotions, and tears blurred his vision. Ryder, I'm so scared. The Tosaka family residence. After witnessing Assassin's assassination of Kenneth, Tokiomi Tosaka severed his connection with the familiars monitoring him at Mount Sonozo. The mission was successfully completed, achieving the biggest result of the night, the head of Lancer's master. Even if Lancer and the newly appeared Ryder master form a contract, judging from that brat's performance, one person cannot support the magical energy needs of two servants. Didn't you see that even Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, the monarch of the clock tower, was almost drained of his life force? With the major threat eliminated, the Holy Grail war is essentially halfway won. Tokiomi Tosaka turned around and took a bottle of champagne from the liquor cabinet behind him, as if this was the kind of liquor that Toki no Naka used to celebrate victories. He then turned on the record player next to him, and selected a record that looked good. Kirii, drink. We have finally come closer to the Tosaka family's long-cherished wish once again. After finishing his drink, Kirii asked the question that had puzzled him most that day. Teacher, where is Archer? Upon returning to his residence, Kirii noticed something was amiss. His room had been disturbed. Following the trail, we made our way to the cellar. Yo, Kirii, you're back. The golden servant, as always, brazenly occupied Kirii Kodamine's room, his face always bearing a bored and amused expression. Kirii had no intention of paying him any attention. This person was undoubtedly a troublesome presence for him. Archer, however, did not fly into a rage at Kirii Kodamine's indifference. Instead, he chatted with him with great interest. Even if the wine here can't compare to the fine wines served to me, it's still far more abundant than Tokiomi's collection, Father Kirii. Seeing the servant in front of him casually opening his collection and pouring him a full cup of wine, as if he were the master, even Kirii felt somewhat helpless. Archer, why didn't you go to Ruduji Temple today? Aren't you the one who loves to have fun the most? That place. It's nothing but a farce. Even this Holy Grail war is just a boring drama deliberately staged by someone. After pondering those words repeatedly, Kirii's heart stirred slightly, and he continued to ask, You don't have any intention of pursuing the Holy Grail either. The Holy Grail. You mongrel, that was originally my treasure. All the precious things in this world are my treasures. But you, Kirii, what is it that you wish to express your desire to my treasures? I don't know. Garden Hidden Mountain. A strange atmosphere filled the air. Does he have to die? Ngramenu asked, looking into the empty space. Yes, this is the singularity of fate, an irreversible process. What a terrible, awful fate. After saying that, Ngramenu kicked a stone to the side, and began to vent his anger. Chapter 48, Amiya Kiritsugu. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. According to the local television station, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky over Fuyuki City, Japan last night, followed by a loud bang. A meteorite fell in the Sanazayama area in northern Fuyuki City, sparking widespread attention and discussion. On the television screen, the announcer was reporting the breaking news with a serious expression. The scene shifts to the meteorite impact site. Reporters are conducting on-site reporting in the Yuanzangshan area. The surrounding trees and rocks have been damaged by the shockwave, a huge crater has appeared on the ground, and the air is filled with the smell of sulfur. Local residents said they heard a loud explosion last night, followed by a bright flash across the sky. Many people thought it was a plane crash or a volcanic eruption, but after on-site investigation, it was confirmed that it was caused by a meteorite falling. Now, let's invite Mr. Kodomine Risei, an eyewitness from the Fuyuki Church, to describe the situation to us. The television screen then shifted to a man dressed in traditional formal attire, whose expression appeared solemn and serious. Dear viewers, I am Kodomine Risei. He bowed slightly to acknowledge the situation. Last night was indeed unusual. I was taking a walk on Mount Sonozo when I suddenly heard a loud bang, followed by a flash of light in the sky. I believe that this meteorite fall is both a warning from the gods and a test for us. We should maintain a sense of awe for the power of nature, and at the same time be prepared to deal with emergencies. His voice was steady and powerful, as if he were describing a punishment brought down by the gods. Seemingly fearing that the priest might suddenly begin preaching, the television station abruptly cut off its connection with the local area. Heiji Kozen, do you have any different opinions on this meteorite event? Thank you. This meteorite event is indeed an astonishing one. The moon was middle-aged and seemed to have just woken up from a hangover, appearing somewhat dazed. As a media professional, I believe our first priority is to provide the public with accurate and objective information to dispel panic and suspicion. Everyone, don't panic. This meteorite event didn't cause any casualties. Kiritsugu Amiya picked up the remote and turned off the emergency news report on the television screen in front of him. The emotionally charged announcer was reporting on the unexplained impact on Mount Sonozo in Fuyuki City last night. About 5 hours ago, fire trucks were dispatched to the scene after receiving a report from residents that they had seen an unidentified flying object crash. Although it wasn't reported, the police officers collecting evidence at the scene were probably overjoyed, picking up the scattered meteorite traces that were being used to deceive people. Magician in Type 2050 for words they had no idea that the destruction was actually caused by an unusual phenomenon that no one else could perceive. No wonder the Holy Church so shamelessly claims to be the overseer, their methods are indeed excellent. If we work backwards, all the concealment work was completed within about 30 minutes after Castor removed the barrier that drove people away. All the facts and truths no longer exist, they only remain in the memories of those who were present at the time. One of them was Kiritsugu Amiya, the master served by the heroic spirit Artoria Pendragon. In his childhood, driven by a moment of hatred and immature childhood ideals, and guided by incomplete information, he committed the act of patricide and accidental riot by the dead apostles. The father loved Kiritsugu very much, and had high expectations for him. Kiritsugu also loved his father, and was proud of his father's achievements. After shooting his father through the neck, he calmly fired 2 more shots. It was unbelievable that Kiritsugu was afraid of himself. In the rest of his life, he was taken away by Natalia Kominsky, a client of the Magicians Association, and became her magic apprentice. During this period of his life, he learned from Natalia and trained himself. As expected, this means that Kiritsugu will embark on the same path in life as Natalia. In other words, he is determined to become a hunter. Stepping into the reality of the outside world, Kiritsugu realizes that the tragedy on Arima Island was not an isolated incident, and that foolish things are being repeated time and time again in this world. Magicians, bound by their own origins or the grand titles bestowed upon them by their families, are obsessed with the truth and spread calamities everywhere. Killing one's father is like trying to scoop up a bowl of water from a vast ocean. It has no effect on the world. His master, Natalia, is not affiliated with any organization. She is a mercenary whose target is the sealed designation magicians who secretly pursue the truth. Unlike the Holy Church, the Magic Association's top priority is to preserve the research results of the sealed designation magicians. The most precious item is the magic mark engraved on the magician's body. Natalia negotiated with the association to allow her son, Kiritsugu Amiya, to inherit a portion of the magic crest recovered from the body of Norikazu Amiya. Although the association took the most important part, Kiritsugu only inherited the remaining scraps, less than 20% of what Amiya Norikaze wanted to give him, but it was enough to make Amiya Kiritsugu a magus who could stand on his own. Kiritsugu learned primarily from Natalia how to kill tracking techniques, assassination methods, and various weapons to hunt down and slaughter prey in all kinds of environments and conditions. But in a sense, Natalia filled the void left by Kiritsugu Amiya, his father and mother. It was an ordinary yet extraordinary day, as his teacher Natalia faced the most perilous crisis of her life. At an altitude of 35,000 feet, a place devoid of both heaven and earth, even Kiritsugu Amiya would find it difficult to support his master. At that moment, the plane flying over the other side of the sky was filled with nauseating filth, a bee-like familiar that could turn people into ghouls, and his teacher Natalia. History is like wheel tracks, each wheel's mark repeatedly grinding over the road called life. The man named Amiya Kiritsugu is once again caught in a dilemma. Unlike his previous naivety and impulsiveness, he now had the ability to judge the direction of this matter. Natalia heard her teacher's joking words through the earpiece. Her life motto was to survive, no matter what serious consequences it might cause. I have always regarded you as my mother, and I am glad that I am not all alone. This was the last thing he said to her. Before making his choice, he kept questioning his own mental structure. In order to prevent the miracle of his beloved's survival from happening, he even plotted step by step how to ensure her death. What kind of person am I? During his pleasantries with his teacher, Kiritsugu Amiya pulled the trigger. The missile hit the engine directly under the wing. The ensuing destruction was like covering a stain on a painting with white paint. The iron block, deprived of its aerodynamic support, twisted and broke as if flattened, turning into pieces of iron that silently fell into the ocean. Metal fragments floated and glittered in the morning light. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya was more like prey, falling into the trap prepared for him by his own origin. Perhaps he had already become prey the moment he fired the first shot. Mistaking a trap for a safe haven, he stepped step by step into the trap called justice, and this was the greatest punishment God could inflict upon him. Chapter 49, The Situation. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. A good night's sleep was all it took to recover from the fatigue of 2 consecutive battles yesterday. Whether it was the duel with Kirai Kotomine, or the battle with Kenneth, Matoike benefited greatly from it, but beneath the surface lay deep exhaustion. Lying on the only intact tatame mat left at Reduji Temple, Matoike closed her eyes, as if she were lost in a dream. But his regular, even breathing betrayed that he was awake, just too lazy to move. The morning sunlight streamed through the cracks in the room, falling softly and warmly on Matucci's face. The faint chirping of birds outside brought a sense of peace to Matucci, a rare moment of respite after the battle. An insect slowly crawled out of Matapon's mouth, and just as it was about to fly into the sky, it was caught by Castor, who walked in from outside. He opened his palm and saw a demon fly. Knowing that it was Matucci's familiar, he threw it out the window. Before Castor could even speak, Matoike got up and looked down at the courtyard that had been almost razed to the ground, following the magical fly thrown out by his servant. "What's going on?" Castor asked. "Yesterday, I overused my magic power and extracted magic worms from my body, which caused some of them to be directly transformed into magic flies." In the course of their questioning and answering, the two had already left the room and entered the courtyard. "What are you going to do next?" "The first thing we need to do is replenish the number of insects. Yesterday's consumption almost depleted the insect pool. Ignoring everything else, Metu Ike's top priority right now is indeed to replenish her own combat power. She doesn't need to provide extra mana for her servants, which is an absolute advantage over other masters. While they are certainly no match for heroic spirits in terms of combat power, this advantage could very well be the key to victory in a magical battle. Seeing that Metu Ike had only considered his own situation and had not yet explained his next plan, Castor continued to press, "What's next?" "Next, I think we can set our sights on Ryder's group," Metu Ike replied with a smile. "They might have a force as powerful as Lancer now. Do you want to provoke them?" Metu Ike is genuinely considering making Ryder's group her primary target. As the strongest force on the surface, Ryder's group is naturally a cause for concern for everyone. However, beneath that powerful exterior lies an extremely superficial inner self, which is their greatest weakness. Weber Velvet. Of course, I don't think Ryder's master can support the mana supply of 2 high-level servants. They are at their weakest now. If they wait until they solve the mana shortage problem, then things will get really bad. The Weber Velvet family has only produced 1 magician in its first generation, and he is only the 3rd generation. They lack family heritage and powerful magical artifacts. He is arguably the weakest master in this Holy Grail war, except for Ryunosuke Yuryu, who doesn't even qualify as a master. You seem to know quite a bit about Ryder's master situation. Castor asked with some suspicion. Well, I'm quite good at gathering intelligence. Metu Ike quickly replied evasively and continued. Another point is that I don't believe the other masters would just leave Ryder and the others to their fate. I'm probably not the only one who can see their weakness. You mean? Castor now understands Metu Ike's motives for taking such action. He wants to unite with other masters to kick Ryder's side out of the game ahead of time. Yes, perhaps by chance, there will be some friends who are willing to lend a helping hand. What if others turn their attention to you? Don't forget, we also have 2 servants on our side now, and in their eyes we are also a thorn in their side. Castor, seeing Metu Ike's confident demeanor, couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Of course, they wouldn't openly launch an attack on Ryder and the others. I guess they'll be focusing on Assassin now, to avenge Lancer's master Kenneth's arrow attack. Seeing Castor's concern, Metu Ike smiled and gave a reason that seemed reasonable but wasn't quite so. That makes sense. After all, they didn't know that the assassin's master was in cahoots with Tosaka, so it's understandable that they would pursue them. In that case, aside from us, at least 4 servants will be involved in this melee. You're planning to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, aren't you? Castor didn't object much to her master's actions, in fact, she even agreed with them. For her, the Holy Grail War was not a one-on-one knight's game. Her guiding principle was to make good use of the opponent's weaknesses, pursue other allies, and launch a siege and annihilation of her prey. This is also the part of her that other heroes on the Argonauts criticize most. She doesn't care about honor, doesn't value faith, and will use any despicable means as long as it's appropriate. Moreover, this Holy Grail can no longer fulfill her wishes, and she has no desire to win or lose. All she wants to do now is help Metu Ike achieve his goal. So when do you plan to set off? This afternoon, after my mana recovers, I'll harvest a wave of bugs, and then Berserker, and I will go out and try our luck. After answering the question, Metu Ike turned and walked back into the room. He wanted to sleep a little longer, or rather, to recover his magic power. Realizing that Metu Ike's next move excluded her, she knew it was Metu Ike's way of apologizing to her, and making amends for what she was going to do later, but Castor was not satisfied. The guy in front of me is a paradox. He can be ruthless in achieving his goals, yet he feels remorse for those he has hurt. He has no lofty ideals, but he actively gets involved in all sorts of events. They say they want to live an ordinary life as they should, but they do things that go against common sense. It's like 2 people crammed into one body. What a hypocrite, but not annoying. Thinking of this, Castor impatiently called out to Metu Ike, who was about to enter the dilapidated room. What about me? It seems there's no place for me in your upcoming plans. Upon hearing the shout, Matoike scratched his head, turned to look at Castor, and looked somewhat helpless. Why don't you take charge of the reconstruction of Ryodong Temple first? This magic workshop also needs time to be repaired, doesn't it? And then Berserker doesn't mean he doesn't need that book anymore. Why don't you study the part about dragons in that book first, and see if you can make use of the Golden Fleece? Faced with the questioning, Matoike sighed and then said, So we decided to hunt down Lancer who doesn't have a master first. Chapter 50 God, I am guilty. Please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Magician in Type 2007 Words Fuyuki City has a national highway that runs away from the city and extends westward from Fukuyama town. Ahead of the road lies a vast, undeveloped forest. The national highway meanders through the tranquil woods until it crosses the county border. At first glance, this forest looks like state-owned land, but in reality, it is privately owned by a foreign company that exists in name only, and whose actual existence is uncertain. Legend has it that deep within this secluded forest lies a fairy city. Normally, this would just be a ghost story. After all, the area has been photographed several times from the air to measure the land area, but the so-called castle has never been photographed in this primeval forest. Only a very small number of magicians know that this castle really exists. This is the fairy city Einsburn, which welcomes its master every 60 years and serves as a wartime base. When the Holy Grail War began in Fuyuki, Einsburn's Yobs, disdaining to establish a base on the direct territory of his rival Tosaka family, used his wealth to buy the entire sacred land closest to Fuyuki. The entire primeval forest was set up with a barrier, isolating it from the outside world, and a secondary city was rebuilt here from Einsburn in its entirety. Today, this place once again serves as a base for the Holy Grail War, inhabited by Irisville and others. Inside the castle, Kiritsugu Amiya was explaining various intelligence reports about Fuyuki City, with a map covering the entire city spread out on the table in front of him. The meeting was held in a reception room. Thanks to the meticulous preparations of the maids, everything from the tablecloth to the teacups was spotless, and the vases were filled with bright and beautiful flowers. No one would have guessed that this room was located in a castle that had not been inhabited for 60 years. There are two centers in the Earth's veins, one is the Tosaka family's residence, and the other is Mount Sonozo. Both of these places have been occupied by people. But there are two other places where the Holy Grail can be summoned, the new Metropolitan Museum, and the Fuyuki Church. Everyone around listened quietly. Artoria stood opposite Kiritsugu Amiya, while Irisville and Miyahizo stood on either side of Kiritsugu. Enzo is centered around Ruduji Temple, and has several powerful barriers. Because of these barriers, spirits that are not natural spirits, such as servants, can only enter through the approach to the temple. Be careful when using saber. As for the Tosaka family, although they don't have such a strong barrier, it's not an easy place to take over because the master, who is suspected of being an assassin, is colluding with Tokiomi Tosaka. Regarding the precautions for saber, Kiritsugu Amiya didn't even glance at the girl in men's clothing, treating her merely as a tool to be manipulated. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, partly because Matoike had outmaneuvered them in yesterday's battle, and partly because Kiritsugu had completely rejected Saber's request to join the fight before the battle even began. So in the later stages of the war, we need to occupy one of these four locations as a base beforehand. Irisville asked, trying to break the silence. That's right, but it seems that only the new capital and the church can be considered as targets now. So Saber, is there anything you don't understand? Irisville cleverly diverted Kiritsugu's attention to Saber, hoping to thaw the ice between the two. I want to know when I can participate in battles, instead of just sightseeing all day like yesterday. The young servant was somewhat serious, her eyes fixed on her master. She wanted to know what had caused her master to distrust her so much. Irisville looked at the night as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. To this, Kiritsugu Amiya simply smiled, seemingly not taking his servant's words to heart at all, and said to Saber without even looking up, "Since you are so eager to get involved in the fighting, then let's go hunt down the Lancer who doesn't have a master first." After Kiritsugu Amiya fled last night, his companion Miyahizo remained on the battlefield. By arranging familiars in advance, she watched the entire event, even capturing the scene of Rider's master crying at the end. Such patience allowed Kiritsugu Amiya's side to gain information that other masters did not know. Lancer did not sign a new master. You wouldn't be so heartless as to deal with a servant without a master, would you? Kiritsugu finally looked at the cross-dressing girl opposite him, and used a simple and clear provocation. The Tosaka family residence. The huge mansion now houses only 2 people. Tokiomi Tosaka's wife and daughter had long ago been sent to the Edfeld family in Europe for refuge. In the corridor next to the reception room, Kirai Kotomine was reporting news to Tokiomi Tosaka. Kirai, it's rare to see you with an expression different from usual today. Did something pleasant happen? A golden servant appeared in spirit form deep in the corridor, blocking Kirai Kotomine's slow-moving path. Upon seeing the servant who suddenly appeared before him, Kirai Kotomine suppressed the slight upturn of his lips. It's nothing, it's just that the news that Professor Tokiomi requested to follow up has arrived. Oh, what kind of intelligence is so exciting? Even as winter approached, Archer wore only a thin casual outfit, with a dazzling string of gold jewelry around his neck. It's news about Lancer. This servant seems to be tracking assassin. Kirai Kotomine, having informed the person before him that the heroic spirit before him was his teacher's servant, had already informed him of the situation. Just because of this? Of course, this is important news for the teacher right now. As long as Lancer can be eliminated, the teacher's long-cherished wish can be brought one step closer to reality. The golden-haired heroic spirit stopped what he was doing, raised an eyebrow, looked at Kirai Kotomine with interest, and asked him, "Is that really all there is to it, Kirai?" Kirai Kotomine paused for a moment, without giving a direct answer, but instead walked to the reception room and opened the door. Tokiomi Tosaka was there waiting for Kirai's message, and they were preparing to discuss their next move. For Kirai Kotomine, what he was thinking about more was Lancer's motivation for tracking assassin. A servant is willing to take revenge for their master. In this short contract period of only a few days, I want to know, I want to understand, I want to comprehend. How could 2 people who were completely unrelated develop such a deep friendship? Is it just because of the tacit understanding they developed during the past few days of fighting? I want to see, I want to witness, and I even want to destroy. God, I am guilty. Chapter 51 King and Minister, please add to your favorites. Please recommend. Tokiomi Tosaka was sitting at the table, holding a quill pen, writing a letter on a piece of paper to send to his wife and daughter, informing them of his situation. Kirai Kotomine did not disturb him immediately after entering the reception room, but stood aside to wait. At this moment, Archer exited his spirit form from the sofa, and sat opposite Tokiomi Tosaka. Noticing their arrival, Tokiomi Tosaka looked up, put down his quill, and asked what was wrong. Kirai Kotomine bowed slightly and began to report the situation. Teacher, regarding assassin, he is currently being hunted down by Lancer. Assassin? What's the situation on his end? Tokiomi Tosaka frowned slightly. Since assassin left Ryodong Temple last night, he has been resting and preparing to continue tracking Rider's side. After tracking down their base, they were discovered by Rider, seemingly because they had picked up some kind of aura during that battle. Shortly afterward, Lancer appeared and began hunting down assassin, and continues to do so to this day. Listening to his disciple's report, Tokiomi Tosaka stood up, walked to the window, and began to ponder. He was somewhat surprised by the news about Kiri, but quickly came to terms with it. Although he was somewhat puzzled by the feelings between master and servant, he was still able to accept the situation. As he pondered, he glanced at Archer sitting on the sofa through the reflection in the window, seemingly harboring some kind of expectation. However, Archer simply sat quietly on the sofa with a slightly mocking smile. This amused attitude left Tokiomi Tosaka somewhat helpless, wondering what he was really hoping for. Perhaps it was already incredibly lucky that the heroic spirit would listen to him at such a crucial moment. Pulling his wandering thoughts back, Tokiomi Tosaka began to seriously consider his next move. It seems that Lancer has not yet signed a contract with Ryder's master, but the two may already be mixed up. If we can take care of Lancer now, it might be a good opportunity. After some consideration, Tokiomi Tosaka turned to Kirai and asked him, Kirai, what are your thoughts on this? After all, assassin is your servant. I think we should get rid of Lancer as soon as possible, so that this Holy Grail war can truly begin to reduce the number of people involved. This way you, teacher, can embark on the path to the Holy Grail sooner, and I can also get out of this struggle sooner. Kirai Kotomine was speaking a little faster than usual at this moment, a subtle difference that he himself seemed unaware of. Tokiomi Tosaka assumed that his disciple had grown tired of the conflict that had suddenly drawn him into. But Gilgamesh chuckled softly, noting Kirai Kotomine's difference in mind, as if he had discovered something interesting. Kirai, are you still not used to this duel between magicians? I'm sorry, Kirai, this Holy Grail war really shouldn't have included someone like you. I'm deeply sorry for that. But I still hope we can hold on, everything is for the sake of the Tosaka family's tragic wish. Tokiomi Tosaka bowed slightly to his disciple to express his apology. Teacher, please make a decision as soon as possible. Tokiomi Tosaka nodded, pondered for a moment, and then made his decision. Perhaps we could use assassin as bait to lure him into the trap and then. Before he could finish speaking, Tokiomi Tosaka interrupted himself, turning to Gilgamesh sitting opposite him, and bowing slightly as a sign of respect. Kirai was already used to this. My lord, would you be interested in a hunting game? Gilgamesh sneered, his tone laced with sarcasm. Tokiomi, you've become far too audacious lately. You think you can get away with dealing with these homeless stray dogs? Do you really expect me to clean up their mess for you? Tokiomi Tosaka lowered his head even further, like a subject truly receiving a reprimand from the king. What's even more interesting is that these actions actually came from his true feelings. As someone who maintained a noble demeanor, he genuinely held the highest respect for this ancient king, the hero king. My lord, please see the truth. I am not asking for your help, but merely wish to let you witness the enjoyment of this hunt. The duel between Lancer and Assassin might provide you with some amusement. Gilgamesh's smile faded slightly, clearly unimpressed by such rhetoric. Tokiomi Tosaka, noticing the heroic spirit's lack of reaction, continued, this move is also to punish another person who has usurped the throne. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his eyes. Someone actually dares to call himself king before me. That's right. That rider who calls himself the king of conquerors might help that Lancer in this hunt. I think this opportunity will not only allow us to demonstrate the power of the king, but also let you witness his defeat firsthand. Magician in type 2020 words, a hint of disdain flashed in Gilgamesh's eyes. The conqueror king. What an arrogant fool. Tokiomi, your words have piqued my interest. As for the so-called display of power, let me see how this self-proclaimed king will be crestfallen in the face of true royal power. Tokiomi Tosaka finally showed a satisfied smile and bowed again. Thank you for your permission, your majesty. I will do my best to ensure the success of this hunt. Gilgamesh looked at Tokiomi Tosaka in front of him, snorted, and then turned into golden spirit particles and disappeared from the room. He was well aware of Tokiomi Tosaka's advice. These words were merely a ploy to get him involved in the incident. But so what? A subject's advice should please the king. The minister's words did indeed resonate with him, demonstrating the power of a king. It's time to let those guys know what it means to be the only true king in the world. And that fellow who was watching a play at Yuanzhong Mountain actually asked me to play an actor in his play. Let him see it clearly. Tokiomi Tosaka didn't straighten up until he was sure Gilgamesh had left the reception room. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Gilgamesh's confirmed participation meant that their plan had strong support, and the chances of success had greatly increased. Seeing this, Kirai Kotomine stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Sensei, what should we do next? Let's set up an ambush at the Maiwan River, and have Assassin lure Lancer there. Keep an eye on Ryder's movements. What I just said wasn't just to deceive Archer. Since he helped once, he'll help a second and a third time. Also, be prepared for other masters to appear. Matto and Einsburn may also get involved. This time, we need to finish this quickly and take them down as soon as possible. Chapter 52, The Hunt Part 1. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. This is a battle of beasts tearing each other apart, each seeing the other as its prey. The dagger and the iron spear tore through the air, the cold light of the blades and the chilling gleam of the spear tips intertwining, flashing with a deadly brilliance. With each clash, the air was filled with killing intent and the smell of gunpowder. The two moved as fast as lightning, and the collision of strength and skill sparked a storm, as if the whole world was being swallowed up by their battle. Assassin moved through the darkness like a ghost, his dagger slicing through the air, each strike deadly and precise. Lancer, on the other hand, was like a raging beast, his spear wielding itself with unstoppable force. Their attacks were evenly matched, each move brimming with deadly threat. Swish, the dagger sliced through the night sky, leaving a cold glint in its eyes, aimed straight for Lancer's throat. However, Lancer's spear swept across swiftly with the force of thunder, deflecting the dagger. The two figures separated in an instant, and then charged at each other again. This should have been a one-sided battle, but after Lancer lost her master, the magic of that command seal was only enough to keep her alive in this world. Every bit of magic must be used just right. The idea of releasing magic or activating the dragon's blood heart is almost unthinkable. However, even so, thanks to Lancer's own exceptional combat instincts and skills, she still gained the upper hand in this battle. Each swing of the spear generated strong wind pressure, swirling up debris in the corridor and creating a dangerous whirlwind. Glass shards flew everywhere, like dandelion seeds, blown in all directions by the gale. There are no more intact windows left, and the building itself is on the verge of collapse. But as a member of the traditional assassin organization Hassan al-Sabah, the skill of harnessing the power of the wind, a skill honed through a lifetime of training, is etched into his very being. Even the demon god who controls typhoons couldn't help but bless them. Your body should feel lighter. Imagine your flesh has turned into flower petals, being lifted up by the wind. How could the human body be like a petal? Thinking of the elder's teachings, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. With that thought in mind, he jumped off the stone wall next to the windy spot. I am a petal, I am a petal, I am a petal. He kept repeating in his heart, as if in doing so he could become a flower carried by the wind. However, in reality, he was tossed about in the sky by strong winds, his body crashing heavily to the ground, his internal organs bleeding, and his bones dislocated. After abandoning her first love and child, she insisted on coming to cultivate herself, but in the end, she had to end up like this. My mind started replaying the past, but then I felt a wetness in my mouth, not the taste of blood but a bitter one. Even if you have doubts, are you still willing to jump down? The elder's voice reached his ears in a daze, seemingly praising his perseverance or mocking his loyalty, but he could not tell the truth. However, from that day on, the elder began to teach him more techniques, but regarding the skill of windwalking, the elder only said, "You have to experience it for yourself." He tried everything, day after day of training, dieting to lose weight, and even controlling his body's water content by exposing himself to the sun. But each time he fell, he was seriously injured. Once, he didn't even have time to adjust his body position, and his head hit the ground directly. If this continues, you will die. This is a warning from everyone. But what does death matter? You've already abandoned your name, identity, and family from when you were a human being. The past has vanished into the sea of clouds. Isn't this body just a piece of duckweed anyway? With this thought in mind, my body fell off the stone wall once again, no longer struggling, no longer fearful, no longer bound, slowly feeling the force of the gale. Is this the power of the wind? His body still crashed heavily to the ground, the middle-aged man coughing up blood, seemingly understanding something. The strong winds generated by the wind pressure whipped up debris and swept it toward Assassin. Faced with this relentless onslaught, Assassin showed no fear whatsoever. He murmured softly, This body is already like duckweed except for the protection of the wind. My body began to twist and turn in the wind, as if I had truly become a light petal, dancing in the breeze. Using the wind's power, he moved swiftly through the corridor, his figure constantly dodging and retreating in the darkness. As the gale swept over him, he and the wind crashed into the window at the end of the corridor, then he flipped over and escaped outside. Lancer frowned slightly upon seeing this, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. She understood Assassin's intentions. If she let him escape, she would likely miss the opportunity to kill him. "Don't even think about escaping," she sneered, then leaped out of the window, spear in hand, her icy gaze fixed on Assassin. The view outside the window suddenly opened up, and Assassin danced gracefully in the moonlight, her figure like a drifting duckweed, nimbly moving between the buildings. The wind howled, making his black cloak flutter, and adding to his mysterious aura. Lancer followed closely behind, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Each leap she made stirred up a gust of wind, and the spear danced in her hand, carrying a deadly threat. Her lack of magic power forced her to suppress even the most instinctive urge to fly. "Your escape is just a waste of time," she said coldly, her voice carried on the wind. "Is that so? Lancer, to be honest, I truly admire your loyalty to your master. Let me see just how far your loyalty can take you." After his retort, Assassin remained focused on his escape route. He had not yet received a message from his master, but whether ordered to continue escaping or to fight back, he would always remain loyal. The wind whistled past his ears, and the buildings rushed past him. His thoughts were exceptionally clear, and each step he took became more agile with the help of the wind. Just as Lancer was about to catch up with him, Assassin suddenly made a sharp turn, used a protruding flagpole to leap in the opposite direction, and flew towards another building. Running through the real estate market, a message from the master came through the gem communicator in my ear. "Assassin, where are you right now? I should be in the neighborhood near Shindu Mansion." As he spoke, the spear attacked from behind again. He rolled away to dodge it, and threw 3 daggers to disrupt Lancer's attack. "Lead Lancer to the port near the Weiyuan River and minimize the commotion, understood?" He realized that the master's strategy was to use him as bait to lure Lancer into the trap set by the hunters. However, the request to reduce the noise and disturbances was something even someone as loyal as Zhou Wen felt was somewhat unreasonable. Chapter 53, The Hunt Part 2. Please add to your favorites. Please read on. Fuyuki's new capital, a burgeoning district of the city, is renowned for its unique architectural style and bustling commercial atmosphere. The most eye-catching feature here is the new Metropolitan Museum of Art and the adjacent commercial district, where several skyscrapers with hundreds of floors rise into the clouds, resembling new landmarks of the city. Today, if you zoom in on the floors of these high-rise buildings, you'll find 2 figures running along the walls in an incredible way. Their figures were like swallows soaring through the air, elegant and agile, as if dancing against the laws of nature. An unsuspecting person might mistake this scene for a movie special effects shoot. "Moshi Moshi, Mr. Takahashi. I remember the last filming notice I received was scheduled for 2 days from now." The question from the other end of the phone left producer Takahashi somewhat puzzled. Could it be that another film crew had used their name to preemptively occupy the filming location? "Ah yes, we're scheduled to come here to film in 2 days, Takahashi replied. Suddenly, a scream came from the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of something breaking, as if something had happened. Takahashi quickly asked, "Ms. Suzuki, what happened?" But all he heard from the phone receiver was a busy signal. Takahashi was frantic but helpless. At the same time, the figure running on the wall suddenly crashed through the tempered glass between the floors from outside the building, and the shards of glass that flew everywhere seemed like a silent dance. This sudden accident resulted in injuries or even deaths to more than 2 workers inside the building, plunging the scene into chaos and panic. Miss Suzuki watched as the figure in the black cloak, wearing a terrifying skull mask, charged straight toward her. She couldn't help but scream, and the phone in her hand fell to the ground, only emitting a busy tone. Immediately afterwards, another runner on the wall followed, wielding a sharp spear, and pressed towards the black-robed monster in front of her. The two people in front and behind are Assassin and Lancer. As Assassin watched Lancer get closer and closer, he rushed towards the woman named Suzuki and kicked the solid wood desk in front of her towards Lancer. The spear swung, and although no magical light flowed across it, it still easily sliced through the flying table. Then another set of debris flew in, but Lancer's sharp gunplay instantly sliced it into pieces. Magician in type 20 for 71 words. Assassin, is all you can do is throw these toy blocks. The debris piled up at Lancer's feet proved that these things, which would have crushed a person into mincemeat, were like toys to her. Ignoring Lancer's taunts, Assassin simply threw whatever he could find in front of him until only the ordinary woman remained. The woman was utterly terrified as she watched the two monsters fight before her. She simply lay there blankly, a fishy-smelling, unidentified liquid flowing from her short skirt. She seemed to know her fate, and looked at the black monster in front of her in fear. But Assassin only glanced at her before quickly running away. Suzuki took the opportunity to cover her mouth and quickly hide to the side. Seeing that his prey was still trying to escape, Lancer did not hesitate to throw the spear in his hand, creating a series of sonic booms. The spear tip pierced the wall, severing the steel bars inside, but Assassin managed to dodge the fatal attack, though it momentarily slowed his progress. Lancer seized the fleeting opportunity, wielding another spear with a whoosh, splattering blood onto the ceiling. Despite his injury, Assassin did not back down. He took the chance to kick her in the ribs, sending her flying and creating distance once again. The office was a complete mess. Suzuki huddled in a corner, watching the scene in terror, too afraid to make a sound. The shock of the battle between the two monsters far exceeded her comprehension, even making her forget her fear for a moment. The magical energy supplied by the master was rapidly repairing Assassin's damaged body, but such a large wound would not be easy to fully heal. Blood soaked through his black robe, yet his movements remained swift as the wind, though marked by obvious sluggishness and pain, making it difficult to move. The battle between the two servants did not elicit cheers from the audience, instead, it brought them terrifying images of blood, destruction, and death. The atmosphere at the scene plummeted, and everyone was gripped by fear. However, in such times of crisis, there are always some reckless individuals who want to play the hero. Whether out of a sense of justice, a desire to impress a female colleague they admired, or the sight of the black-robed monster in front of them already severely injured. It's unclear where the courage came from, but this righteous person secretly took a box cutter and came up behind Assassin, intending to use his human body to accomplish the feat of killing a heroic spirit. However, before he could even touch Assassin, he was pinned to the wall by 3 throwing knives. Assassin had thrown them with a swift, fluid motion, precise and deadly. The eyes of this righteous man were filled with disbelief and fear, and blood gushed from his wounds, staining the walls red. Immediately afterward, Assassin rushed to him, plunged his hand into his chest, ripped out his heart, and shoved it into his own mouth. This scene instilled even greater fear in the remaining people, and an atmosphere of despair permeated the entire room. No one dared to try to be a hero anymore, they only thought about how to escape this hellish place. Lancer and Assassin continued their fight, completely ignoring the existence of these ordinary people. The battle between the two servants gradually spread from the upper-level office to higher levels. Broken walls and shards of glass flew everywhere during their clash, and the lights inside the building flickered due to the fluctuations of the battle. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and dust. Assassin uses the wind to dodge attacks and moves swiftly through narrow spaces, leaping between walls and weaving through shadows to find an opportunity to strike back. Lancer, on the other hand, pressed on relentlessly with overwhelming power and speed. Each swing of his spear generated a strong gust of wind, easily shredding the surrounding obstacles. They fought their way to the top floor of the building, destroying countless compartments and facilities, until they finally arrived at a closed rooftop passageway. The steel door swung open with a light tap from Assassin, and the two rushed to the top floor. The midday sun was dazzling and scorching, and the strong wind blowing in their faces carried the chill of the high altitude. The rooftop was quite spacious, but the surrounding railings had been destroyed in the previous battle. The two servants faced each other on this open battlefield, their eyes filled with killing intent. A cold smile flashed in Lancer's eyes, and the spear in her hand hummed slightly, as if responding to its master's fighting spirit. She suddenly accelerated towards Assassin, the spear aimed straight for his vitals. The wind howled, and the air seemed to be sliced apart. The two exchanged blows, their swords flashing, and the rooftop of the skyscraper seemed to transform into a brutal arena. As the battle intensified, the ground was littered with broken concrete blocks and bent metal railings. Chapter 54 The Hunt Part 3 Please add to your favorites. Please read on. Just then, Lancer seized an opening, her spear suddenly thrusting out, aimed straight at Assassin's chest. Assassin had no way to dodge and could only barely turn to the side, but the spear tip still grazed his shoulder, and blood gushed out instantly. The excruciating pain in Assassin's shoulder became increasingly pronounced, but he did not stop for a moment. He specifically chose this skyscraper because it is one of the tallest buildings in Shinto, as it offers a clear view of the entire Shinto landscape and the route to Maiwon River. The building soars into the clouds, surrounded by skyscrapers and bustling commercial districts. From here, one can see the Maiwon River in the distance, with its green spaces and dense forests clearly visible on both sides. Assassin carefully observed his surroundings, quickly devising the best escape route in his mind. He not only had to shake off Lancer's pursuit, but also cleverly guide her towards the port to cooperate with his master's plan. Lancer was already close by, her spear gleaming coldly in the sunlight. She was incredibly fast, giving Assassin almost no chance to catch his breath. It's time to get going, Assassin thought to himself. He leaped from the top floor, using the protrusions on the building's exterior walls and windowsills to slide down quickly. His movements were agile and swift, like a falcon swooping down, rapidly traversing several floors before finally landing in a narrow alleyway. Lancer followed closely behind, jumping off the roof and chasing after him without hesitation. Assassin and Lancer clashed repeatedly between the skyscrapers of New City, their battles causing severe damage to the surrounding buildings and streets. The two heroic spirits moved with lightning speed, darting between narrow alleys and empty squares. Assassin led the way, keenly aware of the approaching forces behind him. He calmly observed his surroundings, quickly devising a strategy to lure Lancer. They moved from the tallest building in the new capital, first through a crowded commercial district, then into a narrow residential area. Assassin continued running, and as he passed a construction site, he saw a rickety scaffold. Without hesitation, he kicked the pillar supporting the scaffolding, and the entire structure immediately tilted and collapsed. Large pieces of steel pipes and planks rained down on Lancer. She raised her gun to block but was still forced to slow down. Finally, they arrived at the highway entrance. It was a wide and complex area with heavy traffic and complicated road conditions. This was the ideal battlefield in Assassin's plan. He quickly weaved through the vehicles, skillfully dodging the oncoming traffic. Lancer followed closely behind, her spear gleaming coldly in the night. Her speed was undiminished. No matter how complex the road ahead, nothing could hinder her pursuit. The two engaged in a chase along the highway like hunter and prey. Assassin suddenly stopped abruptly, and with the cover of a large truck, quickly crossed the traffic to the opposite lane. He targeted several taxis that were rapidly approaching, calculating the time and distance. Just as Lancer reached the center of the highway, Assassin suddenly leaped up and kicked the roadside guardrail. A huge piece of metal was kicked away and crashed directly into Lancer. Lancer's spear thrust straight out, instantly piercing through the massive, flying iron plate. The plate shattered into pieces, and iron filings scattered like raindrops, leaving sharp tracks on the highway. The metal filings struck nearby vehicles, immediately triggering a series of chain reaction car accidents. The screeching of brakes echoed as drivers desperately slammed on the brakes, but the excessive speed caused the vehicles to go out of control, with crashes and shattering glass resounding throughout. Several cars collided violently under the impact of the metal filings, rolling and tumbling on the road, leaking fuel and sparks flying. A tanker truck was punctured by flying metal filings, causing the tank to rupture and a large amount of fuel to leak out. Immediately afterwards, a speeding car lost control and crashed into the tanker truck. The violent impact triggered a massive explosion, sending flames soaring into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion overturned surrounding vehicles, and the flames spread rapidly, plunging the entire highway into chaos and inferno. Drivers slowed down to avoid the scene, and some even stopped and called the police in panic after witnessing the incident, completely disregarding oncoming traffic and causing another disaster. Assassin used the chaos and fire on the highway to quickly create distance, but he also controlled his speed, staying within Lancer's line of sight. He nimbly leaped onto an overpass, weaving between the railings with light and steady steps. He kept looking back to check on Lancer's movements, adjusting his pace to ensure she wouldn't catch up completely, but also not lose sight of him. Lancer saw Assassin's actions, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She understood that the prey in front of her was not simply running away, but was being used as bait, meaning that he had accomplices. Very well, another target for revenge has been added, but it seems that her magic power is not enough. What a pity. She can't drag this out any longer. She decides to use her magic power to end this chase directly. Lancer stopped and focused her magic on her spear. Synchro. Accelerate Synchro. The long-dormant dragon heart began to throb again, blood gathered in her heart, and then began to flow to her limbs, her magical energy boiling. Her solid body began to flicker, the drawbacks of not having a master to supply her with magic gradually becoming apparent, her body roaring and howling. The gun began to emit a ghostly blue light, and magic gathered at its tip into a dazzling beam. She raised the gun high and aimed it at the overpass ahead. It's over. The spear swung down with tremendous force, slashing towards the viaduct. The magical beam instantly sliced through the bridge's pillars, and the entire viaduct snapped apart amidst violent tremors. Part of the bridge began to collapse, with rubble and steel bars flying everywhere, and the bridge deck teetering on the brink of collapse. Assassin sensed the change behind him, and reacted swiftly. He accelerated sharply, leaping towards the section of the bridge that hadn't yet collapsed, attempting to escape before the bridge completely crumbled. The viaduct collapsed behind him, with huge fragments crashing to the ground with deafening roars. Immediately following was another beam of light, which blasted towards the fleeing assassin, the destructive light, and his figure about to overlap. In the distance, a radio conversation, coded with data, is taking place in ultra-high-altitude thunderclouds where even birds cannot fly. The phone lines at the Japan Air Self-Defense Force Base have been overwhelmed with calls from multiple departments, and the entire base is in a state of chaos. Control Tower calling JASDF, please respond. This is JASDF, communication is good, what happened? The Fuyuki City Police Department has requested disaster relief assistance. Patrol and security duties must be immediately terminated, and the police must proceed to the scene as soon as possible. Disaster relief. The words coming through the earpiece made First Lieutenant Colonel Kumagai doubt his own ears. If it were a request for helicopters or P-3P anti-submarine patrol aircraft, that would be understandable, but what kind of disaster would necessitate recalling F-4EJ fighter jets that are patrolling territorial waters? Chapter 55 Boring. Please add to your favorites. Please continue reading. Control Tower, please explain the instructions. What exactly happened? An awkward silence fell over the other end of the radio. Listen carefully, don't laugh. The other party said. Kamen Rider and Monster are fighting on the overpass. Before that, they had already fought in the New City Business District. Hearing such a thing at a Japan Air Self-Defense Force base is simply the most absurd joke in the world. It's not April Fool's Day, so it's impossible for Colonel Kumagai not to laugh. This is truly remarkable, and it's worth joining the Air Self-Defense Force. In short, this is the official order. Immediately dispatch F-4EJ fighter jets to the Fuyuki E3 high-speed rail station to observe the situation and report back. Hey, are you kidding me? JASDF, repeat command. The administrator's impatient tone revealed his position. He was also forced to deal with this inexplicable prank. First Class Air Lieutenant Kumagai sighed and repeated the instructions in a flat, monotonous tone. JASDF received. The Udove and Shirakuro aircraft have immediately proceeded to scout the situation on the Fuyuki E3 highway. Communication complete. Even after recounting the mission, the content of the previous communication still made Kumagai somewhat doubt himself. The thought that such a ridiculous and foolish conversation would be recorded in the voice recorder made him feel uneasy. But regardless of whether there was a mistake or not, the order that has already been repeated cannot be taken back. Although it is unknown who should be held responsible for this farce, it is still necessary to go and check it out. The two aircraft, Daigoku and Hako, had already departed from the sea, and the two air captains were still completely bewildered when they received the order. If we really encounter a Kamen Rider and a monster, should we help the Kamen Rider, or attack them both together? Have you ruined your brain by playing with anime and manga? Why are you thinking about this at a time like this? Regardless of what the pilots thought, the F-4EJ's afterburner engine continued to roar, and its silver wings, tumbling through the air, remained as heroic as ever. Assassin, twist it open. Magician in Type 2374 words. A command seal faded away from the back of Kirai Kotomine's hand. From the moment he issued the command, he had established a shared sensory connection with his heroic spirit. From Assassin's perspective, Kirai Kotomine was breathless. An entire viaduct had been severed in half, the massive structure collapsing like a broken beast, rubble and steel bars flying everywhere, huge fragments falling to the ground, stirring up a storm of dust and debris. In the instant of his fall, Assassin swiftly adjusted his body, using his agility to avoid the direct impact of shrapnel. He leaped, using the collapsed bridge structure as a makeshift springboard, twisting his body to escape the fatal fall. The mask shattered. Although Assassin managed an impossible body contortion in midair with the help of the command seal, parts of his body were still struck by the destructive beam. The left forearm had been reduced to dust, and the white bone mask on the face had also disappeared. Only the head was missing, and it might have vanished along with it. As Assassin fell, ignoring his left arm which was still bleeding profusely, and simply used his right hand to cover his face, as if he would not survive without that mask. The face beneath that skull mask was gone, as if it had been cut off. He tore off some of his clothes and wrapped them around his head, which made him feel a little better. Sensing Assassin's current condition, Kirai Kotomine couldn't help but ask, "Can you still continue fighting?" Assassin answered briefly and firmly, though his voice carried a hint of weariness. The communication that existed within his heart allowed Kirai Kotomine to sense the immense pressure borne by the servants under his command, and he sighed. "I'll have the teacher transfer Archer over there as soon as possible. You'll be responsible for holding off Lancer there, and keep the battlefield on the overpass for now." Assassin replied, his reply brief but full of determination. The commotion caused by this operation has seriously affected the public order in the city, making it unlikely that the original plan can be maintained. Kirai Kotomine knew that this battle had to be resolved quickly, otherwise it would cause even greater chaos. Using the gem communicator in his ear, he contacted his teacher, Tokiomi Tosaka. "Teacher, I need your assistance." Kirai Kotomine's voice carried a hint of urgency. "What's wrong, Kirai?" Tokiomi Tosaka's voice came through, tinged with a hint of confusion. Kirai Kotomine had already rushed to the battlefield, while Tokiomi Tosaka was still waiting at the port for Assassin to take his place. As for Tosaka's side, Kirai was in charge of intelligence and assassination operations, and it seemed that there was no problem with Tokiomi Tosaka guarding the rear as a general. But with such a major upheaval already occurring in Fuyuki City, his continued waiting at the port seemed somewhat irresponsible for someone who was the manager of the Fuyuki spirit vein. Assassin is seriously injured, and the original plan to lure Lancer here has failed. I have taken it upon myself to set up the battlefield on the overpass. I hope you can send Archer here as soon as possible to finish things off. Kirai Kotomine succinctly explained the situation, and the unrest that had occurred in the city. Upon hearing this, Tokiomi Tosaka frowned. Although the development of the battle had exceeded his expectations, He was well aware that the current situation was far from optimistic. Kiri, you have done well. I will send the king to provide support immediately. He turned to the elegant and arrogant archer, Gilgamesh, and said, Your Majesty, the original plan has encountered uncontrollable factors, and we hope you can lend a hand. Gilgamesh sneered, his eyes flashing with contempt, his tone full of sarcasm. The plans of fools are always as ridiculous as the jokes of court jesters. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with undisguised arrogance, as if watching a group of ignorant clowns performing a clumsy drama at a court banquet. Tokiomi, you pathetic worm, did you really think you could control the war with such a clumsy strategy? Now I have to clean up your mess. Gilgamesh continued, his voice seemingly emanating from a high throne, each word laced with disdain and mockery. Your Majesty. Faced with Gilgamesh's mockery, Tokiomi Tosaka did not refute, but instead kept his head lowered, adopting the most humble posture, his pleading evident in his words. Gilgamesh stopped his mockery and quietly looked at Tokiomi Tosaka, who was almost kneeling before him. The playful mood that had just arisen vanished, and the mockery in his eyes also subsided. Tokiomi, you have absolutely no talent for being a jester. You are boring and repulsive. Then he gracefully raised one hand, as if conducting a courtly dance, with golden spiritual particles swirling around him, forming a magnificent radiance. Chapter 56 Revenge is the most sacred thing in the world. A dazzling ship crafted from gold and emeralds, formed from golden spiritual particles, floated in the air like a divine miracle, radiating a brilliant light. As the world's first hero, Gilgamesh once possessed all the world's treasures, and his treasure vault, the Golden Gate, contained the prototypes of treasures that would later be passed down in various legends and myths. This summoned ship is one of the divine treasures. After being lost in Babylon, it was passed down to ancient India, and was later recorded under the name Vimana in the two great epic poems, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Come aboard, Tokiomi, I grant permission. Gilgamesh stood atop the gleaming gold and emerald ship, his eyes filled with a cold arrogance, his tone brimming with unquestionable authority. Hey, how come it's gotten so bad again after all this time? Matoike stood atop the steel-framed building, looking at the hellish scene in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. That is indeed a bit of an exaggeration, Berserker nodded in agreement. Can the Holy Church cover this up this time? Matoike asked with some concern. Fighter jets roared overhead, hurtling towards the battleground of the two heroic spirits. As far as the eye could see, a sea of fire stretched out, the entire viaduct had been cleanly severed, as if cleaved in two by a giant axe. It should be possible, after all, the Holy Church handled it quite well the last few times, Berserker said calmly, his gaze still fixed on the distant battlefield. Matoike nodded, still feeling somewhat uneasy. Although they knew that the Church's capabilities and methods were indeed not to be underestimated, even the Changsha government was now shaken, and even the fighter jets patrolling the seas were assigned here. They stood on the rooftop, watching the horrific scene unfold in the inferno. The broken viaduct lay like a scar across the heart of the city, everything was burning and collapsing. Thick smoke billowed, flames continued to spread, and the city's night sky was dyed blood red, as if the apocalypse had arrived. We should get going too, Matoike sighed, turning his gaze toward the direction of the battle. Although the battle situation here perfectly matched his planned scenario, he never expected it to turn out this way. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of black mud surged up from beneath Berserker's feet. The mud spread rapidly as if it were alive, enveloping his entire body. The black mud quickly solidified and began to change shape, gradually coalescing into a ferocious two-legged flying dragon. Its scales shimmered with an eerie black light, and its eyes were like burning red flames, filled with filth and blasphemy. If the priests were to witness that grotesque form and twisted power, they might raise their sacred texts and smash them directly against this unclean being. Matoike nodded, adjusted his mindset, took a deep breath, and looked firmly ahead. Let's go. After speaking, he took a step towards the edge of the tall building without hesitation. His entire body instantly transformed into countless insects in midair, like black clouds, and quickly flew towards the battlefield. Berserker nodded slightly, mounted the two-legged dragon formed from black mud. As the dragon spread its wings, a stench and a fishy smell filled the air. With a deafening roar, the dragon soared into the air and flew swiftly towards the direction of the battle. Their target was the center of the battlefield, where the enemy they had to face lay amidst the sea of fire. As the dragon's wings flapped, they gradually approached the battlefield, the firelight illuminating their figures, making the black mud dragon appear even more ferocious and terrifying against the backdrop of the flames. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the roar of fighter jets in the sky continued unabated. The two figures moved swiftly across the chaotic battlefield. "Ugh, Ryder, it's all your fault. I told you to help Lancer take care of Assassin, but you wouldn't agree. Now look what's happened, so many people have died. What should I do? What should I do? If the association finds out, they will definitely hold me accountable." Weber whispered anxiously in Ryder's ear, but Ryder just picked at his ear and didn't pay much attention. Dead people. Deaths are commonplace on the battlefield. It's a meat grinder where flesh and blood fly everywhere. In the eyes of the Conqueror King, people are valuable, but human life is also the cheapest thing. But Weber was just a greenhorn, a flower that had grown in the greenhouse of the clock tower, and had never seen such a tragic scene. Furthermore, this matter has seriously violated the concealment regulations of the Magicians Association. Weber does not want to be turned into a specimen, hung in the exhibition hall as a teaching tool for case studies, and pointed at and criticized by later generations. "Well, kid, hatred and revenge are sacred things," Ryder said leisurely, as if teaching a beginner. "Even if mountains and oceans block the way, heaven and earth will make room for endless battlefields for the fire of revenge. That's the cause and effect between them," Ryder continued, his gaze firm and sharp. "How do you expect me to intervene?" Weber frowned. He understood the deeper meaning in Ryder's words, but his heart was still filled with anxiety. But if things get this bad, it will drag even more innocent people into this mess. "Young man, do you think I'm someone who doesn't care about the bigger picture? If things escalate further, I will bring an army of 10,000 to end this farce." Iskander patted Weber on the back to reassure him. He was growing to like this master more and more. Although he hadn't fully matured yet, he believed that in the future, he would become someone who pursued dominance just like him. "Now, as a witness to this journey of revenge, my primary task is to stop those who want to interfere from this journey." Suddenly, Iskandar's eyes sharpened, and a fierce and dangerous growl came from his throat, like the low growl of a lion, but the upturned corners of his mouth made it look like he was smiling. "To conquer without destroying, to dominate without humiliating, that is true conquest." Ryder straightened his chest and spoke loudly, then drew his sword from his waist and made a virtual slash in midair, cutting through space. The surging magic power then burst forth, and a magnificent, large-scale magical artifact appeared in the world along with the flow of magic power. "That's the end of the show, let's go, kid." "Sai, why did you change your mind again?" Weber was almost blown away by the swirling winds around him. Although he had seen it several times before, he still couldn't help but feel flustered. "Because someone has come to disrupt things. This revenge was personally decided by me, how can I allow others to cause trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ryder flipped up his cloak and leaped onto the noble phantasm, and Weber also climbed up with ease. Seeing his master's self-awareness, Ryder burst into hearty laughter. The Conqueror King's noble phantasm roared in response to his call. Chapter 57 Confrontation. A raging storm, a clash between life and death. A vibrant red flower of blood bloomed between the intertwined figures of the assassins and spearmen, then vanished in an instant. In that life-or-death moment, time seemed to stretch out infinitely. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the sounds of wind and the clash of metal intertwined to create a deadly symphony. The battle between assassin and lancer was like a magnificent yet brutal dance. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and every move was filled with deadly intent. Assassin moved like a ghost through lancer's attacks, constantly dodging with his agile footwork and swift reflexes. Lancer, on the other hand, used his immense strength and precise attacks to force Assassin to retreat. Each thrust of his spear was accompanied by a violent whooshing sound. The battle continued, blood staining their weapons and clothes, and a gust of wind whipped up dust, turning the battlefield into chaos. The flames sizzled and burned all around, the air thick with the smell of burning, and billowing smoke enveloped the battlefield. At the broken section of the overpass, steel bars and concrete hung haphazardly, resembling a ruin. Assassin's dagger gleamed coldly in the firelight, while Lancer's spear emitted a ghostly blue glow. Both sides remained steadfast, their will to fight the enemy has not diminished, and both heroic spirits are still alive. The reason the outcome is still uncertain is that Assassin has no determination to win, and is only stalling. Even though he is facing Lancer who has no mana supply, he still does not have the confidence to kill him in one blow. If they were to fight to the death, they might be shredded to pieces by that azure demonic spear. The best outcome would be for both sides to exchange their lives for each other. Magician in type. 2245 words. This is not worthwhile. You're really troublesome, refusing to die a quick and painless death. Lancer gasped, seemingly oblivious to the constant blurring of his form. If you want me dead, you'll have to work harder, Assassin sneered. His injuries healed automatically as if a film were rewinding, leaving no trace whatsoever. Considering the servant's healing abilities, such a recovery speed is simply too fast. It must be the Assassin Lord, who is currently hiding in the shadows observing the battle, who cast a healing spell. However, the severed left arm could not be restored by magic. If the original forearm still existed, it could be reattached, but unfortunately, it had been reduced to dust by Lancer's attack. Smoke billowed above the overpass, and flames and explosions echoed in the air. Lingering embers flickered amidst the billowing smoke, and the air reeked of burning. At the broken viaduct, steel bars and concrete hung haphazardly, teetering on the verge of collapse. Flames erupted from the broken bridge structure, the scorching air distorting the atmosphere. Shattered vehicles lay scattered across the bridge, oil slicks spreading across the ground, mingling with the burning flames to create a sea of fire. In the surrounding smoke, faint sparks flickered from time to time, like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, coldly watching the battlefield. The steel bars resembled broken bones, and concrete blocks were scattered on the ground, their cracked edges as sharp as blades. The road beneath the bridge was buried under rubble, with vehicle remains and building ruins piled up interspersed, creating a tragic scene. Berserker rode a two-legged dragon formed from black mud, his eyes burning like blazing red flames, filled with rage and killing intent. This two-legged dragon seemed to have crawled out of hell, its body made of black mud like a cursed monster, every scale shimmering with an eerie black light, like an abyss that devours everything. The dragon's head was enormous, its mouth filled with sharp, menacing teeth, and its breath was as scorching as hellfire. Its wings were broad and powerful, and each flap of its wings stirred up a gust of wind, churning up the surrounding smoke. Black tentacles were wrapped around the dragon's body, writhing constantly as if they had a life of their own. The tips of the tentacles would sometimes spew out black mud, and sometimes suddenly contract. Berserker sat atop a dragon, his armor blackened and twisted by the erosion of the mud, seemingly merging with the dragon. Crimson flames burned around him, a symbol of rage and fury. The dragon riders appeared alongside the devastated land, and anyone who saw them would assume they were the culprits. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting them in their path. "Who's there?" Mato Ike looked up in surprise. A sudden, thunderous roar carried a cold, clear oppressive force. A streak of purple lightning, crisscrossing in the air, hurtled straight toward Berserker and Mato Ike from the sky. The bull's iron hooves kicked through the empty void, pulling their ornately decorated chariots straight ahead. They were not merely floating in the air, the chariot wheels creaked and groaned, and beneath the bull's hooves pounded not the earth, but dazzling lightning. With each tread of the void by the ox's hooves and wheels, purple lightning would unleash spiderweb-like tendrils, accompanied by booming thunder that shook the very air. The chariot, speeding along on lightning, circled high above Berserker and Mato Ike before slowing down and beginning its descent. The landing site was directly opposite Matucci and his group, blocking their path. "You are in the presence of the king." A burly man stood imposingly in the driver's seat. The giant spoke slowly and loudly, his voice almost matching the thunderous roar of the war chariot as it appeared and sped across the sky. His eyes were piercing, and his sheer presence seemed enough to deter Matu Ike and Berserker, who were on their way to the battlefield. Berserker's aura surged, the black mud on his body began to churn, and the black mud dragon's eyes emitted a terrifying red light, as if he was about to charge forward. A scream pierced the sky, and the momentum of the two servants suddenly faltered like deflated balloons. The sound came from the conqueror's carriage, and a man with black hair and a flat jaw poked his head out from inside. "Hey kid, you've ruined all the fighting spirit we've worked so hard to gather." Just as Weber was about to retort, he noticed the dragon rider in front of him, formed from black mud, with black tar dripping from its body. Beside the dragon rider, a large swarm of tiny, black, mist-like flying insects gradually coalesced into a human figure, which then floated in midair. Seeing that the two men before him no longer seemed inclined to attack, the giant rider said sternly, "My name is Iskander the Conqueror, and I have come into this world by obtaining the Rider throne in this Holy Grail war." Weber was speechless, but after spending the last few days with this giant, he had come to understand the man's personality and began to imitate him. "I am Waver Velvet, the magician of the clock tower, the Rider Lord of this Holy Grail war." With a sharp smack, the merciless sound of a flick on the forehead echoed through the sky, interrupting the master's self-introduction. Aside from his right middle finger, Rider acted as if nothing had happened, turning to look at Matu Ike and Berserker in front of him, and asked them, "This journey of revenge has been witnessed by me, and its fairness and necessity have been judged by me. Do you not accept this judgment?" Chapter 58. The arrogant one. Matu Ike looked at the giant man in front of him, and frowned slightly. Did the man in front of him not know the current situation? Whether it's dealing with assassin or lancer as soon as possible, isn't the top priority now to prevent the situation from escalating further? He silently watched the spirit who was speaking loudly, pondering to himself that if it were him, doing such a thing would seem normal. Iskander the Conqueror was indeed an extraordinary heroic spirit. In the history of mankind, no one came closer to realizing his dream of conquering the world. But in the face of such grand ambitions, there will always be one or two insurmountable mountains, the ancient kingdom of China. Getting back to the main point, although I know it will be difficult to get through this now, there are still some things I need to try to achieve. Conqueror King, this is not the time to discuss these things. If this continues, the entire Fuyuki city will be engulfed in war, Matu Ike finally spoke. Iskander stopped laughing and looked intently at Matu Ike, seemingly pondering his words. After a moment, "You're right, Caster's master. But that's how war is, isn't it? Only the strongest can decide everything. Then we'll just have to put on a show first." Matu Ike said with some helplessness, but he was also surprised to receive such a reply. However, one question surprised Matu Ike: Lancer did not sign a contract with Waver Velvet. Even if he was not a servant on his side, would he still be willing to lend a hand? This is Iskander, the Conqueror King, so arrogant, so presumptuous, so savage. As soon as he finished speaking, the black sludge surrounding Berserker began to churn, as if infused with new life. The sludge rapidly expanded, dancing in the air like countless black tentacles. Iskander looked at the Berserker before him, whose aura was leaking out, its blackness like a quagmire and its madness like a torrent, and clicked his tongue, saying, "Such evil, such a filthy aura, even my army has no such talent." Then, as if he had made a decision, Iskander laughed heartily. "Berserker, although it may be presumptuous of me, I must ask a question before we take action. We have gathered here to compete for the Holy Grail. I do not know what wish you wish for the Holy Grail, but think carefully now. Is that wish more important than the great wish to devour the world?" Although Gillis de Rice did not know what the other party wanted to say by asking this question, he intuitively felt that the other party's true intentions were not good, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Matu Ike had already anticipated what the Conqueror King was about to say, and once again face-bombed. He had lost count of how many times he had felt this helpless feeling today, especially when facing this rider. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The hoarse, slightly stressed echo resounded through the sky. Well, to put it simply. Ryder's attitude remained dignified, but his tone suddenly became inexplicably relaxed and kind. Would you like to submit to me and hand over the Holy Grail? If so, I will treat you as my dearest friends and share with you the joy of conquering the world. After all, a knight like you is truly rare in the world. This proposal is far too far-fetched. No matter how great the king of conquerors may be, it's unthinkable for him to suddenly appear, loudly proclaim his name, and then demand the submission of others without even having fought a single battle. This unprecedented act completely disregards the norms of the Holy Grail War, making it difficult to judge whether it is a wise decision or a foolish act. Due to the effects of Berserker's berserk state, his rage had been slowly burning within him for some time. Although he was born in France, after being instilled with the Holy Grail in the mortal world, he learned about the concept of France being called the country of the white flag. But in his time, how could the chivalrous honor of Gaul lead someone to surrender without a fight? It was the era of the Holy Banner, and such words were considered an insult to the saint by Gilles de Rice, because the Holy Banner was also white. This cannot be ignored. This cannot be forgiven. His rage erupted like a volcano, and he suddenly swung his hands, the spear in his hands suddenly shining with a blazing magical light, violent energy surging around him. The two-legged dragon also let out a deafening roar, and the blazing red flames in its eyes burned even more intensely. You madman, how dare you insult the glory of the Holy Banner? Berserker roared, his voice filled with rage. The wyvern suddenly spread its enormous wings, and pounced towards Ryder, filling the air with a fierce battle atmosphere. I lowered my altitude and tried to get closer to take a look. Kobayashi, wait a minute. Lieutenant Yongmu felt an indescribable chill run through his body, and instinctively called out to stop his wingman. However, Lieutenant Kobayashi's white-haired beast had already completed a small-angle turn and entered a descent. Hurry up, Big Dove. If we could see it more closely, we would know what it is. The next second, the two fighter jets were no longer bystanders. Attention, aircraft ahead. Attention, aircraft ahead. We are a fighter jet group of the Japan Air Self-Defense Force. You have entered Japanese airspace and must land under our supervision for inspection. If you refuse, you will be attacked. I repeat, if you refuse, you will be attacked. While issuing warnings, the old man with white hair observed the flying object on the radar. Although he was piloting a wingman, he was also a senior pilot, but even with his experience, he still couldn't determine the other party's identity. Ultimately, he instinctively didn't believe that something like Kamen Rider could actually exist in real life. Daigoya released the air-to-air missiles safety lock. The other side also had two aircraft, but this was Japanese airspace, and they had ground-based missiles supporting them, giving them an absolute advantage. But the other flying object gave him an uneasy feeling, as if it were not a fighter jet, but a demon that crawled out of hell. Object ahead, cease your provocative actions. Otherwise, missiles will be launched. Daigoku issued a final warning, while his radar locked onto the target. The target was not an existing weapon such as an anti-aircraft gun, or an anti-aircraft missile, so Lieutenant Nobuyuki could not predict how close he would have to get into the enemy's attack range. Despite repeated warnings, the other party not only failed to evade, but instead accelerated past the sound barrier, heading straight for another unidentified flying object. Lieutenant Kobayashi finally got close, and after seeing the other person's true face, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, just like the code used by the Japanese during the attack on Pearl Harbor, Tora. Kobayashi had long lost the caution expected of a member of the Air Self-Defense Force, or rather, he had descended into madness. The moment he approached, he saw the terrifying, black, demonic dragon, its raging torrent rushing towards his head. He ignored the main unit's commands and subconsciously pressed the missile launch button. Four Sparrow missiles flew out from below the wingman and slammed into the terrifying monster. Chapter 59 Monster Magician in Type 2214 Words for Sparrow missiles detached from the pylons under the wings, leaving for bright streaks of fire in the night sky as they attacked the dragon-shaped flying object. Kobayashi. What are you doing? Lieutenant Yoki shouted urgently over the radio. The jumbled noise on the radio was incredibly irritating, and the sudden attack by his wingman left him completely bewildered. While the Sparrow missile is not the most advanced air-to-air missile, it is not cheap either, and under normal circumstances there is no need to spend for missiles to attack the same target. But for some reason, his subordinate, Lieutenant Kobayashi, was so excited that he directly used the weapons on the airborne equipment. This action forced Lieutenant Yongmu to go over and check the situation. The air-to-air missile was much faster than the aircraft, and hit the target a few seconds later. The flash illuminated a corner of the sky. Lieutenant Kobayashi had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the target had been successfully shot down. However, after the smoke and fire from the explosion dissipated, the black dragon seemed to be enraged. The black mud on its body continued to roll and repair itself. The two-legged dragon stopped in place, as if it was gathering strength to prepare for a counterattack. During this pause, Kobayashi finally saw clearly what was in front of him, a creature that only appears in myths or games, a wyvern. Above that evil dragon was a humanoid creature, seemingly the dragon's knight. With its wingspan extended, the dragon flapped in midair, like a turbine suddenly starting up, instantly accelerating and breaking the sound barrier once again as it soared into the sky. The speed of the bipedal dragon was unbelievable. It lunged at Kobayashi's fighter jet as if to tear it apart. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The radio command from Lieutenant Yongmu was slightly disordered due to the influence of magic, but it was still understandable. At this moment, Lieutenant Yongmu realized what they were facing, a product inherited from the mythological era. Back in their rural hometown, the family had been a Shinto family for generations, and Yongmu's parents and grandparents had always firmly believed in the existence of ghosts and spirits. What's strangest, however, is that the books in his home don't just contain Japanese mythology, but also superstitious stories from various countries. Among them, the word magic is what interests him the most. But Yongmu had always scoffed at these things since he was a child, and his family did not force him to inherit the Shinto tradition. After all, he had an older brother. His family seems to have considerable influence in Japanese politics, and with their support, he became a first lieutenant in the Air Self-Defense Force at a young age. He and Kobayashi were actually about the same age, but their military ranks differed by 2 levels, making him Kobayashi's senior. Now he finally understood why his family clung to traditional superstitions and lived in seclusion in their rural hometown, and why a small Shinto family could wield such power in politics. It turns out that there really are things in this world that defy common sense. He looked at the two-legged dragon, its figure approaching like a nightmare in the night sky. Fear and surprise intertwined in his heart, and he had to admit that what he was facing was a power that no mortal could contend with. Lieutenant Kobayashi watched as the flying dragon hurtled straight towards him, while he heard his host and friend calling out to him. "How could I possibly avoid this?" He muttered to himself, his hands hanging limply at his sides, no longer controlling the fighter jet, his mind replaying past events. Honestly, he was about to get married, and now he'd been stuck with this kind of job. Kobayashi! Kobayashi! The senior's calls continued to echo in his earpiece, as if awakening his dormant will. "We're about to get married," he suddenly shouted, as if making a final stand against fate. After a period of silence, his fighting spirit was reignited. Lieutenant Kobayashi gripped the control stick tightly again, his eyes burning with an indomitable flame. "I can't die here. Missile launch." He gritted his teeth, the roar of the engine deafening in his ears, and he did his best to control the fighter jet, trying to avoid the impact of the flying dragon. But reality is not an animation or a game. After the burst of flashbacks, humans are no longer capable of performing those superhuman actions. The Dragon Knight, enveloped in black mud, crashed into the car at supersonic speed. The scalding black mud dissolved and fell off, leaving a black trail behind him. There was no time to dodge. The shadow of purgatory shot out from the black light and crashed head-on into the white-headed Oldman fighter. The Sparrow missiles fired at close range not only failed to destroy the monster, but also failed to stop it, crashing straight into the white-headed old man. The expected explosion did not occur. At the moment the fighter jet made contact with the dragon and the knight turned into a complete black mud. The entire white-headed shrimp fighter jet was encased and slowly tightened. The jet began to deform, and the black mud corroded it to prevent an explosion. To outsiders, the scene looked exactly like the monster was devouring the white-headed old man. Kobayashi could no longer see any outside scenery from his cockpit, only the faint lights of the warning lights flashing on the instrument panel. Suddenly, 2 red lights appeared from outside the glass of the cabin, and the black mud directly passed through the thin hatch, condensing into a terrifying and frenzied human face in the cockpit. "Why did you attack me?" A hoarse, low but frantic voice echoed in the cockpit. At this moment, Xiaolin had lost his mind. Fear, terror, and anger were controlling his brain. "Go to hell, you monster." These were the words he uttered out of sheer instinct. Reasonable conversation had long since ceased to hold any place in his mind. "Am I a monster?" A glimmer of clarity flashed across Gillis de Rice's manic and wicked face. Then, several gunshots shattered everything as Lieutenant Kobayashi, trembling, raised his pistol and fired a shot into Berserker's head. But the bullet only pierced through, as if swallowed by a swamp. Firearms are useless, bullets may only have one purpose. Silence fell over the cabin. Neither the Berserker, formed from black mud, nor Lieutenant Kobayashi, who was now in despair, made any further moves. The oppressive atmosphere, the desperate scene, and the devastating spectacle produced by the filthy magic attached to the black mud. Kobayashi raised his gun again, but this time the target was not the monster in front of him. Instead, he pointed the gun at his chin, slowly raised his head, and looked at the terrifying face in front of him. "You're a monster." The bullet pierced straight through the jaw, but Kobayashi skillfully avoided the bone structure, preventing the bullet from lodging in the skull. "Xiaolin, please answer if you hear me, please answer if you hear me, what's going on over there?" The radio, which had been disconnected for some time, miraculously found a transmission line, and the sound echoed continuously in the cockpit. But the person who could respond to him was already lying in a pool of blood in the driver's seat, silent and still. Chapter 60 The so-called righteousness. The thick smoke from dozens of vehicles involved in the accident on the ground formed a majestic cloud mountain in the sky, much like volcanic ash from a volcanic eruption. The bottom is so low it looks like it's pressing down on top of an overpass, while the top leads straight into the stratosphere. Thick black smoke swirled upwards, obscuring half the sky, with the light of flames appearing and disappearing within it, making the sky seem to be on fire. The smell of gunpowder and tar was so unpleasant. In Ryder's vehicle, Weber coughed incessantly from the stench. Iskandar, seeing his opponent being attacked by a sudden modern fighter jet, did not seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and win. Instead, they acted like spectators, remaining indifferent and constantly praising Berserker's abilities and the strength of modern weapons. "If I could possess 10,000 of these weapons, the speed of conquering this world could be greatly accelerated," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Hey kid, where can I buy this?" Listening to Ryder's outrageous remarks, Weber, although a magician of the clock tower, and not very knowledgeable about modern weapons, knew that such things were not something that could be bought at will. He shook his head helplessly, barely suppressing a cough, and replied, "Ryder, these aren't things you can just buy any time. These are weapons from the modern military, each one a rare and exquisite piece. They won't just be sold off to outsiders." "Is that so? Then where are the most of these things stored?" Iskandar ignored Weber's answer and continued to ask. "Of course it's beautiful." Weber paused for a moment, then said warily, "Ryder, you wouldn't be thinking of..." "Well, as long as I know where there are so many good things, all I need to do is plunder them and take them for myself." Iskandar looked confident, as if this were just a simple raid. Weber felt a headache coming on, utterly speechless at his servant's daydreaming. He knew the burly man beside him's personality, but to be on the battlefield, still fantasizing about future plunder was truly. Weber ignored Iskandar the Conqueror, and turned his attention back to the battlefield. No remains of the body. This phrase perfectly describes the current tragic situation. The destruction was so thorough that it was impossible to discern the true danger the victims faced. Everything seemed to have vanished completely, as if ravaged by a locust plague. The black mud enveloping the fighter jet continued to churn and surge, with bubbles rising from its surface, as if it were digesting. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spine. They could easily imagine what would happen to that fighter jet. On the radio, only the base tower and the Great Dove's command reports were active. The white-headed bulbul's channel waves had completely disappeared. Colonel Kumagai. Colonel Kumagai. The white-headed Okina has been destroyed. I repeat, the white-headed Okina has been destroyed. Requesting ground support. Requesting ground support. Your report has been received. Your report has been received. Your report has been received. The voice coming through the headset wasn't that of Kumagai Sora, who had initially taken command. Instead, it was a mechanical female voice repeating the same words. Hello, who are you? Please have Kumagai Sora issue the command. Repeat, please have Kumagai Sora issue the command. Your report has been received. Damn it, what's going on? Lieutenant Yongmu slammed his fist on the dashboard, trying to restore communication, but the mechanical female voice kept repeating the same sentence. In the end, even the repetitive mechanical female voice stopped, and only Yongmu's angry curses remained in the entire radio communication. They're not even willing to pretend anymore. These monsters. In his view, the Air Self-Defense Force base had been invaded by these monsters' own kind, and now he could only fight alone. Even before the battle began, Father Risei Kotomine of the Fuyuki Church had been observing the fighting, ever since he discovered that even the Japanese military had begun to intervene with fighter jets and other armed forces. The cleanup team from the Holy Church had already infiltrated the Self-Defense Force base that issued the order and taken everyone there into custody. Standing in the command post, Kotomine Ryugi glanced at the dazed Kumagai Sora beside him, and couldn't help but sigh, saying, "How did things get to this point? Sigh, when will this ever end?" He lifted his sleeve to look at the stigmata wrapped around his right arm, which were command seals that had not been used up by participants in the Holy Grail Wars throughout the ages. Perhaps we should give the Tosaka family more help, as long as it ends sooner. Kotomine Risei even sacrificed his son to help Tokiomi Tosaka, all in order to successfully end this once, in 60 years disaster. The goal was to prevent the Holy Grail from being tainted by magicians with wicked and twisted desires, thus avoiding a grave mistake. However, things seem to have progressed to a point that is truly regrettable. After becoming a lone fighter and witnessing everything, a crazy idea, beyond his ability to think and understand, surfaced in Lieutenant Yogi's mind. What a joke! Just 2 days ago, Kobayashi enthusiastically handed him an invitation to be his witness at his wedding. He's clearly a junior, yet he's stepping into the hall of marriage before his senior. Thinking of his face, overflowing with happiness at that time. Kobayashi, and then he was eaten. Am I next? After that, it'll be my older brother, my parents. And then all of humanity. Magician in type. 2228 words. This is unacceptable. This is unforgivable. Before the mission began, he scolded Kobayashi, "Have you ruined your brain by playing with anime? But when we were kids, who didn't watch those popular tokusatsu and anime series? Who didn't want to be a passing Kamen Rider, defeat the monsters in style, and then leave without a trace? Who doesn't want to be a hero?" American cultural anthropologist Ruth Benedict wrote a book called The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, in which she described how the Japanese were bound by a sense of responsibility called righteousness, and that the pursuit of these seemingly meaningless things had become an instinct or origin for some. Kiritsugu Amiya is like this, and Shiro Amiya, who may appear in the future, will be the same. At this very moment, Captain Ichiro Oji is also caught up in it. Being caught in a bizarre sense of righteousness and experiencing a strange fear became the trigger, igniting Youngmu's violent rage. So what if we're fighting alone? So what if we're surrounded by enemies? Since the base has been compromised and there are no useful instructions on the radio channel, even if communication is restored, it may be an enemy trap. So let's cut off the radio. To the enemy who murdered Kobayashi, I will grind you into mincemeat and burn you to a crisp. Chapter 61. The Stone Theory. Yang Mukongwei had lost the ability to think rationally. His mouth was twisted into a maniacal grin, and he gripped the control stick as if he held supreme power. At this moment, he felt that he should be the real Grim Reaper. The stone theory that someone once mentioned, that holding onto a stone is like holding onto power, is perfectly embodied in Lieutenant Yang Mu. "I'll make you pay," he growled in a low voice, then cut off the radio and quickly disarmed all the weapons. For AIM, 7 Sparrow missiles, for AIM, 9 Sidewinder missiles, and 940 rounds of M61 Vulcan cannon fire were all ready. The nose of the aircraft flipped up, and the enemy's silhouette was easily spotted using the head-up display's sights. "Such a large target, it's impossible for us to miss." He decided to use a saturation attack, blasting out all the weapons. "Kill it before it gets eaten." With a roar, Yang Mu pressed the launch button. For Sparrow missiles and for Sidewinder missiles detached from their racks almost simultaneously, streaking across the sky with dazzling flashes of light, heading straight for the Black Mud Dragon. The Black Mud Dragon nimbly dodged in the air, but the speed and accuracy of the missiles made it difficult to completely avoid them. Several missiles hit their targets, and the explosions instantly engulfed parts of the dragon's body, sending black mud flying everywhere. At the same time, Yang Mukong continued firing relentlessly, the Vulcan cannon spewing out a dense stream of bullets, forming a deadly barrage that hurtled straight towards the black mud-flying dragon. The firepower was poured out recklessly, without any restraint. With a muffled clang, a chilling tremor shook the machine. Lieutenant Yogi's honed combat instincts told him danger was coming from directly above. He immediately looked up, and what he saw dealt the most fatal blow to his already fragile rationality. Suddenly, a black, enclosed whirlwind enveloped the fighter jet above the cockpit canopy. It was a swarm of insects. These insects were not hindered by the airflow of the fighter jet and quickly coalesced into a human figure, standing upright on the fuselage. Lieutenant Yoki's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The figure's face appeared and disappeared amidst the wriggling of the insects. Its face was filled with eeriness and terror, like a messenger from hell. "What is this?" Captain Yang Mu muttered to himself, his palms already soaked with sweat from the control stick. At this moment, the humanoid figure formed from the insects slowly lowered its head, its gaze fixed on Captain Yang Mu in the cockpit, its icy eyes seeming to pierce through his soul. "Goodbye, pilot. You're really unlucky to have stumbled into a battlefield you shouldn't be on," the figure said in a low voice, carrying an ominous premonition. The insect-like figure pulled a gun-like weapon from its chest and coldly pointed it at Lieutenant Yang Mu, who was struggling desperately in the driver's seat. Lieutenant Yang Mu's eyes widened, filled with fear and despair, his heart pounded wildly, and his mind was a complete mess. He screamed desperately, but it was all in vain. A gunshot seemed to announce his fate. The bullet pierced the cockpit canopy with unerring accuracy, striking Lieutenant Yogi in the head. His body jolted violently before collapsing limply into his seat, blood instantly staining the cockpit crimson. On his deathbed, countless thoughts flashed through Ichiro Ogaki's mind like a revolving lantern. He recalled his family in the countryside, the Shinto rituals, his grandparents' teachings, and his childhood disdain for those myths and legends. If I had believed those myths and legends back then, would my fate have been different? He asked himself, but the answer was forever lost to him. The images in his mind gradually blurred, and the sounds around him faded away. Yang Mui's consciousness gradually sank into darkness, as if being swallowed by an endless abyss. He felt a chilling invasion, and his consciousness began to dissipate. In the end, I still couldn't become a hero. This last thought vanished like a wisp of smoke along with his life in the war-torn sky. The figure formed from the insects watched all this silently, cold and ruthless. He put away his gun, and his body once again transformed into countless insects, crawling into the cockpit of the fighter jet through the bullet holes. Inside the cockpit, Lieutenant Yoki lay in a pool of blood, showing no signs of life. The insects moved rapidly in the confined space, like a tide in the darkness, filling the entire cockpit, the tiny insects crawling into every corner. Matoike crawled into the cockpit, looked at the lifeless body of the pilot, and began to chant. Ashes to ashes. This is a spell from the necromancer school, a magic trick that necromancers love to use to destroy corpses, but the meaning of the incantation is actually dust to dust, which is truly ironic. During this process, he also used necromancy to read the pilot's memories. After cleaning the cockpit, Matoike sat steadily in the driver's seat, his eyes slightly brightening. Although he had no experience learning to fly in Hawaii, his deconstruction magic eye and the memories from that air captain allowed him to skillfully pilot this aerial monster he had never encountered before. Is the Vulcan cannon all we have left? That's enough. Matoike pulled up the control stick with both hands, and the fighter jet, which was originally falling in a straight line, miraculously regained its balance. Inside the cockpit, Matoike coldly controlled the fighter jet that didn't belong to him. His insects quickly invaded every corner and took control of the key control system. The fighter jet's instrument panel flashed wildly, and alarms blared throughout the cockpit, but this was no problem for Matoike. He calmly maneuvered the aircraft, quickly pulling it up and back into the air. Now it's round 2, Matoike muttered to himself, his gaze cold and resolute. He maneuvered the fighter jet, quickly adjusted its direction, and locked onto the rider in the sky. The Vulcan cannon roared deafeningly, unleashing a torrent of bullets aimed at Ryder and his vehicle as they circled in the air. The shells traced dense trajectories in the air, as if they were trying to completely destroy any targets in their path. Seeing that his master had already launched the second round of the battle, Berserker was not to be outdone. The black mud dragon beneath him roared deafeningly, its black scales shimmering with an eerie light. It spread its wings, accelerated suddenly, and pounced straight at the rider in the air. Archer was looking down from mid-air at the battle between several heroic spirits on the viaduct. What an appalling and hideous sight. I thought that although these people were just bastards, they were at least some well-known strongmen. I didn't expect that everyone was only concerned with their own opponent, and could not see the true glory of the king. Don't you think so, Tokiomi? Chapter 62 Archer. Archer was still immersed in sadness, but Tokiomi Tosaka, who was allowed to share the boat, was completely different. He was in a state of confusion due to restlessness and anxiety. Even the question that King Gilgamesh had just asked him, Tokiomi forgot to answer. Gilgamesh didn't care. He had already seen through what Tokiomi, who served him as a subject, was thinking. He simply shook his head and sneered. In his mind, Tokiomi's ability as a subject had been downgraded once again. On the other hand, Tokiomi Tosaka's palms were already sweating. He could no longer care about the king beside him, his mind was preoccupied with why the operation had turned out this way. All magic should be kept secret. It is precisely because the Tosaka family strictly adheres to this fundamental principle that the Mages Association appointed them as the second administrator. The chase between assassin and lancer was already captivating enough, but now even an overpass has been sliced in half with a single shot. This is simply too exaggerated. The Japanese government has now realized the seriousness of the situation, which is undoubtedly a serious dereliction of duty by the authorities. Tokiomi Tosaka was anxious. He knew that the situation could not be delayed any longer.
Fortunately, they had a priest like Risei Kotomine as an ally in this Holy Grail war, and they really went to great lengths to keep it a secret. Thinking of this, Tokiomi Tosaka felt even more grateful to Father Risho, his father's close friend, and he also resolved from the bottom of his heart to maintain this friendship with the Kotomine family so that it could continue. Looking down at the battlefield engulfed in flames, Tokiomi Tosaka realized that if this incident wasn't resolved quickly, it would inevitably lead to an unprecedented tragedy. This was no longer just a simple plan to hunt down Lancer, or a question of what the future of the Holy Grail War would be. At the cost of the Tosaka family's prestige, this battle must be resolved as soon as possible before the number of witnesses increases.
Tokiomi Tosaka took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and turned to look at Archer. Shut up, Tokiomi. You seem to have forgotten to answer my question. Just as Tokiomi opened his mouth, he was coldly interrupted by Gilgamesh's voice, and the scepter inlaid with red gems in his hand awkwardly seemed to have nowhere to go. After a moment of reflection, Tokiomi realized that he had indeed lost his manners. In terms of knowing when to advance and when to retreat, Tokiomi is quite good. He adjusted his emotions and spoke again. Your Majesty, these people are like insects blinded by a leaf, naturally unable to see the true glory of the king. Therefore, you are needed to show them your true power, and let those insects recognize their own position. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly satisfied with Tokiomi's words, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Very well, Tokiomi, it seems you do have some self-awareness. He paused slightly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. But if everyone wants to witness the true king's glory, must I show it to them one by one? Tokiomi's heart tightened. He understood Gilgamesh's impatience. He had to balance respect and pleading at this delicate moment, maintaining his own position without making Gilgamesh feel like he was giving orders. The glory of the king is naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people, but at this moment, not only insects want to pay homage to the king's glory, but also that fellow who presumptuously claimed the title of king, whom you reported to earlier. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, his contempt even more evident in his eyes. Tokiomi, you certainly know how to please me. Seeing that Gilgamesh's expression had softened, Tokiomi Tosaka decided to intensify his verbal offensive. Now all the king needs to do is make a slight move, kill Lancer, and end this disaster. The people of this land will surely sing praises to the king for his achievements. Tokiomi, do you really think I am completely unaware of the situation outside? That Lancer is no longer an ally of that usurper, is he? As for the reverence of the people of this land, do you think I need such a thing? Gilgamesh's sudden change of attitude caught Tokiomi Tosaka off guard. His heart tightened and he subconsciously looked at the back of his hand, where he found something that could temporarily make Gilgamesh obey a command seal. Gilgamesh observed Tokiomi's actions, a smile gradually appearing on his face, as if he were anticipating something. A play about a disloyal subject. Although it's a bit old-fashioned, if it's performed well enough, it can still be considered an interesting play. Magician in Type 2502 words. Tokiomi Tosaka was still thinking, still hesitating. In his mind, using a command spell would mean that an irreparable rift would appear in his relationship with Archer. Gilgamesh's power is what he relies on most, however, the use of command seals will weaken this trust, leading to a break in his relationship with the King of Heroes, and possibly even unpredictable consequences. Tokiomi Tosaka knew he was facing a difficult choice. If he didn't use a command spell, he couldn't guarantee the situation would develop in the direction he expected, but if he did use one, he couldn't bear the consequences of Gilgamesh's wrath. Unable to vent his anger, Tokiomi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Why are things going so wrong? I've made meticulous preparations and devised foolproof plans to participate in this Holy Grail war, but why do these unexpected accidents always happen? Gilgamesh decided to put more pressure on Tokiomi because of his hesitation. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Tokiomi, have you thought about your advice? If you can follow my wishes, it's not that I can't listen to it. Tokiomi Tosaka sensed the threat and probing in Gilgamesh's words. He knew that Gilgamesh was forcing him to make a choice. Your Majesty, I have never doubted your greatness and power, Tokiomi said in a low voice, his tone tinged with respect. But the current situation is out of control, and if it is not resolved soon, it may lead to an even greater disaster. This is not only for my benefit, but also to uphold your dignity. Tokiomi, you certainly know how to talk, but at this point, is all you can do is spout these fancy words. Tokiomi Tosaka sensed Gilgamesh's growing displeasure and realized that he had reached the edge of a precipice, and one more step would plunge him into the abyss. Command seals. Using command seals will solve this problem, and there's no need to think about how to deal with this troublesome heroic spirit. Why did it have to be the archer class that appeared in the world? Sigh, it's time to make a decision. Every extra second that passes means another person could witness the accident. Your Majesty, this incident was indeed caused by my poor planning. It was my dereliction of duty, and I beg your Majesty to punish me. Upon hearing this, the King of Heroes narrowed his eyes in displeasure, tilted his head slightly, and supported himself with his right hand. Is this all he can do? Tokiomi, still so boring. But this is a great opportunity to demonstrate the true might of a hero. I hope you will consider this carefully. Tokiomi's voice suddenly rose in pitch, and as soon as he finished speaking, the command seals on the back of his hand emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 63 Saber. The command seal burst forth with a blinding light, its magical power transforming directly into a driving force, manifesting itself in the body of the hero King Gilgamesh. Feeling the force binding him, Archer did not display the furious demeanor that Tokiomi had anticipated. Instead, he let out a wild and wicked laugh, looking up at the sky. Tokiomi, you certainly have guts. Gilgamesh's laughter echoed in the air, filled with arrogance and disdain. His gaze swept over Tokiomi Tosaka as if he were looking down at dust, and he sneered, using command seals to command me, that takes some courage, but have you considered the consequences? Tokiomi lowered his head and remained silent, his heart pounding but his outward composure betraying his inner tension. He understood that using command spells was an affront to Gilgamesh's authority, but he had no other choice. Even at this point, Tokiomi still couldn't figure out what Gilgamesh was thinking, and didn't know whether this action was approval or resentment. This might be what is known in the neighboring ancient kingdom, as the heart of a sage is unfathomable. The glittering ship crafted from gold and emerald suddenly accelerated through the air and sped toward the battlefield, its surface shimmering with magical light, adding to its opulent appearance. Gilgamesh swung his right hand, which was supporting his cheek, and countless swords, spears, and halberds appeared in the air beside him. The glittering initial noble phantasm roared and shot straight down at all the heroic spirits on the battlefield below, including even Assassin, who was also an ally. Countless rays of light transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the sky and crashing into the battlefield with destructive power. Each treasure carried an irresistible pressure, as if divine punishment had descended. Seeing this, Lancer's eyes flashed with a cold light. She quickly swung her spear and barely managed to block the attacks of several noble phantasms. However, faced with such a fierce offensive, her movements became increasingly sluggish. Assassin was also shocked by the sudden attack. He quickly dodged, trying his best to avoid the deadly light, but he was still grazed by several sharp blades, and blood immediately gushed from the wounds. Meanwhile, Metoike watched helplessly as the beams of light approached from the cockpit of his fighter jet. He quickly maneuvered the aircraft, attempting to evade the attacks, but several beams still struck the plane, causing severe shock and damage. Is it Archer? Metoike murmured. It's an irresistible power. The battle above the viaduct instantly descended into chaos. Gilgamesh's attacks not only threw his enemies into disarray, but even his allies had to be careful. Despite this, his face still wore that disdainful smile. This is the arrogance of a king. The powerful noble phantasm is unleashed as a lesson to these bastards who refuse to bow down to the king's glory. The battle above the viaduct instantly descended into chaos. Gilgamesh's attacks not only threw his enemies into disarray, but even his allies had to be careful. Gilgamesh's voice echoed in the air, filled with majesty and coldness. Kneel down, you ants. Under my glorious light, none can withstand you. As he spoke, more noble phantasms rained down from the sky, like an endless storm, shrouding the entire battlefield in the shadow of destruction. Rewinding to a short time ago, after receiving orders from Kiritsugu Amiya, Artoria continued her march towards the battlefield. She rode a silver-white beast beneath her, constantly accelerating and speeding along the crowded road. To maximize Saber's riding skills, Kiritsugu prepared a two-wheeled vehicle instead of a four-wheeled one. He believes that while a car's seatbelt binds the driver to the seat, allowing only control, the true mastery of a motorcycle lies in the driver becoming one with the motorcycle to control the center of gravity and being exposed to the airflow. Since it is intended for use by superhuman beings like servants, the performance should not be limited by the physical limits of human operators. Kiritsugu boldly adopted a vehicle body structure that was ridiculed as being completely impractical and merely theoretical. The basic chassis is the Yamaha VMAX, which is currently known as the strongest monster motorcycle. The displacement of the original 1,200 cubic centimeters engine, which could produce 140 horsepower, has been increased. In addition, the intake system and twin turbochargers have been added, and the drive system has also been comprehensively strengthened. Ultimately, it was transformed into an alien monster with over 250 horsepower, and this monster is now Saber's silver mount. The classic and graceful body lines are like an elegant noblewoman, but the roar of the V4 cubic centimeters engine is like the howl of a wild beast, like the deep and powerful roar of a steel lion. Despite ignoring the limits and undertaking such an unusual modification, this vehicle is no longer able to run normally due to its two-wheeled design. The torque is too high, the tires can't grip the ground at all, and can only keep slipping. If you twist the handlebars, the front wheel will immediately lift up and throw the driver off the vehicle, just like an untamed wild beast. Saber, however, forcefully unleashed her magic, and the torrent of magic emanating from her back pressed the beast beneath her onto the road, causing it to accelerate in the direction the car was pointing. Magic surrounded her, forming an invisible barrier that held her firmly in place in the car, preventing it from shaking her off no matter how violently the vehicle roared. The steel behemoth grew increasingly ferocious, and Saber's heightened sense of arousal intensified. This feeling, like riding on horseback, brought Artoria's mind back to the battlefields of the past, rekindling her knightly spirit of charging into enemy lines with her lance raised high. A resolute light shone in her eyes, and as she felt the roar of the engine and the howling wind, her heart seemed to beat in unison with the roar of this beast. The scenes on both sides of the street flashed by, and the city lights turned into streaks of light in her vision. The deep, heavy sound that was originally like a raging torrent suddenly turned into a piercing high pitch, becoming more violent and savage. The vehicle and Saber transformed into a bullet, and the surrounding environment flew past like a meteor. Her gaze was firm and calm, the battlefield ahead was her target. With each acceleration, the silver-white beast shot out like an arrow, rapidly closing the distance between her and the battlefield. As the silver-white beast sped through the streets, the cars on the side of the road were stunned by its speed and powerful aura. The drivers slowed down, their eyes drawn to the silver-white figure. They had never seen such amazing driving skills and speed. The driver of a luxury car had just rounded a bend when he saw the speeding motorcycle in front of him and slammed on the brakes, the wheels screeching as they scraped against the ground. The passengers inside the car stared out the window in horror as the motorcycle, like a silver lightning bolt, flashed past, creating a gust of wind that swept up the fallen leaves from the roadside. Meanwhile, the traffic sign recognition system erected by the roadside was already beeping alarms, with its red warning lights flashing incessantly, appearing particularly glaring. The system continuously captured images of the silver-white beast speeding by and automatically transmitted the data to the traffic police department. Upon receiving the news, the traffic police immediately began retrieving photos of speeding violations from the system in an attempt to identify the suspect. However, when they saw the photos, they were all speechless. Only a blurry silver trail remained in the image, making it almost impossible to discern the driver's appearance. The speed data displayed by the vehicle speed detector also exceeded the limits of conventional vehicles, leaving them incredulous. Chapter 64 Aerial Showdown Part 1 Saber, how much longer until we reach the battlefield? A cold voice came through the headset to Artoria's ears as she sped along. Faced with this situation on the battlefield, Kiritsugu Amiya had no choice but to urge Saber to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. Almost there, minutes. We'll be there. Because Saber was driving her motorcycle at breakneck speed, her words were muffled by the wind and the roar of the engine. Artoria focused her attention and exerted all her control over the silver-white beast, the roar of the engine like a battle horn. Urged on by her master, she focused even more intently, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. The magical energy within her surged, enhancing her perception and reaction speed, allowing her to perfectly control the silver-white beast. I need to speed up, she thought to herself, jerking the handlebars. The engine roared to life, and the motorcycle accelerated dramatically, transforming into a silver streak as it sped down the road. She felt the wind whistling past her ears, and the scenery behind her blurred rapidly. Drivers along the way stared in disbelief as the lightning-fast motorcycle whizzed past, marveling at its speed and the driver's skill. Several traffic police officers set up temporary checkpoints on both sides of the road in an attempt to intercept the speeding beast, but they were all stunned by its ferocious speed as it approached and had no time to react. Kiritsugu Amiya stood on the top floor of a tall building, gazing through binoculars at the broken viaduct in the distance. His expression was cold, but his heart was filled with complex emotions. The surrounding area was a mess of rooftop equipment, with air conditioning units, satellite antennas, and ventilation ducts scattered haphazardly, giving it a somewhat chaotic appearance. The scorching sun shone on these devices, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze blew softly in the high sky, bringing a touch of coolness. There was a low railing along the edge of the tall building. Kiritsugu stood beside the railing, holding a sniper rifle in his hand, his fingertips lightly tapping the barrel, revealing his anxiety and tension. Beyond the railing lies a seemingly bottomless urban landscape, with a few birds occasionally flitting across the sky, emitting clear chirps. Beside him was a black tactical backpack filled with various combat equipment and tools. A rope was sticking out from one corner of the backpack, clearly for climbing and escaping in an emergency. It has already begun. Kiritsugu had already grasped the situation correctly simply by sensing the overwhelming magical aura of the area. Kiritsugu Amiya stood on the top floor of the high-rise building, holding a sniper rifle weighing over 10 kilograms in his hand, his eyes revealing calmness and decisiveness. His gaze swept across the distant battlefield, and he quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. 5 clusters of high-level magical energy meant that almost all the servants had gathered here. Could it be that these heroic spirits all want to end the Holy Grail war in this battle? He could feel the oppressive magical aura permeating the surrounding air, as if the entire world was trembling in anticipation of the impending great battle. Someone has set up a barrier, possibly to hide the commotion that has occurred along this route, so as to prevent more passers-by who are not involved in the Holy Grail war from getting involved. Even so, the situation has escalated to such an extent that even the Holy Church must be having a major headache. Kiritsugu held the sniper rifle to his side and fell into a brief moment of thought. Based on the signal from the transmitter, he was almost certain of Saber's location. The previous communication was merely to urge her on. The problem is, even if Saber arrives, how will she join the battle? The 3 servants in her line of sight occupy the sky, and the original targets, Lancer and Assassin, are obscured by the ruins due to the destruction of the overpass, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. Magician in type 2429 words. Kiritsugu himself had no intention of personally participating in the battle, which is why he prepared this sniper rifle. His objective was to observe the situation from a distance from the battlefield. The last time he rashly approached, he was ambushed by Meto Ike. It had only been a dozen hours. He should seize the opportunity to assassinate the enemy's summoner. To servants, no matter how powerful Kiritsugu and Mia's firepower is, it's still less than a water gun. Therefore, the task of fighting the servants is entrusted to Saber, and it is best to make the battle so intense that the enemy servants have no time to protect their master. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Matoike muttered to himself, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. In the sky, the noble phantasms fell like a torrential rain, gleaming with cold light and magical brilliance. This was the attack of one person, Gilgamesh. Countless swords, spears and halberds poured out from his golden treasury, as if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens. This is the power of Archer. Kiritsugu, far away, gripped his sniper rifle tightly, feeling the absolute pressure. Gilgamesh stood on his golden ship, looking down at the heroic spirits and masters on the battlefield below, his eyes flashing with cold arrogance. He didn't care who these attacks would affect, whether enemies or allies, they were all nothing more than ants in his eyes. The berserker caught in the attack roared, its body churning with black mud as it tried to withstand the powerful onslaught. Meanwhile, Matu Ike, inside the cockpit, reacted swiftly, maneuvering the fighter jet to evade the attack while simultaneously using magic to enhance himself and prevent being caught in its crossfire. Ryder's chariot spun rapidly through the air, dodging the noble phantasm attacks raining down from the sky. Waver gripped the edge of the chariot tightly, feeling powerful magical fluctuations coming from all directions, while Iskandar fearlessly steered the chariot, displaying his indomitable spirit as the king of conquerors. Although Archer is currently using some of the less advanced noble phantasms from his Gate of Babylon, with the truly valuable ones still hidden away, the sheer number of them is enough to overwhelm all the servants present. Standing on the golden ship, Tokiomi Tosaka sensed the powerful magical energy fluctuations and felt a vague unease. His expression was bitter as he whispered a reminder, "Your Majesty, such misuse of weapons and continued liberation of the king's treasury will only..." Gilgamesh sneered, interrupting him, "Tokiomi, are you questioning my judgment? And wasn't this your advice? Do you intend to retract your previous advice? That's a capital offense, Tokiomi." Tokiomi Tosaka was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. "I wouldn't dare, it's just..." Gilgamesh's eyes flashed with contempt. "Tokiomi, don't you understand? These ants are not worth my use of my true treasures. These low-grade fodder are enough to make them taste despair." Tokiomi Tosaka felt a pang of anxiety, knowing that further words would be futile, and could only silently accept Gilgamesh's decision. Chapter 65 Aerial Showdown Part 2 Archer's offensive has damaged the wings of the fighter jet that Meto Ike is currently piloting. The flight control system emitted a piercing alarm, and red warning lights flashed incessantly, indicating the severity of the damage to the fighter jet. Meto Ike gritted his teeth, forcibly steadying the control stick, attempting to control this wounded steel monster. Inside the cabin, the wind howled past, mixed with the sounds of explosions and the clanging of metal from the outside world. The fighter jet shook violently in the air, seemingly on the verge of disintegrating at any moment. Meto Ike cursed under his breath, his gaze sharp as a knife. He quickly assessed the current situation, his mind racing as he calculated his next move. Just then, Gilgamesh's attack struck again, countless noble phantasms raining down on the fighter jet like a storm. Each noble phantasm carried destructive power, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Meto Ike took a deep breath, abruptly pulled back the control stick, and the fighter jet performed a rapid roll in the air, narrowly avoiding several oncoming noble phantasms. However, more attacks followed closely behind, leaving no escape. "This is a bit troublesome," he muttered calmly to himself, without a trace of fear in his eyes. "Berserker." No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark shadow rapidly approached Metapond. It was Berserker's wyvern, its eyes burning like blazing red flames, flying towards him with surging black mud. Upon seeing that Metuchi's fighter jet was damaged, Berserker immediately changed direction and flew towards his location. Black mud, like a living thing, surged from the dragon's body and quickly covered the wreckage of the fighter jet. The black mud quickly seeped into every crevice of the fighter jet, merging with the broken metal. Under the cover of the black mud, the wreckage gradually returned to its original state, as if it had undergone a rebirth in the darkness. The fighter jet's outer shell began to glow with a dark light. The magic contained within the black mud fused with the metal, giving the jet new power. The previously damaged wings regenerated, and the cracks in the fuselage were filled with black mud, as if it had never been damaged. The corrosive power of the black mud became apparent, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed the sonic silver wing, a product of the latest technological advancements, into an unusual shape. Completely consumed by the black mud magic, the steel raptor turned its nose around again, and charged straight toward Archer's ship of light floating in the air. Its black wings sliced through the air like sharp blades, and the fighter jet emitted a deep roar, like a raging cry from hell. "Oh, so this guy chose the protagonist. Let me test your mettle." Gilgamesh, seeing the black mud monster charging towards him, abandoned his arrogant expression, revealing a wicked, twisted smile as he accepted the challenge from Berserker and Meto Ike. Tokiomi had no way of knowing what changes had occurred in the King of Heroes' words and state of mind, nor did he care to investigate further. All he knew was that he had to fully cooperate with Gilgamesh's actions. The aerial pursuit made it impossible for Tokiomi to serve the King of Heroes any longer, a thought that arose simultaneously in the minds of both master and servant. Whatever their reasons, this was a rare instance where Gilgamesh and Tokiomi Tosaka shared the same thoughts. My lord, please be careful. I will go to support assassin. Okay, then go and play with him. The ship of light glided through the air, carrying Tokiomi directly above where he was disembarking, at a height difference of about 80 meters. This height was nothing to a magician. Then I wish you good luck. Tokiomi grabbed his ceremonial cane, flipped up the hem of his outer garment, stood on the bow of the ship, and leaped into the air without hesitation. At this moment Archer, left alone on the ship, had a cruel look in his eyes as he watched the steel machine getting closer and closer. A rabid dog that should be crawling on the ground dares to come to the sky where kings fly. This nonsense is so stupid, you bastard. 6 noble phantasms burst forth from the unfolded gate of Babylon, spears and swords gleaming with blinding light, trailing their tails like meteors as they faced Berserker. The 2 turbofan engines, imbued with alien power, emitted a sharp, whirring sound, amplifying the bird's roar. At this moment, the fighter's codename truly reflected the name Great Dove. The F-4EJ, dripping with black mud, found a narrow opening amidst Archer's barrage of noble phantasm attacks and slipped through. However, Archer's noble phantasm will not give up the pursuit just because it misses once. 3 of the 6 noble phantasms, the battle axe, the scythe, and the scimitar, suddenly turned and continued to closely pursue F-4EJ. Just before the noble phantasm was about to hit, the black F-4EJ's ailerons and flaps began to sway as if they were living beings, making a rapid evasive maneuver that was impossible from an aerodynamic perspective, and lightly dodging the tip of the noble phantasm. This astonishing barrel roll not only evaded the first attack, but also successfully dodged the second and third. The pursuing noble phantasm vanished in vain in midair, as if it had never existed. Such violent spins and sudden turns could cause ordinary drivers to suffer internal organ rupture, faint, or even die, but Berserker and Matwijk obviously wouldn't care about such trivial matters. As they successfully evaded all the attacks, the F-4EJ suddenly executed an Immelmann turn, turning its nose toward the Archer. Flames from the rocket engines shot out from the pylons on the left and right sides, and 2 missiles made of black mud were launched, as if to retaliate against Archer's Vimana. What kind of tricks are you trying to pull? Archer sneered slightly, reached out and touched Vimana's rudder. The ship of light immediately accelerated and displayed a graceful flight posture that Berserker's brutal turning maneuvers could not match, dodging the missile's trajectory. The epic poem praises the flying treasure's speed as fast as thought, an action that has completely defied the laws of physics. However, Matwijk and Berserker had no intention of giving up. They maneuvered their fighter jet, constantly changing tactics, while the black mud continuously repaired and strengthened the machine, as if the fighter jet had become a magical work of art, possessing incredible flexibility and durability. Archer's eyes flashed with disdain, then he sneered, "It seems you bastards really know how to make futile struggles." The fighter jet's turbines roared, and the 2 missiles seemed to respond to his fierce roar, twisting their canards to change direction and once again pursuing Vimana, who had dodged away. These 2 missiles were originally just electronic weapons that used radar waves to guide their direction, but now they have completely transformed into magical devices like hunting dogs, relentlessly pursuing Archer. He summoned even more noble phantasms from the gate of Babylon, and the air was instantly filled with shimmering light, like a rain of countless sharp swords, heading straight for the black F-4EJ. At the same time, he accelerated instantly in his Vimana, rushing towards Berserker and Matwijk like a meteor, ready to deliver a fatal blow to them. The aerial chase intensified, with the power of the noble phantasms and the black mud colliding in midair, unleashing dazzling sparks and deafening roars. Berserker and Matwijk's fighter jets tumbled through the air, the intensity of the battle exceeding all expectations. Chapter 66. The vanished amidst the scorching sun and billowing black smoke of battle, Tokiomi Tosaka leaps and lands. This automatic descent is caused by a combination of mass manipulation and airflow control. Any skilled magician can perform this technique. If you want to judge proficiency, you should judge skill level by the visual appeal. Maintaining a perfectly vertical, straight descent trajectory, it landed as lightly as a feather, without a single strand of clothing or hair getting disheveled. Tokiomi's masterful and refined skills are truly exemplary. Any magician would surely be filled with admiration. However, Kiritsugu was not a follower of magic. He held no respect or admiration for magic whatsoever. He only cared about the result, not the process. To him, even the most elegant landing by Tokiomi was nothing more than a useless display of skill. Kiritsugu Amiya's sniper scope was now locked on Tokiomi Tosaka, who was leaping off the flying boat made of gold and emeralds. The instant they saw Tokiomi leap and land through the scope, Miya and Kiritsugu locked onto him from different positions at the same time. This is the target that Kiritsugu Amiya has been searching for on the battlefield, a lone master. Looking across the entire battlefield, it was unclear whether the Meta family member was in his true form or an imposter. Moreover, being inside the berserker-possessed fighter jet, he was extremely safe, giving them no chance whatsoever. The rider's master, although the Conqueror King seemed carefree, was actually extremely meticulous. His master never left his side for even a moment. Through the sniper scope, Tokiomi Tosaka's figure gradually magnified. He landed gracefully, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding smoke and fire. His expression was calm, and the scepter in his hand glowed faintly, as if he were completely undisturbed by the chaos of the battlefield. "Shall we make a move?" Hisayumi's voice came from the other side of the battlefield, followed by Amiya Kiritsugu's voice. The radio communications crisscrossed the entire magical, ocean-like battlefield without ever stopping. Having learned from the previous experience of being interfered with by magic, this time the wireless headset is a device that communicates on a special frequency. Although it cannot completely avoid the influence of magic, it is still able to clearly express its meaning. Kiritsugu Amiya remained silent, pondering something. He instinctively felt a certain resistance to the idea of assassinating Tokiomi Tosaka now. This is clearly the perfect opportunity, so why worry? He hesitated, his fingers stroking the trigger of the sniper rifle. If a shooting instructor saw this, he would definitely reprimand Kiritsugu Amiya severely, as this was considered golden finger behavior. But Kiritsugu Amiya didn't care about any of that. His proficiency with firearms had reached the level of a master among masters through years of fighting on the battlefield. "Shall we make a move?" A rare urging came through the earpiece, something that would have been virtually impossible before. In the past, he was the one who formulated, implemented, and completed the plans, while Miya only needed to follow orders. However, in the past 9 years, he has rarely been involved in external operations, and has basically only been responsible for planning. Perhaps that's why Miya has already noticed his inner weakness. This orphan, whom he picked up from the battlefield, was gradually transformed into the killing machine he is today. Kiritsugu only saved the girl's life. Her heart died the moment she met him. Although the girl survived the baptism of napalm and gunpowder, this good fortune left her feeling lost. She felt no value or joy in living as a person again. So this lifeless girl told Kiritsugu, the life that has been picked up should be given to the person who picked it up. Magician in type 1902 words. Kiritsugu accepted her as well. "Wait a minute, I feel something is wrong." Tokiomi Tosaka has barely moved since he jumped down, which is not normal. In just a few seconds, Kiritsugu Amiya finally realized something was wrong. Tokiomi Tosaka jumped down from that noble phantasm, but instead of hiding or going to support the battlefield, he waited in place. What exactly is he waiting for? He removed the sniper scope from his body, and began searching for inconsistencies on the battlefield. Kiritsugu Amiya steadily set up his sniper rifle, brought his eyes close to the scope, took a deep breath, held it, and lightly placed his finger on the trigger. Through the scope, he carefully observed every detail of the battlefield. The view through the scope was shrouded in thick smoke and flames, making the battlefield resemble a hellish scene. Amidst the ruins, the battle of the heroic spirits continues, light and darkness intertwine, and the fluctuations of magic sweep across the land like a raging storm. His gaze first fell on Mato Ike. The fighter jet covered in black mud was circling rapidly in the air, and the berserker's figure was vaguely visible on the jet. They were engaged in a fierce aerial battle with Gilgamesh, with flashes of fire and explosions constantly appearing in the sky. Kiritsugu's scope moved slightly, and the next moment it caught the figures of Iskandar and Weber. The Conqueror King's chariot sped through the air, and Weber gripped the edge of the chariot tightly, his brow furrowed with unease. In stark contrast, Iskandar maintained his fearless and domineering presence, remaining calm and composed in the face of the chaos on the battlefield, showing no fear whatsoever. The camera continued to move, capturing Gilgamesh, the Hero King, floating in the air. He stood atop the flying ship crafted from gold and emeralds, surrounded by countless glittering magical artifacts. Disdain and ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of the Hero King as he surveyed the battlefield below, as if the fighting and chaos were merely part of his entertainment. No, it seems that the range of the King of Heroes' airship has never gone too far from Tokiomi Tosaka. Is it still distracted by protecting him? It seems this is the problem. If Tokiomi Tosaka had been shot dead immediately, it might have attracted Gilgamesh's attention and caused unpredictable consequences. He weighed the options in his mind and knew that he needed to be more cautious at this moment. Although he had roughly figured out the problem, Kiritsugu Amiya's sniper habits led him to continue observing the missed targets. Lancer had been showing signs of low mana from the very beginning, and just now, she was almost successful when Gilgamesh's noble phantasm suddenly interrupted her. With one arm missing, Assassin, despite having the power of his master's magic, is still far behind Lancer in terms of pure performance. Lancer doesn't have a master right now. An assassin. Who is his master? Matu Ike, Tokiomi Tosaka, Waver Velvet, Kenneth, and Kiritsugu Amiya, which is myself. Kirai Kodo mine. All masters and servants have been assigned to their respective positions. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya's inner alarm bells were ringing loudly. Where is he? Where is that man? Is this the man Tokiomi Tosaka was waiting for? Damn it, how could I have missed him? The intense combat plans of the past few days had been piquing Kiritsugu Amiya's nerves, causing him to overlook a man who had disappeared for the past 2 days. He was like a venomous snake, lurking in the shadows. After a flurry of brainstorming in his mind, Kiritsugu Amiya arrived at a conclusion. Mia, run. Chapter 67 Kirai Kodo Mine in Action. Mia, run. Kiritsugu Amiya shouted urgently, his voice filled with fear and anxiety. He quickly raised his sniper rifle, trying to provide some cover for Mia. However, according to the original plan, he and Mommy were originally separated at 2 corners of the battlefield so that they could better monitor the entire battlefield. Now it has become a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. There was no response from Hiseo Mia through the earpiece, and Kiritsugu's mood had already turned sour. This is an unnamed steel-framed building complex, a newly developed residential area with a wide view, suitable for reconnaissance and sniping. Mamie was diligently carrying out her surveillance duties here, with magazines and gun cases lying at her feet. Not long ago, she noticed something unusual. It wasn't a sign like a smell or a sound, but a more abstract change in aura, which only the intuition of warriors honed through life-or-death experiences could truly sense. As soon as she sensed something was wrong, she hurriedly reported the situation to Kiritsugu Amiya, who was on the other side. But there was no response from the earpiece, and she found herself trapped. The building had been soundproofed, she quickly deduced. Although not a traditional magician, she had received magical training from Kiritsugu Amiya for some time. Especially after Kiritsugu Amiya married into the powerful Einsburn family, her magical abilities also made a leap forward under the training of those at a higher level. Your senses are sharp, woman. As Hiseo Mommy was packing up her equipment, a deep and cold male voice came from behind her. The voice echoed among the surrounding steel pillars, and it was impossible to tell where it came from. Mia didn't ask any questions. Instead, she focused her mind as calmly as a blade, searching her surroundings while drawing a 9mm Glock pistol from its holster at her waist. There was a third person present, and that person was specifically targeting Mia for that reason alone. She already considered him a target who had to be shot. Ha, and she's a decisive woman at that. The man who had not yet appeared spoke with a hint of mockery and a smile. An object traced a gentle parabola from the shadow of a steel pillar and landed at Mia's feet. Mamie quickly aimed her gun at the projectile, but when she realized it wasn't dangerous, she immediately turned to aim at the location of the thrower. But out of the corner of her eye, she kept a close eye on the object that had fallen to her feet, because she simply couldn't help but notice it. That thing was the carcass of a small animal. It was a bat, and a miniature Minix camera was strapped to its abdomen. That bat was the familiar released by Mia. It had disappeared after being sent to the edge of the battlefield to await orders. Initially, it was assumed to have been carelessly destroyed by the fighting mages and heroic spirits, but unexpectedly. The fact that the other party deliberately showed her the bat carcass makes their identity self-evident. Moreover, the man didn't seem to intend to hide. He slowly emerged from behind the shadow of the iron pillar, where he was hiding, appearing in front of Wumi's line of sight, and the muzzle of her gun. It was a tall man, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. The man was dressed in a jet-black monk's robe, and he seemed to have risen from the shadows on the ground into 3 dimensions. Mai was no stranger to that person. "Kirai Koto mine," Mai said in a low voice, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "Is this the first time we've met, or is there some reason for you to get to know me?" Kirai Koto mine smiled faintly, his tone tinged with amusement. "Why are you here?" Wumi asked coldly, the gun barrel steadily pointed at him, her finger already on the trigger. Kirai showed absolutely no fear of Mia's gun, and without answering her questions, calmly continued, "You seem to be targeting my teacher, Tokiomi Tosaka." Mia fell silent, but her mind was completely absorbed in pondering why one of the summoners of the Holy Grail war. Moreover, Kirai Koto mine, who had previously kept a low profile, would brazenly appear here. Looking at the sniper rifles laid out on the ground, he let out a long sigh of surprise. "I never expected you would try to get rid of my teacher using such methods. Such ruthless tactics are not like those of a magician. If my teacher were here, he would be furious." "Don't leave me alone talking, woman. Just answer one question, where is the man who was supposed to take your place?" Kirai Koto mine had been waiting near the battlefield, but soon received orders from his teacher. Tokiomi Tosaka, a familiar, had been discovered at the edge of the battlefield, and the direction of the magic lines pointed towards this floor. When Kirai Koto mine captured the familiar and saw the object tied to it, he knew who had come. He was the man he had always wanted to understand. If he could find out the man's purpose, he might also gain some enlightenment in life. It's a feeling that comes from nowhere. If you had to give it a plausible explanation, it would be better to call it divine revelation. But the man was not here at this moment. Instead, a strange woman appeared in his place. Kirai Koto mine did not care, because even if it was God's arrangement, there would still be thorns blocking the way to the end. Upon hearing Kirai Koto mine's question, Mia stopped speculating about him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger repeatedly, and gunshots rang out one after another in the air. While the 9mm Glock pistol has sufficient lethality, it is not enough to kill with a single shot. Therefore, professionals often choose to fire 3 shots into the abdomen to ensure serious injury. Rather than aiming at a small, vital area, it is better to attack a larger, easier-to-aim area. This is the ironclad rule of lethal shooting. However, the bullet did not hit the internal organs beneath the monk's robes, but instead struck the hard concrete ground. Kirai Koto mine's dodging movements were incredibly fast, but they weren't actually faster than bullets. His movements were simply a step faster than Mia's reaction speed after aiming at the target and pulling the trigger. What's remarkable is Kirai's tactical judgment. He read the aiming point through Mia's gaze, and judged her firing timing from her limbs tense to prevent recoil, thus successfully dodging the bullet. With a quick move, the person who hid behind the cover was actually Mia. Her free right hand was covered in sticky blood, and the Glock pistol that was supposed to be in her hand fell to the ground with a hollow sound. Her surprised gaze fell upon a cold, black key embedded in the steel pillar that had been behind her. Immediately afterwards, Kirai Koto mine snapped his fingers. The soundproof barrier surrounding the building collapsed rapidly, and the magical light generated by the shattering barrier quickly made Hiseu Mia understand the intentions of the person before her. She cried out in her heart, "No. I can't let Kiritsugu. Hello, are you Kiritsugu Amiya? I'm Kirie Kotomine. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Before he could finish speaking, Kirie stopped, because the woman in front of him pulled the communication device out of her ear, and stomped on it repeatedly until only some broken electronic components remained on the ground. You're really naughty, woman. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.